Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of global ghost taming right here on GMT Recap. In some classroom, everyone was still bustling and extremely worried as they prepared to face the dreaded exam. What made it terrifying was that during the last exam session, 3 students had been strangled to death in the demon realm. Everyone was filled with fear. The teacher tried to calm everyone down. Don't worry, based on what we've learned, you should all be able to handle those demons. In regular schools, they test knowledge, but here, you face demons in the exam. Just the thought of it is scary. In stark contrast to the scene where friends were anxiously panicking, this young man was still sleeping as if nothing was happening. He even looked like he was in a world of his own. Lin Mo suddenly stood up and shouted, "5 deadly forces." Naturally, everyone looked at him with expressions that couldn't have been more confused. We're about to enter the demon realm, and he still has the nerve to play a game? Has he lost his mind? It seemed like he still didn't understand what was going on. In Lin Mo's memory, he had just finished the 5 deadly forces. How did he suddenly end up here when he opened his eyes? This was the world of demon revival, where the demonic calendar wreaked havoc, and cities were constantly plagued by night marches of hundreds of demons. The human race's territory was shrinking day by day. To protect humanity's last stronghold, a new profession had emerged called the Demon Master. Much like beast tamers, humans would form contracts to control demons, summoning evil spirits to fight alongside them against uncontrollable demons that killed for pleasure. As a result, high schools and universities focused on training demon masters. And somehow, Lin Mo had been transported here. Though confused, he reminded himself to stay calm and quickly find a way to return. The teacher seemed extremely upset, preparing for the demon realm exam, yet the student was still sitting there playing games. How could he do that? If he couldn't grasp theoretical knowledge, how was he planning to deal with demons when he encountered them? While being scolded, Lin Mo suddenly received a notification from the system. System notification: congratulations to the host for crossing over. The system Break the Room introduces. Break the Room allows you to earn Break the Room points. These points can increase the limit of demon contracts. Try making the teacher break the defense, it may bind the emotional management system. What the heck is this? Lin Mo thought to himself. In Lin Mo's memory, everyone awakened their demon contract limit at the age of 5, and it couldn't be changed. 1 point could allow you to sign a contract with 1 demon. Ordinary people had a limit of 0 and could not contract with demons. The limit of 2 contracts with 2 demons was considered the average for a demon master. A limit of 3 could be considered a genius. The higher the limit, the rarer the person. Currently, the system allowed Lin Mo to contract with an unlimited number of demons. This meant that signing contracts with hundreds of millions of demons was possible. The young man immediately stood up and replied directly to the teacher, "If it's a fire demon, of course, I'd record a video and post it on TikTok." Good heavens, if someone didn't know any better, they might think he had lost his mind. At this point, he was still talking about live streaming. His mindset was so foolish it was almost laughable. The teacher continued asking, "What about if you encounter an electric demon? How would you handle that?" Each answer from Lin Mo seemed like a challenge, and there was not the slightest hint of fear in his tone. Touch the demon realm's electric system, and you'll be brought back to serve as a power bank. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This guy had a clever move. A new source of energy was waiting for him to exploit. The teacher asked more. Then, red-robed female demon. Lin Mo still wore that indifferent expression and replied. With reverence, it still depends on whether she's beautiful or not. If there's no issue, then hee. In reality, he was imagining all sorts of terrible scenarios, even with a demon. Truly speechless. The teacher couldn't take it anymore and ordered him to go stand at the back of the class for the rest of the period, as he had shown no reverence whatsoever. Lin Mo smiled foolishly and obediently responded. Okay.
the system announcement checked the break the room. The teacher successfully linked the break the room system to manage emotions.
Congratulations, you've received the beginner's gift package. Received the beginner's gift package. Received the break the room specific magic skill for dealing with demons. Achieved a 99% chance that the host can forcibly bind a demon contract, regardless of whether the demon agrees or not. Additionally, the host has been granted a limit of 2 for the binding system. The young man clapped with excitement.
Wow, the system really doesn't disappoint.
Initially, his binding limit was only 0.5, so he could barely sign a contract with half a demon.
Now the system directly gave him 2.
He didn't expect such a twisted contract magic to exist.
Could this be the protagonist's halo? The teacher announced some hot news to the entire class. This exam's objective is based on achievement points. If you pass the demon realm of level A, you'll be directly eligible for top 1 university admission. Level B qualifies for top 2, level C for top 3, and level D for great transmission. But there's one thing to note, don't pick something beyond your capability. If you choose demon realm level A and fail, you won't even qualify for great transmission. It seemed that Lin Mo had been standing at the corner of the class for a long time. The teacher, after a brief hesitation, decided to forgive him, reminding him to remember that his talent in reasoning was extremely weak and he was only allowed to choose a lower-level challenge. What was meant to happen, would happen. Now, all the students had to unlock their screens to choose the demon realm they wished to conquer. Lin Mo's desk mate enthusiastically encouraged him. "Mo bro, how about we pick level D? Let's just pick a weak demon and then go into great transmission." However, for Lin Mo, a D-level demon was too weak, and he was basically uninterested. The chubby kid looked at the young man with a face full of contempt. "Stop pretending, alright? With your talent, being able to choose into great transmission would be good enough." Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose the A-level trial and initiated the teleportation. His desk mate was completely shocked. "Oh my god, this crazy guy." It was precisely because of Lin Mo's actions that all the students and the teacher were thrown into a panic. "Lin Mo, with your reasoning and talent so poor, choosing an A-level demon realm will only lead to your death." But once the choice was made, there was no turning back. The teleportation link had successfully connected. The teleportation began, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Mo vanished. He found himself in the demon realm challenge he had selected. As soon as he arrived, he encountered a few classmates. They thought to themselves that out of all the participants, only 5 had chosen this demon realm. Just after arriving, they encountered someone who looked like a paper figure, with a grotesque, demon-like face. He spoke. "Welcome to the terrifying hospital. You all need not worry. I will be the instructor for your exam, so let me briefly introduce this place." Previously, this was the People's Hospital No. 1 in Shanglan City. At this point, all the classmates who unfortunately chose this Demon Realm A area, their eyes were wide open, and their mouths shaped like an O. Shanglan City. Isn't that the city that was invaded by demons? I heard all the people in that city died. Several elite demon master teams came here, but they were all wiped out. Are you really using such a terrifying place for the exam? However, before using this hospital for the exam, the Safety Bureau set up a demon barrier outside, so no one can enter. The task now is to survive for 1 day here. At the same time, signing a contract with a demon will allow you to pass the exam. One more thing to note, for safety, everyone should carry a protection talisman. If you encounter danger, recite the spell on the talisman. It will ensure that everyone returns to the school safely. Also, if you can sign a contract with or eliminate a demon, you will receive the MVP title. The reward could be up to 100,000 demon pearls. If no one has any more questions, the exam will begin now. As the exam started, the dark energy swirling around began to grow. Everyone was filled with fear, except for Lin Mo, who was brimming with confidence. Let's go. I wonder if there are any beautiful nurse sisters around here.
The other students also urged each other to go inside.
Let's go too, we can't let that useless guy sign a contract with a demon before us.
Lin Mo was the first to step inside.
As soon as the door was opened, a sea of blood was all that could be seen, and the air was thick with an overwhelming sense of terror. It was certain that anyone lacking the courage to be here would have fainted before even taking the exam. Lin Mo suddenly stood up straight, and everyone was extremely confused as they asked him, "What's going on?" The young man shouted loudly, "There are ghosts.
More than 50 ghosts are here.
This is bad, they're charging over, everyone, run."
And just like that, the group of classmates scattered in panic.
As they ran out, they couldn't help but worry about Lin Mo being stuck inside.
Everyone thought he would be torn to pieces by the ghosts and die.
The sound of loud laughter made everyone even more terrified than ever before.
The glasses-wearing friend pointed and introduced, "This purple-haired girl is the genius Beauty Lily, who reached the provincial level at the age of 3, 6 times more advanced than Lin Mo."
They went out while pinching each other, and he reproached, "Dare to scare us? You must have made some pact with a ghost. There's no way you'll be next." This kid seemed confident and declared, "It's better to let someone useful take the lead." Lin Mo didn't care at all. Whatever, it was none of his business.
His job was to go ahead, no need to waste time on such pointless arguments. It seemed that causing trouble with that student could earn a lot of points. The I department's disease prevention system warned of a mid-tier weeping demon.
Lin Mo was extremely pleased, that was a dying ghost.
He slowly took a step inside, but his glasses-wearing friend stopped him, telling Lin Mo, "Stay there.
Do you really think someone like you can come in here? Just get out of the way." If they wanted to go ahead, Lin Mo was more than happy to make way for them. "As soon as I entered, I saw something bright red on the ceiling, and sure enough, it was true.
Luckily, there were 3 idiots leading the way ahead of me, or I would have been in trouble."
"Weren't those 3 planning to leave?" "Just as I turned around, I saw Kid Lily dash out.
She covered her mouth and coughed up blood, exclaiming, 'The eyes of that demon are as red as blood, they can trap you in an illusion.' If she didn't bite her tongue, there would be no way out. In that case, it seems that pain is the key to breaking the illusion."
This is truly horrifying. It's definitely a nightmare. My classmates were crying out in frustration.
"It's all your fault for bringing us to such a dangerous place."
"But, it's not my fault.
You guys chose this path yourselves."
"What does it have to do with me, Lin Mo?"
"And that kid, every time they opened their mouth, they took jabs at me.
Thankfully, we got in first.
If someone like you had entered first, we'd all probably be dead by now. But Lin Mo wouldn't fall for the illusion now because he's not as foolish as the ones who came in earlier. Leading the way isn't the same as walking straight into a bullet."
System notification.
"Congratulations, host, you have earned 30 break the room points." They decided to look for another place. Lin Mo had no obligations to them, they were just a bunch of tail-wagging dogs. The kid definitely didn't want to stay with Lin Mo, or as she called him, a useless piece of trash. Another second with him, and she'd probably explode. Based on the reactions of those 3, it seemed that as long as you didn't face the demon's eyes, you wouldn't fall into the illusion.
In that case, I've figured out a way. Lin Mo opened the door, and the demon was furious. "Kiddo, turn off the fan. Can't you hear me? Turn off the fan right now." System notification.
"Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 break the room points."
It really is effective.
This demon has already broken the room, it's getting angrier and angrier, and still refuses to stop.
If I had a heart, I would kill you. The system notifies, the demon breaking the room has reached 88%, 11% remaining, directly signing the demon contract. Lin Mo broke into a sweat, no way? The demon is about to catch up. Let's make a deal.
I'll turn off the fan, and you sign my demon contract.
How about that? The demon, still tough, responded, "You, a kid, dare to threaten me? Who do you think you are that I should fear you? Seriously, this is driving me crazy. Lin Mo declared that if it wouldn't agree, then so be it, he would keep the fan on. However, the break the room progress remained stuck at 88%, it seemed like he needed to find another way. Eventually, it gave in, and when it proposed terms, Lin Mo agreed to sign the contract, but now he had to turn off the fan for it. What kind of demon is this? Truly a clown. Lin Mo said to it, the fan is off now, so can we sign the contract? Or else, I'll turn it back on. It made an excuse, the wind was too strong earlier, and my eyes are dry. It even requested Lin Mo to bring it a bottle of eye drops. Once that's done, I'll sign with you. The young man tossed the demon a bottle of eye drops, thinking it was settled, but he had actually swapped it with glue. Lin Mo was indeed a real trickster. The demon was extremely pleased, thanking him, but in its heart, it thought, once I recover my strength, you'd better watch out. After putting the drops in, it screamed in horror, so loud that even the neighbors could hear. My God! I can't open my eyes anymore. Lin Mo, ever the actor, asked with feigned concern, can't open your eyes? The 2 eye drops were expired, and despite being a demon, it had been tricked by a mere kid. Indeed, it's sheer ignorance. At this point, all it knows is to curse. You bastard, damn dog, I curse you. System notification, Lin Mo has received 50 points for breaking the room and can now force a contract. Finally, Shuitong Gue has been successfully contracted. Young lady, do you wish to love only Lin Mo, master, in this life and the next? It resolutely refused. After all, this demon was male, not female, so it's understandable that it didn't agree. Once forced, there's no right to choose, is there? System notification, the female demon has agreed to sign the contract. At this point, it could only cry its heart out. In the end, the contract was successfully signed, the integration proceeded, and the fusion was completed just like that. Lin Mo looked at himself in the mirror, feeling like his eyes were just like Kakashi's cool and everything. Is this how contracts with demons are? For demons, when summoned, they can fight directly, and the dying demon will merge with the body, further enhancing attributes. One cannot fight alone anymore. The demon, after merging, was still extremely angry, only knowing to curse Lin Mo as a kiddo in helplessness. Lin Mo was greatly entertained. "Ha, from today onwards, you're mine. Let's see your attributes." The demon's info was roughly as follows: Shuitong Gue, mid-tier weeping demon, demonic energy 100. The next level up requires 3% loyalty. If loyalty hits 0, control will be lost, and the host will face backlash. Its skills were not yet activated. Lin Mo, with a face full of question marks, said, "Your loyalty is a bit low." The demon added, "Of course, I won't be loyal to you. You forced the contract on me. Release me and restore my freedom." System notification, Shuitong Gui's loyalty decreased by 2%, remaining at 1%. 200 cannon points can be exchanged for a demon skill. Do you want to exchange? Lin Mo also wanted to try if activating the skill could increase the loyalty a bit. In a moment, the skill was successfully exchanged, and Lin Mo received the skill Concord Blood Prison Illusion Realm. This also meant that when the enemy looked into the blood eye, they could be trapped in a blood prison. The dog action was restrained, and the enemy would lose health continuously. Spiritual aura consumes 50, cooldown time is 60 seconds. Note that the restraint effect works on humans and demons of equal or lower rank within 30 seconds. For higher level humans or demons, the effect lasts only 10 seconds. So, the demon's skill has been successfully activated, it said excitedly. "Kiddo, you're doing well, looks like I've been too cautious." The feeling was amazing. Shuitong Gui's loyalty increased to 9%, totaling 10%. Lin Mo continued to search, realizing there was yet another trick. Unexpectedly, after merging with Shuitong Gue, his vision also expanded. This time, it was truly a windfall. The group of students in another area was still very confused, only Lily dared to stand up and kick the demon twice in the face,
just like the typical tail-chasing type.
Really, damn it. Why do these demons keep following me? There are so many of them, can we not handle them? Maybe we should use a teleportation talisman instead of being eaten by demons.
Such a bunch of kids with no willpower.
The guy with glasses thought of a solution. Let's lure these demons up to the second floor and have them deal with Lin Mo. That way we can escape. Really evil, what a nasty plan.
The remaining youth seemed to disagree. That's not a very good idea, it's no different from us being intermediaries to kill someone.
The guy with glasses remained extremely optimistic. So what? He has a teleportation talisman, he won't die. If he can serve as a shield for us, then he's still contributing.
Lin Mo, while casually heading outside, saw them rushing towards him in panic.
Lin Mo asked Han, "Are you being chased?"
The guy with glasses laughed in a silly way. Lin Mo, just accept your death. Remember to use the teleportation talisman.
What are they up to? There were a lot of demons behind them. Lin Mo finally understood the situation.
It turns out they wanted him to act as a bullet shield, conveniently giving him the chance to test his new skill.
Kid Li was extremely puzzled. Why isn't he running? Does he plan to charge at these demons head-on? Did he get so scared that he's gone stupid? The demons kept charging forward.
Lin Mo used the devil's eyes agree on the missing goal, and before long, they were tightly stunned and fell to the ground.
The skill worked well, they couldn't move at all now.
There were only 25 seconds left, enough time for Lin Mo to take care of the rest. Kid was completely shocked. One of his eyes was red, clearly indicating he had signed a pact with that vicious demon. Not only that, but he had also obtained that amazing skill.
Damn it!
We had discovered it before the demon, that was the mid-tier weeping demon, and it was incredibly powerful.
Based on what could he possibly have subdued it?
After everything was settled, the system finally notified, "Congratulations, the host has earned 40 break the room points."
But where did those points come from?
It turned out that it was thanks to those unruly people dragging these demons over here. Otherwise, it would have been tiring for him to hunt these demons alone. 5 primary level demon pearl weeping demons, though if he discovered that his classmates were indirectly causing trouble, Lin Mo definitely wouldn't let them off the hook.
At this moment, Lin Mo casually enjoyed a few of the demon pearls. Indeed, they were delicious.
The demons scattered in panic as they saw Lin Mo running around. Now, it was hard to tell who was human and who was demon.
Confidently, Lin Mo asked Devil's Eye, "Did my 5 deadly forces look good just now? When did this weeping demon become so approachable?" Unknowingly, it replied, "That's because my skill is strong. If it were those useless leftover demons, you'd never be able to deal with them."
Lin Mo thought to himself, even if the demon's oath was strong, it still needed a good master.
Ordinary people wouldn't dare rush in to slay 5 demons at once. In that case, even if the weeping demon's skill was strong, it would be useless.
Slowly, they might even become best friends, not kidding, just like cats and dogs. Seeing the young man being so self-absorbed, it was quite vexed. But when it looked at the pile of human bones scattered around, it couldn't help but find it quite pleasing. At a glance, it noticed that one of the skeletons was holding a piece of gold jewelry.
Isn't this a huge bargain?
Anyway, they're all dead now, and this money should be left for Xiaoshi.
It would be less of a waste.
Looking up, he noticed that the hospital's finance room probably wasn't lacking in money. Well, after all, there's no one in this world who isn't fond of money. Lin Mo had just grabbed a bunch of things and entered the finance room. As soon as he entered, he saw a safe and thought he had hit the jackpot. But who would have thought, when he opened it, there was absolutely nothing inside, probably all emptied out by the security department. The teacher supervising the exam outside thought to herself, "This damn kid, who knows if he's here to take the exam or rob money?" She had proctored so many times, but this was the first time she'd seen something like this. The system announced that there was a high-level demon in the operating room ahead. Lin Mo, still stunned, holding a bag of gold in his hand, opened the door to the operating room, and there, sitting peacefully on the morgue bed, was a girl with a full figure, looking quite beautiful, with long, flowing hair. Just thinking about it gave him chills. Oh my god.
Lin Mo couldn't help but notice her chest. It must at least be a D cup.
The weeping demon seemed quite excited, feeling that Lin Mo's analysis was pretty accurate. But the thing was, this demon had the face of an angel, but the body of a real demon.
Truly one of their own. It didn't take long.
The loyalty of the demon's blood eye had increased by 5%, totaling 15%.
Just like that, the loyalty went up. This demon really was quite lustful. At first glance, it seems harmless, but is it really as scary as it sounds?
The weeping demon explained.
Of course, it is. Did you see what she's holding in her hand?
It's covered with incantations. If she's not mistaken, she's using sound waves to kill people. If a bit of fear creeps in, the young man still dares to have her lead the charge, and if she's restricted by the seal, then it's fine. But the thing is, she's blind to the decisions of the ghosts, so this time, she can't use her powers.
That busted demon is actually a high-level weeping demon, so are we just going to give up?
We'll have to figure out a way to make her break the seal. There's no other choice, he said, clearly thinking hard, rubbing his head in frustration. Just then, Lin Mo found the leftover doctor's coat and decided to wear it. However, the weeping demon warned him.
Don't do anything foolish with your current abilities. If you do, you'll die for sure.
But for Lin Mo, the bigger the gamble, the greater the reward. If you're timid, you'll starve to death.
How could he not be tempted by such a big-breasted female demon?
As soon as he opened the door, she screamed.
Who's in here?
She began strumming each string of sound waves, which was incredibly grating.
Lin Mo quickly greeted her. Wait, I'm the doctor, here to perform surgery on you.
Only then did she stop, clearly surprised, and asked.
You're really here to treat me?
Lin Mo approached and offered to let her smell his scent.
I'm truly a doctor. If you don't believe me, just send me a test.
It seemed she had been the patient trapped here long ago, and had now become a demonic entity.
She eagerly asked, Doctor, where are you going? I've been waiting here for so long, can we proceed with the surgery now?
Lin Mo remained incredibly calm, his performance flawless, and told her that she could lie down on the operating table, as it was time to administer the anesthetic. Get ready, she obediently followed his instructions. She lay there so obediently, as though truly subdued. Standing before her massive breasts, the young man found himself completely at a loss for what he was doing. His attention was entirely focused on the two large, round melons. It seemed she was unaware that she was already dead, and he wondered whether what he was doing was too vile. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Mo reminded himself not to hesitate. This was not the time to waver. If he did, he'd be the one to die. The young man quickly inserted the needle into her body.
She even asked if it hurt, though what nerves would even be able to feel anything?
He felt relief.
All right, still not the right vein.
Let me adjust it again, and he jabbed the needle straight into her arm.
Where are your veins? I can't find them, your skin is so smooth. Looks like I'll need to inject again. But why hadn't it gone in yet?
He kept poking, but still couldn't hit the mark.
Did her arm even have any veins left? He felt like he was being set up. She was furious. You're a demon.
Suppress poison to guard the spirit.
The system notification popped up. Congratulations, host.
You have earned 40 points for breaking the room. The reverse demon room fee is high, at 50%.
You need an additional 49% to complete it.
Well, he might as well continue playing the role, or he'd end up getting punished. Lin Mo scratched his head, looking embarrassed.
Oh, I'm so sorry, let me try again.
Once again, he skillfully held the syringe and quickly administered the injection to her. His hands gently clasped together with subtle precision, and he made sure to show no signs of hesitation. The students outside, who had been sneaking peeks, were utterly shocked.
Is he performing surgery on a demon? It looks like it. He's really brave, doesn't he know what fear is? The teacher always says the biggest taboo when facing a demon is fear.
If we face them without fear, we not only increase our chances of survival, but we also might have the opportunity to form a power contract with them.
Is it true he's at the bottom of the class?
He looks so composed now. Who would have thought this guy was once at the very bottom of the class? Another boy urged her.
Let's go, let's follow him and see if we can make a contract with some demon. The teacher overseeing the exam stood outside, watching Lin Mo's every move.
His calm demeanor, combined with his skills and experience, made him seem far from ordinary compared to the other students. If he made even the smallest mistake now, it would be disastrous.
Lin Mo gave up on the syringe and pulled it away from her.
The large-chested female demon told him to hurry up with the surgery. She seemed to be getting impatient.
Well, let's ask her what she wants. Gender reassignment or breast enhancement?
Not that it matters, with those breasts, she doesn't need an enhancement.
The large-chested female ghost became really irritated upon hearing that.
She frowned and replied, I don't need breast augmentation, I have a lump that needs to be removed.
If it's not removed, I'll always feel tired.
The young man once again picked up the drill.
Such a beautiful woman, what a waste, how much do you want to cut off? Without hesitation, she answered, I want to cut off half. Lin Mo calmly asked, so do you want to cut the left side or the right side? Life is tough, and people are inconsiderate, she thought.
He was clearly trying to provoke her.
It seemed like he was pushing her to the limit, and she couldn't help but shout out, Are you crazy? Who asks someone which side to cut when performing surgery?
I don't care which side you can cut both if you want. System notification, congratulations, the host has received 40 points for breaking the room. Breaking the room rate has reached 60%.
Indeed, this method was effective.
He continued to provoke her.
Alright then, do you want to cut the top or the bottom? The front or the back? Personally, I think cutting the front isn't such a good idea.
The more he spoke, the angrier the female ghost got. She had just earned 40 points for breaking the room, bringing the breaking room rate to 70%. There was no time to hesitate now, he had to keep pushing her. Lin Mo continued asking questions with no care for her intelligence.
Do you want me to stitch up the scar, or leave it as it is? Do you want it to hurt or not?
Oh, I almost forgot, I haven't even injected the anesthesia, it's definitely going to hurt. System notification, congratulations, the host has received 40 points for the breakthrough. The young man pushed the female ghost to the brink.
What's the point of leaving half if you're cutting off half? Should I just cut it all off?
At the hospital, we are currently processing membership cards for the two ladies, and I am giving them a discount. Now, we've reached the limit, and she immediately stood up, demanding that the young man shut up.
Do you want to die or something?
The whole room is filled with tension, as the big-breasted ghost has now reached 99%. She could choose to sign a forced contract, and today was the right moment. Sister, don't get so worked up.
We haven't finished talking yet.
She, in fact, no longer cared, wanting to finish it off with one blow, to kill Lin Mo.
The young man calmly responded, I'm afraid, sister, you'll be disappointed. The system requires a contract, big-breasted sister.
Would she agree to love only Lin Mo for the rest of her life, to respect each other, love each other, through wealth or poverty, through sickness or hardship, and to be by his side forever, never to part?
The female ghost's anger skyrocketed by 1,000-fold upon hearing this.
You're quite clever. The big-breasted ghost agreed to register for the contract, and the contract was successfully signed. Everything was settled, while she still had no clue what was happening.
In fact, she hadn't agreed yet.
And just like that, her soul merged into Lin Mo's body.
The ghostly remnants would integrate into the seal on the eyes. What was this?
Except for the integration process, the contract with the weeping demon would form a mark on the master's body. When Triu Hoan only needed to give a slight wave of his hand. Now he had already signed contracts with two demons, and there was still one more spot left to fill. As for the weeping demon, the woman with large breasts beside her was extremely excited, no longer feeling alone. She was furious, shouting, "You liar, let me go now." But it's too late now. Sister, just stay quietly inside me, no need to go anywhere. And don't worry about your big chest. I'll help you. She was now left helpless, cursing angrily. This kid has no shame. Despite her anger, the weeping demon became more and more enthusiastic, genuinely enjoying herself. Lin Mo chose the attribute on the system interface. All of the information about the large-breasted demon immediately appeared. The rank was Weeping Demon, Advanced Level, with demonic energy of 200, a limit of 400, and loyalty at 20%. The skill was not yet activated, and her loyalty stood at 20%. Sending her out of the hospital also helped Lin Mo gain a bit of favor. He had just earned 300 points for the Weeping Demon, from beginner to intermediate to advanced levels. Activating a skill with 200 points, the system displayed a series of notifications, meaning that the large-breasted demon could only activate one skill. In that case, Lin Mo decided to activate the skill of the large-breasted demon first, successfully changing one of her skills to ascend to the mortal world, sound-seeking life. The female demon activated the mortal sound-seeking life skill at level 1, using the sound of the harp to disturb the opponent's mental state, and furthermore causing a crowd dizziness effect when the opponent's HP drops to 5%. It can directly destroy the spiritual aura. The energy cost is 50, and the cooldown time is 180 seconds. Note that the dizziness effect lasts for 40 seconds for beings of equal or lower rank, and 20 seconds for those of higher rank. Lin Mo could only exclaim, "Isn't this just an incredibly powerful skill?" Although the Blood Prison Illusion Realm can control the opponent's actions, the opponent still retains consciousness and can even use their mind to control the pack system. However, the skill of the large-breasted demon was different. It not only imposed a restriction but also disturbed the mind, equivalent to controlling actions, and with the added execution effect, it could be considered a divine skill. Now that there was a control skill, all that was left was the skill for elimination. The key now was to decide the next step. He needed to find an assassin or someone with a bit of muscle to form a pact. Just then, the school's announcement bell rang. "All students, please note, there is only 1 hour left until midnight. The conditions for dormitories and food will be determined by the number of pacts signed, with at least one required. Students may enter the school's ICU room." Truly cruel, Lin Mo thought. If you sign just one pact, you'll get a regular hospital room, but if you haven't signed any, you won't even have a place to stay. The sick room is located on the 5th floor, but it's important to note that the dormitory rights may change at night. The ghost may go outside, and students without dormitories will be in extreme danger, continuously screaming. Now, there's only half an hour left before the sick room opens, so everyone should pay attention. After all, the contract has already been signed. Although still irritated, the big-chested demon and the weeping demon have no choice but to follow Lin Mo like shadows. Those students seem to have yet to make a pact with any demon, standing outside and gazing in, marveling at how clean the ICU room is, and how neatly the items are arranged. They're saying that, but I've seen a lot of regular sick rooms. Inside, it's just blood everywhere. This person with purple hair had already made a pact with a demon, so they had to stay in a regular sick room. However, having a room is already good enough. Outside, there are the long-haired guys who still haven't made a pact with anyone. Now, they can only cry. Compared to them, things are way better. That guy with glasses, who knows if he can do anything useful? All I see is that he only has a dirty neck. Lin Mo, we've made a pact with a demon now, and it's a full-fledged demon, no doubt about it. Now, you'll never be able to mess with us. Sooner or later, I'll get back at you. Lin Mo's face looked like he was useless and should just shut up. With his short legs, it would take him forever to catch up. The guy with glasses seemed pretty pissed off when he heard that, and told Lin Mo to stop bragging. If it weren't for you signing the contract with that evil demon last time, you'd be dead out there tonight. The guy with purple hair was also quite upset. Damn it, just thinking about having to share a room with him tonight makes me want to throw up.
But Lin Mo wasn't even sharing a room with them. The students outside didn't even have a place to stay. When he said that, he raised his hand and asked, "Do you want to give up your hospital room? Can I buy it from you?" The young man replied casually, "No, I'm in the ICU." The guy with purple hair was in distress. It couldn't be. His contract system was limited to 0.5, at most he could sign a contract with 1 week demon. But to enter the ICU, the requirement was at least 1 demon, and he didn't even meet the first condition. Stop lying. The young man didn't care about the opinions of those who only knew how to judge others. In general, we'll have to wait for time to reveal who's superior, who's inferior. When that happens, they'll regret it and have no time to fix it. Now, move out of the way and let me through, don't block my path. Sure enough, they were all incredibly curious. How would their amazed gazes fall on Lin Mo? As soon as he placed his hand on the ICU room, the door notified him that he met the conditions. Just as expected, they were all completely shocked. How is this possible? Didn't his contract limit only allow for 0.5? The system notifies the host, "Congratulations, you have earned 150 break the room points." Lin Mo yelled out without hesitation. The school system can't be more wrong than this. The limit is innate, and it can't be increased later. He must have cheated, taken it out for me. I'm going to tell the teacher. As soon as he entered the room, a sumptuous meal was laid out. Is there hot pot on top too? Ah, it must be the safety department that revamped this place. This is really great. There's meat, duck blood, beef offal. This is awesome. Is this a test or a vacation? After tasting a bite, Lin Mo sighed, "It's so delicious. The taste is just perfect. This flavor is way better than anything outside. You guys should hurry up and try some." Although their attitude towards Lin Mo was far from friendly, the young man remained unbothered. Just when they thought he was done with the banter, he turned around and casually teased them. "Oh, I forgot, you guys don't have permission to enter the room, how unfortunate." Then, he calmly picked up piece after piece of tender, sweet beef in front of them, even singing, "It's just me in this lonely hot pot." At this point, he could practically drive the jealous ones mad. They looked like they wanted to devour him alive. The system notified, "Congratulations, you have earned 100 break the room points." Oh my god, just looking at this hot pot is making me crave it too, ladies. The table was fully stocked with everything from soft drinks to the items in the drawer, plus a few extra packets of sausages and beef for when he finished it all. Watching the young man eating so heartily, the kid with purple hair seemed to have had enough. "Make a deal like that, and I'll give you 10,000. We're switching rooms, but it's not as simple as that." Lin Mo replied calmly. "I've already eaten, are you going to make me throw it up?" In the end, everyone has to lower their pride when they can't stand the hardship. The kid's face was tense, but his mouth was still making demands. "You've eaten the hot pot already, so leave the room for me. Think carefully. My father is a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Security. If you offend me, it won't benefit you at all." The bespectacled student also seized the opportunity to shout. "Lin Mo, don't bully people too much. If you dare to offend Miss Sun, you're dead." Lin Mo once again acted like he couldn't care less. Lin Mo was making them so mad they could die. "Why don't you slap yourselves? Maybe I'll reconsider." The guy with glasses immediately flared up. Confused, he asked, "What did you say?" The kid with purple hair turned to him and said, "Lusa, just bear with it a little, I'll make it up to you once we're outside. Though it's a bit unfair, gaining Miss Sun's trust is worth it." He thought this way, and soon there was someone waiting to take a hit. Without mercy, the kid decisively slapped him hard. Just hearing it was enough to make one cry. The system notification chimed in. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points for breaking the room. Here is the translation as requested.
By the way, this is also to teach a lesson to all those who are still provoking. Lin Mo seemed to have bad hearing, so he hadn't yet heard the request. The kid had to slap him again. Since there was a place to stay, she didn't hesitate and just followed along. Now, the one who was suffering was the guy with glasses, who kept getting slapped continuously. Lin Mo continued to earn another 30 points for break the room. Just in time, he had slapped the guy's face off center. The purple-haired kid asked a confirming question. So, are you satisfied now? Get out of here. Hurry up. Lin Mo really knew how to provoke others. He casually replied. Sorry, I can't. He was breaking his promise, but basically, he hadn't really lied to anyone. The young man had already said earlier that if the kid slapped the guy with glasses, he would reconsider, not immediately affirming that he would change rooms. Now that he had thought it through, he basically didn't agree. It was really maddening. So much so that blood started to drip from his nose. The kid could only stand outside, fuming in anger. All right, you bastard, just wait. You'll regret this later. The guy with glasses even turned around to threaten. Go ahead, gloat. You've offended me, you're asking for trouble. Whether he was really asking for trouble or not, what was certain was that he had earned another 100 points for break the room. Now he could calmly sit and eat in front of their anger, which only made him feel even more pleased. This time, he had tricked Sun Lei again, and Lin Mo felt like he had hit the jackpot. The clock struck 11:15, and the candle was almost down to nothing, barely able to light up anymore. Outside the room, 2 students were standing, completely confused and frightened. The girl kept crying incessantly. How Cohen, don't go. Are you really heartless enough to let a girl like me sleep out here? There are so many malevolent spirits out tonight, what am I supposed to do? Give me your permission, please, so I can sleep inside. He tried to calm her down. Don't worry, girl. I have a pact with the weeping demon warrior. If you're attacked, just call for me and I'll definitely save you. She truly looked pitiful, but she still couldn't stop crying. Do you love me? You promised to protect me for life. Are you still planning to keep that promise? And so, they embraced each other emotionally right there. Is this a vacation spot, or is it also a date location now? Through her tears, the girl spoke. You've made a pact with the demon, so your warrior abilities will be stronger. If you sleep outside, your chances of survival will be higher. If you're attacked by a demon, I'll kneel down and ask the Sun Lei group for help. I'll make sure you won't get hurt. Lin Mo, witnessing all this, could only think that the guy was an absolute fool. He switched places with pleasure and even made plans to meet again tomorrow. After a long and tiring day, it was time to rest. Lin Mo fell into a deep sleep, drooling all over the place. He slept so soundly, not caring about anything in the world. The 5 students standing outside were still furious. Lin Mo must have cheated to get into the ICU. What's worse, he refuses to switch places with us. I think he just wants to embarrass us so we can't show our faces around here. The purple-haired kid became increasingly enraged when she saw the guy wearing glasses acting so arrogantly. Just wait until I get outside, then I'll show you how I'll deal with you. There was still blood on the floor. How could anyone possibly sleep here? This hospital room was really disgusting. Anyone who could sleep here was worthy of admiration. The guy wearing glasses tried to be gallant, attempting to win her favor. He smiled, pulled his outer coat off, and tried to lay it down for the kid to lie on. This should be cleaner. He had just been slapped, yet he was still infatuated. His attempts to win her over were utterly hopeless. The purple-haired kid, feeling victorious, looked down on him, thinking he was just another person who understood the situation. As for this infatuated guy, he was willing to sleep in the hallway just to be near her, even urging himself to hold on a bit longer, telling himself that by morning, he would be free. Just then, a distant sound reached their ears, a gigantic, flesh-eating demon. As soon as it saw him, it became extremely excited. This was a malevolent spirit of the highest level, a weeping demon of the Long Ling class. There was no way out now. To survive, he had no choice but to charge and fight. The guy used all his strength to summon the ruined mansion of the demon. The moment the ruined mansion of the demon appeared, it immediately reproached him. "What are you doing at this hour? Are you trying to keep everyone from sleeping? Do you think you can actually fight a Long Ling level demon? Defeating it is impossible, you can only risk your life. Otherwise, death is the only option." The students in the hospital room were completely shocked as they witnessed this scene. Even though they were watching their lover fight a demon one-on-one, the girl still remained in bed, hiding under the blanket. Truly, dying for a woman was the most agonizing death in life. She was so frightened that she didn't even want to acknowledge the guy as someone she knew, let alone as her boyfriend. Just in time, Lin Mo had arrived. Compared to their terrified state, he felt extremely excited and was eager to see if the electrode demon was worthy of making a pact with him. Every step it took seemed as though it could crush everything around it. The demon that the boy had tamed was no match for it, falling defeated at its feet. The malevolent spirit demon found the taste of demon flesh unsatisfying, its goals unfulfilled, and the constant obstruction only fueled its rage. It continued to swing its blade, swiftly decapitating the ruined mansion of the demon. Lin Mo found its state highly intriguing. It seemed that this demon was quite powerful. Not only was its skin tough, but if he could tame it, it would certainly be an incredible asset. He began to calculate, with Shui Tonggui and the large-breasted demon who could charm or lure it, if he could make a pact with this demon, it would truly be perfect. But in the dark of the night, only one demon remained hidden, and now was not the best time to act. As long as there was still time, there was still hope. It left, continuing its search for human flesh. Coincidentally, it headed toward the boy, sensing the strong scent of human flesh. The boy could only scream, "Xiao Qian? Save me! Quickly, beg them to save me!" The students were even more anxious than she was. But this cowardly woman was utterly useless. Lin Mo now witnessed firsthand just how pathetic so-called love could be. He continued shouting in despair. "Is anyone there? Help me!" It decisively struck towards him, and in an instant, blood poured from his mouth. The male student, nearly out of strength, could only sit there. The creature calmly approached, severing one of his arms. This demon continued to feast, starting from the hand and moving up to the wrist. If not stopped in time, it would likely continue to saw off more and more. In a moment, it had completely devoured the handsome, fair-skinned male student, who died because of that girl. Having lost an arm, the male student finally faced the unbearable sensation. "I'd rather fail than die here." But he did not give up, showing his unwavering will. He took out the protective talisman, but was stuck since he had lost his arm and couldn't tear it apart. The demon, having finished devouring his arm, was now preparing to raise its drill to finish him off. Luckily for the student, a quick maneuver allowed him to avoid its fatal blow. Lin Mo, standing inside, watched this scene and felt that the student was not only foolish but entirely brainless. "Don't you know how to use your mouth to tear it off?" At that, he used his mouth to rip it off, and didn't forget to thank Lin Mo. Thus, how Cohen was out of this exam. The demon was in complete confusion. "Where's my flesh? Give my flesh back." It had just earned an additional 40 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo, standing inside, taunted it, causing it to go completely mad. Rushed towards it but in reality, could not get inside. Its strength could not harm the door. Lin Mo thought of something again. He smeared a bit of food on his hand and shouted, "Hey electrode demon, do you want to try some?" It sniffed a little and immediately dove into the door with intense greed. The young man once again played a little trick to provoke the demon. What a pity, it can't eat that. It became increasingly furious, continuously striking the door in frustration. And so, he succeeded, repeatedly earning 60 points for breaking the room. The more it raged, the more Lin Mo enjoyed it. "Keep going, don't stop now." After slashing for a while, it finally grew tired, panting heavily, unable to get the meat.
It then left. Lin Mo stood there, puzzled, asking, why is it leaving? How am I supposed to get points now?
He had no choice but to unlock the door.
Stupid demon, I'm out now. Do you want to eat me?
It heard the noise from behind and immediately turned around. The group of students stood inside, eagerly watching.
What was Lin Mo up to? He was definitely dead now. The demon continued to howl with hunger.
Upon seeing the delicious prey, it grinned maliciously and then charged forward. This was exactly what Lin Mo needed at that moment. He carefully stepped back, slowly making his way inside. The demon, once again furious and unable to do anything, was left in rage. And so, the young man earned another 50 points for breaking the room, once again intending to drive it insane. Basically, the more it got upset, the higher the reward points he earned.
This person just ran out like that and provoked it. Truly dying because of food. It fell into the trap once again.
It rushed over, and the young man just went right in.
Inside, people kept coming and going like that, and yet it still got trapped. This demon is really dumb, to be honest.
Hundreds of times like this, and it still laughs gleefully in front of its friends.
Is this guy really someone who isn't afraid of demons? Or maybe he's just insane.
He provokes the demon, he's going to regret it later. By morning, when the protective barrier vanished, he had nowhere to run. Just as the words left his mouth, shocking news came in. Not only was he not afraid, but he was even chasing after the electrode demon.
What the hell is this? The demon heart is afraid of humans now, is it? Doesn't even want to eat meat?
Lin Mo ran desperately after it, shouting, "Stop!
Where do you think you're going? Heaven has eyes.
You're dead, you and me both." This situation is hard to tell whether it's tragic or comical.
Truly speechless. It's the first time seeing such an absurd contradiction in logic. Lin Mo broke into the room. The electrode demon had reached 80%, and it couldn't escape now.
At this point, he even dared to stand right in front of it, extending his arm and offering it like a feast.
"Here." The young man taunted it. "I'm offering you. Your meat is freshly cooked. Come and eat me."
The demon was truly losing its patience, and in the end, it had no choice but to take the risk and fight one-on-one. Exactly at this moment, Lin Mo used the blood prison hound's resonance, and soon, it stopped. Every movement seemed to be hypnotizing it, as he kept urging it to eat, saying how delicious it was. "My hands have little fat, so you won't get fat eating it.
Come on, just eat it. Why wouldn't you?"
He was still patting various things to warm them up, spreading the warmth around his face. The electrode demon break the room had reached 90%, leaving only 9% remaining. The blood prison hound's effect on high-level demons lasted only 10 seconds, and now there were only 3 seconds left. The moment it wore off would also be the moment it was at its most furious.
Just charge at it like that. Looks like you don't like to eat, so fine. At this point, it wanted to kill Lin Mo. To tease you, anyone who touched it would be in trouble.
But basically, Break the Room had reached 99%, so it could forcibly choose to sign the contract. At this point, anyone who met Lin Mo was in for a world of bad luck. Whatever demon it is, this is no longer a problem for the young man. With that, he confidently signed a contract with the demon for the third time. As usual, the system prompt asked him,
"Do you wish to make the demon your master? May I ask if you wish to make this demon the third one under Lin Mo's command?"
Since the master has agreed, the contract signing begins. A look of confusion appeared on its face, still unsure of what was happening when the contract was successfully signed. Surprised, old lady? That's the power of coercion. Before it could finish speaking, everything was already settled. The young man had successfully absorbed the third demon. The teacher outside, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. Clearly, the electrode demon had just gone into a rampage, and 1 second later,
the contract was already signed. This coercive method of signing a contract is something even the old man from the safety department couldn't have done. How did this student end up doing that, I wonder? This kid is really something, huh? The school has just announced that the electrode demon has been destroyed, and only a weeping demon at the level of a malevolent spirit remains in the hospital. Everyone, be careful. At this moment, the classmates were the ones who were most shocked. In the blink of an eye, the electrode demon had been destroyed. Is that person even human? Even the kid wearing glasses is like that. Eyes wide, mouth agape, saying no way. Lin Mo only made a pact with an intermediate weeping demon. How could he possibly be a match for the electrode demon? He's truly terrifying. With an extremely calm and cool demeanor, Lin Mo stepped into the room where the system notifications were displayed. Congratulations, host, you've earned 40 break the room points. The more they got angry, the more he benefited. These two were really good classmates of his, and without even provoking them, they kept contributing break the room points. Byung-gu even denied the system notification that the demon he just tamed was a low-level malevolent spirit, with a demonic aura of 560, and at 440, its loyalty could increase by 5%. This demon had a slightly low loyalty, but the electrode demon looked like a lunatic, a type that wasn't easy to make loyal. It was also a demon that craved fresh meat. Lin Mo immediately thought of the idea that perhaps if he grilled a feast for it, its loyalty might skyrocket. Just wait and see. According to the system, the weeping demon could only activate one skill. As for the malevolent spirit demon, it could activate up to 2 skills directly. The break the rune point of the young man also earned him a lot. This is the perfect time to activate the notification system and change a skill for the electrode demon. Success, received the passive skill blood-sucking. According to the information, level 1, each time receiving 1 point of ST, 2 points of attack will increase. The higher the ST, the greater the attack power. The spiritual aura consumption is 0, and the cooldown time is 0 seconds. Lin Mo decided to unlock the second skill. Notification, successfully changed the skill for Electrode Demon, received the skill Frenzied Electric Surge. Frenzied Electric Surge level 1 creates a frenzied circular saw attack, dealing damage within a certain range. The spiritual aura consumption is 100, and the cooldown time is 200 seconds. Truly unexpected, a passive skill to increase attack power and an area attack skill. This is really amazing. Now with a control team, there's also an additional attacker. Compared to others of his age, he could rank in the top 1%. He could do this. Rank 1, Heavy Demon Master, Control Demon. Heavy Demon Master, Control Long Ling. Triple Heavy Demon Master, Control Evil Spirit. However, the only drawback is that the demon level and the contract level are the same. Lin Mo can currently only control the demon, and the polar demon of malevolent spirit might be a little dangerous. If he's not careful, and the situation gets out of control, it will be him who gets hurt. Therefore, everything now requires careful consideration before taking action. Of course, if the loyalty level were slightly higher, Electrode Demon would still not be seen as having to improve the record of self-control. However, at this point, it really is incredibly sleepy. The young man kept yawning non-stop. There was nothing better than rewarding himself with a nap, launching himself onto the bed, as if he were floating in bliss. Although this place wasn't very romantic, the sky had already brightened, and the scenery was undeniably breathtaking. The only problem was that the location wasn't ideal at all. Lin Mo remained unfazed. After a nap, he didn't forget to grab some bread for breakfast. On top of that, he teased the students, eating with obvious pleasure while they had nothing to eat. He even provocatively asked, "Aren't you guys having breakfast? There's a pot of hot pot in there, do you want to suck up some organs?" It was true that he wasn't good at much besides getting under people's skin, and once again, he earned another 60 break the room points, while the students could only fume in anger without being able to do anything. Only this one female student had no hesitation and just drank it down. Now, everyone looked at her with an expression of confusion and disdain. Not only was she terrified, but she also acted as if she were completely innocent. She even asked her classmates, "Why are you looking at her?" It was really quite irritating to witness. She herself is someone who only knows how to exploit others, never understanding the concept of sacrifice. Do you see the blood stains all over the ground? Don't you have anything to say about that? Not only does she refuse to apologize, but she also shouts that I can't wish for someone to be cursed, and that even if we go out, we won't be able to save him. Only by experiencing this would one understand the true value of love. She even argues back, saying that furthermore, he voluntarily entrusted me with the responsibility of managing the ward. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. Girls like her don't deserve respect. Lin Mo immediately retorted, "But you once said you would seek help to save him. Yet yesterday, you didn't say a word. If it weren't for Hao Kuan handing over the ward responsibilities to you, the one who would have lost their qualification for the exam from being attacked by the electrode demon yesterday would have been you, not him." The kid was infuriated again. Another 50 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo didn't forget to provoke her further. "You still dare to say such things? Your heart is more poisonous than a snake's. As for the next part of the exam, you should take care of yourself." The teacher overseeing the exam reminded all students to pay attention as the official Level A test was about to begin. The Great Challenge. At this moment, there was still one savage spirit demon here, and 3 lesser weeping demons. The malevolent spirits would pursue those who managed to endure until 12 p.m., thus passing the exam. The kid with purple hair was in complete confusion. The demon from yesterday was only an intermediate malevolent spirit, and there was still one more left. We only sign contracts with elementary level weeping demons. Basically, we stand no chance against it. The blonde-haired boy looked utterly terrified. What's the point of fighting now? The most important thing is to keep ourselves alive. We need to run. But where are we supposed to run to? They don't even know where Lon Ling is. What if we run straight into its lair? We'd be done for. The petty girl who had abandoned her boyfriend to save herself screamed. Then what do you suggest we do? Who cares about her? A person like her deserves to be eaten by demons a long time ago. Even the girl with purple hair was getting frustrated. What do you mean we? This is your problem, not ours. We're not in the same boat. Seeing her confused expression, it seemed like she was seeing a ghost. Lin Mo had already seen it. What is that? That is an invisible malevolent spirit. It seemed like none of the other students could see it. Only Lin Mo had the ability to. Could it be Blood Eye? The demon was on the ceiling, currently in an invisible state. So it's a demon that can turn invisible. And it's also the eye of your invincible brother. Blood Eye? After seeing this, Lin Mo was extremely pleased. It seemed that the technique had already followed him. At this point, Lin Mo had to speak up to prevent anyone from getting hurt. Do you want to know where the demon is? It's right behind you. The students barely paid attention, brushing it off as Lin Mo joking around. You think we're going to be scared by your joke? Everyone thought he was being ridiculous until a ghostly hand shot out and pierced through the body of the cowardly girl. She kept screaming, "Help me!" If she were someone who knew how to think and sacrifice for others, she might have had a chance to be saved. But given her current situation and nature, she deserves what's happening to her. I wonder if any of her classmates will rush out to save her now. The invisible demon continued to tighten its grip around the female student, draining all the blood from her body. All her life force was sucked away. It was truly a formidable being. My God, is there really a demon? How could she suddenly transform into that state? In fact, they couldn't see the demon's invisibility. Essentially, the only identifiable sign that there was a demon in the room was the unusual change in the female student's condition, her body suddenly fluctuating. Even though they looked around, they couldn't see any demon at all.
In an instant, the female student lost her head, her body split into three, and she was effectively removed from the exam. Lin Mo thought that if she didn't have such heavy karma and hadn't caused her boyfriend to lose an arm, she might not have met such a tragic end. Even he felt sympathy for her. Those students who had arrogantly claimed there was no demon now had their eyes wide open in disbelief. Lin Mo had the blood eye, which allowed him to see invisible demons. All he had to do was hold out until midnight. There's no need to go to such extremes. Let the students handle it. I need to protect myself first. The kid with purple hair suddenly felt something was off with Mo Qing's presence, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. It was definitely some kind of invisible ghost, one they couldn't see. It was actually quite smart. The young man with glasses wondered, then how could Lin Mo detect it? To stay safe, the only choice is to follow Lin Mo. What's so surprising? Turns out, they just know how to tag along. So they all decided to follow Lin Mo. It's possible that his right eye, the blood eye, allowed him to see things ordinary people couldn't. If we follow him, we won't go wrong. The guy with glasses was still very upset. We were the ones who spotted that Shui Tonggue first, but damn it, we got beaten to it. His anger earned Lin Mo another 40 points for breaking the room. He was stunned because, clearly, they were just running. He hadn't done anything, yet his points were increasing. When he turned around, he saw that the students were still chasing after him. The invisible ghost was following them, and they, in turn, were following him. It was basically like the invisible ghost was tailing him directly. Even running for his life didn't bring peace. They really were a troublesome bunch. He'd have to figure out if there was any way to shake them off. At this moment, the two fierce spirits Lin Mo had just recruited expressed their desire to deal with the damned demon. Lin Mo wondered, why would it want this? Do they have some sort of grudge against each other? It turned out that it had stolen a significant amount of meat from the Long Ling demon, leaving it extremely agitated. Well, since they're at it, he might as well trigger it and let them handle each other. If he didn't increase the Electrode demon's loyalty soon, he feared it would inevitably turn against him. It seemed that helping it eliminate the invisible demon would make it more willing to cooperate. After all, this was a grudge it wanted to settle due to the meat that had been taken from it. Lin Mo suddenly stopped, causing the students behind him to feel even more confused. The young man with glasses hurriedly asked, "Why aren't we running anymore? Did we lose the demon? But if we just keep following this group, we'll only tire ourselves out. How are we going to hold out?" The blonde kid, now in panic mode, asked, "So, what should we do now?" At this point, running is the only option. Lin Mo, just the fact that you're leading us away from the demon is enough to make me grateful. The young man turned around and said decisively and coldly, "I don't want to run. I just need to kill the demon, and that's it." Everyone felt like the young man was looking for death. The invisible demon was a mid-level Long Ling, even teachers wouldn't dare face it. It's hard to see it, let alone deal with it. Moreover, that kid with glasses kept encouraging his friends to just run away, saying that if he dies, no one will compete with the kid with purple hair anymore. They truly underestimated Lin Mo's abilities. The young man walked confidently toward the invisible demon, unafraid, ready to face it. All actions of the students who selected targets for this exam were recorded by the examiners. Every teacher in the school could monitor each student's movements on the large screens. Each teacher was responsible for a side. Seeing so many out signals on the screen, they were already bewildered by their students' performance. Some were strangled to death, some were vomiting blood, and others could only cry for help. The remaining survivors had lost all hope. The teachers sighed in frustration. They're really done for. The 7 students in the demon realm of death all failed the exam, and 4 more seriously injured students had to leave the competition, while 3 lost their lives. On the other side, the situation was equally grim. 8 students from the distant demon realm were seemingly so frightened that they scattered in all directions. One of the students had to be sent to a psychiatric hospital.
If things continue like this, our province won't even be able to produce a demon master.
All the teachers were in a state of confusion.
Only that teacher remained calmly seated, observing them, and asked, "How's Amen doing on your side?" Let me digress a bit here.
This teacher was the most beautiful in the school, had given birth, yet still had a cold demeanor, exactly my type, guys.
Even the way she responded showed her composed and charismatic aura.
There were still 4 students left on my side. The other teachers were extremely surprised.
4 left? That's impressive.
But the teacher sighed. They might have passed this exam smoothly. But now, he's chosen to directly oppose Long Ling with the Grand Massacre style, which is a test of an ordinary high school student's ability to escape.
He's basically no match for the malevolent spirit. The person the teachers were talking about was none other than Lin Mo. Our Lin Mo. Every move he made was being closely monitored by the teachers.
However, even though he had signed a contract with a demon, he hadn't had enough time to mature, and he was still definitely weak. It was a classic case where someone thought signing a contract with a few weeping demons would make them look powerful. But it's rare to see a high school student so bold. How many students who chose the A-grade demon realm had the courage to face Long Ling? Knowing this, yet the teacher still sighed like that, isn't it such a pity? In the exam, Lin Mo was still facing off one-on-one against the invisible demon, thinking he had caught it, but to his surprise, it ran away incredibly fast. It was simply impossible to catch up, its speed was no joke. The students now didn't dare to look, just covered their faces with their hands.
Lin Mo was doomed. Who told him to underestimate this demon?
Lin Mo summoned all the demons that had signed contracts with him to join forces and fight against the invisible demon.
Surprised, right? He summoned another contracted demon once again. Isn't that beyond his limit? Is it only 0.5? The contract limit could still be increased, and the demon could be fully developed.
His limit had already reached 1.5, but even with 1.5, it was still lower than mine.
The glasses-wearing kid.
Thinking this way, at this point, if anyone were to be called delusional, it would definitely be him. The glasses-wearing kid smirked to himself.
His contract limit was double, but so what? Fundamentally, they were still both useless and couldn't do anything. Besides capturing a mid-level demon, what was there to boast about?
At this point, the greatest power had to be used. Lin Mo activated the electrode demon and charged out to fight it.
As soon as the serrated blade was spotted, the invisible demon seemed to hesitate as well. Lin Mo ordered electrode demon to step in and immediately eliminate the invisible demon.
To avenge the grudge from years ago, having consumed too much of the malevolent spirit's flesh, it rushed forward without hesitation. In its gigantic form, one slash would likely be enough to take care of the job.
The frantic screams echoed throughout the space.
Just from the sound, it was clear that this battle was going to be intense and fierce. A demon with the power of malevolent spirit fighting against another demon with comparable strength, no one could predict who would come out victorious. To avenge that grudge, it seemed that Electrode Demon grew increasingly stronger, nearly 1,000 times more powerful than it had been before. Each saw continued its forward path, and with one strike, it tore the invisible demon into 100 pieces.
How dare you steal my flesh?
System notification, host, be aware, the invisible demon's health is at 5%, you must use mortal sound seeking fate, slaughter by severance immediately. Lin Mo seemed overjoyed, as the female demon with large breasts continued to strum the smallest of sharp strings, determined to destroy the enemy.
It was truly effective. In just a moment, it had obliterated the invisible demon. And from this, Electrode Demon's loyalty increased by 25%.
Its loyalty had grown incredibly fast, just from once eliminating the grudge that had been inside it.
Electrode Demon was indeed a simpleton. Whether it was hatred or affection, it only responded to flesh in its own way.
With this in mind, Lin Mo would come up with a way to tame it more effectively by using flesh to decide its fate.
Just buy it some more meat, that should be enough. It will be satisfied and its loyalty will increase.
After the battle, Lin Mo successfully won and obtained a mid-level demon pearl, which could be sold on the black market for tens of thousands. It was truly something not bad. With everything wrapped up, he also stored all the demons back into his body. The students who witnessed this scene were stunned one after another, constantly surprised. Not only did he defeat the invisible demon, but he also formed a contract with the electrode demon. Two perfected demons, along with his innate demon, surpassed all the students present. How could this be possible? They were all extremely surprised by this. But it didn't stop there. In such a short time, he had managed to activate the skill of his innate demon, thanks to his superior comprehension. They all thought it was incredible. If this continued, the position of first place for the kid was sure to be in danger. Things had changed a lot from before to now. In the past, Lin Mo was looked down upon to such an extent, but now he was standing proudly, smiling brightly. No matter how frustrated the students were, there was nothing they could do. To maintain his first place ranking, the kid with the purple hair reminded himself that he absolutely could not let Lin Mo continue to grow. If he did, it would become a major disaster in the future. The teachers, observing his calm demeanor, were equally intrigued and amazed. It didn't take a day before he signed a contract with 3 demons. At this rate, he might even catch up to the high-ranking officials of the military district. Not only that, his skills were activated, and his proficiency in skill release was excellent. A male student who thought he would be at the bottom of the class was now causing everyone to be astonished and amazed. That's seriously so cool. They had thought Lin Mo Nghing was in direct confrontation with that Long Ling, but who would have thought that he had a plan, a strategy, everything was within his calculations, and there was nothing foolish about his actions. Among this year's students, besides the young lady from a wealthy family and the district chief's daughter who single-handedly defeated 2 Long Lings, there was also Lin Mo. Truly, they were formidable opponents, and the teachers were all deeply considering this. At that moment, the minister arrived. He seemed very excited about this case. Was there really a student as talented as this? Although this man was older, he still carried himself with a strong presence. You stand out quite a bit. Looking at his expression, it was obvious how satisfied he was. Handsome, charismatic, no wonder he was the minister. He announced that once the exams were over, Teacher MN would contact this kid named Lin Mo. We need to provide him with the best training resources so he can develop to his fullest potential. And of course, the teachers immediately followed his orders. Even before the exams were over, things were already so easy. After dealing with that hidden malevolent spirit demon, there would be no more obstacles left here. Now was the time to relax and unwind. Admiring the sky, the clouds, the sea, and everything in between. Every demon in this world has its own story, its own power waiting for us to uncover. If one were to make a pact with all of them, wouldn't Lin Mo end up with an entire army of demons at his disposal? Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly excited. Alternatively, the pinnacle of this world could very well be him standing alone at the top, 1,000,000 demons bowing to his command. It's a dream, of course, but now it's on the verge of becoming reality. The idea of holding the entire world in his hands didn't seem bad at all. Just thinking about it made his energy soar, as if it had doubled in a single day. The teacher watching this couldn't help but feel elated and thrilled. It seemed that there was indeed someone with truly extraordinary abilities. The exam was over, and the results were in. Only 4 students remained in the world now, with Lin Mo having completed the task in the best possible way, making him the obvious winner. Among the 6 participants in this exam, Hao Koan and Mo Qing were the 2 who failed to pass at level A. Hao Koan was the student who had to rely on a talisman, while Mo Qing, just hearing his name gave off a sense of helplessness, ended up meeting his tragic fate, slain by a ghostly demon. This love story ended in ruin. The blonde-haired student let out a light sigh of relief, glad to have kept his life. Though he didn't crave standing on top, the results showed that he had been fortunate enough to form a pact with a demon, even though he hadn't killed any demons himself. All in all, he scored 60 points. As for Lu Su, the young man wearing glasses, he only had the selfish act of getting a tattoo. Other than that, the only achievement he managed was signing a contract with a demon, failing to kill any demons, and earning 70 points. Sun Lei Lei, the kid with purple hair, signed a contract with a demon, killed 2 demons, and earned a total of 80 points. The final boss was always a surprise. Lin Mo had signed contracts with 2 weeping demons and 1 malevolent spirit, killing 1 weeping demon and 1 malevolent spirit. His score reached 90 points. The classmates were furious, laughing at others one day, only to be laughed at themselves the next. This exam belonged to Lin Mo, and the reward was a pearl. In total, up until now, Lin Mo had accumulated 5 elementary level demonic tier pearls, 1 intermediate level malevolent spirit from Guizhou, and now another advanced level demonic tier pearl, enough to help Blood Eye reach malevolent spirit level, thus activating the second skill. Truly remarkable. The classmates were completely shocked when Lin Mo placed this pearl into a bag that, at first glance, looked like a trash bag. Truly a kiddo, so clueless. Did he just put a pearl into a trash bag? Little did they know, the bag was filled with pure gold. The proctor declared, "Congratulations to everyone for passing the exam. You may leave now, you've finally overcome the challenges you needed to." The teacher's sweat kept pouring out, filled with endless worry, praying that her students would definitely return safely. Just then, a notification came that the students were coming back, but it was truly unexpected, so much so that even the teacher couldn't hold back her tears. How could this happen? The condition of the students is truly tragic. Some are injured, some have lost an arm, others are blind in one eye. Everyone needs to be rushed to the hospital immediately. Now, there are students here, blood everywhere, and they can't survive another second, another minute. The teacher kept calling for help, completely panicked, urgently running out to call the doctor. There are students here who are losing blood, immediate first aid is needed for all levels. Doctor, please go in and assist all these students in this world. I don't know if they are going to take an exam or head to their graves, it's truly a disaster. The teacher started to count. 20 students passed the exam, of which 10 were seriously injured. Lin Mo was the only one who survived, making it out of the A-level demon realm. This was the most unexpected thing, something no one could have imagined. The teacher, in a state of panic, approached and asked. After all, in her memory, this boy's abilities should never have been able to make it out of the A-level demon realm safely. Lin Mo, are you okay? Why aren't you reacting? Did the experience inside scare you so much it affected your nerves? I'm fine now, everything's over. The teacher hugged Lin Mo, her chest pressing against his face, feeling a little shy and awkward. The system displayed the name Lin Mo, with a score of 90 points, and he had achieved MVP. This was a remarkable feat, one that no one could have imagined. A boy who used to sit quietly in class now dominated the entire school, even showing the potential to become a genius. It was an achievement that no one could have predicted, not even himself. Lin Mo's teacher was surprised. Her once quiet and underperforming student had now come first in the entire grade for the A-level demon realm, and without even getting injured. She patted him on the back and praised, "You truly live up to being my student. I told you, you could do it." Lin Mo, on the other hand, was at a loss. She scolded him all the time, didn't she remember that? The teacher then pointed to a bag on the table and asked, "What's this?" Lin Mo replied, "It's something I found in the demon realm." The teacher exclaimed, "Did you take something from the dead? I never expected a student to make it through the A-level demon realm. But you dared to take something from the dead? You must have a lot of guts. Could you be the new rising star?" Suddenly, there was a noise from the side. Lin Mo saw He Xiaopan sleeping soundly. He was speechless. This guy hasn't been sleeping all day in the demon realm, has he? Upon seeing He Xiaopan's test score, he praised, "This guy's not bad. Shouldn't you wake up? If you don't, the whole team's going to be dead. Wake up and let's go eat. My treat." He Xiaopan woke up, and Lin Mo laughed triumphantly, "This fatty of yours only eats quickly." The two of them walked down the street looking for a restaurant when Lin Feng called Lin Mo.
He said to He Xiaopan, "I'm going to take a phone call, you go ahead and pick the dishes first." The voice on the other end spoke loudly.
"How is my good son doing? Did you fail?" Lin Mo announced that he had been granted MVP by the demon realm.
Lin Feng, upon hearing the news, laughed heartily. "That's my son." And Shuang added, "Good job, son. Let's see who dares to say our son is uneducated. If you run out of money, just let us know.
We've sold some rice these past few days, we'll send you a little." Lin Mo replied happily, "Money is still enough, I've earned quite a bit in the demon realm."
"Don't work too hard, you two are getting older."
Lin Feng added the final sentence, "Your mother and I are doing just fine."
"Alright, we're going to eat now. Mo and I has really grown up, already thinking about us."
One injured man threatened, "You're good, you little safe zone, but you won't get away with this." Lin Feng decisively used the sickle in his hand to slit his throat. He was angry. "A tiny little safety device, sooner or later we will wipe out all you weaklings."
And Shuang spoke up, "This is already the 7th time this year, the safety device won't detect us, right?" Lin Feng responded confidently, "Definitely not.
They're just expanding their search radius.
If they dare to cross me, then I'll go into the city." Snorted, "Go into the city for what? To bring more trouble to Mo and I?"
Lin Feng grinned wickedly and walked towards the safety headquarters. "I'll send them all to the underworld."
A pot of simple food was brought out. Lin Mo was startled. "Your fat friend here is so polite when calling for guests."
He Xiaopan grinned, "It's rare that he's treating today." Lin Mo looked at his wallet, and then threw 200 coins into the fat guy's stomach.
He asked, "So what were you doing in the demon realm that made you sign a contract with a demon?"
He Xiaopan replied, "At first, I signed a contract with a garbage demon, and I hid inside it all day, starving to death."
Lin Mo, upon hearing this, stepped aside.
It turned out that he had fainted in the garbage bin for a whole day, no wonder he smelled so bad.
He Xiaopan sighed in regret, "From today on, we'll be parting ways.
I'm heading to the university, and Mo bro is going for graduate school.
Don't forget about your old buddy when you've made some money."
Lin Mo, while claiming that his theoretical scores were the lowest, secretly thought that with the system, whether he went to a university or graduate school, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Suddenly, He Xiaopan looked excited and pointed at the screen.
"Look, Mo bro, there's a beautiful woman."
It turned out the announcement on the screen was about the eldest daughter of the Safety Bureau, who had just killed 2 high-level malevolent spirits.
Her portrait appeared on the TV. Lin Mo wasn't impressed. Given the resources of the Safety Bureau, what was so difficult about killing 2 high-level malevolent spirits?
He Xiaopan teased, "You're just jealous because you can't reach the same level as her. Look at your background compared to hers, there's no way you'd ever marry someone like her."
Lin Mo shot back, "Well, you're doing great.
You've been chasing that girl for 3 years and still haven't won her over."
Hearing this, He Xiaopan let out a frustrated sigh.
He lost his appetite, and the system immediately awarded Lin Mo 10 points for the remark. While eating, He Xiaopan continued praising the graduate student for likely entering the best university.
With his test scores, he'd definitely get in. "When you get in, don't forget to send me a few pictures."
Lin Mo smirked and said, "Don't worry, the photos that Jun Wanggo wants me to take, I'll definitely manage to get them."
He Xiaopan asked again, "Who is Jun Wanggo?" Lin Mo answered casually, "He's a celebrity."
He sighed in relief, realizing he had forgotten that there was no Jun Wanggu in this world.
After eating, He Xiaopan asked to leave first.
Lin Mo took a taxi to Bailan residential area. The car sped off quickly, and Lin Mo was browsing on his phone when suddenly the car shook violently. He stuck his head out of the window and realized this didn't seem like the way to Bailan residential area. Looking at the driver's expression, he panicked.
"Oh no, I've gotten into the wrong car."
The driver quickly swerved the steering wheel, announcing that they had arrived. The car made a sharp turn and spun around. The driver opened the door and pushed Lin Mo, "Boss, we've arrived." He saw the figure of a woman ahead and secretly smirked. Not bad, her body was fine. And Ran turned around and smiled with satisfaction. Lin Mo immediately showed a disapproving expression. It turned out the only thing worth looking at was her back. She was furious. What did you say? At the same time, the system added 20 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo didn't expect to get the points, but her face still gave him a sense of DJVU. Suddenly, Ran stepped toward Lin Mo and kicked the car behind him. Then she asked, "The intel told me you've earned quite a few demon pearls in the demon realm, right? If you know what's good for you, hand all of them over. I might consider leaving one for you." Lin Mo was taken aback by the fact that this world even had kidnapping and extortion. "Hey, big sis, I've been straightforward my whole life. Keeping one for myself won't do much, so you might as well take them all." And Ran was furious. "I'm talking about the demon pearl." Lin Mo tried to change the subject. "What kind of animal is the demon pearl? Is its meat good?" She lost patience. "Are you talking back to me? Don't you understand the situation you're in? Have you been watching the news? Do you know about the Black Abyss gang? I'm the boss. A fortnight ago, the safety bureau surrounded me, and I had to escape from Dongping to Shiping through a bloody path." Chapter 1. When was that? Lin Mo teased her. "It must have been tough for you, right? I guess it's time for a break now, huh?" And Ran was trembling with anger when she heard that. She shouted, "So what if I didn't rest? This has nothing to do with you." He rejected her comment. "I just care about you a bit. If you're tired, you should rest instead of pushing yourself too hard." The system added 20 points. And Ran's anger surged. "Stop talking nonsense. Give me the demon pearl, right now." The system again added 60 points. One of the men behind her raised a knife and spoke up. "Boss, stop wasting your breath on it. Let's just take the stuff by force." Lin Mo panicked and ran. "Damn it, are they really going to take my waist?" He fled immediately. Two of the subordinates summoned death demons and summoned the ghost pouch. They controlled them to attack. And Ran ordered, "Attack." The little ghost and the ghost pouch were controlled and rushed toward Lin Mo. But he managed to dodge. Lin Mo slowly stood up. He was also worried in his heart. This was his first time fighting a demon master. He couldn't afford to be careless. The little demon and the impact demon charged toward Lin Mo, following orders. Lin Mo recalled hearing about a black gang on the news that specialized in looting, but the safety bureau might not just turn a blind eye. Upon reflection, it seemed like something that could be dealt with easily. He smirked, thinking to himself, "Let's see how strong you really are." Zhuang Han grew furious. "Kiddo, don't underestimate others." He ordered the drunken demon to get outrageously drunk, and it spat a large mouthful of alcohol toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately pinched his nose, the stench of alcohol overwhelming. It wasn't good. He was starting to feel a bit tipsy. But it worked in his favor. This bizarre, effective method of control was increasing. And Ran watched him sway in satisfaction. "Let me show you a little of our strength." She gave the command. "Summon the mummy demon, the dream phantom demon." Lin Mo was startled. The woman had managed to summon two high-level weeping demons. And Ran shouted, "Mummy demon, dream phantom, take the hit." Immediately, the mummy demon slammed its fists into the ground, and Lin Mo's body began to tremble. He sensed something was wrong. Two pieces of paper flew swiftly toward him. Then, Lin Mo slapped himself hard across the face. "I'm done for, gotta hurry." He slapped the other side of his face, then slapped himself a few more times. And Ran and her group were taken aback. It was quite brutal. The two pieces of paper neared Lin Mo's feet. And Ran was thrilled, sure she was about to capture him, but Lin Mo managed to dodge. Zhuang Han and Ran didn't expect this. Had he really been intimidated? How did he figure out where the mummy demon was? One of Lin Mo's eyes turned red, and they immediately noticed collectively shouting, "Blood Eye, this is going to be a bit tricky." She commanded them to charge together. They directed their demons to attack simultaneously. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeve and said, "It's my turn now." He summoned a high-level weeping demon, profane sound, revealing fate. She played her instrument, causing the demons to clutch their heads. And Rant's people were also suffering from the headache. Lin Mo calculated in his mind, realizing he needed a critical move, otherwise, once the effect wore off, he would surely die. He summoned and commanded another demon to go into the extreme demonic form and kill them all. Both sides charged and attacked without prior coordination. Boss Black Abyss Gang and Ran grimaced from the sharp pain in her eardrum caused by the chaotic sound. Lin Mo stood still for a moment, observing the situation with a sharp gaze. When fighting, always strike the general first. He subtly raised his hand, signaling to take down the one behind. The extreme demon growled and obeyed. It leaped over the other malevolent spirits, directly attacking Boss Black Abyss Gang and Ran. A decisive and powerful slash, but she hastily dodged it in time. Lin Mo was surprised it didn't land. A malevolent spirit had quickly shielded her. The dark light of the dream demon might be a passive skill, limited to a certain space, and would automatically dispel when controlled. The malevolent spirit quickly pulled her out of the battle, and Boss Black Abyss Gang and Ran swiftly regained her defensive stance. She was bewildered by Lin Mo's strength. Previously, there had been some attempts to probe a few students who had just finished their exams. Not only did they activate few skills, but their control abilities were weak, making them easy to defeat. But the person in front of her was very strong. Lin Mo was also deep in thought, calculating, the demon master is indeed not easy to deal with. If I can't defeat that female clown, I'll have to deal with you all first. Then, the two members of the Black Abyss Gang had not yet broken free from the dark light. Devil's Extreme, quick as lightning, rushed forward to attack. The boss of the Black Abyss Gang and Ran screamed in fear to stop them, "This is bad." But it was too late. Devil's Extreme swiftly severed Zhuang Han's leg. Lin Mo, furious, gave an order, missing by a fraction, but it still had an effect. Devil's Extreme continued to slash, though it had been distracted by Zhuang Han's leg. Lin Fan frowned, "Damn it, lost control." Devil's Extreme quickly enjoyed the meal placed before him. Lin Fan clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the chaos inside. As expected, even the heavy demon master had a hard time controlling the malevolent spirit. When the sound of the profane stringed instrument, revealing fate, ended and entered the cooldown period, the malevolent spirits that had been controlled began to break free from their restraints. Zhuang Han screamed in pain, his cry tearing through the chaotic atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. Devil's Extreme remained seated, leisurely enjoying his spoils. Little Demon shot down from above like a bolt of lightning, directly attacking Devil's Extreme. A delicious piece of meat fell from his mouth and rolled onto the ground. Devil's Extreme, enraged, turned to strike back at the malevolent spirit. "Dare to disturb me while I'm eating?" The gaze of the Devil's Extreme became more dangerous than ever. The battlefield was chaotic, filled with horrified screams. The boss of Black Abyss Gang and Ran quickly gave an order. "This time, it's our fault. We didn't expect he could make a pact with 3 demons. Saving the person is more important. Let's run." Without waiting another second, the subordinates of Black Abyss Gang quickly retreated, hastily pulling the severely injured Zhuang Han. The group urgently ran toward the waiting car. "Get in the car." Inside the car, those who had just escaped kept trembling, cold sweat soaking their backs. The car sped away at high speed, leaving behind a trail of dust. The boss of Black Abyss Gang and Ran also quickly withdrew. "I've memorized your face. This isn't over." Lin Mo gave a faint smile. "Next time we meet, remember to dress properly. Your torn clothes are quite revealing." The system then displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 points for breaking the room. But he felt a sense of familiarity, like he had seen her before. He recalled an image he had once seen. It seemed to be Gao TT.
He immediately searched for information about her.
Gao TT was the daughter of the head of the safety bureau, and Tone.
Demon Pearl could have as much as she wanted, so why was she here to steal a few of his demon feet?
This only confused him more. The more he looked, the more it seemed like her.
What was really going on? Lin Mo glanced to his side. Shen Tong brother, what do you think? Miss Shui Tong Gue also pondered and speculated.
Based on my analysis, the similarity is up to 80%. Lin Mo gave a thumbs up, deeply impressed. Indeed, professionals were on a different level. However, he was curious, why had the daughter of the chief of security set her sights on him? He pondered for a moment, but something felt off.
Didn't the news say she was very strong? Why couldn't she even beat him by herself?
The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became, so he decided to stop thinking about it. Lin Mo picked up a gem, smiling secretly to himself. It wasn't exactly without reward. After being attacked, the item had also fallen. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, his face full of confusion.
What kind of place is this? He yelled. If you're going to drag me to this godforsaken spot, at least take me back. How the hell am I supposed to get home now? In the dimly lit warehouse, a scream echoed.
Zhuang Han's face was pale, sweat pouring from his brow as the master hurriedly attended to him. His wounds were being crudely stitched up.
The boss of the Black Abyss gang, and Ran, stood by, continuously encouraging him. Hang in there.
Zhuang Han's lips were ashen, his teeth gritted.
I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've dragged everyone into this mess.
Hearing this, her gaze wavered slightly.
Dragged into what? You've always followed me, doing everything for me. I'm already very grateful. How could I blame you?
It's just our bad luck to have run into him.
That person is truly too strong.
One of the other men in the group, his face filled with anger, spoke up.
If that damn guy hadn't stolen your fate and your ghost, you wouldn't have had to go after that kid.
She quickly washed her face, her eyes hardening as her words became full of resolve.
If I ever run into him again, I will definitely avenge you.
The night was quiet, the air chilly, and the door to the room slightly ajar. Lin Mo stepped in, his face clearly showing frustration.
What bad luck, having to go all the way back on his bike.
Lin Mo lay down on the bed, his body filled with exhaustion, his eyes half closed as his mind began to slip into sleep. Suddenly, a sound from upstairs startled him, his face turning red with anger. Lin Mo sat up on the bed, shouting loudly, "Damn it, making noise at this hour." He gritted his teeth and muttered, his expression full of irritation.
The landlord's family keeps letting their sons sing loudly at night.
Last time, when I complained, they dared to scold me like I was nothing. Lin Mo flashed a sinister smile. Today, I'll make them pay. He quickly summoned the high-level weeping demon and instructed her, wait for the right moment, then do this. Upstairs, the sound of karaoke music echoed through the room. People were gathering, laughing and chatting loudly. The landlord's son, holding a microphone, excitedly shouted, "Let me sing one more song." Suddenly, the mother, sitting on the sofa, shuddered.
She glanced at the window, wondering, why do I feel so cold all of a sudden? Turning to her husband, she quietly asked, her face mixed with fear, "Do you think there's a ghost?"
The husband calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, all the ghosts in the city have been dealt with by the safety bureau.
It's probably just the storm." The son, annoyed, complained, "What are you two talking about? Aren't you even paying attention to me singing?"
The father laughed, trying to reassure, "Your parents are still listening, go on, son."
The boy ignored his mother's strange behavior and continued singing into the microphone.
The living room light flickered, and the mother jumped in shock. The father tried to remain calm, "The electrical line is unstable, there's nothing to be afraid of." The mother instinctively turned her head, her eyes wide with horror.
Why is the power cut off, but the TV is still on?
Suddenly, a ghost with long hair appeared on the TV. The mother and son immediately screamed in panic.
The ghost turned off the TV. The father grabbed the remote and pressed the off button. He turned back and asked, "What's wrong with you two?"
The mother and son both let out a relieved sigh. The father, still confused, muttered, "Where did the ghost come from on the TV?" The mother, panicked, her eyes bulging, cried, "The ghost is behind you." The father spun around, his heart pounding. A cold, hoarse voice from behind stunned them both. Who is singing in the middle of the night? Who dares summon me? The scream echoed through the house, and Lin Mo was thoroughly pleased. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 60 points for breaking the room." He smiled contentedly and then commanded the high-ranking weeping demon, big-breasted ghost, "Go back." Angry shouts from the room upstairs came down. "Singing at this hour, summoning a ghost too? I'll beat you to death. You won't sing again. For the rest of your life, you'll never dare to sing. Let me sleep in peace." In the hallway, Lin Mo accidentally ran into the father and son of the household as they were walking toward him. He cheerfully raised his hand and greeted the father and son with a friendly wave. "Hey, what's up, host? What happened last night to make it so intense?" The kid was holding his cheek with one hand while clutching his father's hand with the other, trying to avoid him. But how could Lin Mo be fooled? He teased the kid. "Kid, what's up with your face? Did you get beaten up?" The boy's father seemed troubled about what had happened the previous night. "Don't even mention it, last night, you brought the ghost over." Lin Mo grinned, eager to gossip. "A ghost, you say? I didn't see anything in my room? It must have been because your son was singing at night, that's when Chu showed up." Upon hearing this, the father angrily kicked the boy, causing him to let out a yelp. "You little brat, singing at night like that." After giving his unruly son a good thrashing, the father turned to Lin Mo and asked for his help. "Little brother, are you knowledgeable about this? Can you help me get rid of that ghost? My family couldn't sleep a wink last night." Lin Mo scratched his head, pretending to haggle. "This is easy, I'm a high-level exorcist, those little ghosts are nothing. But I still owe several months' rent." The landlord immediately raised his hand, knowing what Lin Mo was implying. "No need to pay." Hearing this, Lin Mo's face lit up, like he had struck gold, and he immediately agreed. "All right then, take me to see it." Scene change. After being invited to the landlord's house, he immediately sprinkled salt around the property. Then, he filled his mouth with water and spat it forcefully onto the family, looking like he was venting his frustration. After performing 7,749 rituals, he happily left. The music demon had been dispelled, and next time, he was advised not to sing so late at night. Behind him, the whole family was in a cheerful mood, except for the mischievous son. "Thank you, master. You are truly amazing." After the family turned their backs and closed the door, just then, Lin Mo's phone rang. He opened it, shifting from a cheerful to a serious expression as he read the message from a junior calling him. After replying to the message from afar, his attention was drawn to an avatar on his phone. It was the chubby guy who wanted to play a game of false glory with him. It reminded him of a game he had played in a past life. "After all, I was a king in my previous life, battling to achieve bronze and platinum ranks." Upon returning home, without even doing anything, Lin Mo immediately jumped into a few rounds of Shaoban. On his phone, the list of participants for the game appeared. Once the formation was complete, he let out a small smile. As expected, it was similar to the game from before, and there was Shui Tonggui just the right opportunity to practice his skills. He scrolled through the choices and selected a character with octopus tentacles and an outfit to match. Then, he quickly opened the chat and arrogantly said to the other players, "My Shui Tonggui once fought against the 5 deadly forces, you all better get ready to die." Upon hearing this, a player retorted, "Kim Thing is solid, don't act dumb, I found your battle record. 12 consecutive hits." He happily replied, "Even I can do a single consecutive hit."
Kim Taeching is indeed solid, I've seen it myself.
Stop it, win or lose is yet to be seen.
It's a draw. It seems like no one believes in you.
Alright, I'll show you all just how impressive I am. You'll know my true power soon enough.
The scene quickly moved into the match. He arrived and immediately asked his teammates to help clear the way. In middle school, you could always count on your friends to help you clear the path.
The screen gradually revealed more and more characters, looking no different from a typical League of Legends game. At this moment, he found an opening.
This was the moment. Without hesitation, he executed his move, forcing the opponent to retreat in haste. Seeing this mummy run so fast, I can't help but feel a little impressed.
This damn mummy has quick reflexes.
It even dodged a fatal blow.
Right at this moment, the mummy launched a counterattack, triggering a binding skill. Seeing this, Lin Mo became a bit intrigued.
He quickly responded with a counterattack. How dare you fight back? You've made me predict your movements. This round is already decided.
Shuitong Gue activated a counterattack skill, and just like that, the victory swings in favor of our male lead. Boss Black Abyss Gang, and Ran, was sitting in a hammock, clearly frustrated by whatever game she was playing.
What kind of useless creature is this Shuitong Gue? Even a middle schooler can take it down? No way, I have to get my revenge.
Meanwhile, Lin Mo was still playing his game when suddenly, a notification from the game system popped up, leaving him dumbfounded, eyes wide open.
Congratulations, the player has received 10 dungeon points. Where did these points come from?
But, whatever, I'll just keep playing the game.
Must be the player controlling that mummy, huh? Well, that's fine by me.
He laughed as he played, feeling lucky as he gathered more and more rewards.
The mummy says, I've come to join you.
In the game, the character continuously attacked enemies from the left, executing the great killing special strike, then moved to the right to strike again, racking up consecutive kills, and then kept attacking straight ahead. Before long, the system kept displaying a flood of unstoppable notifications.
Congratulations, the host has gained 10 points for breaking the defense. Congratulations, the host has gained 10 points for breaking the defense.
In no time, the game was finished, sweeping through thousands of enemies.
Congratulations, the host has gained 10 points for breaking the defense. Congratulations, the host has gained 10 points for breaking the defense.
On one side, there was a grand victory, while on the other, a crushing defeat. Boss of the Black Abyss Gang, and Ran, was enraged, his face darkening and twisting in disbelief, unable to speak, silently cursing.
Damn it, is this Shuitong Gue crazy? He's wiping me out like this.
I haven't even given up yet, playing while crying, making 1,000 expressions, and now he's coming again.
I'm about to lose my mind.
Soon, Lin Mo's side won. After finishing the game, Lin Mo stretched lightly, unable to hide the joy on his face. He had earned 100 points just from playing the game. He wondered how the other player was doing. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification from Xiaohe, a friend request. After opening the phone and checking the profile of this person, he couldn't help but feel a sense of recognition.
This guy must be controlling that zombie monster. Though he was handsome, Lin Mo wasn't stupid.
He knew exactly what the other side was doing and immediately rejected the friend request without hesitation, wanting to avoid any friend requests that might lead to insults.
Not gonna happen.
Just as he thought he wouldn't get anything out of it, the system notification once again flooded his screen.
Congratulations, the host has gained 10 points for breaking the defense.
Seeing this, Lin Mo's face lit up with joy, crossing his legs and arms, and he indeed received points. But the joy didn't last long as he spoke and recalled the name of the mummy. Shuitong Gue's two skills not only could dispel control but also reflect attacks, and then he reached into his pocket to fish out something.
If this were a real battle, the counterattack would be a crucial key.
It turned out that he was taking out a bunch of demon pearls for calculation, likely to use up all the demon pearls to level up Shuitong Gue. He brought the demon pearls up to his eyes and muttered a counterattack spell. Immediately, his eyes turned red. At the same time, the system continuously notified him that Shui Tonggui's loyalty had increased by 5%.
Shui Tonggui leveled up to Advanced Weeping Demon. Shui Tonggui also leveled up to Primary Malevolent Spirit.
He used magic to activate the floating screen, and sure enough, he leveled up by 2 ranks. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the system and continued to activate the counterattack skill for Shui Tonggui. The system deducted 500 points to unlock the second counterattack skill of Shui Tonggui. At this moment, the system displayed the counterattack skill at level 1 and its details. Activate this skill when controlled by the enemy, reflect 50% of the damage back to the opponent, consumes 50 spiritual aura, cooldown time 180. After leveling up the skill, he was dumbfounded, not expecting the technique to be so powerful, not to mention shortening the cooldown time. Lin Mo stood up to admire his appearance after using the counterattack, but with such an exaggerated effect, the long cooldown time was understandable. While admiring his handsome face, he felt a sense of satisfaction for achieving his goal: 1 ring for Weeping Demon, 2 rings for Malevolent Spirit. This meant that the higher the rank, the more rings the eyes would have. What would the highest level of his eyes look like, he wondered. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door that interrupted Lin Mo's train of thought. He quickly regained his usual composure and wondered, who could be coming to see me at this hour?
At the apartment where Lin Mo lived, he walked to the door and asked, "What's the matter?"
Zhu Feng smiled brightly and greeted him, "I'm the principal of Baiyang Academy."
Lin Mo was surprised.
Zhu Feng had come to invite him to join the academy. He warmly shook his hand, feeling a bit excited. To think that the principal himself had come to find him, the treatment was indeed quite good. But why had he never heard of this school before? He stepped aside and invited Zhu Feng inside. After a few steps, Zhu Feng turned back and commented, "Lin Mo, your family situation seems rather ordinary, doesn't it?" Lin Mo felt a little puzzled upon hearing this, so he asked, "Is there something wrong?" Zhu Feng eagerly handed him a piece of paper, saying, "Of course, nothing's wrong. I just wanted to tell you that Baiyang Academy will provide you with free accommodation and tuition. It's a great opportunity for you to save a significant amount." Lin Mo took the paper and read through the information about the free tuition, which surprised him. Looking at the certificate on the paper, it seemed like the academy was quite prestigious. Lin Mo felt a growing interest. He thought to himself, the tuition at the Demon Suppression Academy is tens of thousands a year, and now there's this support. It would be a huge help to my family. If everything is covered, it's really tempting. Zhu Feng enthusiastically slammed the enrollment paper down and asked, "So, what do you think? Since I'm personally recruiting you, once you enter the school, you'll go straight into the elite class in the major of your choice. Well, what do you say? Let's sign the enrollment papers, shall we?" He walked up beside him, holding a pen in one hand and pulling him along with the other. Seeing Lin Mo's hesitation, unwilling to sign, Zhu Feng wondered and suddenly turned to ask, "What rank is Baiyang Academy?" Upon hearing this, he froze. Zhu Feng forced a smile, trying to talk his way out of it. "Our Zhang is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, he doesn't care about such trivial things. We all fight for the people, these rankings are just vanity, we shouldn't pay attention to them." Hearing these words, Lin Mo became suspicious. He dropped a question that left Zhu Feng speechless. "You're not just herding chickens, are you?" Zhu Feng hastily tried to explain. "What are you talking about? Baiyang University is the biggest in the entire province, outstanding, and we have so many talents in our school." Lin Mo turned to suggest that he list them out. Zhu Feng broke into a cold sweat, his hand resting on Lin Mo's shoulder as he replied. "It seems like Zhang Maomao and Lu Shangshang, so many I can't even remember them." A woman quickly approached, her high heels clicking loudly on the floor. She walked up and sharply exposed him. "You can't name anyone because there's no one to name, right?" A man stood across from them, smiling and asking. "The largest area in the province is 14,000 hectares, and that's all just talk, isn't it?" Zhu Feng, feeling cornered, snorted coldly and turned away. He shot her a glare, then boasted in a loud voice. But all our teachers are demon masters of the 6th rank or above.
Amen subtly jabbed again. Because you're the only teacher in the whole school, right?
Zhu Feng, exposed, froze. Lin Mo was stunned when he heard the real story.
What?
The whole school had him work as both the principal and a teacher? She took off her glasses and extended her hand to greet him. Let me introduce myself briefly. I am a teacher at Shuefeng Academy, Amen. Lin Mo shook her hand and greeted her back. At that moment, Amen also handed him a paper with a joyful introduction.
I'm here to bring you to our school. Shuefeng Academy is number 1 in the province and 10th nationwide. We invite you, student Lin Mo, to enroll.
When he saw 2 enrollment forms in his hand, one high up and the other down on the ground, Zhu Feng realized that he should give up. He quickly walked over, awkwardly smiling as he snatched his paper back and said with difficulty, "It's fine, any normal person would choose Shuefeng."
I understand. Missing out on a great talent is my regret.
But it's okay, we'll have a chance to cooperate later.
Zhu Feng was extremely disappointed.
Suddenly, her phone in her pocket rang. Amen took it out and saw that the caller was the director of the Ministry of Education.
As soon as she answered, he yelled into her ear, immediately canceling Lin Mo's enrollment in Shuefeng.
Zhu Feng stopped in her tracks to eavesdrop. Amen, puzzled by the reason, was quickly explained to Bai Zhongshan. Director Gao and Deputy Director Sun of the Ministry of Public Security have issued a ban on Lin Mo. Whether it's primary school, middle school, high school, or university, he's not allowed to be enrolled anywhere. He immediately remembered the time he had encountered her.
Deputy Director Sun of the Ministry of Public Security, wasn't she Sun Meilei's father? In that case, the issue with him being banned from transferring might have something to do with her, right? Amen furrowed his brows and asked loudly, "On what basis is it banned?" He responded nonchalantly, "This is none of your concern. Anyway, Lin Mo is done for, just a mere genius. Shuefeng has plenty of those." A brief silence followed after Zhang Shan hung up. Amen, stunned by the situation, immediately asked Lin Mo, "Hey, did you offend someone?"
He slightly furrowed his brows, admitting that he might have done so.
She was currently in deep trouble with this mess and complained, "You've been blacklisted by Jiang University. Even with enormous potential, you'll be buried. I'll try to ask the Ministry of Education to help you secure an admission spot. But it might be a bit difficult." Amen sadly patted Lin Mo's shoulder. He looked up at her and asked, "Can't I just self-study and not go to university?"
Amen vehemently shook her head and explained, "University is the gateway to entering the demon realm. Without a university education, you won't be able to access many important parts of the demon realm. Also, without the theoretical knowledge taught in university, you won't even pass the Demon Master certification, and no teams will need you. Maybe you should apologize to whoever you offended. They might forgive you, and then we might still have a chance to get you into university." Amen cheerfully gave her advice to Lin Mo, but he retorted with a dismissive attitude, "No way.
Forgive? She was clearly in the wrong. Why should I apologize?"
Zhu Feng, who had been silent up until now, clapped and praised him, "Very upright, I like it."
"Who says you don't need university?" Bai Yang said. "We need it."
He quickly took out the admission paper with a sense of arrogance. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, became somewhat curious.
"Does Bai Yang Academy have the qualification to enter the demon realm?"
Zhu Feng stroked his beard, proudly affirming, "Of course, we have all kinds of certificates and teaching credentials.
We are a recognized academy in the province."
Lin Mo, hearing this, was slightly confused and astonished.
"But earlier, on the phone, they said they notified all universities to ban me."
Zhu Feng gave him a glance and snorted coldly.
"Bai Yang is pure and noble.
How could we be associated with the people from the Safety Bureau? I don't take their notice seriously at all."
Amen, seemingly hit by the remark, forced a smile.
Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo cheerfully praised, "The principal is indeed noble and upright."
Good, not convinced, not convinced. He eagerly accepted the compliment, quickly took the admission paper, and then asked Lin Mo to sign it.
Lin Mo did not hesitate, agreeing immediately.
He asked again to confirm with Zhu Feng about the exemption from tuition fees and accommodation. Zhu Feng quickly responded, "Of course, there are no charges for tuition or dormitory fees. The dormitories are clean, high-rise buildings, spacious and large. Don't worry, just sign it."
While Zhu Feng urged Lin Mo to sign the admission form, behind him, a man was trembling with anger. Lin Mo, without further thought, accepted the excellent treatment and the principal's integrity, so studying here was now a certainty. Zhu Feng took back the admission paper and happily said, "Congratulations on becoming a student of Baiyang Academy." Lin Mo looked at him, smiled lightly, and felt joyful inside. Now, only Baiyang Academy in the entire province could accept him. If not here, where else could he go? Zhu Feng lightly patted his shoulder and asked, "By the way, do you have any classmates who want to come to Baiyang to apprentice? If you introduce someone, you'll get rewarded with a pure body demon continent." Lin Mo's face immediately brightened at such a good offer.
He took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, is this He Xiaopan? Did we study together at Baiyang Academy?"
Zhu Feng stood beside him, extremely pleased to have recruited Lin Mo. A man couldn't help but keep looking at him, silently feeling regretful. Originally a rising star, he was now buried by the safety department like this. At the demon item market, the street was sparsely populated, but the lights were still dazzling. The shopkeeper at the market saw him pass by and immediately shouted, "Hey, buddy, come take a look. A starving ghost, you can only catch them when they're starving. Big discount, big discount." Lin Mo walked over and asked the shopkeeper, "What's the skill of this starving ghost?" The shopkeeper carefully explained each feature. The first skill is fast eating, and it can eat demons that are 2 levels below it. The second skill is hunger curse, which creates a symbol on the target, causing them to suffer from hunger, a kind of control effect. The ghost kept looking at Lin Mo, drooling, constantly groaning about being hungry.
Lin Mo stood up and thought deeply.
The skills of the starving ghost were rather ordinary.
The important thing now was that his contract was already full.
He could only wait until he gathered 1,000 points to exchange for the ability to break through defense and increase his contract, or just give it up. The shopkeeper then rubbed his hands and walked over, beginning to persuade.
"Are you still a student? I'll sell you one for 500,000, how about it?" Upon hearing the price, Lin Mo smirked inwardly and thought to himself, "This boss is trying to deceive me. The market price for a starving ghost is only 100,000. Clearly, he's trying to trick me."
He maintained his usual cold demeanor, slowly setting the trap for him.
"This ghost of yours isn't bad, but could you lower the price a bit more?"
The boss stroked his beard, looking troubled.
"Out of respect for our fate, I'll give you a 20% discount. How about 400,000? Lin Mo smiled deeply, tapping the cage. "But this ghost of yours isn't ripe, is it?"
The boss was confused upon hearing this.
"I'm not selling melons here. Why would it need to be ripe?"
Lin Mo then put on a scary expression and spoke in a chilling, threatening tone.
"If it's not ripe, how can I eat it?"
Both the boss and the starving ghost were struck with panic at Lin Mo's demeanor, their hearts almost leaping out of their chests. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed, "Congratulations, host. You've earned 20 points for breaking through the defense."
Lin Mo lowered his gaze and then assessed, "By the way, how much does this starving ghost weigh? Can you weigh it?"
"I'm afraid it might be a few pounds short."
"Will eating a starving ghost make me hungry? Wouldn't that be even worse for me? Do you have any well-fed ghosts?"
The more he asked, the closer he moved toward the iron cage. The ghost inside, seeing Lin Mo's shadow drawing nearer, was so frightened it almost died from fear.
The boss, enraged, yelled, "Get out, I'm not selling anymore."
As soon as he finished cursing, the system chimed again. Congratulations, host. You've earned 100 points for breaking through the defense. Lin Mo received his points, feeling pleased with himself. He pouted, turned, and left, clicking his tongue a few times and sneering. This boss really lacks patience. The boss, hearing this, felt a wave of frustration and anger surge within him. On this side, Sun Mei Lei was strolling with Sun Miao. He turned to console her. That little brat who offended you, our father has already banned him from being admitted. Why are you still upset? He dared to offend us without any backing, serves him right. The hatred and disgust in her heart showed clearly on her face. I'm still so angry, I really just want to spit out all this bad energy right there. Suddenly, there was a commotion that caught Sun Mei Lei's attention. She looked over towards the crowd and saw Lin Mo acting frantically. You're that guy. Sun Miao made a disgusted face, acting arrogantly. Let's see if he can take revenge for you. At that moment, Lin Mo was still busy negotiating with the shop owners there. Boss, look, your demon pearl has a crack. The quality is mediocre, but you're selling it for 200,000. Isn't that a bit overpriced? How about 20 for it instead? The shopkeeper was so infuriated by his blatant haggling that he almost died of frustration. 20 without the one. You little brat, are you a thief? He went over and yanked the demon pearl out of Lin Mo's hand, buying it at the original price, leaving Lin Mo utterly surprised. Sun Miao glanced at Lin Mo with disdain. If you don't have money, don't come to the market. What a disgrace to the demon master. Beside him, Sun Mei Lei was laughing in delight. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, feeling secretly uncomfortable. Why is it Sun Mei Lei? She wants to mess with me? Fine, let her experience how powerful I am. Sun Miao smirked, handing his card to the shopkeeper, swiped the card, unlike someone who only knows how to embarrass the demon master. The man grinned widely. Handsome, your total is 600,000. Lin Mo pointed at the pearl in his hand and scoffed. Who exactly is embarrassing the demon master? 600,000 for a cracked demon pearl like this. The demonic energy in it has probably dissipated by at least 40%. I'd still think 300,000 is too much. Sun Mei Lei stared in confusion and doubt towards Yuan Zhou amidst Lin Mo's soft laughter, but it was understandable. It was precisely to lure a bunch of you rabbits. Immediately afterward, he shot an angry glance at him. I have money, I want to buy, so what if I buy a cracked demon pearl? Can you stop me? Unlike you country bumpkin, can't even afford one piece. Lin Mo immediately grinned, shouting loudly, Hey, shop owners, bring your cracked demon pearls here, there's a big spender buying them at a high price. Hearing this, they couldn't help but excitedly rush over. Hey, handsome, here are 30 cracked demon pearls, originally priced at 8.6 million, now discounted to 8 million. The two of them pressed closer to Sun Miao, making him feel uncomfortable. Sun Mei Lei spoke up to ease the tension. Brother, let's go. As they turned and left, the system suddenly rang with a notification. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 points for breaking the wall. Lin Mo smirked, glancing at them and calculating. Where would it be so easy to leave? Suddenly, he pointed at Sun Miao and shouted loudly, Isn't he the son of Deputy Director Sun from the Safety Bureau? Got some money, but can't spend it? And you all were saying you wanted to buy, but now you won't buy? Isn't that a breach of trust? Deputy Director Sun's reputation can't be ruined by you all. Sun Miao and Sun Mei Lei's faces darkened as they turned around and gritted their teeth, calling out Lin Mo. The people around them started to buzz and crowd around, gossiping. The Sun family wasn't short of money, they must be trying to prevent cracked demon pearls from flooding the market, which is why they were using their own money to reclaim them. He stood there with a darkened expression, amidst the murmurs of conversation. That's Director Sun's son, right? I think he's the genius sophomore from Shuefeng University. If he wants to take it back, it must be real. Immediately, he took out the card in anger, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll buy the 8 million demon pearl. Bring it here. The man smiled broadly and handed it over.
Thank you, boss. Here's your demon pearl.
Sun Miao held the demon pearl box in his hand, his face turning pale. This 80,000 is supposed to buy a demon pearl for cultivation, but instead, I'm stuck with this pile of junk. Sun Mei Lei, standing next to him, spoke angrily. Brother, this country bumpkin is really ruthless. The system's voice continued to ring out. Congratulations, host, you have received 200 points for breaking the seal. Lin Mo walked over, chuckling softly, and clapped his hands in front of them.
Great, that's awesome.
Sun Miao and she both glared at him, gritting their teeth.
Lin Mo, it's all your fault. Do you want to die?
Quickly, kill him, kill him.
He yawned, feeling a bit exasperated. Shouldn't you thank me? Didn't you need the cracked demon pearl? I'm helping you here.
Furious, he pointed at Lin Mo and shouted loudly.
Lin Mo, I want to challenge you. The people around them couldn't help but be amazed and murmur. A sophomore challenging a high school student, that's not even the same level. Perhaps he wants to take revenge.
Lin Mo crossed his arms and smirked, looking down at Sun Miao.
A sophomore from university challenging a high school student? Do you still have any shame?
He, on the other hand, was incredibly angry and handed over the box of pearls. If you win, all of these demon pearls are yours. He looked dazed at the object presented before him while hearing Sun Zhou's provocation.
Demon pearl 8 million, are you brave enough to accept the challenge?
Lin Mo glanced at him indifferently, then subtly calculated. Although the demon pearls were cracked, they were still worth at least 2 million, so why not take them if he could?
Sun Mei Lei angrily spoke with contempt, are you scared now? Then, Lin Mo looked at them with complete naturalness. I accept your challenge.
At this moment, the crowd around the arena gathered in support of him. Kid, good, I support you. This made Xue Feng feel embarrassed.
There were also some who sneered.
Sun Miao is the disciple of the teacher from this school's most respected department.
How can a high school student possibly win? Below the stands, and Ran, the boss of the Black Abyss gang, was somewhat surprised upon seeing Lin Mo.
Then she thought to herself that if it were him, he might actually have a chance to win, so she loudly cheered him on.
Beat Xue Feng's people, beat them to death.
Sun Miao threatened him with a glare. Before we get started, let me make it clear, if you lose a leg or an arm, don't blame me.
Perhaps this was his opportunity.
He sought revenge for the time Lin Mo had previously humiliated him. There was no way he was going to let him have the chance to cripple him. If you can't fight back, just run.
Losing to a second-year student isn't shameful.
Lin Mo showed no sign of fear and said, he talks too much. Then he summoned the Devil's Extreme. As soon as he gave the command, the Devil's Extreme immediately appeared, rushing forward to attack. Sun Miao quickly dodged the first blow, but he was slightly surprised by the primary malevolent spirit.
He sneered, but my demon is the strongest.
In the blink of an eye, a team of super malevolent spirits was summoned.
Drowned spirits, electric shock demons.
Lin Mo silently praised his opponent, this Sun Miao wasn't bad. The people around them also complimented him without end. This battle was well balanced in both offense and defense, and it could be said to be perfect. That third-year kid was hopeless now, he might as well surrender to avoid more punishment. She was probably one of the few who disagreed with the crowd. Although the electric shock demon and the drowned spirit were strong, the freezing period was too long. If the third-year student could catch the right moment and launch a surprise attack, he might still win.
The man beside her laughed, is that kid's boyfriend? Why does the kid seem to be on his side?
She hurriedly explained, I'm not saying nonsense. I just don't want Xue Feng's side to win. The drowned spirit officially entered the fray, unleashing its suffocating attack. Immediately, Lin Mo was unable to move. He tried to hold his breath, secretly worried.
This control skill is too strong.
Sun Miao watched the scene in front of him with satisfaction.
The drowning spirit's control time is 2 minutes. I wonder if you'll survive until then.
As for Lin Mo, he had already prepared a plan, and these 2 minutes were the golden opportunity to execute it. His demon team, under his command, continued charging towards Sun Miao. But the corpse had already quickly moved out, standing as a shield to protect him. It took a deep breath, filling itself up like a balloon.
The demonic force just touched it, but it didn't seem to do anything. Sun Miao sneered, "Is that all you can do?" But he remained silent, not responding.
Sun Miao laughed loudly, "I haven't even launched my attack yet."
Then, he ordered the electric demon to unleash a deadly electric strike.
Lin Mo realized that danger was right in front of him. As soon as his 2-minute control time expired, he jumped out of the electric discharge zone. Suddenly, there was a scream from the extreme devil nearby, who had been attacked by the undead. The extreme devil's blood was rapidly draining, and the bloodlust passive mode was triggered. For every point of damage lost, 2 points of attack were gained. The undead, under attack, screamed in pain. Sun Miao, caught off guard, couldn't understand what was happening. He thought, "I need to strike fast to win fast," and then loudly ordered, "Take care of that country bumpkin first." Lin Mo's eyes flashed with danger.
The electric demon continuously released thick bolts of electricity. He quickly dodged out of the attack zone.
The electric strikes were coming at Lin Mo with terrifying speed.
The audience below saw him being struck and thrown far away.
Lin Mo stood up and ran toward the extreme devil, who was attacking the undead.
Sun Miao urgently shouted, "Electric demon, use all the electricity to attack Lin Mo." Lin Mo remained calm, skillfully dodging the electric strikes.
A cunning smile appeared on his face. Not a single bolt of electricity could touch him.
And Ran excitedly shouted, "Well done."
The people of Shuefeng are nothing special, but his movement is on point. Zheng Shan, standing next to her, seemed concerned.
This girl is too reckless. Isn't that the boy, Lin Mo, who was supposed to be restricted?
He's holding his own against Sun Miao, and his strength isn't bad. But when it comes to movement and predicting the moves of a genius, it's not that impressive.
Sun Miao still has the edge.
He confidently asserted, Sun Miao has mastered the technique of the demon-pact combination.
Lin Mo won't be able to jump around for much longer.
She turned to look at him, a slight smile curving her lips.
Are you sure? I don't see it that way. How about we make a bet? A pure body demon continent, how about that? Zheng Shan hesitated slightly, seeming unwilling to make the bet.
She mocked him for not daring. "You look like a person of status, but why are you so cowardly?" He suddenly burst into laughter.
You think I'm scared, kid? All right then. Let's make a wager. If you win, I'll give you a pure body demon continent. If you lose, you apologize to me.
Upon hearing this, she smiled brightly.
All right, but remember your promise. She was secretly pleased, thinking to herself, what's an apology worth?
A pure body demon continent is worth 100,000.
She had spoken loudly. He looked at her with a hint of suspicion. Why do you look like Gao TT from Director Gao's family?
Everyone suddenly became excited. Look, the kid from level 3 is fighting back. At this moment, Lin Mo had a very confident expression as he charged toward him. He immediately ordered the drowned demon to use the binding dawn to entangle his legs. Immediately, countless green seaweed-like plants began to rise from the ground, wriggling in all directions. They emerged in greater numbers, filling the area around the drowned demon. Lin Mo thought to himself, if those dong vines wrapped around him, he wouldn't have the strength to fight back. He lunged at Sun Miao, causing the latter to curse in anger. Damn it, if those seaweeds wrap around you, you're done for. Lin Mo suddenly stared directly into his eyes, one of his pupils turning an eerie red. Then, cold sweat poured down Sun Miao's body as if he were drenched. The Dongwon had reached right beside them by this point. Sun Miao saw him being fully restrained by Dongwon, unable to move. He grinned maliciously.
can't move now, can you? Turns out, that's all you're capable of. Lin Mo blared at him. Take a good look, who's the one that can't move?
It was then that Sun Miao suddenly realized, panicked.
What? Why can't my body move?
The more he looked, the more confused he became.
Sun Miao, in a panic.
That's the counterattack skill of the Blood-Eye Demon, both of you have fallen under its curse. You made the Blood-Eye Demon create an illusion, distorting my sense of direction, causing me to tie myself up.
Lin Mo sat down, calmly complimenting. You're pretty clever, aren't you?
The sudden reversal of the situation excited the crowd below. Zheng Shan furrowed her brows, thinking. The conditions for unlocking the counterattack skill of the Blood-Eye Demon are very difficult. It requires facing the caster at the exact moment of being about to be controlled. Furthermore, considering he doesn't have a cultivation system, for him to still have grasped this perceptual ability by himself,
he must be a once-in-a-century talent.
She smiled brightly, peeking out.
See?
The student from Shuefeng Academy can't defeat him. Sun Mei Lei chuckled, half joking, half scolding.
Who said my brother was going to lose? There's still no conclusion yet.
She then provoked further.
Got beaten up by a high school student, and you're still bragging?
After that, Sun Mei Lei ran close to the arena and shouted loudly.
Quick, use your combined skill.
Sun Miao thought to himself, he had originally planned to only use the technique he had just practiced for the upcoming 100-school competition, but now, he was being forced to use it by a high school kid.
The spiritual aura surrounding him grew stronger by the second. It was time to end this.
Sun Miao opened his mouth, trying to take in as much air as possible. The corpse grew larger with the influx of air, becoming as large as a skyscraper. Then, it exploded, making Lin Mo feel nauseous and turning his face pale.
Seriously? Is this your ultimate move? Just a biological attack with a corpse? He mused, suddenly deep in thought. Wait, something's not right.
Where's the drowned ghost? Suddenly, a hand, as if tainted, reached up from beneath, sending chills down his spine. The drowned ghost surged up from the corpse's rotting pit, lunging toward Lin Mo. It clung tightly to him and let out a creepy, malicious laugh.
Got you. It laughed loudly.
The more Lin Mo struggled, the tighter it held him. The drowned ghost, like a fish in water, was at its full strength in the muddy pit. At that moment, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with fear. The ghost stuck out its disgusting, long tongue to threaten him. You can't escape. In his mind, Lin Mo cursed the whole family of the drowned ghost. At the same time, Sun Miao ordered the thunder and lightning to strike. At that moment, Lin Mo understood what Sun Miao's plan was. It seemed that the thunder strike was the key part of the combined technique. First, he used the corpse's decay to create water, then, he had the drowned ghost capture him, and finally, the thunder and lightning from the ghost's electric powers. This would allow the lightning to strike him with precision. Lin Mo had to admit, this combined move was truly brilliant. Lin Mo was worried, the spiritual aura was depleting from using the counterattacks too much, and now the remaining spiritual aura was only enough for him to unleash 2 more skills. If he used the illusion of the blood abyss with the drowned demon, he would be free, but he still couldn't avoid the lightning strikes, and in the end, he would still die. With that thought, he decided to take a reckless gamble and released his power. Sun Miao suddenly noticed the ominous aura growing at an alarming rate. It was none other than Lin Mo who had summoned the high-level weeping demon. He immediately ordered the counterattack to begin. Her slender fingers began to glide over the piano keys. Sun Miao still couldn't understand what was happening. Just then, a wave of dark energy seized him, paralyzing him. Sun Miao was stunned. Not only did he fail to summon a demon to save himself, but instead, a demon was being used to attack him. Was he planning to gamble his life? What a lunatic! At that moment, the devil's extreme thunder struck, throwing him into further confusion. His body became immobile. Sun Miao screamed, "Zhang's corpse, protect me!" Immediately, the corpse stood in front to shield him. But the scene before him shocked him once again. The Devil's Extreme, with its amplified lethal power, could kill even a corpse with a simple kick. The Zhang family's situation grew even more perilous. Sun Miao was so terrified that he couldn't think any further. The Devil's Extreme was still wildly charging toward him, eyeing him with a hunger for human flesh. Sun Miao was horrified. That lunatic actually wanted to be completely annihilated. His future was bright, but if it were destroyed by a high school student, it would be a huge loss. He couldn't bear the anger and shouted, "Damn it, switch targets, kill Devil's Extreme first." He immediately launched an attack from behind Devil's Extreme. He screamed, and a burn mark appeared on Devil's Extreme's back. The pain was so intense that he had to kneel down. Sun Miao chuckled smugly, "Lin Mo, if you want to trade lives, you're thinking too much. The winner of this match will be me." He calmly devised a plan. Devil's Extreme had lost health, and with the passive skill Bloodthirsty still active, its attack power had likely increased by about 10 times, making it the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Lin Mo gave the command, "Devil's Extreme, release skill 2, Electric Chainsaw Frenzy." His eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out bizarre screams. Devil's Extreme immediately launched the attack. Sun Miao froze in shock, unable to speak. He quickly dodged the blow. Terrified, Sun Miao scrambled to retreat, glancing nervously over his shoulder. Devil's Extreme kept chasing him, forcing him to scream for Ngit to save him. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared, and its arm rushed forward to shield him. The chainsaw from Devil's Extreme flew through the air, slicing through Ngit's arm. It even struck Sun Miao, causing him to scream in pain. Sun Miao's ear fell off. He held his ear in rage and glared at Devil's Extreme, shouting. A system notification appeared, "Congratulations, the host has earned 50 points of agitation." Sun Miao observed the situation and thought to himself, now both Ngit and the giant sight are just pools of blood. If Ngit doesn't return to defend, I'll die at the hands of Devil's Extreme. Suddenly, Lin Mo exclaimed, "Devil's Extreme, return." He immediately entered his body. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, it was finally out. Behind him, cheers and murmurs rose. This surround the fake to rescue the real move is very clever. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to break through Sun Miao's combo skill. Another person chimed in, "I really like this approach, simple, brutal, and effective." Someone else added, "I dare say that even the leader of the Spirit Fire Demon slaying team wouldn't have thought of this move." Zheng Shan watched from start to finish and found himself intrigued. The courage, insight, and quick thinking displayed were unparalleled. Truly, there was no one else like him. Sun Miao couldn't compare to him. Below, and Ran kept cheering, "Now it's your turn to counterattack." On the battlefield, the two monsters had been defeated. Lin Mo, with a determined look, stepped forward and said, "It's my turn." Sun Miao, in fear, asked, "What are you going to do?" At that moment, Lin Mo shouted an order, "Big-breasted demon, soul-devouring sound." The power of the big-breasted demon left everyone stunned. Furious, Sun Miao yelled, "I can't lose like this." Counterattack. The soul-devouring sound move killed enemies when their health was below 5%. The big-breasted demon's skill was so powerful that it killed the remaining two demons of Sun Miao. Witnessing this scene, Sun Miao couldn't accept the truth. He had put so much effort into raising these two demons, only to lose them just like that. Sun Miao, in agony, was so enraged that he spat blood. The system suddenly appeared and congratulated Lin Mo for earning 200 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo looked at Sun Miao, thinking to himself, once the demon contract is destroyed, it will backfire on the demon master. Sun Miao is just reaping what he sowed. In the end, Lin Mo was the one who emerged victorious. Everyone cheered and praised his name. Lin Mo walked over to Sun Meilei and extended his hand, demanding the demon pearl. Sun Meilei, furious, said, "Lin Mo, just wait and see how long you can be so arrogant." Who cared? Except for Lin Mo, who had come to buy a demon pearl, he now found himself in possession of the 200 million demon pearl without spending a single coin. Lin Mo quickly headed home to absorb it. Meanwhile, Sun Miao remained unconscious, lying in a corner on the ground. From a distance, Zheng Shan watched silently. The genius that Xuefeng had painstakingly trained had been defeated by a high school student. This was truly embarrassing. He really didn't know what Gao Longchen and Sun Dili were thinking. A promising talent like this, and yet they banned him? What a bunch of idiots. And Ran smiled brightly and extended her hand. So, are we going to follow through on the bet? Zheng Shan handed and Ran the green gem. Kid 1. The pure body demon continent is yours. And Ran felt thrilled with the demon pearl she had just won. Delighted, she passed by Sun Meilei's group. Suddenly, and Ran heard something: kill him, do it cleanly. It turned out that Sun Meilei wanted to take revenge on Lin Mo. And Ran thought to herself, right now, Lin Mo's spiritual aura is depleted, and he's injured. The demon contract definitely won't be able to stand up to them. And Ran felt anxious and couldn't just stand by and do nothing for Lin Mo. As she walked, Lin Mo said, "Everyone did great today, a reward is in order." He continued, "The chainsaw demon has already eaten its fill today." The chainsaw demon eagerly eyed the piece of meat in the bag, while the big-chested demon was given a shirt by Lin Mo and told, "Put it on, you won't feel tired anymore." The big-chested demon seemed displeased and retorted, "Get lost." Miss Shuitong-Gui, seeing that there was nothing for her, immediately demanded. Lin Mo laughed and pointed at the bag, "There's something for you too. I bought you the best eye drops and some medicinal oil." Miss Shuitong-Gui gritted her teeth in anger. "What do you mean by medicinal oil?" Suddenly, the system popped up and congratulated Lin Mo for earning 40 points for breaking the room. At that moment, Lin Mo covered his mouth and smiled awkwardly. "Isn't medicinal oil also eye drops?" Miss Shuitong-Gui, furious, had her loyalty drop by 5%, now at 15%. Lin Mo quickly clarified, "I was just joking, look in the bag, there's no medicinal oil, just real eye drops." Upon hearing this, the blood-eye demon calmed down. The system appeared again, and the loyalty of the blood-eye demon increased to 20%. Miss Shuitong-Gui noticed a group of people following Lin Mo. She praised him, "Impressive, you can see ahead, but you also know what's happening behind you?" After all, she had lived for 200 years, so she was sensitive to danger. Miss Shuitong-Gui was worried. "What should we do? Your spiritual aura is running low, the chainsaw demon is almost out of blood, how are we going to fight?" Suddenly, something strange rushed towards them, and she quickly warned Lin Mo. It was the corrosive slime from the demon attacking Lin Mo. The situation just now had been dangerously close. A strange voice echoed, "Very quick, so it turns out he's one of Sun Miao's followers." He continued, "No wonder Sun Brother was defeated by him." On the enemy's side, the third brother spoke up, "Why talk so much? Just kill him and take revenge for Sun Brother." The situation seemed difficult as there were blood-sucking demons involved, so Lin Mo instructed everyone to fall back. But unfortunately, there were also Sun Miao's people guarding behind. Attacked from two directions, Lin Mo grew anxious. "Can the two of you handle this?" Miss Shuitong-Gui spoke up, "Right now, I'm only at the malevolent spirit level, with just 2 skills. If I could reach the evil spirit level and activate a special move, I might still be able to fight." She suggested that they surrender to both her and the large-breasted demon. Both of them helplessly raised the white flag. On the other hand, the chainsaw demon was still brimming with energy. "I still have 10 drops of blood left, I can still fight." Looking at the current situation, with wolves ahead, tigers behind, and a bloodsucker demon circling overhead, plus Lin Mo running low on spiritual aura, he thought to himself, it seemed there was no choice but to surrender. One of Sun Miao's followers angrily shouted, "You must be Lin Mo, right? Someone as worthless as you dares to mess with Xuefeng?" Lin Mo, surrounded and feeling the pressure, tried to divert the conversation. "Are the 3 big brothers planning to rob my money?" Lin Mo quickly devised a plan in his mind. There was no way out now, the only thing left was to stall for time and look for an opening to escape. The Sun Miao follower was resolute, "We don't need money." At that moment, Lin Mo acted coy, "Then what, are you after my looks? Seems like you have too many of you for that." Seeing Lin Mo trying to act cute made them feel nauseous. The system appeared and congratulated him for earning 30 points for breaking the defense. Third brother felt a chill, while the other person was furious. "Stop talking nonsense, we need your life." Lin Mo had touched someone he shouldn't have, so they wouldn't spare him and called upon the corrosive demon to attack him. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to press the green button, but before he could act, they had already made their move, leaving him with no opportunity to fight back. Ahead of him, the corrosive demon was charging straight toward him, when suddenly, a strange jar fell down. A cloud of smoke poured out from somewhere, causing one of Sun Miao's men to cough uncontrollably. In that thick, blurry smoke, they couldn't see Lin Mo. He quickly covered his face, trying to prevent the smoke from getting into his mouth. Someone had dropped a rope. Lin Mo grabbed it and started climbing, thinking, who could this be? Whatever, escaping is more important. Halfway up, Lin Mo almost slipped, panicking for a moment. He looked up and seemed to recognize a familiar face. It was Ran. She immediately reached out to steady Lin Mo. "Stop talking, hurry up and come up here." Lin Mo quickly grasped Ran's hand, allowing her to pull him up. The people on Sun Miao's side saw this and reported it to third brother, urging him to chase after Lin Mo. Third brother swiftly mounted a blood-sucking demon to pursue Lin Mo. He was proud of the speed of his blood-sucking demon, sneering at the thought that Lin Mo's group couldn't possibly escape. Lin Mo felt the situation was dire, their speed was too fast, he couldn't outrun them. Should he summon a demon to deal with them? Lin Mo was worried, and Ran reached into her pocket and pulled out something. "Just sit tight and watch me," she said. She took out a spray bottle shaped like a chili pepper and sprayed it directly in the face of the third brother and his blood-sucking demon. After taking a few breaths, both the third brother and the blood-sucking demon's eyes turned red, and they screamed in pain. After their cries, they finally collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Lin Mo and Ran had managed to escape from them safely. Lin Mo placed his hand on her waist, and Ran suddenly burst out laughing because she was ticklish. He awkwardly asked, "Why did you save me?" She answered bluntly, "I just couldn't stand those people from Shuefeng doing whatever they want." Lin Mo forced a smile, "I thought." And Ran stuck out her tongue and said, "What did you think? You thought I was interested in you?" Lin Mo quickly explained, insisting it was all just a misunderstanding. Then, she sighed, and as she walked, Lin Mo asked, "Do you usually stay here?" And Ran replied, "This is just one of my bases." She sat down on a chair and kicked off her slippers. Excitedly, she began to share, "I have plenty more things like this. Whenever I'm being chased, I just hide in one of my bases." At that moment, Lin Mo figured out why Ran had pepper spray on her. Ran had saved Lin Mo, so she was his benefactor, but he still didn't know her name. She cheerfully introduced herself, "I'm Ran, and like peace of mind, and Ran like of course." Lin Mo was surprised to see that Ran shared the same surname as his mother. He thought to himself that the N family wasn't very common in Nation H. Apart from his mother, Ran was the second person with the surname he had met. Ran's expression darkened, and she looked sad. "This is my mother's surname. She's seriously ill and has been in the hospital for a long time." Lin Mo felt sympathy for her. Despite her young age, she lacked the carefree nature of a child, weighed down instead by adult pressures. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "So, you became a thief to earn money for your mother's medical bills? And that's also why you don't like Shuefeng and the Safety Bureau?" Upon hearing this, Ran became easily angered and shouted loudly, "That's not the main reason." Her face darkened further. "The real reason is that I hate Gao Longchen." Lin Mo was a bit confused. He didn't understand what had happened between Ran and Gao Longchen. Ran then began to explain. Back then, in order to get the information he wanted, Gao Longchen approached my mother. He made all kinds of promises and lies to deceive her. Then, once he achieved his goal, he discarded my mother and me. Gao Longchen not only sent people to beat my mother, but he also took away my fate and gave it to his own daughter. It turned out that the cursed doll Gao TT was always so proud of originally belonged to Enran. Lin Mo fell silent, deep in thought. No wonder Enran and Gao TT looked so similar. It turned out they were half-sisters, sharing the same father but different mothers. Lin Mo felt that Gao Longchen was truly despicable for taking away the cursed fate of both Enran and Gao TT. Outwardly charming, but inwardly filthy. Enran cried uncontrollably. They hurt me, that's one thing, but what makes it worse is that he touched my mother. Lin Mo suddenly spoke loudly. Considering that Gao Longchen ordered a province-wide fire ban, I guess I have a personal grudge with him now, plus the fact that you are also my benefactor. Lin Mo promised Enran that he would take revenge with her and destroy Enran's father. Hearing this, Enran was moved and teared up. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, Enran giggled and teased Lin Mo, "What are you thinking? Their side has so many people, we'll have a hard time fighting them." She continued, "Moreover, you've offended Xuefeng's people, and they're still looking for you to cause trouble, so you'd better not go headfirst into this." Lin Mo regained his confidence. "I know about that, but I'll be entering Baiyang Academy soon. Just wait until I succeed in my training, I'll go after them sooner or later for revenge." Upon hearing this, Enran gave him a push. "Baiyang Academy, I have a base nearby. It's an ancient tomb, quite large. Come on, when you're free, I'll take you to see it." Lin Mo, feeling sore from the push, was certain, an ancient tomb, she's definitely serious. After hearing this response, Lin Mo's vivid imagination kicked in. The boss of the Black Abyss gang, Enran challenged him from behind, "You're so timid, yet you want to take revenge?" At that moment, his competitive spirit flared. "Who's scared? I'm just surprised that your base is so weird." She added, "The Black Death Gang specializes in recruiting those harmed by the safety department, and we've gradually grown stronger. So, we can't be without quality bases like ancient tombs. The morgue was abandoned. Our warehouse, everyone sleeps there." Lin Mo listened with admiration, nodding in agreement, but deep down, he felt differently. "What do you mean by growing strong?" "They're just people wanted by the safety bureau, with nowhere else to hide, so they end up in places like that." He then glanced at her side with a hint of pity. Enran's life certainly wasn't easy. He fumbled around and took something out. "You saved my life, I can't leave that unacknowledged. Let me share with you half of the demon pearls I earned today." Boss Enran of the Black Abyss gang quickly declined politely. "No need, I don't take demon pearls like that. I only accept the ones I've earned myself." But Lin Mo didn't want the two of them to remain in an awkward situation over whether or not to accept it. Suddenly, Lin Mo's bag accidentally fell, revealing the demon pearl and something we shouldn't have seen. Both of them leaned in to take a closer look, realizing that besides the demon pearl, there was also a woman's bra. Boss Enran of the Black Abyss gang immediately grew suspicious and shouted, "Pervert! You have the audacity to make that face." Lin Mo tried to explain, "Are you even listening to me? No. I swear, I'm really not that kind of person." He then pointed to the woman floating in the air, waving her hands around, and explained, "I bought this for you, now hurry up and show me your ghost egg." But Enran decided to trust him for the time being. Lin Mo then extended his hand toward her, offering a box. "If you hadn't helped me today, I'd probably already be done for by those bastards. Even if I didn't die, I'd have lost half my life. My money and demon pearls would definitely have been stolen. You deserve half of these demon pearls." "Well, if that's the case, I'll just decline. I don't need it anyway. In the future, if you get noticed by the people from the Safety Bureau in Xuefeng again, just come to the Black Death Gang and ask us for help." Then both of them high-fived, sealing their friendship. Of course. Scene transition to the outdoors where it's raining. Lin Mo looks up at the sky. After that, and Ran steps out, even though he's acting a bit playful. I'm telling you, with this heavy rain and storm, you can't go back. Why don't we play something fun instead? Lin Mo looks confused, his expression full of question marks. Scene transition, boss of the Black Abyss gang, and Ran, lifts up his phone, suggesting to Lin Mo to play a few rounds of King's Glory. No way, you're not serious. You play this game too? As if they were in perfect sync, and Ran grumbles, but I've been playing all night and still haven't won a single match. They quickly jump into the game. Lin Mo asks for her Nick avatar to add her as a friend. That's easy, just tell me your name and I'll add you first. But after about 5 seconds, he suddenly realizes the Nick sounds oddly familiar. He pauses for a moment. Why does this ID feel so familiar? Isn't it the ice demon I completely destroyed last time? Before he could react, she turns into her demon form and asks, Kim Thing didn't fall, it's you, isn't it? Lin Mo, realizing there's no way out, is totally speechless. Finally, the day has come. He finally finds out who the player who's always been targeting him is. And Ran suddenly exclaims, why do you always target me and refuse to give up? Answer me now. Turning back is the shore. I will make up for my mistake, I was wrong, can I bring her to earn points? Boss of the Black Abyss gang, and Ran, did not accept the beating and kept slapping Lin Mo continuously. Look at my series of punches, please spare me, hero. Upon hearing this, she quickly flipped her face, pretending to be aloof, but tacitly agreed. The scene shifted to the morning at home, where a strange man angrily kicked the table and shouted, how is it that we sent 20 special agents, and not a single one of them made it back? Investigate thoroughly and find out where they went missing. A chubby man nervously adjusted his glasses and reported, we've investigated. The location of the 20 missing agents is in Minshan, all of them disappeared on the same day. Not wanting to hear more, Gao Longchen threw his cigarette butt into the ashtray. Damn it, Minshan is so vast, have you found the exact location yet? What kind of deputy director are you? Luckily, your family supported you, or else Sundali would have been dead by now. The chubby man kept apologizing to Gao Longchen. Sundali had reported the situation last night, and the way the opponent acted was very strange. All the tracking devices on the agents lost signal, and the final distress signal couldn't even be sent in time. But Gao Longchen countered, if the distress signal couldn't even be sent, what does that mean? His face darkened as he became serious, it means there was no resistance at all. The great demon master Lu Chong was taken down in an instant. As he spoke, he pointed to the map, it must have been the remnant wind demons, it was definitely them. The secretary entered and called Sun Dali. Deputy Director Sun, you have a phone call. Sun Dali, enraged, snapped at the secretary, get out. Can't you see I'm busy? Can't you tell what's important and what's not? She shyly replied, it's a call from your family. They said your son was beaten unconscious and is being treated in the hospital. 2 of your contracted demons were also killed. The one responsible is a high school student named Lin Mo. Upon hearing the name Lin Mo, both men froze as if struck by a lightning bolt. Sundali's face turned ashen, devoid of color, as if all the blood had drained from him. If the contracted demons die, they will still take up a contract limit. Sun Miao, once a genius who had 3 contracted demons, had now become an ordinary demon master. Gao Longchen regained his composure and said, forget about what happened earlier, go handle your son's situation first. Meanwhile, Sun Dali was collapsing in despair. It's really over now. After the 2 left the room, he flipped over the picture of father and son and stared at it, bringing it closer to his face, unable to hide his excitement about his daughter. My daughter is still the best, the number 1 in the entire province. Scene shift, boss of the Black Abyss gang, and Ran, rode a demon. Goodbye, I have to go take care of Zhuanghan. We'll play again next time. Lin Mo happily agreed, take care. Then she turned and flew away on her demon. Lin Mo stood there, watching the 2 leave, feeling a surge of joy in her heart.
Today might just be the happiest day since I came to this world. On Lin Mo's first day at Baiyang Academy, He Xiaopan saw him and immediately smiled, waving and calling out, "Mo bro, over here, over here. I can't believe we actually got into university." He turned to look at Lin Mo, excitedly chattering non-stop about Baiyang Academy. Xiaoban kept praising the place, while Lin Mo smiled awkwardly. Lin Mo glanced away, silently thinking to himself that if He Xiaopan found out the school was full of abandoned graves, he'd probably be so scared he'd want to go straight home to find his mother. Well, he'd just keep that hidden for as long as possible, especially as the exorcising light was already slowly shining onto the bus. The bus came to a stop, and He Xiaopan was shivering, his face pale as he pointed towards the academy, confused. "Mo bro, where is this place? Why are there only tombs and no houses?" Lin Mo coughed a few times. Though a bit awkward, he still tried to explain, "Maybe these are abandoned tombs that Baiyang built for the students to practice with. You can think of it as a test. If students are too scared, they won't pass. Only the brave ones can." He Xiaopan was unconvinced, giving him a playful highlight. "Ah, I see. Baiyang really is a good school." The bus had now completely stopped. The driver made an announcement, "Final stop, Baiyang Academy, we've arrived." The two of them got off, only to watch as the bus rolled away, leaving them utterly bewildered. Right behind them was a sign pointing to Baiyang Academy. The road to the academy was more bewildering than they could have imagined. It wasn't until a coin flew through the air and hit He Xiaopan in the face that he snapped out of it. He Xiaopan took off the thing on his face and immediately froze in panic. He fearfully asked, "Mo bro, where is the school? Did we get on the wrong black bus?" Mo bro led the way, and how should he say it? He Xiaopan was so scared his face turned pale. He observed everything and confirmed, "It's right, this is Baiyang Academy." He and Lin Mo pulled their suitcases along. Xiaoban couldn't stop being terrified, still wondering about this place. "But where is the gate? Where is it?" He calmly reassured him, "It's fine, we just need to follow the direction on the map, and we'll reach the dormitory." He Xiaopan was crying in despair, unable to do anything else but accept his fate. The two of them followed a path lined with graves around them. Suddenly, Xiaoban's suitcase bumped into something. He turned around to see it and screamed in horror, "Oh my god, what is that?" Lin Mo, upon seeing it, couldn't help but be stunned. What Xiaoban's suitcase had bumped into was the tomb of a pure-body evil spirit. As he looked at it, he felt a deep shock inside. Not only was the pure-body spirit stronger than any other ghost he had encountered, but there were also more than 10 hungry ghosts surrounding them, influenced by the intensing energy in the area. Lin Mo frowned slightly as he assessed the situation. He Xiaopan clung to his suitcase, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mo bro, what should we do?" He smiled confidently and guided him. "Stop rambling, quickly summon your contracted ghost and find an opportunity to break through the ghost's encirclement. Big chest, chainsaw ghost, come out." He Xiaopan obediently followed his instructions and quickly summoned the trash can ghost. The trash can demon is essentially a very cute primary level weeping demon. Lin Mo stood before everyone, speaking clearly and loudly, "Everyone, be careful, the Ghost King is coming." It immediately glared and ordered the demons behind it, along with Lei Jia, to act. He quickly opened the lid of the trash can demon that had just called him, saying, "Mo bro, hurry, let's hide in here first." Just as He Xiaopan climbed up the wall, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground. It swiftly grabbed his leg, causing Xiaoban to cry out in distress. "I've been caught. Pull me up." He desperately reached out so that the trash can demon could pull him, but its arms were too short. Lin Mo watched this comical scene and smirked, silently assessing that the trash can demon was decent at defense, but as for offense, that was hopeless. Left with no choice, Lin Mo ordered the chainsaw demon to save the person. After rescuing him, it lifted He Xiaopan's clothes high, positioning him at its own eye level. The chainsaw demon leaned in close, sniffing Xiaoban's scent hungrily, making him terrified. Lin Mo quickly stepped forward to stop it. "Look, This thing can't be eaten.
Upon hearing this, the chainsaw demon looked extremely dejected. As soon as its feet touched the ground, He Xiaopan screamed again.
Two more appeared.
Without saying a word, the chainsaw demon delivered a powerful kick to the one at its left leg. Then, it took care of the other, each demon receiving a fatal blow. The pure body demon watched this scene, and its fury erupted.
It growled, its killing intent radiating from its body. How dare you kill my junior? At this point, I know I'm about to die. The pure body demon quickly pounced, aiming to take Lin Mo's life.
Just as its sharp claws were about to tear into his body, Lin Mo swiftly responded with a death-dealing sound attack.
The high-ranking weeping demon immediately received the order to play a powerful tune.
The mind of the pure body demon was swiftly controlled. Immediately, Lin Mo loudly commanded the electric saw demon to kill it. Without hesitation, the electric saw demon followed the command, grabbing the saw and flying towards the pure body demon, delivering a painful kick. The pure body demon was ruthlessly kicked and then had the saw blade pressed against its neck. However, it could not resist, as its body had already been controlled by the music. Lin Mo stood outside, gritting his teeth as he observed everything, silently calculating. This was bad. The electric saw demon was still spitting blood, meaning there was no passive support, making its attack too weak. Even with passive support, it would still be difficult to handle the pure body demon.
Its defense was just too strong.
He Xiaopan was inside the trash demon container, shouting at him.
"Mo bro, come in here quickly."
Lin Mo glanced at him and quickly agreed. The trash demon stood firmly in place. Inside, the two of them were huddled together, shivering.
He Xiaopan hugged his knees and murmured in fear, "What should we do now? What should we do now?
The skin of that pure body demon is so thick, even stronger than my trash demon." Lin Mo was irritated by the smell inside the container, but he still responded.
"That's right, we need to think of a way quickly."
Through the hole in the trash demon container, he peered outside to assess the situation and silently considered his options. He had lost the exchange contract. Now, he needed 2,000 points, but he hadn't accumulated enough. If he had enough, he could try to forcibly bind the pure body demon with a contract. Damn it, the pure body demon was about to break free. He widened his eyes in concern as he stared at the situation unfolding outside. At that moment, the jet-black hand of the pure body demon tightly gripped the saw. It ground its teeth, holding the saw's blade in place, not allowing the electric saw demon to move even an inch. The effect of the death chant had worn off after 20 seconds, and the electric saw demon was starting to weaken. The demons behind them, sensing an opportunity, rushed forward. They clung to the trash can demon with hungry expressions on their faces. Lin Mo felt that things were about to go awry and shouted loudly, "Xiaoban, your demon is about to be done for." The boy, in panic, hugged his head and cried out, "I can't do this anymore, I want to go home." Lin Mo was trying to think of a way to deal with the situation. The trash can demon was the weakest type of demon, and it was impressive that it had lasted this long. It seemed he had no choice but to risk everything. One demon, through a gap, glared and screamed, but suddenly it was cut off, which intrigued Lin Mo.
Who was that? Is help on the way?
Another demon gradually flew over, causing the surrounding demons to tremble in fear. With just a flap of his wings, the heads of the demons were instantly severed and disappeared. The pure body demon turned around in panic to look at the new demon, quickly charging toward him in a fit of rage.
She darkly commanded, "Headless demon, attack." Immediately, it received the order from behind and raised its hand, preparing to strike. A mighty blow came crashing down onto the pure body demon. It was unable to dodge in time and collapsed on the spot. He and the other demon easily took down the entire group of demons in the blink of an eye. One was a mid-level bloodsucker demon, while the one on the left was a high-level headless demon. A girl slowly walked over, and the two younger students greeted her warmly as she approached Baiyang Academy. Mu Yuan Cheng smiled brightly and greeted them.
Lin Imo quickly ran over and politely introduced himself. Hello, I'm Lin Imo.
You arrived at just the right time.
She smiled gently and introduced herself. I'm Mu Yuan Chang.
Are these two, the chainsaw demon and the busty demon, you're doing?
He smiled broadly in agreement, and shortly after, Lin Imo put them away. Yuan Chang moved forward, gently placing her hand on his shoulder and complimented him. Impressive. You've endured both the pure body demon and the wild demon creatures for so long.
You're the best new student I've ever met.
Lin Imo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Behind them, He Xiaopan timidly called out, Imo bro, how's it going? He called for you, it's all good now, come on out.
As soon as Xiaoban saw Mu Yuanqing, his eyes lit up.
A senior.
He quickly walked over to greet her. I'm Wang Kai, but you can just call me Xiaoban. Lin Imo stood beside him, shaking his head in exasperation, silently telling him to stop acting like that. His hands smelled like sweat, so don't get them on her clothes.
She smiled softly and responded, It's fine, I hope I didn't scare you too earlier?
He Xiaopan raised his chin proudly and said loudly, Not at all, I'm a man among men, how could a couple of little demons like those scare me? If you don't believe me, just ask Lin Imo, he's the one who went along with them.
Yeah, that's right. Who was it that screamed like crazy and ran home up the hill earlier?
But then, the moment they saw a senior, they immediately shut up.
Lin Imo didn't hold back and spilled the beans. He Xiaopan awkwardly covered his mouth and said, Give me some face here, will you? Mu Yuanqing found their interaction quite amusing and had a good laugh. Alright, let's head to school. You two still need to arrange your beds, it's getting late, don't you think?
The headless ghost, the blood-sucking ghost, just take it back.
She quickly withdrew them. Both gathered around Yuan Cheng's arm.
The pure body ghost suddenly stood up, swaying. It barely managed to steady itself before it bolted away. Lin Imo, seeing this, was puzzled and asked, Senior, why did you let it go?
She winked and cheerfully replied, Isn't a graveyard full of all sorts of ghosts the perfect training ground? If they all get killed, what will you practice on?
Hearing this, he understood the issue.
In regular training grounds, there were always specially crafted formations and ghosts brought back for students to ensure safety. But Bai Yang's training ground took the entire graveyard as its practice place. Lin Imo couldn't help but think it over in silence.
He looked at her with admiration and thought to himself that Bai Yang Academy really had a carefree way of doing things. Mu Yuanqing smiled reassuringly, Don't worry, the ghosts in the graveyard are the weakest. A few moves and they'll be done.
Both of them thought about it in silence, but meeting a pure body ghost at the evil spirit level was called the weakest? Lin Imo, still a bit confused, asked, What about the demon pearls from the graveyard ghosts? How do you deal with them?
She happily handed them to the two of them, and they thanked her in delight.
He Xiaopan picked one up curiously and asked, Imo bro, how much is a demon pearl from the graveyard worth?
Lin Imo smiled and responded cheerfully, A basic weeping demon one won't cost much, maybe 10,000 per piece at most.
Lin Imo picked up a demon pearl, silently calculating in his mind.
But the good thing was there were plenty here, already 160,000 in total.
He happily concluded, a graveyard isn't just a training ground, it's clearly a treasure mountain.
Mu Yuanqing pointed and called for the two of them to head back to school together. In the quiet, dark night, the three of them moved together.
He Xiaopan was currently quite grumbling, What kind of school is this, it's so desolate. It's hard even to go to an internet cafe to surf the web.
She pointed ahead and gently smiled, dismissing his words.
Who said that?
Although the school is located in the outskirts of Xian Hai, as long as you go through the abandoned graveyard to the south, climb a mountain, and take a ferry, you can get to Lingling City, and from there, the city center.
The Shuefeng Academy is right by the river. But our academy is also great. Every night, you can see the ghosts playing in the graveyard, like stars in the sky.
She cheerfully introduced it, causing both of them to feel uneasy. Lin Imo secretly sighed, thinking that just not being scared half to death by seeing a ghost was already a good outcome.
Mu Yuanqing quickly interrupted and said, "We're here." The three of them stood in front of the entrance. His gaze was full of determination. "Bai Yang, I've arrived." They all entered together and immediately encountered other people. Some were complaining, others were bothered, and some were envious. A young man, annoyed, shouted, "Damn it, I also want the senior sisters to greet me." A man walked over, slapped him on the head, and scolded, "What the hell, do you think the senior sisters want to welcome you? Look at him." He pointed at Lin Mo and continued scolding, "Can you compare to him? He's an outstanding student invited to someone's house, and what about you? Just having me as a guide should be good enough for you. What else do you want?" After hearing the guide's words, the other students gathered around with admiring looks. Everyone dispersed and headed back to the dormitory. Lin Mo was given the key to room 433 and reminded, "Don't forget to protect yourself from the sun during military training tomorrow." Lin Mo happily accepted it and thanked her. Yuan Qing also responded cheerfully. "No need to be polite, I'll be going now." Before leaving, she reminded them. "By the way, one more thing, make sure to lock the door tightly when you go to sleep tonight, because there might be ghosts playing at night, wandering around and disturbing your sleep." He Xiaopan, instead of paying attention to the warning, focused on her. She was really beautiful, how nice it would be if she were his girlfriend. He casually dismissed it. "She's not right for you. I think you're more suited to those girls who are faster moving." He angrily scolded. "Speak properly." At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. "Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 points for breaking the room." Lin Mo walked down the hallway searching for the room number. He Xiaopan, however, couldn't stop feeling scared because it was even gloomier inside than outside. After a while, he found his room number. He anxiously grabbed Lin Mo's hand. "Hold on, Mo bro. What's that sound? Could it be a ghost?" Lin Mo smiled lightly to reassure him. "Why are you so scared? Do you think there are ghosts everywhere?" The moment Lin Mo opened the door, his eyes widened at the scene inside. A young man was sitting across from them, looking exhausted, sharpening a knife. He lifted his eyes, full of murderous intent, and glared at them. He Xiaopan, frightened, hid behind Lin Mo, trembling more than if there were a ghost. He awkwardly greeted the man. Lin Mo entered and turned on the light, then scolded. "Sharpening knives in the dark? You almost gave us a heart attack." He picked up the knife and twirled it a few times, then responded, "There's no need to turn on the lights." He walked closer, agreeing with the statement. Lin Mo glanced at him and asked, "Xiaoban, should we go in? What else is there?" He hesitated, slowly stepping inside. The two of them began organizing their things and preparing the sleeping area. Lin Mo looked down briefly and then slowly introduced himself, "I'm Lin Mo, from now on we'll be roommates. I hope we can help each other." He kept sharpening his knife and replied, "I'm a shoe." Lin Mo, sitting cross-legged, quietly thought to himself, "What a strange person. Either he's shy around strangers, or he's acting weird." Suddenly, Shui Tonggue whispered into Lin Mo's ear, "His knife is not simple, it's something that makes me afraid." Hearing this, Lin Mo was startled. He quickly leaned forward and, with a cheerful smile, asked, "Ashu, your knife looks particularly intimidating. What do you use it for?" He paused in deep thought for a while, then Ashu finally lifted the knife and, in a low voice, responded, "Shaving heads." Lin Mo turned to ask softly, "Is the head-shaving knife really that powerful?" The answer came with a hint of fear, "Well, now it won't seem so strange." The head-shaving knife appeared to be from the Qing dynasty, when everyone shaved their heads and wore braids. This knife had been used for years to shave the heads of grown men, absorbing their yang energy over time, making it a powerful weapon for combating ghosts. Lin Mo looked at it in admiration, saying, "That sounds very powerful." He quickly called out to him. Then Lin Mo asked all the questions that had been on his mind. "What kind of demon pack do you have? Can you share it?" Also, why did you come to Baiyang? We should hang out sometime. I think that sword of yours is really strong.
Ashu smiled warmly and had no hesitation in answering each of his questions. My demon pact is with the shadow demon. I came to Baiyang because I got a 50% discount on tuition.
As for hanging out, forget it. I only kill evil spirits. Upon hearing the answers, Lin Mo quickly analyzed. Demon pacts varied in rarity, but the more common ones were the corpse-eating demons or the starving ghosts.
Everyone was familiar with their skills, so dealing with them was relatively easy. However, with S-rank demons like the Blood-Eye Demon and Shadow Demon, their skills were not as well known. This made it possible to surprise opponents in battle and win. Ashu seemed unapproachable at first, but there was a sense that he was actually a good person. His brief responses earlier might have been due to shyness, but when asked, he still answered.
All in all, he seemed honest.
Lin Mo quickly jumped off the bed and cheerfully asked.
Ashu, where did you form your pact with the shadow demon?
Ashu, while wiping his sword, began to explain.
My family has a tradition of being head-shaving artisans.
When a child reaches adulthood, they must go to Shadow Mountain to form a pact with a shadow demon. Only those who successfully form a pact with a shadow demon are worthy of receiving the head-shaving sword left behind by the senior.
Lin Mo, hearing this, asked another question. Then why did you come to Baiyang?
Ashu wrapped the sword back up and replied. The principal said they'd reduce my tuition by half.
Suddenly, his smile faded. Lin Mo, understanding, also felt for Ashu.
In these times, people liked to wear trendy hairstyles, so the profession of head shaving was no longer a lucrative one.
He raised his face and asked him, What about you? Why did you come to Baiyang?
Ashu seriously looked at both of them. Lin Mo slowly replied, Because Principal Su Mian ran out of tuition fees for me, so I just came here. Upon hearing this, his face turned pale.
Then if you want to shave your head, just come find me. It was only 5 coins per time, and he was happy to agree with Ashu.
Late at night, with the moon clear and the breeze cool, He Xiaopan looked at the empty bed, quite curious.
There was still one person missing. Where could they be?
Lin Mo yawned loudly, then casually spoke, Who knows, maybe halfway here they were attacked by a ghost. These words terrified him. He quickly urged both of them to go to sleep, as they still had military training the next day. The sound of loud snoring echoed down the hallway. The door slowly opened, and loud noises continued to ring out. Lin Mo's eyes were still closed, but his mouth reminded, Xiaoban, take it easy with that, we still have military training tomorrow, don't wear yourself out. Suddenly, Lin Mo realized something and snapped awake, mentally calculating the time. Normally, Xiaoban would take at most a minute for this, but now it was already 10 minutes. He quickly stuck his head out to check what was making the noise. Lin Mo's eyes widened in panic. He Xiaopan was tangled up in red threads, as if they were trying to strangle him. In a panic, Lin Mo jumped up and shouted, Hey Xiaopan, you're being choked from below. Suddenly, a sword gleamed, slicing across his face. The sword struck the wall with great force, severing the threads. Lin Mo reached out to turn on the light, thanking Ashu without hesitation. He Xiaopan trembled in distress. How could you not notice when I kicked like that? I almost got strangled to death. Lin Mo paid no mind, laughing heartily and patting him, which caused He Xiaopan to scream in fear.
Sorry, I thought you were doing that. And then when I was asleep, I suddenly couldn't breathe.
He Xiaopan looked at the hand and explained the situation, lowering his head to see that he couldn't control his hands.
What exactly is going on?
He held the thread in his hand and made a guess.
Maybe it's a puppet ghost.
Ashu, standing nearby, pulled the knife out of the wall and spoke up to analyze the situation.
Do you think so too? But if we're walking down the corridor, there should only be night-walking ghosts, right? How could there be a puppet ghost?
Lin Mo, with a calm expression, spoke, making He Xiaopan beside him tremble.
This is not simple. Someone must have intentionally set this up to mess with us. Who would do that? We just got here, and we haven't offended anyone, right?
He and Ishu both looked outside and suggested.
Let's go outside and we'll find out right away. The two quickly headed out.
Hei Xiaopan, extremely panicked, didn't dare to go outside and shouted.
Please don't leave me alone.
Hei Xiaopan looked fearfully at the two of them.
Never mind, I'll stay here and wait for you both.
Laughter filled with joy echoed from a group of people on the rooftop. They were so excited that they laughed loudly while discussing something. And Xiwang wondered if these new students could handle it, or if they would be destroyed by him instead. Even if they didn't get destroyed, they would definitely be scared out of their minds.
Had they forgotten about the person from last year who went completely insane because of us?
He stayed silent next to them, taking a puff from his pipe. And Xiwang's face was filled with gloom as he looked at the puppet demon with disdain. Those 433 people dared to send my goddess Mu Yuan Qing to pick them up.
They must be tired of living. They dare touch my woman.
I have to show them who the real boss of this school is. Soon after, he gave a confused look at the puppet demon. And Xiwang angrily threw his pipe aside, his fury growing. How dare they cut my strings?
Those idiots, let's deal with them.
Suddenly, a voice rang out, surprising them. You don't need to go anywhere, we're already here. Lin Mo and Ishu, their faces full of anger, glared at them.
Why stay up in the middle of the night to mess with us?
Fine, if that's what you want, let's play this out properly. Hearing that, they were furious and yelled loudly.
You're being too cocky.
If you're getting bullied, just accept it. We're only bullying you out of respect.
And Xiwang's face darkened as he glared at Lin Mo, gritting his teeth.
You don't know your place, I'll make sure they're finished. Excited, they prepared for battle, summoning demons with one hand and corpse-eating spirits. Lin Mo looked at them with great contempt and mocked.
Is that all?
What kind of senior students are you that are so weak? Hearing this, they were furious and pointed at him.
How dare you look down on us?
You haven't even activated all your skills yet, and you're acting all high and mighty. We'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Lin Mo tilted his head and stared at them with confusion.
Not see the sun tomorrow? Is it going to rain tomorrow or what?
They were enraged by his words, grinding their teeth but saying nothing. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, you have received 80 points for breaking the room. A shoe beside him chuckled lightly. This guy is really dedicated.
And Xiwang yelled in anger. Enough talking.
Go take care of him for me. The two of them rushed forward with fierce intent. Seeing this, Lin Mo's face turned serious as he issued orders.
Each of you take one, and once you're done, deal with that little demon.
As soon as Lin Mo spoke, his figure suddenly vanished, leaving them stunned. The light sword was swiftly swung in the night, and the demon's head was unexpectedly severed.
Lin Mo, thoroughly amazed, sighed.
That's fast, the sword's fast, and the person's even faster. The others were struck with great fear.
What is this?
We didn't even see how he made his move, and he didn't even bother summoning his contracted demon.
Angrily, one of them charged at Lin Mo.
You bastard, I'll show you what a true master is. He immediately used his skill, his eyes turning a blood-red hue.
Blood phantom illusion.
His body immediately froze in shock, then collapsed to the ground, lying flat. They were so terrified that they sat down abruptly. He didn't move, and with just one terrifying glance, it seemed he had picked the wrong person to provoke. There was no way he could let go of his boss status now. And Xiwang immediately suppressed her fear and pointed at Lin Mo, shouting, Do you even know what you're doing?
Do you know the consequences of provoking me? Lin Mo and Ishu both shook their heads in confusion. What consequences?
He immediately laughed eerily, rubbing his hands together. Well, let's start by beating you up first, then we'll talk.
They cried and trembled in fear. Lone, you have to protect us.
Please stop those two. His face darkened as he patted them on the shoulder.
Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you too.
The puppet behind him started moving, and soon it was using its control to manipulate the two of them. And Xiuang, feeling utterly despicable, used her puppet manipulation technique, a forbidden art to control living beings. She was terrified as she was controlled.
Little brother, don't hurt us.
They suddenly flew forward and cried out, "We can't control our bodies.
We didn't mean to do this."
Lin Mo, seeing this, darkened his face and sneered faintly. He used the two girls as pawns in a diversion to buy himself time to escape. He stared angrily at the man, thinking, if you want to run, dream on. On the rooftop, the poor girl, manipulated by the puppet, kicked at Lin Mo, but he quickly dodged to the side. On the other side, a shoe jumped up to avoid the kick from the other girl. Both of them moved closer, and he exclaimed, "It's too complicated, a shoe, let's finish this quickly."
He immediately understood the meaning.
Lin Mo summoned the devil's extreme, and the two girls immediately begged, "Don't kill me." The girl beside her also said, "Please, I beg you." The poor girl screamed loudly.
He aggressively wielded the sharp chainsaw, pointing it toward them.
The two girls couldn't believe they were still alive.
The system appeared and announced, "Congratulations, the host has earned 500 break the room points."
He looked at them, thinking to himself, they still thought they were dead for sure.
I didn't expect they'd give me more break the room points.
This is perfect. Lin Mo felt smug.
I don't attack innocent people.
He glanced away, but he wasn't innocent.
And Xiuang, frightened, thought, he wants to kill me, how do I escape?
Then, an idea came to him, if I go down the stairs, they'll definitely catch me. And Xiuang ordered the puppet demon to help him escape. After speaking, he jumped down. He was arrogant. Lin Mo and Ashu quickly chased after him, and he shouted, "Don't let him escape." He then tucked away the string from the puppet demon's hand, causing Xiuang, who was slowly descending, to fall freely to the ground. The system notified, "Congratulations, the host has earned 100 break the room points." And Xiuang crawled on the ground, pleading, "Help, someone's trying to kill me." The two of them looked down from above. Ashu asked him, "He's not dead, are we really going to let him go?" Lin Mo responded, "If we deal with him in front of the guards, it won't be considered self-defense anymore." He turned around and looked at the puppet demon, but although he had managed to escape, his contract demon hadn't had time to run yet because it was still supposed to bring him down here. Suddenly, Devil's Extreme rushed over and severed its head. And Xiuang immediately clutched its head and screamed from below.
Lin Mo took out 2 gems. The demon pearls of the flesh-eating demon and the puppet demon are mine, right?
He agreed without hesitation, while behind him, the demon groaned, demanding flesh. Lin Mo then led Devil's Extreme towards the two girls. It was ecstatic. The two poor girls trembled and embraced each other. The system then issued a notification, stating that the loyalty of Devil's Extreme had increased by 20%. Lin Mo was triumphant, not only earning a bunch of break the room points from this, but the system continued, saying that the current break the room points had exceeded 2,000.
Do you wish to exchange this for a contract limit?
He grinned slyly.
Of course, I get to contract another demon now.
The system confirmed the exchange was successful.
The contract limit increased by 1, bringing the current limit to 3.5.
Ashu called Lin Mo to leave, and he agreed, recalling Devil's Extreme while wondering what demon he'd contract next time. When they reached their room, Lin Mo opened the door and was startled.
Lin Mo asked, "Ashu, what's going on?"
Ashu walked in and pointed at the trash demon.
"Did you buy a trash can that's a bit too big?"
He awkwardly replied, "I didn't buy this. The desk was brought here, everything is sorted out now. Meanwhile, you've been sleeping soundly inside it."
Lin Mo peered inside.
"Asleep? Then let him be. Ashu, you should go to bed early too." He was startled, even a trash can could become a contract demon. On a fresh morning, the sun began to rise.
The 7 o'clock alarm rang, and a hand reached out to turn it off. Lin Mo woke up, stretched, and in a still drowsy state, he was astonished by the scene before him. He saw a Shu holding the demon pearl and meditating. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh at the effort involved.
Absorbing demon aura from demon sensation was a method of cultivation used by demon masters to enhance their insight and increase their predictive power. Of course, he didn't have to struggle like that, he could simply exchange points with the system. Thinking this, Lin Mo smirked with satisfaction. The only thing he had to do was break the rune points from everyone in demons. Lin Mo looked at a Shu's shadow reflected on the wall. Last night, a Shu hadn't even used the shadow demon, and yet he was already this powerful. He wondered how strong the shadow demon really was. If the shadow demon was strong, he would consider contracting one. After a while, Lin Mo went to where Xiao Ban was sleeping and knocked loudly on the door, waking him up. Xiao Ban got up, rubbing his eyes as he prepared for military training. At the military training grounds, the sky was especially clear today with soft, slow-moving clouds. Everyone was gathered in rows, waiting for orders. A tired young man holding his cap to shield himself from the heat asked Lin Mo. "Mo bro, did you bring water?" Lin Mo stood, hands in his pockets, chest out. Then he grinned mischievously and asked in return. "Water? I have some." Upon hearing that, the people around them started to stir. "You brought some? Can you share with us?" "I'm about to die of thirst, I'll pay for it." By this point, Lin Mo finally revealed his fox tail, pretending to scratch his head, eyes looking away as if he had nothing to do with the situation. "Yeah, I brought it, but I drank it all." Naturally, the dissatisfaction was evident on everyone's faces. At this moment, they just wanted to punch the guy standing in front of them a few times. "We're about to die from the heat, and you're still joking around." Along with this, the system notification rang. "Congratulations, the host has earned 40 points for breaking the room." At this point, Ingwan stepped forward, his hand brushing his hair, trying to show off his smugness. "I heard you guys don't have any water?" One person, upon hearing this, turned and asked, "Do you have any?" Ingwan continued to beam with pride. "Not now, but my girlfriend is about to bring me some." Knowing that the person had no good intentions and was just showing off, the group started whispering among themselves. Baiyang Academy is like a monk's temple, with hardly any girls. And this guy, who just enrolled, already has a girlfriend. What's he got that we don't? Exactly. At this point, Ingwan glanced over at Lin Mo, who was leaning against a nearby tree. Why isn't this guy jealous of me? And with his usual behavior of never letting anyone be, Ingwan clicked his tongue at Lin Mo. Still no girlfriend in college? What a loser. Lin Mo just sneered in response. Seeing that, Ingwan got even angrier. Stop pretending. You're a nobody. At that moment, Ingwan's girlfriend ran over, holding a bottle of water. Ingwan, are you thirsty? I brought some water for you. With his girlfriend arriving, Ingwan decided to reward the group behind him without hesitation. Sweetheart, feed it to me. Of course, the faces of the singles behind them couldn't have been worse. Ingwan deliberately looked towards Lin Mo, feeling quite exhilarated. It was a shame that some people didn't get to drink. Lin Mo was also helpless because of this reaction. Suddenly, one of the amazed crowd members shouted and pointed towards the approaching person. Look, it's Mu Senior, the #1 beauty by Yang. Mu Yuan Chang was walking towards them, holding a bottle of water, and the murmurs only grew louder. She's so beautiful. I've already decided on a name for my kid, and it's after her. I was even thinking about where we should bury the two of us together. But isn't she single? Who is she bringing that cold Coke to now? I'm so jealous. Everyone realized what was happening and gritted their teeth, asking who it was. Who's the guy that managed to get a senior on the first day? As Mu Yuanqing got closer, she waved and called out to Lin Mo.
Even Lin Mo was confused, pointing at himself and asking, "Me?"
Mu Yuan Chang walked over and handed the bottle of Coke to him.
"Here, Lin Mo."
Lin Mo was puzzled, scratching his head and asking,
"For me? Why?"
Mu Yuan Chang leaned in close and whispered in his ear, thanking him for dealing with a threat to Bai Yong. Realizing what was happening, Lin Mo let out a sound of understanding.
"Is this about what happened last night?"
Mu Yuan Chang put a finger to her lips to signal him to stay quiet, then winked, implying that he understood and didn't need to say anything further. At this moment, the crowd around them was in shock. The senior beauty was delivering a drink to a freshman. The system announcement kept ringing. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 break the room points x 10.
But Lin Mo didn't accept it. Jia's face turned pale, wondering where all this killing intent was coming from. When looking back at the announcement, I was astonished.
It took me half a month to accumulate 1,000 points, yet just because of this matter with women, my points increased by another 1,000. While everyone else gritted their teeth in anger, wondering why the senior didn't bring water to me instead, one person with a sharp eye noticed something.
"Look over there, there's another beauty."
A girl with silver hair was walking over, holding a bottle of water.
"Is that girl here to bring water too?" "That's Ran, a friend of Lin Mo." The whispers started again.
Everyone hoped that the person with such good fortune wasn't Lin Mo. Please don't let it be that jerk. He's already got one senior bringing him water.
If another person comes, how are we supposed to live?
But the truth was, and Ran walked over and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, smiling as she asked, "Is it different?"
"I brought this water for you." Seeing her approach, Lin Mo was also curious, and ran, "Why are you here?"
And of course, along with the system's announcement of breaking the room, there was the agonizing scream of the group. Some, even holding their girlfriends by the hand, were fuming and thinking, he brought his girlfriend here to show off, but now he's running into this jerk.
It's so frustrating.
Mu Yuan Chang, seeing this, also turned to ask Lin Mo.
"Junior, who is this?"
Meanwhile, and Ran's eyes were fixed on the bottle of water that Lin Mo had received from Mu Yuan Chang. Lin Mo was about to introduce her happily, but Ran waved him off, saying, "No need."
Immediately afterward, Ran angrily turned away, muttering under her breath,
"I was going to bring you water, but now you already have some, so forget it." Lin Mo, with a head full of question marks, thought to himself, "Why isn't Ran angry with me?
What did I do?"
Mu Yuan Chang saw this and helplessly patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "If your girlfriend is upset, you should chase after her and explain." Lin Mo understood, quickly grabbed the bottle of water and ran, calling out, "Ran, wait for me." Then, Lin Mo hurriedly drank almost the entire bottle of water, wiping his mouth with his sleeve while saying, "Ugh, I think I lost a tooth."
Ran, still sulking, responded, "Yeah, lose all your teeth for all I care."
Lin Mo, the big fool, still didn't understand why Ran was upset, and dumbly asked, "Hey, what's going on?"
Lin Mo turned to Mu Yuan Chang for advice. "What should I do now, sister?"
Mu Yuan Chang, also helpless with his emotional intelligence, just waved him off. "Just go after her, what else is there to do?" At this point, Mu Yuan Chang placed a hand on her forehead, her exasperation even more evident.
He looks so smart, but how is his emotional intelligence so low?
Ran, still angry, walked on while thinking Lin Mo already has another girl. Just like my mom said, men are all liars.
Min thought he would be different.
Finally, Lin Mo caught up, grabbed Ran's hand, and stopped her. He looked at her seriously and said, "Ran, I need to talk to you."
Ran, sulking, replied, "What more do you want to say?"
Lin Mo, still flustered, stammered while trying to find an excuse to calm her down. He smiled brightly, trying to distract her. "I just wanted to ask, did you make this bottle of water for me?"
Ran, still upset, spoke with a tone of jealousy, "Didn't some other girl bring you water already? Why are you drinking it? Just throw it away."
Lin Mo quickly grabbed the water bottle and replied, "Such good water, it'd be a waste to throw it away." After saying that, he drank it all in one go, not leaving a single drop. Unexpectedly, after finishing, Lin Mo felt incredibly refreshed and asked, "Is there more?" "I feel like it's even cooler than when it's in the fridge." At this moment, Ran, extremely furious, scolded, "What more do you want?" She then revealed the source of the water Lin Mo had just praised. "This water, I collected it drop by drop from an ancient tomb." "Do you think there's a lot of it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, but still responded with appreciation, "No wonder it's so cold, turns out there's energy in it as well." "Thank you, it must have been tiring for you to collect every drop." And Ran, hearing this, felt a flicker of satisfaction inside but still retorted harshly, "I've poisoned it already, you'll be dead in no time." Lin Mo joined in the teasing, "Even if it's poisoned, no worries, is there more? Could you get me another bottle?" And Ran disdainfully replied, "Didn't your little miss bring it to you?" Lin Mo pouted, acting coy, "Since morning, the only thing I've had to drink is your lemonade." Suddenly, Ran expressed regret, "I was going to take you to visit my ancient tomb base, but you seem a bit busy, so never mind." Lin Mo, like a playful dog wagging its tail, responded eagerly, "An ancient tomb sounds fascinating, how could I not go? I absolutely have to check it out." Her eyes sparkled with delight, as bright as the stars in the sky, and her heart raced with excitement. The points she had just earned could be exchanged for another contract limit. Now, she had two, just when she was feeling down and had nowhere to go. Heading to the ancient tomb, who knew, she might stumble upon a good demon to form a contract with. Feeling cheerful again, Ran snatched the water bottle and spoke, "If you really want to go, then let's meet at 10 p.m. tonight at the eastern side of the royal burial grounds." With that, she turned and ran off. He called out loudly, "Okay, see you tonight." Both raised their hands in a wave, promising to meet later that evening. After bidding farewell to Ran, he sighed in satisfaction and muttered, "Finally managed to cheer her up." But just a second later, 1,000 words seemed to stab into Lin Mo's heart, tearing at his wounds. He had thought his emotional intelligence was already low, but it turned out this guy's was even worse. The sarcastic remarks continued, undeniably harsh, and not just low but akin to a terminal stage of straight male cancer, an extreme case. Another voice chimed in, "The salty meat is too salty, it's really unappetizing." Lin Mo, irritated, retorted, "I, who managed to cheer someone up, am being criticized for low EQ by a bunch of demons? Clearly, my EQ is very high." At that moment, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host, you've earned a break the room point." Lin Mo, confused, thought to himself, "I didn't do anything, so why are my points increasing?" What he didn't know was that behind him, 1,000 pairs of male eyes were glaring at him with intense resentment. Now, he finally understood the excitement he felt earlier. Looks like he would have to ask Ran to come to school more often. The scene shifts to the late night hours, 10 p.m., at a graveyard thick with ominous energy. Lin Mo and Ran have arrived. The two are being carried by a ghost, with Lin Mo's face pale and fearful as he gazes ahead, while she teasingly taunts him. "Is this all it takes to scare you? When I was only 10, I already survived a ghost tide." Lin Mo, astonished, asked back, "You survived a ghost tide at 10, and you didn't die?" And Ran replied proudly, "At that time, I still had a ghost fate, so the other ghosts dared not come near me." After answering, she cheerfully added, "We're here." Lin Mo, however, was lost in a gloomy thought. The doll ghost had been taken by Gao Long Chen and given to Gao Tt. What kind of miserable childhood had this girl gone through? The two were set down, and Ran quickly moved ahead. Before them stood a dense thicket of branches, completely obscuring the entrance to a cave. The branches were long and twisted, and as they approached the entrance, their movements disturbed the air, causing a flock of bats to take flight. And Ran eagerly led the way inside, saying, "We're almost there, the tomb that the grave robbers dug." On the contrary, Lin Mo was extremely cautious, surveying the surroundings. The two of them, one ahead and the other behind, moved cautiously, sliding down into the cave in the dark. After sliding down the slope, they both simultaneously jumped into another area, where there was a faint, eerie light. Once they landed safely, Lin Mo thought to himself, using this place as a temporary shelter isn't bad, especially for someone being hunted. As Ran led the way, two figures appeared, members of the Black Abyss gang, Zhuanghan, stepping forward to greet them.
"Boss, you two are back?" At this moment, Lin Mo also realized and silently thought to himself, "Isn't this Zhuanghan, the person whose leg I took last time? His little demon was destroyed by me, so now he's just an ordinary person, unable to form any demon contracts anymore." Zhuanghan casually eased the awkward atmosphere and cheerfully said to him, "It's my fault, so I have no complaints about losing a leg." Lin Mo praised him, "You are indeed a real man." Suddenly, a voice came from inside the hut, "Lin Mo, do you remember me?" Immediately, the owner of the voice appeared. It was Hao Kuan. Even Lin Mo was surprised, and he spoke up, "Hao Kuan, have you joined them too?" Hao Kuan recalled his experiences and, with a helpless expression, replied, "The boss not only saved me but also persuaded me, so I joined them. After all, with someone as useless as me, where else could I go?" Hearing this, Lin Mo felt somewhat reassured and looked at Ran, thinking to himself. Accepting Hao Kuan was enough to prove that Ran was a very kind-hearted person. Even though she had gone through a childhood that was like hell, she still managed to retain her original heart. Such a person is truly rare. Noticing him looking at her, Ran seized the opportunity to show off her talents. She spoke up, "So, what do you think? My base is pretty great, right? Even if those damn fools from the safe zone tried, they wouldn't be able to find this place." She took the chance to hold his hand and introduced, "Look, over there, there's a dragon's head connected to the underground water vein, so there's no need to worry about water supply." Ran led Lin Mo closer for a better look and carefully explained, "The water I brought for you is also made from this water, so it's very cool and refreshing." Lin Mo couldn't help but constantly express his admiration. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "This main hall is of course very solid, but why don't you open up the tomb and make more space?" Ran, feeling discouraged, replied, "Do you think I haven't thought about that? But no matter what method we use, we can't open the tomb door." Lin Mo, confused, asked, "Isn't there a tunnel leading to the inside of the tomb door?" At the same time, he activated his eye of perception, thinking it was strange that his blood eye couldn't see through it. Hao Kuan, who was standing beside him, spoke up, "There are tunnels in other places, but they were only dug halfway before they were abandoned." Zhuanghan, also standing nearby, added, "The people who dug the tunnels all died, their bodies are still inside. Only the tunnel leading to this front hall was completely dug out." Hearing this, Lin Mo became even more excited, curiosity bubbling up. It seemed that there was something terrifying behind this tomb door. "Electric Saw Ghost, tell me what you see." He activated his power and quickly took action. The electric saw ghost appeared immediately, starting the task without hesitation, sawing at the wall with great force. Noticing that there was no change, the electric saw ghost scratched its head and reported back to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, surprised, stared at the undamaged dragon's head, exclaiming, "Is it really that sturdy?" Doubt began to rise within him. The electric saw ghost's attack power wasn't weak, it could even cut through volcanic rock, yet it still couldn't do anything to this door. One of the members of the Black Abyss gang, with a dismissive attitude, sneered, "Do you think we're idiots? We've tried this method for a long time. It's basically impossible to open. This must be some kind of barrier or formation, and you still don't realize it." Lin Mo didn't pay them any attention, focusing entirely on finding a way to open the passage. "A barrier?" The electric saw ghost immediately returned, and the green light from his wrist shot out in an instant. Lin Mo approached closely, observing carefully, feeling that there was some strange force coming from the tomb door that seemed to be drawing him in. He reached out and touched the dragon, while his mind wandered, urging him to make contact. The moment his hand made contact, as if responding to Lin Mo's instinct, some kind of magical spell or hidden mechanism triggered. The massive wall suddenly opened before their eyes, and the ground shook violently, causing everyone to panic. Was it an earthquake, or was the tomb about to collapse? Ran exclaimed, "Everyone, look at Lin Mo." The door gradually opened, and they stepped inside. Wu Kuan was amazed. "What kind of grand and magnificent place is this? And Ran couldn't help but wonder, but how could Lin Mo have opened it? Someone else responded, who knows, maybe this tomb has something to do with him.
Lin Mo thought to himself that his spiritual sense seemed tightly bound to the tomb, and every corner of it felt incredibly familiar, as if he had been here for a long time.
Let's go inside and figure it out.
The gaze of the statue shifted, and Lin Mo froze.
And Ran cried out, Lin Mo, be careful.
The statues moved, simultaneously kneeling to either side of Lin Mo, creating a path. He stood there in confusion, not understanding why they were doing this, yet feeling a hint of unease.
If these stone statues are guarding the ancient tomb, they should be attacking me, right? Why are they all kneeling before me? What was the connection between this ancient tomb and him?
Chow followed, observing Lin Mo, sensing that the blood flowing through this kid's veins was no ordinary blood. The Zhuanghan people were delighted, they had managed to make all the stone statues kneel.
The identity of this person must surely be extraordinary. We should go in as well.
However, a stone statue rushed forward to block the way, and only then did he realize. It seemed that the statue only wanted Lin Mo to enter. And Ran wanted to rush in but was stopped.
Lin Mo, you have to be careful. Lin Mo slowly stepped forward.
On the first stone step, that person was wielding a sword to slay enemies on the battlefield. Behind him, others began to follow, shouting and urging. The person was a great general, leading thousands of troops and slaying tens of thousands of enemies. The bodies piled up to form a mountain. He seemed like a demon, beheading countless foes, making the world tremble and bow in fear.
Demon sword.
That person had silver hair, leaning on a tree and using his sword as a cane, gazing intently at the imperial palace he had protected his entire life. Lin Mo slowly walked toward the coffin. The person lying in the coffin was none other than the demon sword himself. A voice full of menace came from the coffin.
Who is it?
Lin Mo shouted in panic.
This ancient tomb must be at least 300 or 400 years old, yet the person in the coffin can still speak. Miss Shuitong-Gue, who was beside him, reassured him. Don't be afraid, that's just a lingering soul of the tomb's master. He hesitantly introduced himself. I am Lin Mo.
The voice of the sword kneeling asked, as if thunder had struck.
Are you the king of the kingdom of demon sealing? Lin Mo was momentarily stunned and replied.
The kingdom of demon sealing has long been gone.
He seemed not to believe it and asked again. Is it gone? He quickly answered.
Yes, it was destroyed by Province Nation 50 years ago. The kingdom of demon sealing was a small, ancient monarchy located in the southwest. Its total area was only 10,000 square meters, and the population was around 20,000 people. 50 years ago, Province Nation launched an attack on the royal palace, and the kingdom of demon sealing was officially wiped out. When Demon Sword heard the news, he flew into a rage. The country he had spent his life protecting had been destroyed by Province Nation. The more he spoke, the more furious he became. He created a demon aura with tremendous destructive power. Damned Province Nation, return my country to me, return my people to me. The demon aura, with its powerful offensive force, posed a danger to anyone unable to avoid it. The demon aura spread and rose high into the sky, resembling a massive vortex from a distance, accompanied by thunder, lightning, and fierce winds, an incredibly terrifying sight. At the Jiang Provincial Safety Bureau, Gao Longchen watched the swirling demon aura from afar, utterly alarmed. He shouted loudly. It must be the remnants of demon sealing who triggered the curse and opened the tomb of Demon Sword. I can't believe the tomb we've been searching for is right under their noses. He immediately gave the order. Send people to investigate the location of the Demon Sword's tomb immediately. If they encounter any remnants of demon sealing, kill them on sight. At that moment, Lin Feng was happily jumping around in the courtyard, excitedly telling in Shuang. It's Mo and I. There's no one in this world besides Mo and I who could open the tomb of Demon Sword, not even you or I could. She approached, concerned, and asked. Could Mo and I be in any danger? Lin Feng didn't answer her question, instead, he excitedly looked left and right. He can no longer stay in this village, it's time to go protect Mo and I. With that, he grabbed the scythe nearby. His spirit was filled with energy, and just the thought of dealing with the people from the safety bureau made him feel hot all over. Stay home and take care of our daughter. I'll leave right now. At Lin Mo's place, those present were stunned by the power of the demon sword. What kind of demon could have such an overwhelming amount of demon aura? To witness such a magnificent scene in this lifetime, it would be worth dying. And Ran was still thinking about him. Lin Mo, you mustn't get into trouble. The demon sword became increasingly agitated, as if it had gone mad. Why destroy my country? What gives you the right? Those small province nations? Miss Shui Tonggue, hiding behind him, suggested, try to form a pact with him, he's really strong. Lin Mo was also frightened by the demon aura. Is he a demon? But with so much demon aura, wouldn't forming a pact with him cause me to explode and die instantly? Both of them widened their eyes at the immense demon aura. Miss Shui Tonggue reassured him, that's just the amount of demon aura accumulated over a long time, and there's only a single wisp of the remaining soul. Do you see the sword in the coffin? Lin Mo raised his voice to argue. But I can't sense his demon body. Miss Shui Tonggue lost her patience, as she had already said it was only a wisp of a soul. That means it's just an obsession, not a complete demon soul yet. If you want to form a pact with him, try dripping your blood on the sword. If he wants to accept you as his master, he will follow you, otherwise, that's it. Hurry up, his shattered soul is about to vanish. He replied with a sound, then bit his finger while deep in thought. This demon sword was so powerful, if he could form a pact with it, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Lin Mo dripped his blood onto the sword, and a strange surge of power appeared, swirling around the hilt. It then flew straight toward his chest. Lin Mo barely had time to scream before his body collapsed. And Ran, standing below the main hall, saw Lin Mo in danger and panicked, shouting loudly. Without hesitation, she cast a spell, summoning her shadow demon. A purple, eerie light flickered in the darkness, and the shadow demon quickly emerged from the void, carrying and ran forward. The stone statues sensed its presence, tightening their grips on their weapons and swiftly striking to block the shadow demon's path. A group of statues also gathered, attempting to attack, but the demons skillfully evaded their blows. Seeing the enemy's numbers grow, the shadow demon used its ability to fly, soaring above and bypassing them by flying higher. It descended when it reached the high platform where Lin Mo had been struck. And Ran immediately rushed toward him. Upon nearing the coffin, she discovered Lin Mo lying inside with an odd expression. Frantic, she shook him and called his name, but he didn't respond at all. There was no other choice, she had to lift him up and plan to carry him out of there. And Ran was panting heavily, but still managed to get Lin Mo onto her back. It was night outside the ancient tomb, but a rather large group of people had appeared. It seemed like Ran's group had already guessed that the movement here would attract the attention of the security bureau, so they urged each other to leave quickly. De Zhuang, having apparently received the news, grew even more panicked. The security bureau's people are here, we need to go, boss. On the high platform, the shadow demon was struggling to pick up Lin Mo. And Ran, standing next to him, also understood that if they didn't leave, they wouldn't survive when the security bureau surrounded them, so she agreed. Moments later, the shadow demon was holding Lin Mo in his arms, with Ran on his back, flying back the way they came. And Ran looked at the stone statues bowing along the road, and she was certain they wouldn't attack Lin Mo. So, the two of them followed the light emitted by Lin Mo and safely passed through the stone statue path. After meeting up with her three subordinates, Ran didn't rest for a second but immediately ordered them to leave. The group knew how precious time was at that moment, so they wasted no time and rushed toward the exit. While Ran's group fumbled inside the tomb, the people outside were also patrolling diligently to find them. Ran and her subordinates were hiding behind tombstones that were several meters tall. Her underlings looked at Lin Mo with concern, fearing that perhaps he had lost his soul to the demon. And Ran wasn't sure either, and could only say, "We'll have to find a doctor to check him." Zhuan Han, who was guarding beside her, suddenly spoke urgently, "The security bureau's people are coming this way." Zhuan Han and the others were slightly panicked, whispering and discussing their escape plan. A subordinate sitting next to Ran interrupted their thoughts. He believed it was impossible to escape because the people from the safety bureau were extremely formidable. Then, he speculated that their target was Lin Mo and suggested that they should hand him over to find a chance of survival. How could Ran agree to that? Her face darkened, and she suggested that they go to Baiyang Academy since Lin Mo was a student there. Perhaps they would receive protection there. One of her subordinates, who had been saved by Ran, volunteered to support her. He stood up and declared that he would create a distraction so that Ran could take Lin Mo and escape. The other two, unwilling to fall behind, also insisted on going. Ran, deeply touched, felt her eyes redden, and for a moment, she couldn't find the words. The three of them didn't give her a chance to be polite, they only left her with a simple wish for her safety before running off. Ran held Lin Mo, watching their figures gradually disappear. Tears finally welled up in her eyes, but even so, she thanked them with a sobbing voice. As the people from the safety bureau remained highly alert, a shadow darted past them and taunted them with words. Elsewhere, suspicious figures appeared, leading most of the safety bureau agents to chase after them. Ran's subordinates continued to provoke, causing the agents from the safety bureau to become enraged and shout at each other to catch them. The area around the ancient tomb, which had been quiet, was now filled with shouts calling for blood and execution. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ran used a shadow technique to carry herself and Lin Mo away in another direction. She looked down from above at the crowd chasing each other, tears streaming down her face as she silently prayed that they could survive. The shadowy demon floated silently in the air, seemingly unnoticed, yet Sun Dili, sitting in the car, saw everything. He smirked as he watched them leave, thinking that relying on the shadowy demon would help them escape. He was underestimating the safety bureau way too much. As he spoke, his hand touched the evil spirit tattoo on his arm. Following Sun Dili's summoning, White Demon Soul took the form of 3 wolves, which transformed into streaks of light, as fast as lightning, chasing after Ran. However, she was no ordinary person. When they approached, she immediately noticed the shadowy demon's presence, knowing it was Lin Mo and Ran, so she could only passively dodge. Still, she was a step too late, and the green wolf struck her on the shoulder. Her grip on Lin Mo loosened slightly. At this moment, Ran couldn't help but realize that the wolf's target was Lin Mo. Worried, she ordered the shadowy demon to protect him. The demon could not be heavier on one side and lighter on the other, so it had no choice but to hold both of them in its embrace. Unfortunately, one of the wolves seized the opportunity and pounced, sinking its teeth into Ran's waist, causing her to scream in pain. Sun Dili, witnessing this scene, grinned with delight. He even felt regretful that he couldn't kill Ran, since she was the stepdaughter of the bureau chief. As this thought crossed his mind, he smiled cruelly. It seemed that the kid really was a leftover from Demon Sealing. If he caught him, he would definitely get a promotion. The shadowy demon tightly embraced Lin Mo and Ran, protecting them as they were surrounded by White Demon Soul. Ran, in immense pain, softly gave the command. Nightmare Demon, quickly leave this place and head to Baiyang Academy. Immediately, it swiftly moved forward, dodging the attack of the White Demon Soul. Sun Dili, watching from below, sneered at them as they fled, his face flashing with a smug, mocking expression. Truly naive, my White Demon Soul is not so easy to escape from. Each strike was delivered to prevent their escape. The White Demon Soul surrounding them was hit by the Shadow Demon's attack. The school slowly began to appear out of the darkness before everyone's eyes. Ran trembled as she held Lin Mo tightly, finally arriving. Just as she lost strength, the Shadow Demon also lost its power, slowly falling down. Suddenly, the White Demon Soul lunged at the two of them with ferocity. Another powerful demon appeared, knocking them away. The White Demon Soul retreated quickly, warily pulling back. Mu Yuan Cheng, her face cold, sharply shouted. How bold! to dare unleash demons in the school to harm others. And Ran, seeing someone approach, raised her battered face in silent plea.
We are being hunted.
Mu Yuanqing's face showed surprise as she heard this, and she carefully observed the two. Lin Mo, and the girl who brought water this morning.
How could they be so badly injured?
Suddenly, a large number of police cars appeared outside, stopping in front of the school gate when they saw Mu Yuanqing standing there.
She shouted loudly. Who are you to dare attack in the school? They did not back down, retorting angrily. Open your eyes wide and look.
We're from the Safety Bureau. The agents of the Safety Bureau, furious, threatened.
We're here to track down a major criminal.
If you continue to obstruct us, we will treat you as an accomplice and hold you accountable. Mu Yuanqing glanced subtly at the group of Lin Mo behind her and retorted, They are students from my school, not criminals. She bravely stood up against them. Let me see who dares to lay a hand on them. The people from the Safety Bureau were furious upon hearing this. They were truly looking for death. Immediately, they summoned their demons, preparing for battle. Mu Yuanqing stood alone, facing the personnel from the Safety Bureau, who had summoned hundreds of demons. She clenched her teeth, feeling fearful. If these demons attacked, she was certain she would be killed without a trace. Suddenly, a figure darted quickly in front of her. His hand, ablaze with fire, extended outward, and with a single move, he sent them flying far away. Mu Yuanqing, upon recognizing the person as the principal, felt a slight sense of relief. The 8 demon lords stood inside the school gates, watching as the others collapsed in a heap. He immediately turned to Mu Yuanqing and commanded, Quickly, take them to the infirmary.
I'll handle things here.
The students inside the dormitory, hearing the noise, rushed out to see what was happening.
What's going on?
Why is even the deputy director of the Safety Bureau here? They watched the events unfold in the yard, discussing among themselves.
Senior is carrying Lin Mo. Don't tell me they went out and got caught?
The principal, a 6th-level demon master, was he really planning to take on all of them by himself? A Shu, standing above, was suddenly shocked.
He stared in awe, analyzing Lin Mo.
There was an overwhelming sword aura emanating from him. The person from the Safety Bureau was enraged.
What does he intend to do? Duan Kenkoan's face was serious. You want to harm my students? Not a chance.
Upon hearing this, Sundili sneered loudly, A principal of a dilapidated school like you dares to stop the Safety Bureau from capturing criminals? He still stands there, arguing. I'll stop you, so what?
Duan Kenkoan retorted.
Once you step through the gates of my school, anyone wanting to touch my students will have to go through me first. Sundili's face darkened with anger as he cursed, I heard you're just a 6th-stage demon master.
Do you think you can stop us?
Immediately, he turned around and shouted loudly, Order all your contracted demons to come out.
They immediately obeyed and began to act. Duan Kenkoan took a fighting stance, his face grim.
Then you can try. He removed the cloth bandage wrapped around his arm. At the same time, both of Duan Kenkoan's arms released several small clusters of flames. What happened next caused Sundili to widen his eyes in shock. 8 incredibly powerful contracted demons appeared beside him instantly. The students in the dormitory watched in astonishment.
The principal just summoned 7 demons, and they're all at least evil spirit level.
That one over there is a demon judge. I heard it's an extremely rare type that's hardly ever seen anymore.
And there's even a little female demon, a super high level one.
The people and demons from the Safety Bureau stood frozen, shocked in place.
Sundili only then realized and was horrified.
He was not Jaifeng, he was one of the 8 demon kings of the Heaven and Earth Core.
Duan Kenkoan's face was filled with anger as he firmly declared, I am Duan Kenkoan. Do you still want to charge in?
He whispered with worry, Duan Tongling, this is not Dian Province, but Jiang Province. You have no authority to stop our Bureau of Safety from capturing criminals. If you continue obstructing us in administering justice, then you'll have to bear the consequences.
Upon hearing this, Duan Kenkoan's face turned cold.
I don't care who you're trying to arrest.
I only know that the boy is my student.
If you continue trying to break in and kill him, don't blame me. Sundili, no longer afraid, shouted orders loudly, everyone, go up now.
We must capture the remnants of demon sealing. They quickly advanced toward the gate where Duan Kenkoan stood blocking their way. Duan Kenkoan was unhurried.
He softly called, Demon Judge.
Hearing his name, the demon judge immediately raised his pen.
Red characters flew rapidly from the tip of his pen toward the Bureau of Safety's group of demons.
They were immediately stunned and paralyzed. He then continued summoning the demon maid. It's your turn.
The demon maid's scythe swung powerfully upward, and then, in quick succession, she slashed down at the Bureau of Safety's demons, causing them excruciating pain.
The demons that were cleaved fell one by one in front of them.
The Bureau of Safety's people were horrified, shouting, incredible.
Is this really the power of a human? Duan Kenkoan, his face grim, shot them a cold glance. A bunch of trash.
They turned pale, fearfully staring ahead. Immediately turning around and running away in extreme fear, he sneered softly, the Safety Bureau is just like that.
The convoy of the Safety Bureau quickly sped away.
The group of students, who had been watching all this time, couldn't help but feel elated. With just 2 beautiful demon warriors, they had wiped out all the men of the Safety Bureau. They were so excited that they shouted loudly, our principal is amazing, we won't dare look down on him anymore.
The convoy of the Safety Bureau quickly drove along the dark road.
Inside the car, Sundili began to contact the director of the Safety Bureau.
Gao Longchen, on the other end, was anxious. How's it going?
The voice of Sundili on the other side of the phone made him extremely angry. This operation only captured an irrelevant person. As for the brat connected with the grave of the demon sword, he was stopped, and we couldn't catch him.
Who blocked our way?
Sundili on the other end said seriously, the commander of the Xintian army, Duan Kenkoan. The reply on the other end came, that old man is currently the principal of Baiyang Academy. Then, with a tone of disdain, he continued, Duan Kenkoan won't protect the remnants of the demon sealing. Gao Longchen said, recalling the past, back then, when we attacked the demon sealing, he slaughtered an entire city.
But understanding the implications, Sundili panicked, Director, do you mean he gave up his position as commander of the Xintian army and sneaked into Jian province, opening a rundown academy to gather many students for the purpose of investigating the remnants of the demon sealing?
Gao Longchen chuckled softly, no wonder he was the commander of Xintian, he truly is a vicious and cruel man. He spoke while reclining his chair. There are 2 possible reasons why the old man stopped him, either he wanted to take credit for the work, or he intended to use the situation as bait for something bigger. Don't forget, the National Master of Demon Sealing is the most important person, and we still haven't found him.
Once again, it's as if he had an epiphany. So, are we just going to turn a blind eye and let him steal the credit? Gao Longchen added, of course not.
We'll interrogate the one we captured, and for Baiyang's side, we'll send undercover students to gather information. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, make sure to get your son involved so he has a place in the future. The image of the 3 mysterious figures appeared very distinguished. Gao Longchen, with a sense of pride, said, of course, to be sure, I'll also have TT accompany him. The person on the other end of the line acknowledged the order. After finishing, they fell silent for a moment. Swear it, Kingdom of Demon Sealing's master, this time I will capture you myself.
Scene change.
The man was in a fit of rage, as if someone had been cooking wolves, who's cursing me behind my back.
Elsewhere, in a hospital bed, a man and a woman were receiving treatment.
The principal entered to inquire about Lin Mo's condition. Mu Yuan Qing replied, Principal, it seems like Lin Mo isn't going to make it.
Please, you have to save him.
He stepped closer, carefully inspecting the situation, then concluded, this is caused by the excessive accumulation of yin energy in his body, damaging the heart meridian. He took out an acupuncture needle and said, as long as we expel the yin energy and let him rest for a few days, he should recover. The acupuncture needle gently pricked Lin Mo's forehead, and a mysterious energy emanated. She anxiously asked, "Principal, what exactly happened to him? How did he end up like this? And why does the safety department want to arrest him?" Zhu Feng subtly reminded her not to get involved in this matter. As he turned around, something seemed to tell him otherwise. Zhu Feng turned back, unsure of what he had seen in Lin Mo that made him frown. The demon sword had a very similar appearance and was of a similar age, clearly a remnant of the demon ceiling. Without thinking too much, she grabbed his neck. Mu Yuan Cheng froze. "Principal, what are you doing?" Less than 5 seconds later, he released his grip, his face pale, but he quickly regained his composure, drummed his fingers and shot a sideways glance at him. However, he couldn't do anything inside, turning away. In a rural area, the locals were happily going about their daily tasks. Suddenly, their homes were set on fire, causing chaos. Some people fled in panic, others perished. A group of strangers boldly walked into the sea of flames. Above, there were 3 people waiting for them. The woman's face was clearly visible, staring intently. It turns out, these were just dreams. Lin Mo woke up, feeling uncomfortable. What exactly is going on? I've never been there, but it felt so real. He Xiaopan burst in, joyfully, with tears in his eyes. "Mo bro, you're awake? You've been asleep for 7 days. He Xiaopan cheered with excitement. "I thought you'd never wake up again in this life." The weight of the person lying on top of Lin Mo made him feel like he was about to explode. "Such a heavy reincarnation, you flattened me out." After the joy, he suddenly began to complain again. "You're lucky, you slept through the entire military training. Look at me, after military training, I turned into this kind of mess." He sighed and hinted at himself, glancing over everything from top to bottom. He gave a glare and muttered, "Still getting darker, huh? If you go out like this at midnight and flash a grin, people walking by will be scared out of their minds, thinking you're flying in mid-air." He Xiaopan, angrily yelling, "You just woke up and you're already itching to tease me." At that moment, the system chimed, "Congratulations, the host has received 10 points for breaking the room." He replied with a slight jab, "But I'm not going to argue with you. If it weren't for the excuse to come here and take care of you, I wouldn't have been able to skip school." From the other side, a voice responded, "At least there's this day." It was in Shuang, his whole body wrapped in bandages. Bloodlust flared up as he teased Lin Mo, "Unlike you, too dumb to not jump off a building." Though he was also bandaged, and Shuang wasn't going to let it slide. He continued, "Don't get too smug. I'll definitely make you pay for breaking my leg." The system chimed again, 50 points added for breaking the room. Lin Mo responded with a snarky remark, "Keep talking, and the other leg might just keep going too." He Xiaopan, a little clueless, joined in, but both of his legs were already broken, so he had no other legs to talk about. Lin Mo turned to him and asked, "I remember it was Imran who brought me here, and she seemed to be injured too. Where is she now?" He Xiaopan confirmed that. Mu Yuan Cheng, who had been silent until now, added, "Not only was she injured, but she nearly died saving you." Hearing that, Lin Mo panicked and started looking for her room. Mu Yuan Cheng informed him, and Ran is in the intensive care unit, still in critical condition. Because he had not recovered yet, as soon as his foot touched the ground, he collapsed. She anxiously tried to stop him, "You've been fighting the enemy for 10 years, revenge can wait." And Shuang smiled in satisfaction, "Has your leg become useless too?" But Lin Mo's retort was just as dismissive, "It's just numb from lying down for so long." As he walked, he even took the opportunity to flick at the bandaged part of his leg. "You're so concerned, huh? I'm just giving you a little return gift." Ugh, that flick was so light, yet it hurts as if I'd been cursed. And Shuang had a little knowledge of insults, but it was not much. As for him, he walked while making a dismissive finger gesture, "If you're so tough, try catching up with me." Lin Mo glared at her coldly, then inquired about the situation. Mu Yuan Cheng looked at and ran, motionless on the hospital bed, and answered, she was attacked by the white demon soul and was poisoned by it. Although she's been given an antidote serum, her condition hasn't improved.
This poison is likely a special one from the demon master.
He fell silent for a long time, then Lin Mo angrily declared, "She was injured because of you, so you must save her. Tell me who from the safety bureau harmed her." Mu Yuan Chang looked up and saw the deputy director of the safety bureau, Sun Dili. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately rushed to find him.
Zhu Feng saw him and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Where are you going?"
Lin Mo, his determination burning, responded, "I'm going to find Sun Dili to see if there's a way to steal the antidote." He stepped onto the stairs, then called back, "Come with me first." He frowned, rejecting the suggestion, his mind filled with worry. If I delay, what if Ran dies from that poison?
Mu Yuanqing gently spoke, "You still don't know? If the principal hadn't fought with the safety bureau that night, you'd have been arrested by now." Lin Mo was shocked by the news and froze. In his astonishment, he asked, "Did he save you too?"
She stood opposite Lin Mo, advising him, "I think you should go with him, after all, there's nothing bad about it."
He agreed immediately.
He quickly made his way to the rooftop where Zhu Feng had arranged to meet. Zhu Feng gazed at the sky.
That night, the safety bureau couldn't catch him and couldn't even make out his face, but they would send someone to investigate soon enough. You're probably still unaware of why the safety bureau wants to arrest you, right?
Zhu Feng turned around, narrowing his eyes as he looked at him.
Lin Mo fell into deep thought.
Indeed, the safety bureau couldn't have acted just for revenge, but even if it was about the ancient tomb, he hadn't stolen anything, so it couldn't be for that reason. Zhu Feng frowned, turned, and left him with a question, "You don't even know about this and yet you rushed straight to the safety bureau.
Even if the others in the safety bureau don't take action, with a demon master at the first level like you, do you think you can fight someone like Sundali, a demon master?" Lin Mo found himself in a corner, anxiously asking him, "Principal, what should I do then?"
Zhu Feng pointed to the mountain opposite and replied, "There's a lair of pure body ghosts over there, and inside, there are at least 70 malevolent spirits.
There is also the level of evil spirit.
If you can handle all of them, you will gain the ability to fight against the demon master of the three realms.
At that point, you will need to find Sun Dili in order to have a chance at victory."
He is very serious about laying out the strategy.
But what Lin Mo is currently worried about is Ran.
He slowly stroked his beard and confidently stated, "Don't worry, with me here, the girl won't die within a month, and the people from the safety department won't dare to break into the school and arrest anyone." Hearing that, Lin Mo felt more at ease and lowered his head to express his gratitude. Zhu Feng, seeing this, was pleased.
"You are my student, it's not in vain that we become master and disciple."
The words made Lin Mo wonder in his heart.
Master and disciple? Does he mean to take me as his apprentice? Zhu Feng's face turned serious as he proposed, "A student is a student, and an apprentice is an apprentice. So, do you want to become my apprentice?"
Lin Mo looked up at him in surprise, his heart filled with questions. Why is Zhu Feng treating me so differently? Not only is he opposing the safety department, but he's also doing everything he can to treat Ran. Moreover, there are so many people who want to become his disciple but can't.
So why am I receiving such great favor? Zhu Feng smiled faintly and spoke, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm not worthy of being your master?"
Lin Mo quickly knelt down. "You have already saved me, that's a kindness as heavy as a mountain. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." He knelt seriously in homage. Zhu Feng smiled brightly and helped him up, silently praising him. "This kid is quite clever." Lin Mo's eyes were filled with determination, silently considering that becoming Zhu Feng's apprentice would give him someone to back him up. Thus, the group of people had a bit of caution. If he truly had any ill intentions toward him, it would be better to stay more vigilant. Zhu Feng then turned around, not forgetting to remind him, "As for why the safety department wants to arrest you, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Also, come to my office after 11 p.m. When Lin Mo heard that he was invited to the office at night, he quickly agreed, thinking that Zhu Feng would give him something. He slowed his pace and asked, by the way, I remember you were a poor student. What's your family situation like? Lin Mo, slightly stunned, replied, my family has my parents and a younger sister. Both my parents are farmers, and my sister is seriously ill. Upon hearing the answer, Zhu Feng stroked his beard and left. Lin Mo then walked to school with He Xiaopan. He turned to him and sighed, it's so boring. If I were unconscious for a few more days, wouldn't I be able to skip more school? Lin Mo turned and scolded, if I were in a vegetative state, wouldn't you not go to school for 4 years? He Xiaopan laughed foolishly, praising, that sounds fine to me. Every day, Lin Mo would visit the infirmary to check on him, and by chance, he would also meet Miss Mu. The two of them would chat for a while before heading to class. Everyone in the class was gossiping. Some young people surrounded Demon's child, offering gifts to gain favor. Lin Mo looked on in shock, can they really be so shameless? He Xiaopan placed a hand on his shoulder and softly said, you already have Miss Mu and Kai, so of course, Demon's child doesn't seem appealing to you. But we, the single ones, think anything is attractive. At this moment, he suddenly noticed someone eschew. He was sitting at the front of the table, making Lin Mo feel dissatisfied. Truly, outstanding students were different. He walked over, pulled out a chair, and quietly sat down without drawing any attention. At this moment, Lin Mo finally thought about the events of that night. Indeed, he had made a pact with the lingering soul of the demon sword that night. But no matter how he tried to use his mental power, he couldn't feel it, nor could he summon or control it. Now, with the good item that Zhu Feng had given him, he was sure it would solve the problem. He glanced at the packs and gently rubbed them. The bell signaling the start of class rang. Zhu Feng walked in, his voice clear, it's time for class, everyone, please settle down quickly. He cleared his throat a few times and requested the class to be quiet. Zhu Feng raised his hand toward the door and introduced, today, we have 3 exchange students from Shuefeng Academy who will be studying at our school for a while. The first one was Gao Tt, a female student from the class. As soon as she stepped in, she captivated all the boys. Lin Mo glanced at Gao Tt again, silently judging in his mind, must be from the safety department, huh? Zhu Feng's face darkened, feeling embarrassed, thinking to himself, this is so embarrassing, how did I end up recruiting such a group? The 3 of them introduced themselves in turn. Gao Tt ignored everyone else and focused on Lin Mo. She quickly realized he was the one her father had asked her to approach in order to gather information. Zhu Feng quickly suggested that they choose their seats. Wherever Gao Tt went, the boys were all mesmerized, wanting her to sit with them. In the end, Tt chose to sit next to Lin Mo. He shot her a glance. Gao Tt put on a friendly expression and greeted him. The boys in the class quickly began to murmur in jealousy when they saw her paying attention to him. The system kept ringing with notifications, congratulating the host for receiving 20 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo's gaze, filled with hatred, fixed on Gao Tt, and he silently despised her. When Enran was young, she had her ghostly fate taken away by this woman, and now, she was nearly beaten to death by the safety department, yet Gao Tt was still able to sit there. He stood up silently, filled with nothing but disgust for her. Lin Mo turned irritably and told Gao Tt to move aside, but she looked at him, confused, not understanding what was going on. Gao Tt wondered inwardly, does Lin Mo dislike me sitting near him? But isn't that what boys usually like? He shot her a cold glare once again, his voice harsh as he snapped, are you deaf? Please move out of the way so I can get out. She stood up, still sullen. As Lin Mo walked past her in discomfort, Gao Tt spoke up, Lin friend, may I ask why you want to change seats? He gave her a sharp, cold glance, his voice cutting as he exposed her intentions, the scent of a scheme is too strong. His words left Gao Tt speechless, frozen in place, while Lin Mo had already moved to his new seat. The boys in the class, having heard him scold her, were all extremely irritated. They just sat there, laughing and gossiping about him. One young man sitting there speculated, could they have been in a relationship before? Did Gao Tt do something wrong to Lin Mo, and now she's here to apologize? Someone beside him disagreed. Maybe Lin Mo got bored with her and broke up with her.
Now Gao TT has come to try to get back with him.
The group of young men loudly cheered, Lin Mo, from now on, you're my idol. He just sat there, brooding silently for a long time. Zhu Feng coughed to grab their attention and said, all right, no more talking, let's start the lesson.
After school, Lin Mo went to the school library to be a diligent little bee.
Finally, after a long time, he found what he was looking for.
Lin Mo gently took it off the shelf.
He opened the book and marveled. It was exactly like the palace he had seen in his dreams.
The ancient tombs information. Lin Mo flipped through page after page to explore.
Sua Tiangue was the 12th national master of the kingdom of demon sealing. With his unparalleled swordsmanship, he managed to block the attacks of the province nation, earning the fear and respect of the province nation, who called him the demon sword.
However, after Sua Tiangue's death, the kingdom of demon sealing was no longer a match for the province nation.
Its territory was gradually invaded until, in modern times, it was reduced to less than 10,000 square kilometers. The book also mentioned that 50 years ago, the province nation conquered the capital of the kingdom of demon sealing, burned the royal palace, and slaughtered the people of demon sealing.
During that battle, the last king of the kingdom of demon sealing committed suicide.
The crown prince of the demon sealing kingdom fled and, after 30 years of running, was caught by the safety bureau chief, Gao Longchen, and the lion.
Lin Mo frowned in confusion, but he was the only one who could open the ancient tomb.
The soul of that demon sword still thinks he's the kingdom of demon sealing soldier.
Who exactly am I?
He looked at the map and thought to himself.
His hometown was located on the border between Jiang province and Tian province.
The kingdom of demon sealing used to be quite close as well. Could it be that he was really a descendant of the kingdom of demon sealing soldiers? But no, the crown prince of demon sealing had already been killed. He was probably a descendant of the royal family of demon sealing. No wonder the safety bureau wanted to investigate his family.
It's not good, Dad and everyone are in danger.
Thinking of this, Lin Mo quickly closed the book, his face full of worry. He put his hand in his pocket and took out his phone. As Lin Mo tried to make a call, he silently speculated, if I am a descendant of the demon sealing royal family, then Dad must be too. The safety bureau will likely reach my hometown soon. He called for an entire session, but no one picked up. At this moment, Lin Mo was extremely anxious, hoping that nothing would happen to anyone.
Just then, Lin Feng finally answered the call. He quickly asked, Dad, why did it take you so long to answer? His father responded cheerfully, I'm on a train, so the signal's weak. Your dad's got some walnuts to bring to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was startled and quickly interrupted, What? Dad, don't come. The Jiang province is investigating me. I'm afraid you'll be in danger. On the other end of the line, Lin Feng replied, What are they investigating us for? Our family has been poor farmers for generations. What could they possibly investigate us about? Lin Mo, still confused, asked, Poor farmers? Are you sure our ancestors were never wealthy? Didn't we come from nobility or some fallen aristocracy or something? His father frowned, his expression serious, and asked, Mo and I, have you discovered something? What nonsense about nobility? You're the first university student in the Lin family. Whether we become nobles or not, it all depends on you.
Lin Feng smiled, not joking, and quickly bid Lin Mo farewell. All right, son, I'll call you when I arrive. Before Lin Mo could even process what had just happened, his father hung up. Lin Mo stared at the phone, lost in thought. Could Dad really be lying to me? Could it really just be a coincidence? Did the safety bureau make a mistake? Just then, Gao Ti appeared. She cheerfully approached and started a conversation. Are you interested in history? He frowned, his eyes filled with disdain, and replied. What does that have to do with you? Gao Ti gently tucked her hair behind her ear and asked. May I ask what you meant by that? I don't think we've ever met. Lin Mo's aura was fierce, as if he wanted to devour her whole, silently despising her. A person who would steal her own sister's fate was either a beast or livestock. Worse still, pretending to be innocent and naive was even more despicable than livestock. After thinking this, he quickly turned around and walked away, mocking her as he did.
Those who do wrong will be seen by heaven. Don't you feel disgusted by what you've done?
Gao Tt stood stunned, unable to comprehend his words.
She panicked and shouted. What have I done? Lin Mo frowned and answered.
All those filthy things.
You know it yourself.
Gao Tt quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his path urgently. Stop right there, you have to explain everything clearly to me today. Lin Mo, showing no restraint, pushed her hand aside and insulted her.
A good dog doesn't block the way. Gao Tt stood frozen at his words.
Behind the bookshelf opposite her, a group of people were lurking, furious at how Lin Mo had treated her so ruthlessly. They truly felt sorry for her. He continued searching for books while overhearing their judgmental comments. Some praised him, others criticized, with the system's notification chiming as it added points. Lin Mo felt disgusted and muttered to himself.
Oh my god, I walked this far before Gao Tt finally broke the room? Why is she reacting so slowly?
The bright moonlight illuminated by Young Academy.
Lin Mo walked thoughtfully down the dark corridor.
Just as he reached the door, Zhu Feng invited him in.
Lin Mo opened the door slightly and peered inside, curious. It was so dark, hadn't they turned on the lights?
A sharp object suddenly flew toward him from somewhere, aiming directly at him. A person with high martial arts skills targeted Lin Mo, making it impossible for him to avoid. Lin Mo's face filled with terror as it came within mere inches of him.
The knife pierced his skin, but he couldn't react in time. He wondered in his heart, is this it? Am I really going to die like this?
Lin Mo squeezed his eyes shut. After a while, he slowly opened them. The demon sword suddenly appeared, blocking him. It swung in a quick arc toward Zhu Feng, who barely managed to block it. The power of the demon sword was overwhelming, forcing Zhu Feng to struggle. After a moment, he was knocked back, crashing into the wall with such force that it cracked.
Zhu Feng slowly stood up.
Lin Mo stared in shock, utterly confused.
Principal, what are you doing? He asked. Zhu Feng answered with difficulty, haven't you always been unable to sense the ghostly power of the demon sword? I'm doing this to force it to reveal itself for you.
At this point, Lin Mo suddenly realized and looked down at his hand.
The demon sword? Strange. Why can't I sense it now?
Zhu Feng slowly turned on the lights again and explained, you probably don't know much about the ancient tomb you entered, do you? That's the tomb of the demon sword. His sword has killed and soaked in the blood of countless people. The resentment on it has long since solidified into a distorted form.
The lingering will of the demon sword is meant to suppress this resentment.
So, when you made a pact with that lingering will, you released the accumulated resentment and malevolent energy inside. This is also why you nearly died from being cursed when you entered its body.
Zhu Feng said, coughing a few times. At this point, Lin Mo understood everything. He squinted, realizing the reason he couldn't sense it was because the demon sword was just a lingering will. It was even weaker than a dying soul.
Since the advent of the Demon Master, many have made pacts with it, but no one has ever managed to summon or use it. Lin Mo scratched his head, confused.
So, the reason you tried to kill me earlier was to explain before I could say anything? Lingering wills vary in strength.
When I tried to kill you just now, it was to force it to appear.
If it's strong, then I try summoning and using it.
If it's weak, there's no point in wasting time, it's just a wasted effort. By this point, Zhu Feng was sweating heavily, coughing violently.
Lin Mo, hearing this, became even more curious. So, is it strong?
He wanted to help the old man, but was stopped.
Zhu Feng closed his eyes slightly and confirmed.
Very strong, in fact. On the outside, I may seem fine,
but I've actually fractured a rib. Who am I?
A few days, and this injury will be healed. That being said, Zhu Feng tightly held onto the blood he had just coughed up. He was clearly gravely injured. Lin Mo carefully helped Zhu Feng sit down.
Master, how should I summon and use it? He asked.
Zhu Feng complained, saying it was difficult, and whether or not it could be summoned flexibly depended on his comprehension. It could take 7 or 8 years at best, or even decades. By the time Lin Mo could use the demon sword with flexibility, dealing with the 5 Sundali would be a trivial matter. Hearing this, Lin Mo was stunned. He replied angrily, "But I can't wait that long.
And Ran only has a month."
Lin Mo was agitated as he recalled the scene of her lying motionless in the hospital bed.
Zhu Feng lowered his head. However, there was another extreme method.
Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's spirits lifted, and he urged Zhu Feng to explain it. Zhu Feng furrowed his brows and slowly began to explain. It was a method similar to the one before, one that would repeatedly push him to the brink of life and death. In a short period of time, it would appear, and Lin Mo would need to quickly perceive it. By repeating the process, he would eventually understand it fully.
Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's mind raced, and he responded happily, "I understand now. I'll go jump off a building right now."
Zhu Feng was startled and quickly stopped him. He angrily explained, "Jumping off a building is too risky. If you can't force it to appear, you'll truly die."
Lin Mo, dissatisfied, asked him, "So what should I do then?"
Zhu Feng slowly stood up and proposed a plan to kill the demon. This would deepen the bond between the demon and himself. When he was about to be killed by another demon, the chances of forcing it to appear were very high.
Lin Mo, excited and happy, asked, "So, were you telling me to go to the tomb to kill demons before? Was this the reason?"
"But just now, when you stabbed me, there was no demon around.
If it hadn't been forced out, wouldn't I have been impaled to death?" Lin Mo wickedly questioned him. Zhu Feng avoided that scrutinizing gaze and replied, "I have my own limits on this matter, you won't die."
He quickly set off, not forgetting to wave and thank him before leaving.
The moment Lin Mo closed the door, Zhu Feng's expression darkened.
He quickly lost his balance and spat out blood. The demon sword was truly too strong, he nearly passed away right there. He slowly smiled as he took off his robe. Outside, Lin Mo was rushing towards the mountain. Sun Mei Lei immediately noticed this unusual behavior. It was midnight, and he was leaving the school. Something must be up. Sun Miao grinned slyly and confirmed, "He's definitely going to contact another remnant wind demon.
If we can catch him, it'll be a big achievement."
Gao Tt approached from behind to inquire about the situation, asking how the investigation at the school was progressing.
He frowned and replied, "I know a thug from Baiyang.
He saw with his own eyes that Lin Mo was carried in that night. I heard he nearly died."
Gao Tt quickly made the connection and chased after Lin Mo while speculating. "Then it's certainly him, the one who left the ancient tomb that night must be him. And he's probably the one who opened the demon sword's tomb. Hurry, go after him."
Listening to the command, the two brothers from the Sun family swiftly pursued. In the pitch-black night, one person was running to find the ghost, while the other 3 wanted to take care of him, the one who was desperately chasing. The moon rose high and shone brightly, casting its light everywhere. Lin Mo ran non-stop from the road to the mountain. Sun Miao chased after him, still puzzled, where on earth is this guy going?
Ahead was an ancient house, surrounded by numerous ghosts.
Although he was out of breath, there were no signs of him stopping. The number of ghosts gathering around this place was increasing, making it harder for him to proceed.
What's he going there for? He's clearly walking straight into a death trap. Lin Mo didn't hesitate anymore and ran straight ahead. The 3 people were still following him. He didn't care about them, who had the time to pay attention to them. He had something far more important to deal with now.
There it is. The pure body ghost.
Finally, he found it.
Lin Mo rushed forward and shouted loudly, standing in front of the pure body ghost to block its path. Enraged, it shouted, "Who the hell are you?" The pure body ghost thought to itself, looking at Lin Mo. It seemed like just a normal first-level demon master, but he dared to chase after a high-level evil spirit like itself. Something was off about this guy. Lin Mo pointed directly at it and confidently declared, "I know you. You're the pure body ghost who ambushed me on the day of my enrollment." Hearing this, the ghost recalled who he was and immediately became furious. "You bastard, you killed over a dozen of my brothers." Lin Mo quickly flashed a smile and approached the pure body ghost. "So, what? You want to take revenge, don't you? Then come on, kill me already." The ghost was stunned by this response. It took a few steps back, constantly warning Lin Mo, "Hey, wait a minute, don't come any closer. Are there more of your people around here trying to set a trap for me?" It looked around nervously, clearly on edge. He didn't hesitate to grab the hand of the pure body demon, then placed its hand on his own neck, smiling as he suggested, "I swear, there's no one else, I just want you to kill me. Go ahead, strangle me." The pure body demon, noticing something was off, couldn't help but panic. It took several steps back, distancing itself from Lin Mo, then shouted, "Damn, are you crazy?" With a serious expression, Lin Mo made another suggestion. "Why don't you kill me? Last time, you were so eager to do it. What's going on today? You're not hungry anymore? Why are you turning around and walking away, and still cursing me? If you want to die, just go jump off a building. Why are you bothering me?" Lin Mo responded calmly, "I can't jump off a building. I can only be killed by a demon. Please, don't leave. Is my flesh not tasty, or is it too charred for you?" So, he followed the pure body demon all the way. Lin Mo continued pleading for help, which annoyed the demon even more. He crouched down with a pitiful face, begging, "I'll give you all the demon pearls I have. If that's still not enough, I'll even burn some money for you. You won't lose out on this deal." Lin Mo desperately begged the pure body demon. It angrily slapped his hand away and yelled, "It's not that I don't want to kill you, but the northern cemetery isn't my turf. If it were my territory, you'd be dead by now." Lin Mo threw all his pride aside and argued, "What's this nonsense about territory? You're just scared to kill a single human? Stop making excuses and kill me already." The pure body demon, exhausted, explained, "This place is filled with thousands of haunted tombs, and the factions of the major demons are a mess. There's a rule here, we can't kill anyone on another demon's territory. If I kill you and it causes trouble with the local big boss, I'll never be able to do business here again." It angrily turned away, leaving him stunned. Lin Mo felt helpless and bored, realizing that even demons have as many laws as humans. He cursed inwardly, wondering if the reason the demons hadn't touched him despite all his encounters with them was because of this damn rule. The pure body demon, taking advantage of Lin Mo's distraction, secretly chuckled. It quickly ran off, causing Lin Mo to panic and shout, "Hey, don't run." The pure body demon, with one leg in tow, couldn't help but sigh in relief. "Good thing I'm smart. I've finally escaped from him." But before it could celebrate, Lin Mo caught up to it with a cheerful smile. "I've figured it out. Now you just have to come with me to my territory, and I can kill you there." At this point, the pure body demon seemed utterly speechless by how persistent he was. The pure body demon ran desperately, while muttering, "I have things to do. I'm not in the mood to play with you. Please, spare me." No matter how fast it ran, Lin Mo was always right behind. "I won't spare you." Suddenly, the pure body demon dropped to its knees, hands clasped together in a desperate plea. "I really have something important I can't miss. If I'm late, it's all over. Please, I beg you. Let me go. Please, just this once." It bowed its head in despair, pleading. Sun Mei Lei and Sun Miao, hiding nearby, watched in astonishment. Neither of them could have expected that a pure body demon, which had come to steal evil spirit, would be on its knees begging him. The two exchanged fearful glances and, in unison, asked, "What in the world is he?" Gao Ti, standing beside them, gently placed her hand on one of their shoulders to reassure her and continued to watch. "Maybe I'll learn more soon." Lin Mo saw this and immediately sat down to advise, "If you said only the boss of this area has the right to kill me, then take me there so he can kill me." The pure body demon stood up, sighed, and agreed. "I was actually on my way to congratulate him, so you can come with me." With his agreement, Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. The three of them did not take their eyes off his gradually fading figure. Along the way, the demons around them couldn't stop eyeing Lin Mo hungrily. They gathered in increasing numbers, their craving for flesh so intense that they would pounce at any given order. Lin Mo smiled at the sight. With these demons attacking him, the demon sword would surely not appear. A demon, saliva dripping from its mouth, came forward, excited by the prospect of eating a living human again. He smiled brightly and suggested that it should kill him to enjoy a good meal. After hearing that, the demon was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. The demon quickly stepped back, its face showing disdain. "You think I'm an idiot? Kill you here in the territory of the red-clad female demon? Are you trying to get me killed?" The other demons also looked at him with unfriendly eyes, causing the system to continuously beep with point increases. Lin Mo clicked his tongue in disdain for such cowards. They all moved toward a specific location. Lin Mo kept asking, "Is the demon boss around? Is the red-clad demon celebrating her 80th birthday today?" The demon quickly denied, "No, tonight she is marrying the butchered demon from the west area. So, of course, little demons like us have to go congratulate them." Despite saying this, its eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Mo innocently asked, "So the human leg you're carrying is a wedding gift? But what kind of gift is that? It's already rotten, how could anyone eat it?" Hearing those criticisms, the pure body demon fell silent. It recalled the past and became enraged. "Thanks to you. Originally, I was going to catch your fat friend, but you and that kid blocked my way. That's why I ended up here." Lin Mo smirked evilly as an idea popped into his head. "Then, when it's time to present the gift, you can tell them I'm your gift." Hearing him come up with such a clever idea, the pure body demon praised him. It happily thanked Lin Mo, and the two of them went inside together. The two siblings from the Sun family and Gao Ti were still observing from a distance. She couldn't help but be stunned by the series of confusing events. Where did this Lin Mo come from? Why is the pure body demon so respectful toward him? Even other demons wouldn't dare to act like that, the two of them muttered in astonishment. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "I'm sure that on the day at the demon market, he must have gone easy on me. No way could someone be treated with such respect by a demon and still be so scared. He must have more power than this." Gao Ti suddenly spoke up. "Now I finally understand why my father wanted us to investigate him. His identity definitely isn't simple, so we have to visit the ancient house today." Sun Miao quickly objected. "What? Just the three of us going there? That's like offering ourselves to death." Sun Mei Lei, standing next to him, vehemently agreed. "I don't want to walk into a death trap. Picking any random person from there could get us killed." She quickly reassured the two. "Don't worry, my father gave me 3 demon energy pills. When I take them, a layer of demonic aura will form around my body. This way, we can disguise ourselves as demons and enter without being detected." Gao Ti, while presenting, took out 3 blue pearls emitting a strong, eerie aura. The two of them exchanged glances for a moment, then agreed. Each of them reached out to take 1 demon pearl. Though it was somewhat difficult to swallow, once absorbed, it brought with it a strange source of energy. The demon spoke clearly, the demon that erodes the western district, offering a pair of living human eyeballs. The demon blood lake in the southern district, offering a pair of hearts from a couple in love. The swamp demon in the northern district, offering a box of mixed human flesh. Lin Mo cheerfully stepped forward to greet them. He looked over and said, the pure body demon in the western district offering a living person. Look, these demons are all in awe of the fact that a living person is being offered. That's pretty terrifying, huh? Such a grand gift. With such a generous offering, surely the red-robed demon will favor them in the future. The demon quickly instructed the pure body demon to take Lin Mo downstairs. He swiftly pushed him into another room. Lin Mo, confused, turned back to look at the door. His mind was filled with question marks. Where are the people? Aren't they demons? Frustrated, Lin Mo kicked the furniture and cursed aloud. What the hell is this? Why is no demon paying attention to me? Come on, come eat me already. Shuitom Gue appeared beside him, signaling him to be quiet. I can sense the red-robed demon. Both of them quickly looked up. Lin Mo wondered where she was. Shuitom Gue pointed at the ceiling and said, she's staying still in the room above. In a hurry to find the red-robed demon, Lin Mo gently pushed the window open. The outside was noisy and bustling, so he tried his best to make as little noise as possible. But as soon as he stepped out of the room, the servants quickly noticed him. Lin Mo immediately ran up the stairs. The two female ghosts looked at each other in confusion and asked, is that also a guest tonight? The other girl quickly responded, I don't know. I've never heard the master mention having human guests before. Lin Mo had now reached the room where he thought the female ghost was hiding. He slightly opened the door and looked inside. There, the female ghost in the red dress was tying a red veil and sitting gracefully on the bed. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. She gently suppressed Lin Mo's scent of blood. As she absorbed his life force, the red-dressed ghost said, your living scent smells so sweet. You really are considerate, even bringing a living person to me. Well then, tonight I shall indulge. He walked forward with a smile on his face. Lin Mo slowly removed the veil. She shyly reminded him, the wedding hasn't even ended yet, and you're already in such a hurry. He happily patted his chest and laughed loudly before proposing, finally found you. Now, hurry up and kill me. The red-dressed ghost couldn't hold back her anger upon hearing this. Are you a living person? Do you know that only the bride's husband is allowed to lift her veil? How could you do this? She screamed in rage, continuously cursing him. Lin Mo smirked. So, you're really angry, huh? You want to kill me, don't you? Then hurry up and do it, don't hesitate. The red-dressed ghost sighed, since you've already lifted it, I suppose there's no turning back. In that case, you'll have to marry me. He was suddenly struck with panic. She moved closer to Lin Mo. The red-clad female ghost embraced him, saying only the groom is allowed to lift the veil. Since you've lifted my veil, you are the groom. Lin Mo blushed immediately. He stepped back and exclaimed, wait a minute, but I'm human. She looked at him hungrily and replied, being human is no problem. Then Lin Mo immediately turned and ran for his life. These ghosts have all gone mad, none of them are normal. The pupils of the red-clad female ghost glowed blood red as she unleashed her power. The door Lin Mo was running towards suddenly slammed shut. He was terrified. Lin Mo crawled towards the door, begging her not to come any closer. He gritted his teeth, thinking, if they want to kill me, I certainly won't run away. These ghosts seem to want to take my virginity, could she possibly get it? Thinking of that, his face turned pale. He was sure he wouldn't let the red-clad female ghost have her way. She looked at Lin Mo with a scheming gaze and called to him. Lin Mo sprinted away, with the red-clad female ghost chasing him. He called out for help from the blood-eye ghost. It appeared and nervously spoke to Lin Mo, how can I help you? I'm just a malevolent spirit, and she's already a ghost of the evil spirit level, soon to rise to the demon level. He screamed in despair, you can't even fight, and you're just directing me? What is this? The blood-eye ghost sneered,
who told you to keep wanting to die? It'd be easiest for me to kill you right now. But who would have thought, what she wants isn't your life? The red-clad female ghost continued to pursue Lin Mo, utterly infatuated. He silently thought to himself that even if he called out for Devil's Extreme and the big-breasted demon, they definitely wouldn't stand a chance against the red-clad demon. He glanced at her and smirked. But I think you should just follow her. After all, there's nothing stopping a human and a demon from doing such things, right? The red-clad demon, upon hearing this, immediately became angry. The blood-eyed demon turned to tease Lin Mo. At most, you'll just get infected by the evil aura. A few days of rest, and you'll be fine. He snapped, if you're not going to help, just shut up. She yelled, enough. The red-clad demon lunged toward him. She jumped, ready to grab Lin Mo. In a panic, he realized he was about to be knocked down. The red-clad demon pinned him to the ground and said, after all, I am the leader of a tomb. If you follow me, you won't lose anything. He blushed in embarrassment and stammered, no, don't. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. It's over. I just want to die. Why is this so difficult? Do I really have to surrender here? At that moment, outside the room, a servant spoke up, congratulations, my lord. The servant continued, the master has been waiting inside for a long time. Please, go in. When they opened the door, they were stunned. In front of them, the red-clad demon was pinning Lin Mo down, gazing at him with a seductive look. Lin Mo, disheveled, quickly shoved the red-clad demon away and shouted, I'm saved. Without hesitation, Lin Mo ran to the butcher demon's side, fearless. Your wife has already been taken by me. You must hate me, right? I know you're furious with me. He wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was very happy as he took the butcher demon's blade and dragged out his words, come on, hurry up and kill me. The butcher demon still stood there, unable to understand, and asked, what exactly is going on? Lin Mo hurriedly said, stop looking so confused, give me a strike already. He began to provoke him more. Just now, I secretly snuck in here and lifted the headscarf of your wife, and I even. Lin Mo deliberately exaggerated everything to irritate him. It seemed like he had hit the right nerve with the butcher demon. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth, you just said you lifted her headscarf? Lin Mo felt elated, as if he was about to get what he wanted, and continued, you're missing the point, there's A, B, and C coming after it too. Suddenly, the butcher demon burst into a hearty laugh. So that's how it is. The next moment, he grabbed Lin Mo's shoulder, who was still confused. The butcher demon laughed joyfully, took off his official hat, and said, thank you, my brother. Wishing you a joyful wedding night. He placed the hat on Lin Yi's head, grinning with satisfaction, and said without any politeness, I no longer have to marry her. As if finally freed from a burden, his face brightened, and he shouted, let's go drink. Lin Mo's face turned pale, and he stayed behind, helpless. Fear gripped him. Could it be that the butcher demon was forced into a marriage, and he himself was the scapegoat for lifting the headscarf, becoming the sacrificial lamb? He was so disheartened that he swore out loud, oh, I just want to die, why does everything have to be so complicated? The red-dressed female ghost, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, my dear, every moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Her sweet voice and seductive appearance were as dangerously sweet as poison. Lin Mo awkwardly exclaimed, what should I do now? He immediately started running towards the door to escape, but it wasn't that simple. The red-clad female ghost unleashed a sinister and dangerous force, saying, trying to run? The long black strands of hair, like tentacles, tightly wrapped around every inch of Lin Mo's body. The door slowly closed, and he screamed hoarsely as he was dragged in further, with no hope of escaping. The door closed tightly without a crack, trapping both of them in the room. The scene shifted to the area outside the hotel door, where the trio of Sun Mei Lei, Sun Miao, and Gao Tt entered, the atmosphere bustling and noisy. Brothers, it's a happy day like this, eat more. Sun Miao observed and spoke up first, I don't see Lin Mo anywhere. Could it be that those ghosts ate him all up? Gao TT responded, that's the pure body ghost. Go with Lin Mo to check it out.
Her gaze turned towards the pure body ghost, who was happily drinking. The three of them quietly approached him, trying not to attract attention. The trio sat at the round table where the pure body ghost was sitting. The ghost, suspicious, asked, I haven't seen you guys before, who are you? Sun Miao replied casually, be careful, we just arrived from outside a few days ago. Hearing that, the pure body ghost warmly welcomed them, saying, no wonder you look so unfamiliar.
Eat up.
Sun Miao gave a forced smile. The pure body ghost scooped some food onto his plate and kindly said, this dish is really delicious. Sun Miao looked at the food in front of him, feeling a wave of nausea rise. He quickly covered his mouth to keep from being sick. His reflexive action of covering his mouth caused all the nearby ghosts to notice, and they turned their attention towards him.
Gao TT quietly pinched Sun Miao hard as a warning.
She communicated with Sun Miao through a glance, making sure it was completely unnoticed. Sun Miao, in pain, reluctantly grabbed the food with her bare hands, eating handfuls one after another.
I'm a demon, a demon.
So delicious. She did everything she could to lower the vigilance of the demons. And so, the three of them, Sun Miao, Gao TT, and Sun Meilei, suffered in silence, swallowing their bitterness as they ate the food on the table with all their might. Sun Meilei, choking on the food, angrily thought to herself.
If it weren't for that bastard Lin Mo coming here, would I have to suffer like this? Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was shattered by the loud cheers of the butcher demon.
He jumped up from upstairs, joyfully shouting,
I don't have to get married anymore, I don't have to get married anymore. The appearance of this demon caught everyone's attention. A demon below asked,
why is that?
Weren't you the groom?
Another demon, leaning in to speak, continued. In this entire vast graveyard, you're the only one who could satisfy the red-robed demon. The butcher demon happily explained. The human who just came up earlier probably looks only about 17 or 18 years old. In the next moment, the butcher demon, with a face full of joy, laughed loudly. He had taken the initiative to lift the red-robed demon's veil, so now he had to marry her.
He patted his chest in satisfaction, thinking to himself, I'm finally free. The demons below continued to murmur, enthusiastically saying, Congratulations on escaping the sea of suffering, now let's drink some more. He agreed immediately.
Over here, the three-person group was shocked upon hearing the news.
Gao TT couldn't believe her ears.
Stunned, she thought, the person alive, Lin Mo Sun Miao, next to her, had an expression that's only better, never worse than hers.
Is this guy insane?
Sun Meilei was no different from her two companions, feeling terrified inside. Lin Mo came here in the middle of the night just to marry the ghost Ha. The pure body ghost was not much better when hearing the shocking news. He spoke in a low voice, that guy is truly not an ordinary person.
He dares to marry even that terrifying woman.
At this moment, Gao TT regained her composure and cautiously asked, Brother, may I ask, why would the butcher ghost be happy when he doesn't have to get married anymore?
The pure body ghost sighed, You are not ghosts from here, are you?
Then, the pure body ghost explained clearly.
The red cloak ghost is from the Qing dynasty. Her husband died suddenly on their wedding day.
After that, her in-laws framed and insulted her as a widow killer, subjecting her to beatings. The ghost continued telling the story. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and committed suicide in her wedding dress, becoming the strongest weeping demon of the royal slaughter yard. The story continued to unfold the truth through the words of the pure body ghost. It turned out that when she was alive, she had an intense obsession with getting married, so the red cloak ghost would force demons with a somewhat decent appearance to marry her. However, strangely, on their second wedding night, the demons who married her would mysteriously explode and die. By this point, the pure body ghost became a little more serious. That's also the reason why demons with a decent appearance are becoming rarer and rarer. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left to a crude guy like the butcher ghost. Sun Miao, upon hearing the story, said in fear, so the person living up there will not hesitate, right? The pure body ghost appeared dangerous and made a conjecture, saying, it's probably over. Turning around, the pure body ghost set its sights on Sun Miao and encouraged him, little ghost, I think you look decent. My guess is the next groom for the red-dressed ghost will be you. The ghost's words frightened him even more, making him even more terrified. The image of Lin Mo with the red-dressed ghost appeared in his mind, and Sun Miao, excited, secretly admired, did Lin Mo voluntarily offer himself to the red-dressed ghost? That's really impressive. Sun Mei Lei, with a look of disdain, urged, TT, this is not something we should endure. And now that Lin Mo is dead, we should go back. Gao TT, with a determined expression, firmly replied, if you don't see the living, you must see the dead, you must see the corpse. Early the next morning, Lin Mo, with a face like a zombie and bleary eyes, still hadn't regained his senses when a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. He jumped up in shock and grabbed the blanket to cover himself quickly. The red-dressed female ghost, seeing that he seemed a little tired, smiled and gently asked, are you awake, my lord? Lin Mo, startled at the person beside him, cursed loudly, what the hell is going on here? The red-dressed female ghost slowly approached, gently calming him, my lord, please don't raise your voice like that. Lin Mo, furious, thought about how they were together with no clothes, which certainly meant something inappropriate had happened, and he couldn't help but be suspicious. He quickly dressed and angrily demanded, what exactly did you do to me? Can't you just kill me already? The red-dressed female ghost grinned, delighting in teasing him. Could it be that you also want to become a demon and stay with me forever? Lin Mo, upon hearing this, cried silently, only able to call out to the heavens in despair. What have I done to deserve this fate? Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly turned and left, abandoning the red-dressed female ghost sitting on the bed, still holding on to her own possession. However, he hadn't gone far when he suddenly bumped into his own ghostly reflection in the mirror. Lin Mo's face, withered in his dark, sunken eyes, was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. He immediately turned back to ask her, have you drained me completely dry? The red-dressed female ghost gently reached out, about to place her hand on his shoulder. How could I do such a thing? I know that if I'm frugal, it will last longer, she said, causing him great fear. Not stopping there, she continued to embrace him, gently caressing and comforting him. Don't worry, I've had the maid prepare nourishing soup for you to help restore your strength. You belong to me now, and from now on, no one in this desolate graveyard will dare to touch you. If no one dares to touch me, it also means no one will dare to kill me. After all the teasing and the embraces, she now eagerly tried to keep him by her side even longer. Why do you always want to die? What if after you die, you don't want to become a ghost, and then I'll be left alone? Lin Mo, hearing this, felt a tightness in his chest. Please, let me go, I really just want to die. He was feeling extremely uncomfortable, and thus made a desperate attempt to escape her grasp. The red-dressed female ghost, seeing his desperate need to flee, didn't stop him. Instead, she reminded Lin Mo. You can't die. Apart from the vengeful ghost in the West District, no one dares to lay a hand on you. Lin Mo, after hearing that, felt a bit doubtful and asked again, the vengeful ghost curse is in the Western District, right? The red-clad female ghost slowly sat down by the bed and warned, that's right, he's my mortal enemy. No matter what, you must not go there. The entire room suddenly fell into silence. Lin Mo stood frozen for a moment, then eventually decided to leave, but not without thanking her first, thank you for letting me know. As he walked away, the female ghost couldn't help but wonder. Earlier, she had tried to make him stay, but now he was leaving so quickly? Aren't you going to let him go just like that? The red-clad female ghost, seemingly having her own plans, calmly replied, don't worry, he will come back. Halfway down the road, Lin Mo felt as if he were on the brink of collapse because someone had drained his energy the night before. He couldn't even manage to walk properly. He was so weak, having been drained by the red-clad ghost. After a long while, he finally dragged himself back to his room. At this moment, Lin Mo tried to comfort himself, telling himself to rest at the school first and wait until he regained enough strength to search for the blind ghost king. Suddenly, a Shu rushed in with a sword, causing Lin Mo to panic and shout loudly, "A Shu, it's me." Upon seeing Lin Mo, a Shu immediately doubted his own perception of life and nearly struck him in error. Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat as the tip of the sword pointed directly at his neck. A Shu, puzzled, asked the person who hadn't yet realized what was going on in front of him, "Why does your whole body reek of ghostly energy?" "I almost thought a ghost had come." Inside, He Xiaopan was also startled and wondered, "Where did you go last night?" "Stayed out all night, huh? But why do you look so worn out?" Lin Mo was extremely exhausted at this point, clinging to the bed frame and having no desire to say anything further. "Fine, let's leave it at that. I'm going to sleep for a while," he said. He slowly dragged his heavy body onto the bed and casually told them to report anything to the teacher. "I'm taking the day off." At that moment, a Shu seemed to sense something was off and warned him, "Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to do that kind of thing with a ghost. It will drain your life force, and if it goes on for too long, you'll die." The break bell rang, and the noise in the room picked up again. Everyone was curious about Lin Mo's sudden absence. Suddenly, Mu Yuan Cheng appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Is Lin Mo here? I need to talk to him." He Xiaopan, seeing this, politely walked over to greet her. "He just got back this morning, so he's sleeping in his room right now." After hearing this, she didn't press any further and simply said, "Then tell him that Ran has woken up." Sun Mei Lei and Sun Miao, who were eavesdropping, were slightly surprised. "Didn't they say that anyone who marries a female ghost will die? How is it that that bastard is still alive?" The two of them immediately began discussing their next move. "It seems like the mission still isn't complete. We should keep watching." Later, when Lin Mo woke up, he went straight to the store to buy a box of kidney tonic pills. The man saw him and gently advised, "You're young, you should learn to take it easy, kid." As Lin Mo took the medicine, he muttered to himself, "At least I'll look a bit more energetic when I see Ran like this." At the same time, in the distance, Sun Miao was praising endlessly, regardless of the two pairs of eyes from Gao Tt and Sun Mei Lei that were showing clear contempt. Could the kidney medicine be the magical item that allowed him to survive a night of pleasure with a ghost? If that's the case, then I should make some boxes myself. Next, Lin Mo stopped in front of Yu's room door. The others behind him quickly urged each other to catch up. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Mo immediately asked about Ran's condition. But upon realizing how strange his question sounded, he awkwardly scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "I asked something foolish, didn't I? How could you not be in pain with such serious injuries?" And Ran smiled without minding, "I'm used to this level of injury." Although she was better than before and didn't blame him, Lin Mo still gritted his teeth in regret. "You got hurt because of me. I will definitely take revenge and bring the antidote back for you." And Ran gently responded, "You can't blame yourself entirely. It was my fault for bringing you to the ancient tomb that this happened. By the way, how exactly were you able to open the ancient tomb, and why did the Safety Bureau want to capture you?" Lin Mo asked seriously and directly. "I'm still investigating this matter, but I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet." Seeing this, she teased him, "You really are useless. Wait until I recover, and I'll investigate it for you. I'm quite good at these kinds of investigations." But he seriously reminded her to focus on herself first. After that, Ran began to ask Lin Mo for help. Without hesitation, Lin Mo quickly replied, "Say it, don't just say one. Even if it's 1,000 tasks, I will do them." After hearing that, she hesitated slightly before speaking, "My mother is currently seriously ill, bedridden in the hospital. Could you help me visit her? You can also pay off the long-distance charges I owe. The money is under the sofa cushions by the bridge." Upon hearing this, he immediately appeared cheerful and eager to help. "How could I possibly take your money? Just leave it to me." He didn't hesitate to affirm that her mother was also his mother. And Ran felt as though those words were like a confession of love, making her cheeks suddenly flush with a deep red.
What nonsense are you talking about?
My mother is in Xihua Hospital in Changxi, her name is Yen. Lin Mo gently placed his hand over hers, as if reassuring her.
Don't worry, leave this to me.
In the distance, the three people continued watching them. Gao Ti felt a bit startled, silently wondering why the girl looked so much like her. Before she could regain her composure, the eerie doll-like figure suddenly lunged at her, making Gao Ti turn pale with fear. It seemed as if Ran was aware she was being watched, and she became slightly wary. Why was the doll figure acting so aggressively all of a sudden? Who exactly was she? On a peaceful morning at the hospital, Yen was sitting absent-mindedly on her hospital bed when she suddenly heard a knock on the door.
Lin Mo, with a warm smile, entered holding a bag of fruit and introduced himself. I'm a friend of Ran's, I'm here to visit you.
Hearing this, she immediately froze, her face paling.
A friend of Ran's is you?
Yen suddenly jumped out of the bed, causing Lin Mo to be taken completely by surprise. He was horrified when he saw the scene before him.
Why was his mother-in-law performing a ceremony for him?
Lin Mo could only stammer and help her up.
Miss, what are you doing? Please stand up, I'm a friend of Ran, my name is Lin Mo. Upon hearing his name, Yen blankly burst into tears.
The Lin family, that's right. He sat down in confusion, looking at Yen before speaking slowly.
Do you know me? Yen instinctively nodded, then immediately shook her head, denying it. No, we've never met. Lin Mo felt even more confused after hearing that.
Just a moment ago, it seemed like she regretted not meeting him sooner, but now she was denying everything.
Anyone would think something was off. She quickly offered an explanation, though Lin Mo didn't seem to fully believe it.
Ran once told me that she had a friend with the surname Lin, so I thought you were the one. He then made a suggestion.
How about I help you to the bed? I feel a little embarrassed seeing you kneeling like this.
After she was settled on the hospital bed, Yen hurriedly asked Lin Mo.
When you came here, was there anyone following you?
Lin Mo thought for a moment and glanced toward the door.
I don't think so. Why do you look so worried? Is something wrong?
She quickly grabbed his hand and cautioned him. I have a feud with the safety bureau, and I'm afraid they might misunderstand that you are involved with me, which could get you into trouble. You must be careful. Lin Mo responded politely, then slowly explained. Ran was injured while saving me, so she won't be able to come for a while. I will take good care of her.
Don't worry. She listened quietly and then simply nodded.
The strange expression on Yen's face truly aroused a series of doubts in him. The girl was so severely injured, yet her mother seemed completely indifferent, as if she didn't care at all.
It was really odd.
A little while later, he started peeling an apple while continuing his conversation with Yen.
Are your parents still in good health?
Lin Mo asked with a cheerful smile, handing her the peeled apple.
They're doing great.
They're still managing dozens of acres of land.
She paused and added, you and my mother share the same last name, and. Upon hearing this, Yen was quite confused and asked, my mom's last name is also An? What is her name?
He immediately told her his mother's name, and Shuang. Upon hearing this, she seemed very surprised and kept muttering his mother's name to herself. Lin Mo could clearly see the expression on Yen's face, and it made him even more suspicious.
Do you know my mother? But Yen avoided the question again.
I just met a few people with the last name An, and since your mother also has that surname, I feel a bit of a connection. After saying this, she lay down, turned her back on Lin Mo, and subtly urged him to leave.
If you don't need anything else, you can go now. Hearing this, he didn't dare to stay any longer and politely agreed.
Before leaving, Lin Mo turned around to glance at her one last time, certain that Ran's mother knew something, but since she didn't speak, he couldn't press further with someone who was sick. Well, maybe he would ask her again next time, if there was a chance. Outside, Gao Ti stood by, keeping an ear out for Lin Mo's situation. She immediately informed Gao Longchen of his current location. Upon hearing this, he became very excited, standing up abruptly.
Lin Mo has finally revealed his tale.
I'll catch this demon-sealing scum myself. At that moment, Gao Tti's message popped up again, saying that he would handle it immediately. She saw Lin Mo stepping down and suddenly jumped in shock.
Lin Mo, where does he want to go again?
Lin Mo, focused on his phone call, didn't notice anyone following him.
Didn't I tell you to have Dad come to Xin High? Is it not safe here?
He slowly walked while talking on the phone, unaware of Gao Tti lurking behind him.
Dad is already at the train station. Alright, I'll come pick him up right away.
Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but fall silent, deep in thought.
I need to quickly report Lin Xin's latest whereabouts. Dad's almost here. Should I wait for him to come and go with me? Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was forcefully thrown open.
Gao Longchen stood in front, shouting angrily.
Did you meet Lin Mo? Is he the demon spawn of demon sealing?
And Yan, upon hearing this, yelled back at him.
What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?
Every time you see someone, you accuse them of being a part of demon sealing. But he quickly stepped forward and grabbed her collar tightly. Gao Longchen glared at Yan with anger.
If he's not the demon spawn of demon sealing, then why did you cry when you saw him? Haven't you two been in contact all along?
And Yan immediately sneered, spat directly in Gao Longchen's face, leaving him stunned.
Then, she suddenly gave a horribly ugly smile.
He told me that you beat my daughter to the brink of death.
Am I not allowed to cry? You're a bastard, you can even lay a hand on your own daughter.
You're worse than an animal. He became incredibly angry when he heard this, pushing Yan to the ground.
How could a wretched creature like the one you gave birth to possibly be worthy of being my daughter? Tell me, is that person a remnant of demon sealing?
And Yan was in immense pain, trembling as she tried to sit up, but Gao Longchen immediately kicked her, causing her to cry out in agony. He looked down at Yan with disdain.
Surely you don't want to protect the remnants of demon sealing, do you? Then why did you betray the crown prince of demon sealing all those years ago?
You probably don't even know how horribly the crown prince was tortured before he died. Even in death, he couldn't believe you had sold him out. And Yan, now in unbearable pain, yelled out. You bastard! His face was now filled with cruelty as he grabbed her hair and threatened her.
Is Lin Mo the bastard child of the crown prince?
Just tell me, and I will treat you as I did before.
She, holding back the pain, screamed.
Back then, the crown princess, Emperor Taizong, and the princess all committed suicide by fire.
Were your eyes blind? Why are you asking such nonsense?
Gao Longchen, enraged, gritted his teeth and warned. Don't refuse to drink the new wine, or you'll have to drink the punishment wine. But suddenly, Gao Tti appeared, her unexpected arrival catching him completely off guard.
Gao Tti, immediately agitated, raised a question.
She said Dad has another daughter, and that Dad almost killed her.
Is that true?
The deep dragon guards, seeing this, hurriedly explained. Don't listen to this crazy old woman, she's sick and talking nonsense. She began to grow silent and retreat, no matter how much he tried to explain.
Stop lying to me. I heard everything when you two started talking.
I think I've met her before. She looks a lot like me, just 2 or 3 years younger. Meanwhile, Gao Longchen was still trying to defend himself.
Tamer, listen to your father. You two only look alike. Gao Tti, tearful and dazed, spoke with a lost expression.
If Dad is innocent, he should have evidence, but he's panicking.
He's always saying he loves only Mom. Is it all just a lie?
And Yan, leaning against the hospital bed, laughed loudly with a mocking tone. Young lady, you probably don't know the dirty things your father has done.
This isn't the only one.
He suddenly turned around, furious.
Shut up, woman.
She could no longer bear it and immediately turned to run, causing him to panic.
I don't want to see you anymore. Disgusting.
And Yen, watching the scene, laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach in pain.
Gao Longchen, you finally reaped what you sowed.
Lin Mo happily waved at Lin Feng.
He smiled broadly when he saw him. Good son, you've grown taller. Lin Mo noticed the load on his father's shoulder and looked puzzled. Why are you carrying so much?
Lin Feng, hearing this, quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning widely.
I brought some walnuts for you.
They're all dried, very fragrant.
Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile helplessly and said, making his father confused. Well, you didn't have to pick so many, did you?
Lin Feng immediately denied it.
Is this really so many?
The two of them carried baskets of seeds, walking and chatting happily. Originally, his father had planned to pick up 2 bundles of straw.
Dad, let's go, let's have lunch.
They continued walking down the busy street. Lin Fan cheerfully asked why he had come here. Lin Feng explained recently, the house has been quite idle, so I thought I'd come visit you. He eagerly watched the person who had just passed by, praising them. This city is really great, people wear so much less clothing. Lin Fan, seeing this, helplessly changed the subject.
By the way, how's mom and my sister doing?
When Lin Feng heard about his wife and daughter, his face immediately lit up with happiness. Your mom is doing well, but your sister's health has gotten worse, even walking makes her short of breath. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately became worried and advised. Why didn't you bring her along this time, Dad? It'd be convenient for her to get checked up here, the hospitals in the city are better. Lin Mo and Lin Feng continued their conversation as they entered the restaurant. It's no use, she's been to all kinds of hospitals already. As the waiter respectfully came to greet them, a frail figure suddenly stumbled in from outside. Wu Kuan, with a pitiful look on his face, slowly approached and begged.
Please, could you spare me some food?
The waiter, seeing this, waved his hand dismissively and said. You're asking for food again, we don't have any to give you here.
Lin Mo was stunned, unable to believe that the frail person in front of him was Wu Kuan.
He was equally shocked to see Lin Mo there. Wu Kuan was invited to sit and eat, devouring the food without any hesitation. Lin Feng, sitting beside him, chuckled and looked at Wu Kuan with some curiosity.
Mo and I, do you still keep in touch with beggars like this?
Lin Mo looked at him with a pale face and explained, Dad, you don't talk much.
Just watch more.
That evening, in order to save both the child and Ran, he had led the safety department officers in a different direction. Immediately after, he turned to Wu Kuan, anxiously inquiring, I haven't even thanked you yet. Why do you look like this? How are the others? Upon hearing this, Wu Kuan looked at Lin Feng warily, hesitating a bit.
Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly explained, this is my dad, a familiar person. Wu Kuan's face darkened, and he began recounting the events of that day. The driver and I managed to escape, but we didn't dare go to the school to find you for fear of being discovered. So the two of us have been hiding out, waiting for the matter to die down a little before we dare go out and beg for food. He recalled the chaotic scene from that time and slowly continued, Zhuang Han only has one leg, so he runs slowly, and was caught by the safety department. I heard that they interrogated him day and night, relentlessly asking who opened the ancient tomb that night. Zhuang Han is tough, though, no matter how much torture he endured, he didn't say a word. Wu Kuan spoke with visible pain, I'm not strong enough right now. I don't have the ability to rescue Zhuang Han from the safety department. I'm almost certain he's not going to survive.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened as he concluded, I understand now.
You all went tomb raiding together. Zhuang Han was caught, and you want to save him, right?
Immediately, he looked at Lin Mo, his worry making him feel a little uneasy.
Mo and I, if you're short on money, just tell me. This kind of tomb raiding is very dangerous.
Lin Mo, upon hearing this, calmly reassured Lin Feng, there's no shortage of money, anyway, Dad, don't worry about it. Lin Mo could only look at him in the end, unable to help but sigh, after we finish eating, you should head home.
Wu Koan and I need to go back to school.
Lin Mo waved cheerfully to say goodbye to Lin Feng and, not forgetting, reminded him, call me when you get home.
He waved back, equally cheerful. Don't worry, I will.
Watching his son walk away, Lin Feng suddenly became serious and thought, if Zhuang Han had saved Imoni's life, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He then reached into his jacket and fumbled for something.
Finally, he pulled out a strange electronic device. Not long after, Lin Feng appeared with a vigorous air in front of a large building. The security officers at the entrance immediately blocked his way. The officer angrily shouted at him, "Do you hear that? Country bumpkin, go away."
On the other side, Lin Feng showed no fear and instead gave an enigmatic smile.
He took out the device in his hand and activated it.
Immediately, the souls of the security officers were pulled toward the strange electronic device, causing them to scream in pain. It seemed he knew when to stop, as Lin Feng swiftly turned off the device. He walked past the two security officers, who were now collapsed, their eyes pale and lifeless. Moments later, both of them lost their balance and fell to the ground. Lin Feng continued to walk forward with determination. In a short while, he reached a large door. He slowly approached and extended his hand to open it. At that very moment, Lin Feng entered, and the sounds of continuous conversation echoed inside. Soon after, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Feng. A standoffish girl immediately snapped, "Why did the security let a farmer in here?" She warily observed Lin Feng as he walked in.
"What do you want?"
Lin Feng didn't respond but tightly gripped the electric device in his hand. The standoffish girl immediately sensed the impending danger and quickly yelled, warning everyone. They swiftly prepared to summon their defenses in response to the looming threat.
However, Lin Feng, showing no emotion, calmly uttered 3 words, "Too slow."
He activated the device in his hand, and instantly, the girl's soul was sucked in, causing her to scream in agony. The others in the room also experienced the same fate, their souls being drawn into the strange electric device. In no time, they all lost consciousness and collapsed one by one. The floor was littered with lifeless bodies, yet Lin Feng continued to stride forward, as if nothing had happened.
Inside the interrogation room, an official from the safety bureau loudly asked Zhuang Han, who was sitting across from him, was it Lin Mo who opened the ancient tomb? Zhuang Han adamantly denied it, saying, "I've told you countless times, it was me who opened the tomb. Why don't you believe me?"
The official from the safety bureau, now losing all patience, remained firm.
He then pulled out a remote control from his hand and pressed the red button on it.
Immediately, a powerful electric current coursed through Zhuang Han's body, causing him to scream in agony. Suddenly, the sturdy door over there was kicked open by Lin Feng, causing the 2 officers from the safety bureau to be completely stunned. His face darkened, looking terrifying. One of the safety officers angrily asked about his identity. Lin Feng just smiled faintly and replied, "I'm his father." At the same time, he drew a wooden stick from his belt. One of the safety officers raised a question.
"Is he really your father?"
The other officer angrily responded, "Can't you tell he's here to break out of prison?" While they were still talking, several swift and precise slashes were unexpectedly made. A deep cut appeared on the necks of the 2 safety officers, causing their eyes to widen in shock. Soon after, blood poured continuously from their necks, and the handcuffs on Zhuang Han were also severed into pieces and fell to the ground. He stood there dumbfounded, wondering, could this person be the king of hell? But then, Lin Feng gave him a serious glare and said, "Stop standing there in a daze, I'm here to rescue you." Zhuang Han immediately cupped his hands and bowed his head, "Thank you, uncle, for your help."
"May I ask for your name?" "I will definitely repay your kindness in the future."
Lin Feng cheerfully declined, "No need, it's just a small matter." Then, he handed him a card, something that would ensure his safety, and together, they left the room. At this moment, Zhuang Han was filled with admiration. This uncle had killed the entire safety bureau just to save him. Such a great kindness, I must repay it. On the other side, after returning, Lin Mo spoke up to announce. He Xiaoban, as if he had just read some extremely shocking news, uttered an expletive. He quickly called him over to take a look. Someone from the safety bureau has been killed. But it was very strange, there were no survivors among those who had seen the face of the murderer, and there were no wounds on their bodies. I heard it's a type of dark magic that absorbs souls. Lin Mo, who was beside him, was also taken aback. He listened attentively to the broadcast and the words of the editor. Based on the extracted image, it showed that the criminal was a farmer. For a moment, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. This person looked very much like his father, but how could his father be the one who killed everyone at the safety bureau? It was already midnight, and the three Gao Tt, Sun Miao, and Sun Mei Lei were still relentlessly following Lin Mo. In the eerie, chilling atmosphere, Lin Mo continued to sprint through the forests. He ran while thinking. When the safety bureau was massacred, the bureau chief and deputy chief had just happened to be away. Sun Dili was still alive, the antidote for Ran was still being sought, and the insights of the demon sword were urgently needed. Not long after, Lin Mo reached the lair of Uncle Vengeful Ghost, the blue tomb demon. The entrance to the ghost's tomb was deep and dark, with a small ghost hiding at the door, peeking at him. Lin Mo looked up at the tomb to the north, certain that Uncle Vengeful Ghost was there. The small ghost, who had been peeking at him earlier, stepped forward and asked, "What do you want with my boss?" Lin Mo grabbed the small ghost by the collar, forcing it to reveal the location of Uncle Vengeful Ghost. After struggling for a while with no way out, it finally confessed. "He's in the blue tomb ahead." Lin Mo immediately dropped the subordinate of Uncle Vengeful Ghost. Without hesitation, he tossed it forcefully, sending it straight into the tomb's door. He issued a harsh command. "Go and call him out for me." The ghostly subordinate was thrown inside, sliding painfully along the ground. Within the Blue Tomb Demon group, Uncle Vengeful Ghost was the boss. He was currently gnawing on an arm, while the second in command, the True Soul Ghost beside him, was also gnawing on a corpse. The two demons were busy feasting when the subordinate hurriedly ran in to report. "Not good, someone's causing trouble." Uncle Vengeful Ghost looked up, puzzled. "Someone's causing trouble, or is it a ghost causing trouble?" The subordinate quickly confirmed it was a living person. He immediately ordered the True Soul Ghost to quickly kill the person and bring the body back here to be chopped up for food. The True Soul Ghost eagerly got up. Having not eaten a living person in a long time, he had been chewing on dried meat, stuck between his teeth, day after day. However, he had already known that Lin Mo was the new husband of the red-clad female ghost from Guzha, having just married her the day before. Uncle Vengeful Ghost felt that this was natural, as no living person would dare to come to his domain with arrogance. It turned out there was a backing. He thought to himself that the female ghost probably didn't take him seriously, so he ordered the True Soul Ghost to kill Lin Mo. If he dared to come causing trouble, he would let her know who the real master of the tomb was. The True Soul Ghost received the order and immediately disappeared like a gust of wind. As he rushed out of the tomb's entrance, he saw Lin Mo already standing there. Lin Mo arrogantly placed his hands on his hips, showing disappointment. "Why is it just a little lackey who came?" The True Soul Ghost, his eyes full of murderous intent, gritted his teeth and spoke with arrogance. He immediately swung his tail with great force, creating a whirlwind with tremendous destructive power. The tail tore through the air and suddenly struck Lin Mo's abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters away. However, despite the wound causing him to cough up blood, it was not yet a fatal injury that would force the demon sword out. Lin Mo then raised a friendly finger, continuing to provoke the True Heart Demon. "Is this all you've got?" The True Heart Demon was infuriated by Lin Mo's taunt, his eyes reddened with rage as he growled while launching another attack. "You little brat, you don't know life from death. Give me your heart." He immediately dashed forward to attack, while Lin Mo was still raising his friendly finger and hadn't had time to react.
Once again, the True Heart Demon's powerful blow sent Lin Mo crashing into a tree. The strike was so powerful that Lin Mo coughed up blood uncontrollably, and the True Heart Demon's arm even pierced through his body. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gao Tt, along with Sun Miao and Sun Mei Lei, were silently crouched behind a corner, observing. The three of them were both astonished and fearful, unable to understand why Lin Mo had chosen to provoke the True Heart Demon. Clearly, he had two demons under his control, yet he refused to call them back. At this moment, Gao Tt was also silently shocked. He was certain the guy was a lunatic. He never expected his father would send him to investigate a madman. The injury had become a fatal wound, and Lin Mo's heart was intensely stimulated, causing a massive surge of energy within him. This was the insight into the demon's sword that he so desperately needed right now. Then, suddenly, Lin Mo seemed to transform into a completely different person. He gripped the True Heart Demon's arm firmly against his chest. He never expected that Lin Mo would still be able to resist. Right now, the usual Lin Mo had vanished, replaced by the fragment of the soul of the great general from the kingdom of Demon Sealing. The demon sword's murderous aura surged as it shouted, "Kill!" Lin Mo's hand below turned into a skeletal claw. Despite this, the demon sword's grip on the blade still radiated immense power. With just a few swift, decisive slashes, he dealt with the evil spirit in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the two Sun siblings were horrified, never having imagined that Lin Mo could destroy an evil spirit with just one strike. They then realized that he had always concealed his strength, just like he did back at the Demon Realm's marketplace and the Demon Realm exam. Sun Mei Lei suddenly felt an intense sense of worry as she remembered how her brother had once provoked Lin Mo, fearing that one day he might seek revenge. Sun Miao, on the other hand, also felt a bit nervous, but could only try to reassure his sister. It wasn't until later that Gao Tt voiced her suspicions about Lin Mo's involvement in the incident where the safety bureau was wiped out. He's too strong. If he possesses such power, it's no surprise that he could wipe out an entire safety bureau. Gao Tt had a keen eye and quickly noticed that Lin Mo's strength was rapidly diminishing. At that moment, his withered arms had returned to normal. He also realized that the demon sword's demonic form was vanishing at an alarming speed. Lin Mo had exhausted too much energy and felt drained, but there was one thing he knew better than anyone else: if he didn't comprehend this moment now, he would have to wait for another chance. Lin Mo clenched his fist and gritted his teeth with a steely resolve. This time, he was determined to keep the demon sword. He closed his eyes and tried to sense that surge of power. Finally, without any hesitation, he clenched his left hand tightly with his right, triggering a powerful stream of strength that surged through Lin Mo's body. Suddenly, Lin Mo opened his eyes wide. He had finally felt the insight of the demon sword. A moment later, he had successfully summoned the demon sword. Lin Mo was overjoyed, as he had finally succeeded in grasping the understanding of the demon sword. His hand gripped the sword's hilt as if it were a precious treasure. Lin Mo tested its power by swinging it down onto the ground, then silently felt a sense of satisfaction within. Although the effect didn't last long, after gaining the insight, he could slowly level up, just like other contracted demons. Perhaps, he could even reach the Demon King level. At this moment, the system suddenly rang out with an announcement about the demon sword. Its current level was Malevolent Spirit, Intermediate, with 1000 demonic energy points, 100% loyalty, and 2 locked skills. To unlock them, 200 points were required. Lin Mo seemed to understand the demon sword very well, so he began to silently calculate. The soul fragment is a fixation, without independent consciousness, so its loyalty is also 100%, he thought. With enough points, he immediately decided to unlock the 2 locked skills. Without hesitation, his finger pressed on the confirmation screen. The system immediately congratulated Lin Mo for acquiring the skill 1 Sword Soul Chase. At level 1, when the demon sword was swung, the sharp blade would inflict physical damage on the enemy, disregarding magic resistance. Although there was no soul consumption, the freeze effect would last for 120 seconds. The second skill was 1 Sword Exorcism. At level 1, when the demon sword was swung, the sword aura and violence would deal magical damage to the enemy,
regardless of armor protection.
The conditions for use were the same as the first skill.
Lin Mo carefully examined the effects and was overjoyed to find that he had obtained both a physical and a magical item with no consumption. Suddenly, Miss Shuitong Gui appeared, smug and self-satisfied in front of him.
I told you that forming a contract with the demon sword was the right choice, didn't I? Why is the devil's extreme jumping in from nowhere to join the fun?
The demon sword can't be as strong as me. I want to fight him for 300 rounds. Seeing this, Lin Mo had no choice but to step in and mediate.
Unexpectedly, he sensed an extremely powerful wave of dark energy.
A demon, leaning on a cane, slowly emerged. It turned out to be the boss of the Blue Tomb Demon, the demon lord of the demon realm. He knew that Lin Mo had killed the true heart demon, so he gritted his teeth and hissed in anger. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Meanwhile, the beautiful red-dressed female demon was calmly applying lipstick and makeup in front of a mirror.
Suddenly, a servant hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully, and reported.
Your Excellency, the demon lord of the demon realm has gone out to provoke you. The red-dressed female demon immediately shouted in fury.
What's he doing in the Shibei area? Didn't I tell you that the demon lord and I have a grudge against each other?
The servant tried to calm the female demon down, saying, I think it's because he knows about your grudge, and he's seeking revenge for you. He even killed the true heart demon.
Upon hearing this, the red-dressed female demon felt somewhat satisfied. He really did enter the territory of demon lord of the demon realm just for me? How thoughtful of him.
She then gave an order. Gather all my subordinates and attack the Blue Tomb Demon to rescue my husband.
I'm heading back now. Her subordinates quickly ran outside and blew a signal horn.
It turned out to be the signal horn for the 8 demon assembly. Immediately, hundreds to thousands of demons appeared, respectfully awaiting orders. The red-dressed demoness declared to her subordinates, Today is the moment we face off against the cursed ghost. Upon hearing this, the subordinates all shouted in unison, Understood.
In a resounding voice.
At the same time, on Lin Mo's side, he was surrounded by the cursed ghost and his demon minions. Gao Ti hid nearby, silently analyzing, with so many demons, and the cursed ghost as well, if this isn't an army, it would be impossible to handle. Sun Miao and Sun Mei Lei were certain that Lin Mo's survival was doubtful, and both naturally felt relieved, so they decided there was no need to continue monitoring. The cursed ghost exuded a strong murderous aura, his face becoming incredibly ferocious. Lin Mo felt a slight panic in his heart because he had now comprehended the demon sword. If he died now, it was highly likely that he would die for real. He couldn't afford to take that risk. Lin Mo quickly retreated, continuously waving his hands, It's just a misunderstanding.
The cursed ghost, seeing this, grew even angrier. A misunderstanding? So you kill my little brother and think I'm an idiot?
He and his demon minions surrounded Lin Mo, determined not to let him escape.
A group of demons with long tongues immediately charged forward, causing Lin Mo to worry. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today?
Just as one of the demons was about to strike Lin Mo, it was swiftly killed. It turned out that the butcher demon had arrived to reinforce him. Lin Mo let out a quick sigh of relief upon seeing this. The butcher demon turned around and said, Just call me your ex-husband, that'll be enough. Lin Mo was somewhat confused upon hearing this.
Why are you here? He asked.
The man pointed in the direction of the red-clad female ghost and explained, I'm here to rescue you, as per your wife's orders. She stormed toward them, shouting angrily, How dare you touch my husband?
Kill them all.
The vengeful ghost didn't hesitate to retort, You're the crazy one, you're the one who should die. The two sides, the red-clad female ghost and the vengeful ghost, immediately plunged into a fierce battle. As one side knocked back their enemy, the other didn't fall behind, spewing out a mass of digestive slime.
Lin Mo looked at the chaotic scene before him and couldn't help but marvel, surprised to witness a fight between ghosts.
At this moment, the red-clad female ghost slid over to him.
Her voice was gentle, her concern evident. Are you okay? But Lin Mo could only manage a forced smile.
The red-clad female ghost paid no attention to his resistance and continued speaking to herself.
You're planning to secretly take down the vengeful ghost to surprise me, right?
You should have discussed such dangerous things with me first.
She even added in a pout, I don't want anything to happen to Lin Mo, no matter what questions you might have.
Meanwhile, the vengeful ghost was struggling fiercely with the ghost minions. He wanted the red-clad female ghost and Lin Mo to pay for killing the real spirit ghost. The red-clad female ghost stepped in front of Lin Mo. Darling, just sit back and relax, let me handle this one. She immediately summoned her ghostly power, conjuring powerful spider lilies. The flowers, once soft and gentle, shot through the air with the speed and sharpness of deadly weapons. Even if the vengeful ghost managed to avoid the red-clad female ghost's attack, his minions were not so lucky and suffered severe injuries. The demons were pierced through by the red spider lily, quickly turning into a mushy mess. Lin Mo was utterly surprised by the power of the red-clad female ghost. Her move had an enormous attack range and caused great damage. It was truly an excellent area of effect offensive spell.
The cursed demon only saw the red-clad female ghost as an inexperienced novice.
He suddenly took out a voodoo doll and directed it toward her, muttering, "The 5 directions of the demon gods and soldiers, may the curse of straw manifest." With that, the cursed demon thrust a long silver needle into the center of the voodoo doll's chest. At the same time, the red-clad female ghost also received a wound at the same spot, causing her immense pain. Her face turned purple, and she collapsed into Lin Mo's arms.
He immediately realized that the curse technique linked the voodoo doll with the opponent. Any torment inflicted on the doll was equivalent to a direct attack on the cursed demon's adversary. Lin Mo anxiously asked, "Are you okay?"
She sat up and reassured him, "It's just a little trick." In an instant, the red-clad female ghost soared high into the air, gathering all her strength, making her appear like a fire queen. Then, she began to clasp her hands together to cast her power. Despite the cursed demon using all his might, he couldn't stop the attack from the red-clad female ghost. However, he still decided to risk everything to fight her. Both the red-clad female ghost and the cursed demon flew into the air, exchanging blows. It was a battle of equals, while Lin Mo could only watch from below. Soon, his blood began to surge, and he thought to himself, 2 masters are fighting like this, I can't just stand by. He immediately summoned the high-level weeping demon and the devil's extreme malevolent spirit, along with the demon's sword that had just unlocked a new skill, then hastily commanded them to kill everything. To start, he used the skill 1 sword soul cleaver and successfully sliced a demon in half. Then he suddenly noticed another demon about to unleash a fire attack. The massive fireball surged towards him, making Lin Mo curse inwardly. Fortunately, he quickly pulled the pure body demon to grab the evil spirit and used it as a shield to block the attack alongside his brother. The enormous fireball struck the pure body demon. Enraged, it scolded him, "I may be tough, but I can't block magic damage." Just then, a system notification popped up, indicating he had earned 40 break the rune points. Seeing this, Lin Mo could only scratch his head and play dumb.
Realizing the situation, the red-dressed female demon grew even more anxious. The cursed demon, noticing a weakness, immediately brandished a silver and gold hidden weapon, threatening, "Now I'll target that kid, what will you do about it?" As the red-dressed female demon warned Lin Mo to be careful, the cursed demon leaped down and threw several hidden weapons. Lin Mo was caught off guard and became even more flustered. The weapons hurtled straight at him. But fortunately, the flower containing the power of the red-dressed female demon successfully blocked the attack for Lin Mo. Both he and the female demon let out a sigh of relief at the same time. That was too close. We managed to block it just in time. The cursed demon laughed triumphantly and taunted, "A distraction, huh? Did you fall into my trap?" He then struck the red-dressed female demon in the stomach with a palm. Lin Mo, standing below, could only grit his teeth and angrily shout, "You crafty old hag." The high-ranking weeping demon began to unleash her abilities, causing a dark wave of death to sweep through. The ghostly incantation master was immediately dazed, and the red-dressed demoness also suffered a wound in her abdomen. Lin Mo swiftly soared into the sky, drew his sword, and shouted, "Die!"
He assumed the stance for his ultimate move, the one sword to exorcise the soul.
The ghostly incantation master stood arrogantly, not fearing in the least. Didn't you expect my armor to be this thick?
Lin Mo, unfazed, quickly shifted to another technique.
What does your armor have to do with my mother?
The ghostly incantation master still grinned smugly.
Useless. Your attack won't do anything to me.
But the sword, like a sharp point, pierced through his body, leaving him completely stunned.
The system rewarded Lin Mo with an additional 200 points. With a single strike, Lin Mo took him down mercilessly. He stared coldly at the fallen enemy.
Apologies, but this strike was magic damage, it has nothing to do with your armor.
The red-dressed demoness declared from the air, the ghostly incantation master is dead. If you wish to live, follow me.
But if you choose to die alongside him, I won't hesitate to give you a title of loyalty and righteousness. The underlings of the ghostly incantation master immediately raised their hands in surrender.
We kneel in reverence, greeting the red-dressed demoness. From now on, you shall be our master.
She smiled inwardly. After over 100 years of battling the ghostly incantation master, she had finally emerged victorious, with the help of her beloved husband.
But where was he now?
It turned out Lin Mo was still excited on the ground, the first time he had seen a demon pearl from an evil spirit-level demon. It could probably fetch at least 200 million if sold, making this a profitable haul.
The red-clad female ghost immediately flew down and wrapped her arms around his neck.
Husband, tonight there's a celebration party to congratulate the defeat of the vengeful ghost.
Let's go together. Lin Mo, irritated, tried to push her away. I'm not going, I still have to go to school tomorrow.
But the red-clad female ghost continued to plead with him. You helped me exterminate the vengeful ghost, how can you not attend the celebration?
Lin Mo firmly rejected her.
I fought for myself, not to help you.
She then became shy.
Clearly, it was for me, but you're still denying it.
Lin Mo, finally giving up on arguing, turned and walked away quickly. I'm heading back to school, maybe we'll meet again by chance.
The red-clad female ghost waved goodbye.
Then you must come some other time.
I'll be waiting for you, my dear husband, you're really ambitious. At this moment, the forest was eerily quiet. Sun Miao still couldn't believe what he had just witnessed.
I didn't see that wrong, did I? Lin Mo just killed an evil spirit-level vengeful ghost, right? Gao Tt, too, was surprised.
The power of that demon sword was probably close to the power of her own doll. Lin Mo had even reached an agreement with the red-clad female ghost about a hunting ground. If he were a righteous demon master, it would be one thing, but if he had strayed into the dark path, he could become a disaster for humanity. Suddenly, Gao Tt's father called, causing her to hesitate for a moment. She wasn't sure whether she should tell him, but Lin Mo's situation was truly serious. It wasn't until Sun Mei spoke up and asked that she snapped out of her thoughts. On the other side, Gao Longchen was shouting angrily. According to the latest report, Lin Mo had formed an alliance with the ghosts in the barren field and established a powerful ghost army. They had thoroughly investigated Lin Mo's ghost contracts, and there were currently 4 of them. His danger level had increased once again. Sun Dili, at first, scratched his head in confusion.
Why don't we just capture Lin Mo and interrogate him? Isn't that enough? Why go through all this trouble?
Hearing this, Gao Longchen immediately launched into a lengthy explanation.
There might be a big figure behind him.
Without sufficient evidence to prove that he's a remnant of the demon ceiling, we can't count on the military's help. Sun Dili, taken aback, started to worry.
Then what should we do?
Are we just supposed to sit and wait?
Gao Longchen promptly offered his plan.
I want to force the remnant wind demon behind Lin Mo to reveal itself.
Every year, the Demon Realm test gives first-year students an easier task in the Demon Realm.
This year, let's increase the difficulty, put him in danger, and the person behind him will definitely show up to rescue him. Sun Dili, delighted, praised the plan.
What a brilliant strategy of using someone else's blade to kill. But where should we hold the test?
The deep dragon's gaze turned serious as he pointed to a map of Shanglan City.
Meanwhile, the 8 demon kings were smugly boasting.
Everyone says their own 8 demons are talented, but compared to that kid, they're still not enough. After that, he nearly put the wrong end of his cigarette in his mouth, startling himself and quickly tossing it away.
In the quiet of the night, Lin Mo continued to diligently absorb the demon pearl.
After a while, he finally experienced a transformation that generated a wave of purple demon energy. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly awoke, leveling up to the 2nd rank of Demon Master.
He observed the demon pearl, quietly rejoicing.
Thanks to this, I've successfully broken through to the 2nd rank of Demon Master.
Handling demon contracts will become easier from now on. I won't lose control like I did with the electric saw demon anymore.
The accuracy of my operations has improved, and the best part is I can now level up my demon contracts.
Not long after, he too gradually drifted into sleep.
The last thing that crossed Lin Mo's mind at that moment was the chainsaw demon and the blood-eye demon, which might have evolved from malevolent spirits into evil spirits, activating 3 abilities. However, the big-breasted demon was unfortunately just a weeping demon. After thinking for a while, he too finally slipped into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, in class, everyone was surprised to learn that this year's freshman trial for the entire province was to be held in the city of Ghost Jianglan. A young man suddenly spoke out, cursing.
Is the safety bureau out of their mind? The demons there are all above the evil spirit level, even the elite ghost slaying team might not make it back. The 8 demon kings quickly spoke to calm everyone down. Everyone, please calm down. This is not mandatory, you can choose to either participate or opt out.
Furthermore, Bai Yang only has 5 spots for the Demon Master team, with 1 to 5 members per team.
If anyone wants to sign up, let me know.
Lin Mo, sitting below, glanced at He Xiaopan and pondered. Both he and Ishu had no defensive-type demons. Xiaoban's Trashbin demon, after activating its hardening ability, would serve as a pretty solid shield, which could be used for protection when necessary.
He then smiled and turned to ask. Xiaoban, what about you? Want to go together?
He Xiaopan, engrossed in his game, casually responded.
I'm not going.
It's way more fun to stay in the game room.
Lin Mo, hearing this, tried to convince him. Come on, didn't you activate your skill a few days ago?
The defense of the Trashbin demon has increased a lot.
What are you afraid of?
He Xiaopan just turned to smile and declined. He smiled slyly, full of calculation, knowing that the only move left was to use his final card to send him away. Suddenly, Lin Mo slowly took out his phone, then turned to tempt He Xiaopan. As long as you enter the demon realm, I'll give you all these documents.
He Xiaopan couldn't help but covet the offer.
Show me the secret story of 7 muscular men and 1 weak girl, he said. Lin Mo immediately withdrew his hand, revealing a wicked glance. Enter the demon realm first, then I'll give it to you. How could He Xiaopan, with his appetite whetted like a cat with food, refuse?
All right, I'll go.
You promise to send it to me once I'm in the demon realm. He quickly chuckled in agreement. A moment later, He Xiaopan turned around and nudged Lin Mo.
Mo bro, how about we find another girl to join us?
Lin Mo shuddered upon hearing this.
The girls from our school? Do you really like that type?
He Xiaopan thought for a while and then replied, yeah, the girls from our school aren't much to look at. At this point, Lin Mo threw his arm around his shoulder and cut him off. Forget it, just the 3 of us is enough. The 8 demon kings on the podium spoke up to remind them, finally, there's one more thing.
Any student participating in the trial will be provided with a death insurance policy funded by the school.
He Xiaopan's face immediately turned sour.
Death insurance? Can't you say something a bit luckier?
Lin Mo slowly peeled an apple.
As soon as he finished, he handed it to and ran. In the next few days, I might not be able to make it.
It's almost time for the trial in the demon realm. She quickly bit into a piece of it. While chewing, Ran couldn't help but wonder, what about the demon realm? Where is that? Is it dangerous? Lin Mo replied cheerfully, it's like a haunted house, not very big, and there's nothing dangerous about it. It's just like a game. Hearing this, she was taken aback. Not dangerous? Then why are there so many good things there? At that moment, Lin Mo forced a smile on the outside but secretly mocked her in his heart, all that effort to lie for nothing. Turns out Xiao Ran is just thinking about money. He took a bite of her apple and continued, by the way, when we enter the demon realm, I'll look for an opportunity to deal with Sun Dili and force him to give me the antidote. After taking a large bite, he lowered his hand, then offered the apple back to Ran. She looked at the apple with disdain. It's covered in your saliva, I won't eat it. Lin Mo, unfazed, continued eating it. Ran, irritated, questioned, I just ate, and your saliva is still on it. You're just going to eat it like that? He happily finished the apple and replied, it's fine, I don't mind your stuff. Ran, looking tired, reminded him, but there's poison in my saliva. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo's mouth froze mid-bite. He quickly spat out everything he had just eaten. God, why didn't you say that earlier? Seeing him like this, Ran couldn't help but laugh heartily. Who told you to eat so quickly? Lin Mo, embarrassed and furious, was on the verge of steaming with rage. At that moment, Gao Ti passed by and took in everything. Upon seeing Ran, she wondered to herself, is she my half-sister? After a while, Lin Mo returned to his room. He Xiaopan immediately approached him to ask. You've got 2 more days until the demon realm trial. What are you reading now? Is it a Victoria's Secret catalog, or those 2 guys again? Lin Mo quickly closed the book and gave him a knock on the head. You perverted brat, all you ever think about is stuff like that. This is a detailed map of the demon realm Shanlan that I spent days looking for. It's so detailed, it even marks the signs and alleys of every street. He Xiaopan, looking puzzled, rubbed his head. But why would you need that? Anyway, when we enter the demon realm, the safety bureau will give us a map. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo scolded him. Idiot! The safety bureau's map only marks the locations of the monsters. This map I have shows the locations of the banks. As soon as He Xiaopan heard the word bank, his eyes instantly lit up. A Shu, who was nearby, also couldn't help but be impressed. Lin Mo smiled proudly and added, the demons aren't interested in money, so it's very likely the money is still in the bank. He Xiaopan, thrilled by this, quickly turned around. I'll head to the supermarket and buy 3 pairs of black socks. Lin Mo looked at him, puzzled. Why are you buying black socks? He Xiaopan answered quickly, aren't you supposed to cover your face when robbing a bank? Both the Shu and Lin Mo were left speechless by this idiot. Finally, the day of the trial arrived, and hundreds of people gathered at the location. From somewhere in the crowd, He Xiaopan stood next to Lin Mo and spoke softly. I didn't expect Bai Yang to have 3 teams participating, and one of them even has 3 people from Shuefeng. Lin Mo frowned and reminded, just ignore them, let's proceed with our own plan. Sun Dili stood on the podium and declared clearly, the demon realm trial for you students is about to begin. The trial will last a total of 5 days. The Safety Bureau will grade you based on the number and strength of the demons you kill. The top 30 scorers will receive rewards, with higher scores leading to greater prizes. In addition, I want to emphasize one thing, the Demon Realm trial is different from the Level 3 Demon Realm exam. You will not have teleportation talismans. The 2 young men below whispered among themselves, somewhat apprehensive, discussing the dangers of the trial. Lin Mo stood aside, listening to their complaints and thought to himself. Perhaps the Safety Bureau didn't want to give them the talismans, but rather, the talismans only work in places with special magic arrays, and Zhanglan City is so large that it would be nearly impossible to set up such an array. In the end, they could only rely on themselves. Sun Dili irritably warned, it's still not too late to withdraw now. One of the young men below, upon hearing this, trembled and raised his hand to withdraw, causing everyone around him to focus their attention on him. His friend next to him angrily grabbed his collar and scolded him, "You coward. You want to quit without even trying? Do you know that if you withdraw, the whole team has to withdraw with you?" He quickly pushed him away and retorted, "Without teleportation talismans, do you want to die in the demon realm? Is your life not more important?" Simultaneously, others, unable to bear the pressure of the trial, also requested to withdraw, with teams leaving one by one. Sundilly felt pleased upon seeing this. Very well, all those who remained behind were heroes. Go get the supplies, then gather at the entrance. He looked at Lin Mo and secretly rejoiced. Excellent, the remnant wind demon is following our plan exactly. The gateway to the demon realm is gradually opening, slowly revealing itself. The brave ones who remain are waiting to step through. Then, they proceeded one by one. Right at the entrance, there was a pile of bones scattered across the ground. Lin Mo's group remained alert the entire time they entered. The demon realm was desolate and eerily silent. Everything around them was dim and bleak, and the others split off, each heading in a different direction. Hey Xiaopan, somewhat puzzled, spoke up, "Are we heading straight to the bank?" Lin Mo, reading the map, replied, "Take it slow. There are definitely more demons in the city than in the outskirts. If we head straight in, we'll be dead in no time." He furrowed his brow and pointed to a spot on the map. "Our current location is on the eastern outskirts of the city. There's a village ahead, let's go there first." A Shu then spoke up, "I'm fine with whatever." "Xiaoban, what do you think?" He answered casually, "You're asking me? Well, I just hope we find a solid place to take a nap, that's all." He Xiaopan spoke while gesturing upward in frustration, causing the two of them to glance up. Immediately, the sky darkened as if a storm were about to brew. So, they had to move quickly. The three of them were now rushing to find shelter from the rain. They all entered a building together. He Xiaopan urged, "Hurry up, someone's already ahead of us." In front of the three of them, there were other groups who had already arrived. Lin Mo looked ahead, a bit calculating. "It's fine, it's just right for them to check the way for us." They quickly entered the building, and the group's figures gradually disappeared. Lin Mo remained highly alert, not sensing any unusual movements. "Well, there probably aren't any ghosts in this village, so we can relax and stay here. This place will do, we'll stay here tonight." He said this as he slowly stepped in. A Shu and He Xiaopan followed behind. He Xiaopan seemed a bit scared and pointed ahead. "But it looks too old, what if the roof collapses in the rain? We could also choose a bigger house like the others. Why didn't you pick one like that?" A Shu patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. "This place is the best." The group entered together. Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. A Shu really understands me. At this moment, Xiaoban still couldn't help but wonder. Why is this place the best? A Shu wiped down the table and chairs with a cloth and answered. This room is located at the entrance of the village. If we encounter a ghost tide, we'll be the first to escape without being trapped in the village. He then realized and understood the situation. Seeing Xiaoban's expression, he couldn't find the words anymore. Lin Mo ate a bit of dry food and offered them some extra rations to replenish their strength. Some candy too. I'll go into the village and see if there are any dangerous ghosts. The two of them took the dry food and started eating. He Xiaopan began to complain. The safety bureau is so stingy. With this amount of dry food, it'll only last 4 days at most. And for a big eater like me, it might only last 3 days. He had to admit that it was indeed little, but if they restrained themselves, they could make it last. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly walked in and started a conversation. "Hello, I'm Hua Kuan, a student from Lin Fong Academy." He smiled and made a suggestion. "We managed to sneak in some meat, so we thought we'd share a bit with you to satisfy your cravings." Ashu and Lin Mo exchanged sharp glances at this unusual behavior, both secretly suspicious.
There's no way it could be that easy. There must be some kind of scheme.
But He Xiaopan couldn't help himself and walked over to greet him.
Hey there, we're students of Baiyang. Hua Kuan cheerfully offered the meat. Here's the meat, let's be friends.
Just as he was about to hand over the meat, Lin Mo stepped forward to stop him. He threw his arm over Xiaoban's shoulder and, with a smile, turned to Hua Kuan.
May I ask, how did you manage to bring the meat in?
Ashu also furrowed his brow and slowly approached.
I remember that when we entered the demon realm, weren't all phones and food confiscated? Hua Kuan slapped his chest and smiled brightly as he revealed the secret.
I hid it inside a pouch sewn into my coat and brought it in that way. Lin Mo seemed somewhat unconvinced and, with a serious expression, responded to Hua Kuan. But why do you have to tell us about this, and moreover, give us such a big gift?
He calmly explained. I'm giving you this because, of course, I have something I need your help with. If any monsters or ghosts show up tonight, people at the village entrance like you would notice quickly. So I hope you can remind us to stay on guard.
Since our two teams are cooperating, this can also be considered a small token of appreciation from us. After hearing this, Lin Mo smiled and accepted the meat.
Okay, I agree. If any monsters show up, I'll definitely let you know. Hua Kuan happily left, waving goodbye as he went. Alright then, we have to rely on each other to survive here. I'll be heading back now. As Lin Mo placed the two pieces of meat on the table, He Xiaopan walked over. Mr. Mo, how about we share this meat now? I'm drooling already.
Lin Mo ignored him and turned to Ashu.
Hey, do you think there's something wrong with this meat?
Ashu plunged his knife straight into the meat.
Xiaoban watched curiously. What are you two doing? Is there poison in the meat?
Lin Mo quietly raised his finger to his lips and made a shushing sound.
They gave us this meat out of nowhere. It's definitely got something hidden in it.
Ashu lifted the knife and examined the meat, then confirmed. There's no poison in the meat, but I just feel like something's off about it. It smells way too good. The blood-eyed demon suddenly appeared next to him and whispered to Lin Mo.
This is the meat of the demon manipulator.
Hearing this, he was shocked and confirmed.
What? Forest of demon flesh?
At this moment, He Xiaopan, not knowing fear, was drooling and staring at the piece of meat.
What is the forest of demon flesh?
Ashu then spoke up to explain. The forest of demon flesh is a type of demon that specializes in manipulating the human mind. As long as you eat its flesh, you'll be controlled by it for a period of time. He briefly glanced at Lin Mo and continued. I was too careless earlier, luckily blood-eyed demon of Lin Mo noticed it.
Otherwise, we'd be dead.
He Xiaopan now understood the danger, immediately tossed the meat aside, stammering.
But what do we have against them? Why would they want to harm us?
Seeing the situation, Lin Mo's anger flared, his fists clenched tightly. Ashu then spoke again, sharing his speculation. If they can manipulate us and make us lead the way as bait, they'll be much safer. At that moment, Lin Mo exuded a killing intent, his voice icy cold.
It looks like tonight, either they die or we do.
He then turned to the two of them, urging.
That guy is definitely still nearby.
Quickly pretend to be eating the meat and shout out loudly. The three of them began to act, each of them yelling at the top of their lungs. Their screams echoed, drawing the attention of the person outside.
Hua Kuan, outside, saw this and sneered viciously. Typical Baiyang, a place full of fools, they fell for this trick so easily. So, now we have 3 more human shields.
Late into the night, the sound of heavy snoring echoed loudly. The 3 members of Lin Mo's group were peacefully asleep when, suddenly, he opened his eyes wide as if sensing something.
At the same time, both Lin Mo and Ashu instantly sat up, alert. Lin Mo cautiously spoke. Who's performing the opera at this hour?
It turned out that above them, two ghostly figures were putting on a performance that sent chills down the spine.
The demon diva spoke first, introducing herself.
King of Hell decrees death at the third watch. Next up, demon martial disciple.
Who dares keep me until the fifth watch?
Ashu, startled, recognized it was the ghostly opera performed during the Ghost Festival in the middle of the 7th month, specifically designed to lure the souls of the living.
Meanwhile, outside, Hwakoan was proposing an idea. Captain, I think we should let those three idiots go first and serve as bait for us. Hwakoan's captain agreed, suggesting they let the idiots fight the two ghosts.
At that moment, she began to take action, summoning the forest of demon flesh. The forest of demon flesh immediately leapt out, and she proceeded to issue commands, activating her skills. Back inside, Lin Mo had woken He Xiao Pan and, pretending to be excited, announced,
"They're starting now. Let's go."
They planned to pretend they were under the ghost's control and teach them a lesson. Ashu turned back to carefully remind He Xiao Pan. The opera those female ghosts are singing is probably a control skill, so try not to listen.
He Xiao Pan responded apologetically. "It's easier said than done. I'm not sure I can control it."
Immediately, Lin Mo turned back, speaking with confidence.
"I've got a way."
And so the three of them arrived in front of the auditorium. Lin Mo began to casually praise.
"The singing is amazing, that actor is really beautiful."
In the corner, Hwakoan's team was lurking and observing.
One of the teammates sneered and spoke disdainfully.
"Idiots, about to die but still clapping."
He added, "Anyway, they're by Yang's people, they can't be that important."
Finally, the team leader maliciously added,
"The plan is successful.
Whether they're human or demon, they'll all be toyed with by our forest of demon flesh."
But suddenly, Hwakoan's pupils contracted. He was startled as he realized. But those opera demons don't seem as strong as rumored.
The three of them still seem normal.
It looks like their souls haven't been taken yet.
The leader of Hwakoan arrogantly responded,
"I think so too.
If those demons aren't strong, then let's surpass them, kill the two demons, and steal the demon ox.
We can get more points."
Without hesitation, she immediately took the lead and launched the attack, confidently leading the team forward.
Hwakoan's team quickly advanced towards the demons. Demon Diva stood in front and sang a line of the opera. "3 souls and 7 spirits, come here now."
She sang while channeling power into every word. Along with that, Hwakoan's group suddenly felt an immense pressure. The team leader of Hwakoan realized it and shouted loudly,
"We're done for, we've been controlled."
The whole group suddenly collapsed to the ground.
Demon Diva, seeing this, chuckled with pleasure. One of Hwakoan's teammates suddenly lifted his eyes and sensed the danger. The demon martial disciple stood tall, raising his sword high, preparing to strike down.
He was unable to react in time, and as a result, the blade severed one of his arms. Accompanying his scream of pain was the voice of Lin Mo, who cheered with delight.
"Great, keep hitting, keep hitting."
The captain gritted his teeth in anger.
Why weren't those three pulled onto the stage?
The hidden truth was finally revealed. It turned out that Lin Mo's group had plugged their ears, which is why they weren't affected.
Hwakoan's captain cursed angrily. "They're not controlled by the forest of demon flesh, we've been tricked."
At the same moment, the system's congratulatory voice echoed. "Congratulations, the host has earned 40 points for breaking the room." Realizing the danger, she no longer had the strength to argue and immediately began commanding the entire team. "Stop standing there, quickly summon the contracted demons, get off the stage now."
In the next second, a horde of demons appeared, surrounding the demon martial disciple. They began jumping and pouncing on him, attempting to strike first.
Lin Mo, sitting below, seemed to feel the fire wasn't enough and added fuel to the flames, bullying the weak. How cowardly.
"If you're so tough, why not fight one-on-one?"
The entire Hwakoan team responded in unison, shouting at him.
"Shut up, you bastard."
Just as Lin Mo had hoped, he continued to earn more points, reaching 80 for breaking the room.
But Lin Mo wasn't done yet, and he continued to provoke. So, what's that demon actress doing? Get moving and help.
The demon diva seemed to snap to attention, and in the next moment, she opened her mouth, emitting a sound that amplified the frequency. Meanwhile, the demon martial disciple, now in a weakened state, was being overwhelmed and surrounded by the demons. After receiving her signal, the demon martial disciple suddenly awakened his strength. He unleashed all his power, swinging his blade to knock all the demons away. Lin Mo, seeing this, became even more excited and cheered him on.
So it turns out the demon actor has both control and support abilities. The support skill is amazing.
At the same time, an idea popped into his mind. I still have 2 contract limits left, I might as well contract these 2 demons.
After all, I don't have a healing support demon yet.
In the arena, the demon martial disciple fiercely slashed with his blade. The forest of demon flesh intended to strike from behind, but the demon martial disciple quickly spun and dodged. As a result, the 2 demons collided with each other unexpectedly. Seizing the opportunity, the demon martial disciple slashed at the demon that was standing alone in a corner. One by one, the contracted demons were killed, and Hua Kun's group suffered injuries as well. They screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, standing outside, was overjoyed and cheered for the demon martial disciple.
Nice hit! Incredible technique!
The situation seemed unfavorable. The man in the black military uniform gritted his teeth and ordered. If we can't defeat that dark-faced guy, then focus on attacking the red one.
If we kill her, we can break free from the control.
The person beside him, without hesitation, replied immediately.
Yes.
Swiftly, he issued a decisive command towards the demon diva.
The hungry death demon attacked the demon actor.
On the other side, the situation wasn't looking much better as the mummy wrapped in white cloth continuously attacked the demon martial disciple without stopping. Quickly wielding the spear, he swung decisively, cutting the demon's body in half.
Black blood flowed incessantly.
The demon martial disciple didn't stop there, he lunged toward the starving demon with blazing eyes, raising his voice in a threatening tone.
Where do you think you're running?
Under the cold weapon's tip, the demon's skull was pierced through to the very end. It froze in place, tongue hanging out, eyes wide open in shock. He spun his blade majestically. The corpses lay scattered in pools of blood like fallen souls. Switching targets, the demon martial disciple fixed his gaze on the leader of the Black Scorpion team. She could only crawl on the ground, waving her hands in fear. Death was imminent, her whole body trembling as she stammered, begging.
Please, no headless demon, save me.
They struggled, forcing themselves to stand despite their limbs being severed, only able to cry weakly. Under the demon martial disciple's oppressive threat, she collapsed to the ground, her forehead hitting the earth as she apologized to Lin Mo.
Please. I know I was wrong. Save me. I'll do anything you want.
On this side, he felt a sense of triumph, flicking his ears, pretending not to hear, and asking with feigned ignorance.
Huh? What was that? I didn't quite catch that.
Without waiting for a response, the demon martial disciple's sword sliced her head off, sending her soul on a journey to eternal silence. The head fell to the ground, rolling and leaving a trail of blood, its wide, terrified eyes staring into the void. Lin Mo, satisfied, smiled with narrowed eyes and clapped enthusiastically, praising the decisiveness of the demon martial disciple.
The demon diva also complimented. Well done.
At that moment, he activated his technique, flashing a smug smile, and made a hand seal.
Now it's my turn to put on a show for you all, huh? Demon diva looked at you, a little shocked, secretly evaluating the current situation. This is not good.
Over here, demon martial disciple struggled to muster all his strength to block the sharp saw blade that was descending.
He clenched his teeth, grimacing, his entire body trembling incessantly.
Seeing the situation in front of her, demon diva hurriedly stood behind and danced, channeling energy to demon martial disciple. Along the way, she writhed in hunger. She sang loudly while performing a dance based on her song. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard, resembling creatures with bull heads and horse faces, echoed from the sound of Demon Diva's singing. Streams of power were being transmitted to Demon Martial Disciple, which he absorbed completely. He also shouted loudly to reduce the exhaustion and simultaneously boost his fighting will. Even Extreme Demon was startled by the strength and endurance of Demon Martial Disciple. Then, Demon Martial Disciple did his utmost to push him back. He shouted louder and louder to relieve the exhaustion he was feeling. Thanks to the perseverance and endurance of Demon Martial Disciple, Extreme Demon was immediately pushed back a few steps. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to shove him away. To defeat the enemy, you must strike at the leader first. Suddenly, at that moment, Extreme Demon strongly resisted, causing Demon Martial Disciple to lose his balance and be caught off guard. But fortunately, he quickly steadied himself, regaining his posture immediately. Still undeterred, Demon Martial Disciple charged forward, continuing his attack with a speed that was shockingly fast. Lin Mo was standing behind, witnessing everything that had just happened, and couldn't help but feel somewhat emotional. His abilities were indeed impressive. After that, he quickly drew his sword and joined the fierce battle. One sword. Lin Mo swiftly struck directly at the staff in the hands of the Demon Martial Disciple. He shouted loudly, "Spirit Sealing!" With just one move, Lin Mo easily incapacitated the Demon Martial Disciple, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The Demon Martial Disciple gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at Lin Mo with a gaze full of murderous intent. But Lin Mo did not stop there. He was preparing another move for him. "Let me give you a taste of another move." Then, he swung the blade straight at the Demon Martial Disciple's face, shouting the name of his technique, One Sword Exorcism. As the blade came down, the Demon Martial Disciple was struck, coughing up blood. The force of the strike was so powerful that it created a cloud of dust around him when the sword fell. Now, the Demon Martial Disciple's face was covered in blood, and blood continued to pour from his mouth without stopping. Seeing the situation, Demon Diva was so worried that beads of sweat formed on her face. In a panic, she called out, "Brother." She rushed over to the Demon Martial Disciple. Meanwhile, the three members of Lin Mo's group remained coldly standing, watching. As she was almost at his side, a high-ranking weeping demon began to use her abilities, playing the strings of her instrument. Each note that sounded from the high-ranking weeping demon's instrument stopped Demon Diva in her tracks, preventing her from moving another step. Not only that, but Demon Diva was also pulled back and slammed directly into the sturdy chest of Lin Mo. He immediately grabbed her hand tightly and spoke lewdly. "You're such a beautiful little sister." At the same time, the system's notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 40 points for breaking the room." Seeing Lin Mo continuing to hold on to Demon Diva without letting go, while speaking such lewd words, Demon Martial Disciple was enraged. "Let go of my little sister." But before he could say anything, he was quickly overpowered and continued to endure the torturous blows from Extreme Demon. Lin Mo, at this moment, began to plan in his mind. He gave a confident smile. "Now, let's figure out how to break their defense, and the contract will come naturally." Having finalized his plan in his mind, Lin Mo continued to tease Demon Diva. "Little sister, is that guy your brother? Are you two in love?" Receiving such teasing and shameless words from him, she immediately became shy and spoke. "Wah! What does it have to do with you?" Hearing that, Lin Mo quickly held her chin, forcing her to look up at him. His hands also quickly moved from their place and placed themselves on Demon Diva's small waist, pulling her closer to him. Lin Mo then began to speak sweet words of temptation. "How could it not have anything to do with me? You're so beautiful, yet you're with him? What a waste. How about you come with me? I promise I'll make you happy every single day." Immediately, Demon Diva angrily shouted, I'm going to drag you to death with me." Demon Diva was raising her sharp claws towards him, but Lin Mo remained indifferent, casually warning, "If you touch me, your brother will die." Accompanying this was the action of a chainsaw being brought dangerously close to the face of the demon martial disciple, forcing him to grit his teeth in silence. Noticing the movement from the demon martial disciple, Demon Diva immediately stopped her actions. She anxiously looked back at her brother. But right after that, Demon Diva continued to bring her hands closer to Lin Mo's neck. She cried in pain, unable to do anything, unable to take revenge for her brother. "You bastard!" Despite the insult, Lin Mo was unfazed. He nonchalantly replied with a cheeky remark. "Bastard? I'm clearly showing you affection." As he thought about how to handle the situation, he mused internally, "The break the room is only at 10%. I need to make them feel even more disgusted." So he continued, "Such beautiful hands, yet you have to go out every day, singing in the rain with him?" Seeing Demon Diva wiping her tears in distress, Lin Mo teased, "You're really making people feel heartbroken." He quickly used his delicate hands to wipe away the tears on her face. The system swiftly displayed, measurement shows the break the room of demon martial disciple has reached 30%, still 69% left for a direct contract. Seeing this action from Lin Mo, demon martial disciple couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, "You bastard, get your hands off my little sister." With those words, Lin Mo quickly gained more points. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 400 points for breaking the room." Lines of notifications kept appearing one after another. It was measured that the break the room percentage of Demon Diva had reached 69%, with only 30% left to directly sign the contract. Seeing this, Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. He had teased Demon Diva, but the break the room percentage of demon martial disciple was increasing even faster? In that case, he decided to handle the break the room of demon martial disciple first. With this thought in mind, he quickly put it into action. Lin Mo immediately moved close to Demon Diva. He tilted her body and tightly wrapped his arm around her waist, teasing her with his words. "Could it be that you still haven't had your first kiss?" Then, Lin Mo slowly lowered his face closer to hers. Face to face with Demon Diva, he whispered to her, "Then let me have it." Witnessing this scene, demon martial disciple was furious. He screamed helplessly, desperately trying to stop what was happening. "No!" Thanks to this, Lin Mo was able to accelerate the progress. The break the room percentage of demon martial disciple had reached 99%, and he could now choose to forcibly sign the contract. When Lin Mo's lips were just about to touch Demon Diva's plump red ones, he stopped. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. "Sign the contract." Upon receiving the answer, the system immediately appeared before Demon Martial Disciple. "Demon Martial Disciple, do you agree to become Lin Mo's demon contract? Do you agree to serve him as a beast of burden for life? Do you want to become his slave?" The Demon Martial Disciple immediately shouted loudly. "No, I do not agree." However, no matter how the Demon Martial Disciple answered, it didn't matter, because that was just a question for form's sake, not a genuine inquiry. Who cares whether you agree or not? The contract is being signed. 10%. 20%. Signing successful. And just like that, the Demon Martial Disciple was instantly subdued. He was sucked in and became Lin Mo's slave. When Lin Mo saw that the Demon Martial Disciple was completely subdued and had become his own, he was overjoyed. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Awesome!" Not seeing the Demon Martial Disciple anymore, Demon Diva angrily shouted at Lin Mo. "Where is my brother? Where did you take him?" Lin Mo immediately put on a lecherous grin and pulled her clothes down. "He doesn't need you anymore, I've taken care of him. You might as well come with me, I'm much more considerate." Before he could finish his sentence, Demon Diva immediately started cursing him loudly. "You bastard!" Her furious emotions only helped him quickly reach the contract signing process. The measurement showed that the break the room percentage of the demon actress had reached 80%, only 19% left to directly sign the contract. Seeing the progress bar just a little bit away from completion, Lin Mo spoke even more passionately, ignoring Demon Diva, who was crying in shame.
Do you know what kind of honey I like? It's you.
Then he leaned close to her face and said those disgusting words.
But I still prefer something fragrant. Fragrant, right on your cheek. Those words made Demon Diva scream. Shut up, don't say any more.
She trembled in fear, holding her head and begging.
Please, don't say anything more. When the last defense of Demon Diva was broken, that was when he was finally able to sign the contract. The measurement shows that the break the room intensity of Demon Diva has reached 90%, and the contract signing can be forcibly enforced.
Upon receiving this excellent information, Lin Mo quickly provided his response to the contract.
Immediately after, Demon Diva began to hear mechanical sounds from the system. Demon Diva, forget about your brother. Becoming Lin Mo's contracted demon is the honor of your lifetime. He will bring you ultimate happiness, making you the most cherished contracted demon. Do you agree? Demon Diva immediately screamed, I don't agree.
Regardless of her resolute response, the system still forcibly enforced the contract.
No, you agree.
What your mouth says about not agreeing is merely you deceiving yourself.
While the contract was being signed, Demon Diva painfully asked, what do you want to do? No, please don't.
But now, only the sound remained.
10%. 20%. Contract successful. Soon after, Demon Diva disappeared.
She was pulled into Lin Mo's body, along with her brother. Looking at the demon marks on his arm, Lin Mo was overjoyed. His little target of hundreds of millions of demons had taken another step forward.
He quickly summoned Demon Diva and Demon Martial Disciple. The Chainsaw Demon, the big-chested demon.
But before he could finish giving his command, Demon Martial Disciple quickly yelled loudly.
Let me out, give me back my little sister.
At the same time, the system's voice echoed. The loyalty of demon martial arts has decreased by 5%, now remaining at 2%. Seeing that the situation wasn't going very well, Lin Mo quickly spoke up to comfort them. Calm down, first of all, I have no interest in your little sister at all. Besides, she's already become my contract demon. That way, the two of you can be together forever, and you won't need to worry about her being taken away by someone else. Perhaps due to the effectiveness of his comforting words, the Demon Martial Disciple and Demon Diva appeared immediately. The Demon Diva looked at him with a tender gaze. Brother. The Demon Martial Disciple also spoke softly, affectionately.
Little sister.
At this moment, the system notification appeared again. The loyalty of the Demon Martial Disciple increased by 5%, leaving 7%, while the two were embracing each other warmly.
Little sister, we must stay together forever.
The mechanical voice of the system continued to echo. The loyalty of the Demon Diva increased by 10%, leaving 12%.
But as if recalling something, the Demon Martial Disciple angrily scolded Lin Mo. But you still forcibly kissed my little sister. Lin Mo nonchalantly replied.
Not at all, if you don't believe me, ask her. The Demon Diva, who was leaning against the Demon Martial Disciple, spoke up to confirm. That's true, now that I think about it, he only did that to seal our contract. Hearing the answer that satisfied him, he quickly regained his composure.
Oh, is that so?
Well, you should have said that earlier.
Remember that.
The loyalty of the Demon Martial Disciple increased by 20%, leaving 27%.
Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel emotional. Wow, it increased that much? So it turns out the most important thing for the Demon Martial Disciple is still the little sister, huh? So as long as he can hold on to the Demon Diva, he'll keep the Demon Martial Disciple.
After thinking that, he turned to the two demons who were holding each other intimately and said, This place is dark and gloomy, not a soul in sight.
Are you two putting on a show for the air to listen to?
Such a waste, indeed. Follow me, and I'll take you to a crowded place where more people can hear the beautiful voice of this Demon Diva.
Upon hearing his suggestion, the demon diva immediately agreed. You're right. The demon martial disciple beside her quickly joined in. Wherever little sister goes, I'll follow. I'm all ears for her. Immediately, the system notification sounded. The loyalty of the demon diva increased by 18 HP, remaining 30%. The loyalty of the demon martial disciple increased by 3%, remaining HP 30%. Lin Mo smiled brightly and said, Done. At that moment, in an abandoned house at night, Xiao Ban was happily holding tightly onto the bag in his hand, having secured the rations for the 4 of them. This should be enough to eat. A Shu added. We've dealt with the last 2 weak demons left in the village. Hearing their conversation, Lin Mo yawned lazily. The demon city couldn't even get rid of the army and the elite demon command squad. What hope do we have as mere students to solve it? Anyway, once we get into the city area, we'll play guerrilla style, taking out whatever demons we can. Let's rest early. Saying that, he reached for his bag, preparing to leave. Seeing Lin Mo about to head outside, a Shu asked in confusion. Aren't you going to sleep? He received the reply. Who knows, maybe there'll be a fierce battle tomorrow. I'm going to level up the demon pact instead. Hearing those words from Lin Mo made him feel a bit of admiration. Not only was he stronger than him, but he was also more diligent. His face became much more serious and determined. He thought to himself, I also need to work hard on my cultivation. In the night at the abandoned house, the sound of rustling leaves echoed in the air. Outside in the yard, Lin Mo sat on a chair, deeply focused on something he was reading. Soon after, he summoned the high-level weeping demon to prepare for something that was about to happen. Summoning the large-chested demon, he took out 3 green gems and placed them on a piece of white paper, then picked one up with his hand. At this moment, Lin Mo levitated all 3 of the green gems in the air and loudly commanded. Absorb! As soon as the words left his mouth, the high-level weeping demon quickly absorbed all 3 gems. The screen then displayed a notification, large chest demon upgraded to malevolent spirit, basic level. Immediately after the high-level weeping demon finished absorbing the gems, her chest grew even fuller and rounder. Lin Mo gazed at it with some fascination. Wow, it's even bigger now. Don't tell me it gets bigger every time it levels up. Upon hearing his words, the high-level weeping demon awkwardly hugged her chest. Seeing this, Lin Mo cleared his throat and said, Alright, enough of that. Let's get to work. He quickly clicked on the second skill option on the screen. The system then displayed a notification, successfully exchanged for the second skill of the large chest demon. Received the skill Echoing Resonance. Echoing Resonance, Level 1. A haunting melody plays, reducing the spiritual aura of the demon master within the range of the sound. If it's not a contracted demon but a wild demon, it can reduce its demonic energy. Spiritual aura consumption, 20. Skill cooldown, 120 seconds. Seeing these amazing stats, Lin Mo was extremely happy as he looked at her. Reducing spiritual aura? Truly a fantastic auxiliary skill. By merely limiting spiritual aura and demonic energy, one could counter the use of skills. Immediately after, he quickly stored the high-ranking weeping demon. The demon with the large chest. Lin Mo then prepared to upgrade the skill for the other demon. Next, he took the small pouch and emptied all the green gems he had into it. Lin Mo then sneered and whispered to his partner. Blood Eye, I've got a good one for you. Right away, Blood Eye, residing within his body, swiftly absorbed all the green gems. Once the absorption process was complete, Lin Mo widened his eyes, as if acquiring a new ability. His right eye could now see through all objects. It allowed him to see a Shu meditating inside. Not only could he see his actions, but he could also make out the veins within his body. This was truly extraordinary. It left Lin Mo very surprised. He joyfully exclaimed, I can see through the enemy's meridians and acupoints? This is truly amazing.
blood eye then emerged from his body and smiled, saying, "I feel my strength has increased significantly. This is truly fantastic, I'll give you a 5-star rating." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo added, "The surprise isn't over yet." He then selected Skill 3 on the system screen. Immediately, the mechanical voice of the system sounded, "Congratulations on unlocking successfully. Consumed 1000 points, Blood Curse Level 1. The enemy can be marked with the Blood Curse mark within a 50-meter range, and after losing health continuously for 10 seconds, it will explode. The explosion damage is true damage, ignoring armor protection, magic resistance, and soul consumption. Additionally, it has a cooldown, and it is important to note that skills cannot be continuously released on the same target." Upon seeing this, Lin Mo's eyes immediately lit up, shining like car headlights. With this Blood Curse skill, even if they encountered a demon tide, there would be no need to fear. Suddenly, the screen flashed again. The loyalty of the Blood Eye demon has increased by 15%. The Blood Eye also expressed its thanks. "Kid, I rarely thank others, but today is an exception." Immediately after, he received another notification. The loyalty of the Blood Eye demon has reached 99%. The loyalty will not decrease and has become a permanent contract demon. Lin Mo couldn't help but think for a moment. Permanent loyalty, huh? The other demons would eventually be contracted permanently too. At the crack of dawn, before the sun had even risen, Lin Mo, Xiaoban, and his Shu began their journey. While they were on the road, a group of people suddenly rushed over, shouting in panic, "Hurry and run! There's a demon-eating wave coming from behind. Damn it, this group of so-called safe people actually sent us to a trial full of malevolent spirit-level demons." Having gathered the information, Lin Mo quickly stopped the person with a bandaged head. "How many demons are in this demon-eating wave?" The person with the bandaged head replied, "About 100 or so. The guy in front of hell is better off hiding until the trial ends." However, in stark contrast to the reaction of the others, Ashu and Lin Mo were both extremely excited. More than 100 demon pearls, huh? Then the two quickly accelerated towards their destination. Hurry up, if we're late, someone else might snatch it away." Despite Xiaoban still waving and calling from behind, "Wait for me." The person with the bandage on his head was utterly confused when he saw their hurried figures. What are these crazy people doing? Are they in a rush to reincarnate or something? With a speed like lightning, Lin Mo and his group quickly appeared in front of the Anzac ghost wave. As Lin Mo ran, he was excited, preparing himself mentally and physically for the upcoming battle. They've arrived. Ashu, who was beside him, was no less eager and immediately started summoning the shadow demon. As soon as he summoned a dark shadow beneath his feet, Ashu gradually emerged, moving closer to the flesh-eating demons. At the right moment, the shadow demon immediately lunged forward to attack with its razor-sharp scythe. It swiftly used the scythe to wipe out the flesh-eating demons with just one effortless strike. One by one, they were all defeated, their heads severed by the demon's scythe. Not only were their heads chopped off, but some of the flesh-eating demons were even sliced in half, a straight line cut through their chests. Ashu and the shadow demon grew fiercer with each strike, their attacks becoming more powerful, as though they had no sense of fatigue. Lin Mo, watching all of this from the outside, couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This shadow demon is really strong. Afterward, he also joined the fierce battle. Lin Mo began summoning the demon martial disciple and the extreme demon, determined not to be outdone. As more people appeared, it seemed the flesh-eating demons gained some strength, and they charged furiously towards him. But before they could do anything, Lin Mo had already sent them flying, spitting blood from a single punch. Demon martial disciple and extreme demon also plunged into the battle. The two of them were struggling to knock away each of the demons as they were trapped in the middle, with no way out. No matter how the three of them fought, no matter what techniques they used, they still couldn't kill all the corpse-eating demons, and it seemed like they were multiplying. Seeing the situation, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. It seems like my demon slaying speed is much slower than Ashu's, this won't do. At this moment, the corpse-eating demons charged again, frenziedly trying to tear apart Lin Mo and his group. Seeing this, he quickly activated the power in his right eye, the blood eye demon power, to deal with them. Instantly, strange marks appeared on their bodies, leaving them somewhat dazed, not understanding what was happening. Lin Mo, however, wore a very confident smile as he began silently counting, 1, 2. Then, after counting to 10, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the bodies of the corpse-eating demons exploded into pieces, with fragments of their bodies flying through the air. After the loud explosion, the demon taming group had been completely defeated, lying sprawled out on the ground. Lin Mo and his group hurriedly finished off the remaining demons to wrap things up. While Lin Mo and his team dealt with the last few details, the members of the other teams quietly stood off to one side, observing with wide eyes. They stared at each other, mouths agape, continuously expressing their astonishment. What the hell was that? Which side is the demon here? Those two. They're both freshmen, which leader do they belong to? What did they eat to get so strong? Seeing the eerie smile and the glowing red eyes of Lin Mo's group in the night, their whole bodies shuddered. Why did they look more excited to see demons than humans? One of them glanced at Xiao Ban with a puzzled expression. Aren't you all a team? Why aren't you doing anything? Xiao Ban turned his head, his eyes cold as he looked at them, a hint of contempt flashing in his gaze. A few small-time demons are enough for my two subordinates to handle. As for me, Wang Kai, I only deal with the final boss. The other members of the team looked at him with admiration, some even clasped their hands together and spoke politely. So you're the strongest boss of the team. My apologies, my apologies. Lin Mo, while zipping up his bag, turned his head and shouted at Xiao Ban, stop standing there like an idiot, come over here and pick up the demon pearl. Xiao Ban immediately switched his attitude and obediently responded, yes, I'm coming right now. The other members of the team couldn't help but feel a bit speechless at Xiao Ban's quick change of demeanor, each of them seemingly putting a large question mark above their heads. As night fell, the previously quiet space became even darker and more oppressive than ever. The Zijin building stood tall against the sky, exuding an air of pride. Inside a certain room, a man leisurely drank tea with his legs crossed. On either side of him stood two beautiful maids, serving him wine. At the foot of the steps, a skeleton knelt, saying something. This man was the demon prodigy, the leader of the cursed demons from the demon realm, Shanlan. Have you figured it out? Are the ones who entered the demon realm military personnel or agents from the province nation's security department? Is there any demon master among them? Anyone above the 7th rank? The skeleton replied, I've captured 2 of them and interrogated them. They said they were first-year students here for trials. Not a single one of them has even a 5th rank demon master, they're just a bunch of kids who haven't even outgrown their childhood. The demon prodigy gave a slight "oh" in response. We thought they had finally managed to gather an army capable of destroying us. In that case, send a few of them to capture all those kids and bring them here for a nice feast. The frozen demon furrowed his brow and respectfully said, catch them all, you mean? Do you think that might anger the province nation and make them send troops to punish us? The red-black demon grinned, showing his golden-capped front teeth, and excitedly replied, if the province nation could do that, they would have attacked us long ago. All they're good for is trapping us in a magic formation. A large, muscular smoke demon, holding a cigarette in his mouth, slowly agreed with him. The red-black demon said, exactly. The smoke demon exhaled a haze of smoke, his hoarse voice ringing out again, boss, just leave the 1st and 2nd tier demon masters to me. Demon prodigy flashed a sly smile, his wicked face betraying a sinister expression. Fine, make it quick, don't let any of them escape. The smoke demon quickly replied, boss, don't worry, we won't let a single one slip through. Meanwhile, among Lin Mo's group, they were walking through streets littered with corpses in the city. Lin Mo walked in front, cautiously reminding them, the demon levels in the city area have generally all increased. Ashu looked up, took a few deep breaths, and nodded in affirmation, true, I can smell the presence of 2 very strong demons.
Xiaoban turned around to look at Ashu and said, "Hey, both our bosses managed to pick up 100 demon pearls from those demon corpse eaters. How about we head back now?" Lin Mo also nodded in agreement. "You're right, although the demon pearl is really tempting, I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous." Suddenly, he pointed ahead and said, "But the bank is right in front of us. If we don't rob it now, it'll be unbearable. Once we rob the bank, we'll make a quick exit." Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, followed by a cloud of smoke, causing Lin Mo and the others to panic while remaining highly alert. In the dangerous red light, 3 demons with sharp, long horns appeared. As the smoke dispersed, 3 towering malevolent spirits emerged, glaring at Lin Mo and his group. Seeing this, Ashu quickly shouted to ask for Lin Mo's opinion. "It looks like 3 high-level malevolent spirits. Should we fight them?" Lin Mo reacted swiftly, grabbing Xiaoban by the collar and pulling him away just before one of the malevolent spirits could swing its axe down. "Fight? No way. Get into the bank, hurry." Ashu suddenly spoke up. "They're just malevolent spirits, the 2 of us can definitely defeat them." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's true, but if we engage, it will attract other demons. By then, there will be no chance of escaping." Xiaoban, who was running the slowest, was behind, clutching his bag and shouting loudly, trying his best to run at full speed. "Mr. Mo, help me! They're right behind me." Seeing this, Lin Mo stopped, turned around, and his eyes immediately turned blood red. He activated his illusion blood field skill to buy more time for Xiaoban. The high-ranking malevolent spirits were caught off guard, immediately feeling dizzy, their vision blurring, and their mouths unconsciously mumbling some incoherent words. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly shouted, "Run fast, let's take this chance to shake them off." However, Xiaoban's voice suddenly rang out, his face turning pale, drained of all color, which startled Lin Mo as well. "Mr. Mo, look! The demon taming group has quietly surrounded the 3 of us," Xiaoban said, causing Lin Mo to be surprised by the sheer number. "Where are all these demons coming from? No wonder even the elite demon command squad and their army couldn't make it through." Ashu furrowed his brow as he glanced at the demon taming group ahead. He spoke to Lin Mo in a deep voice about their next move. "I'll try to create some chaos and distract them," Ashu said. After finishing his words, he knelt on one knee, his hand touching the ground as he shouted loudly. Instantly, a large dark shadow appeared from his hand, the shadow demon of the abyss. The shadow slowly expanded, with the 3 of them at its center, and began spreading out in an oval shape, completely dark. But it didn't stop there. The shadow continued to spread into every corner, causing the demon taming group, which had been advancing, to stop in its tracks. With that, Ashu led everyone through the demon taming group, running. "Run fast!" Lin Mo's eyes gleamed as he looked at his teammate. "What kind of skill is that?" Lin Mo asked, watching the shadow quickly engulf the demon taming group. "Anyone and anything outside the shadow's range can't see us. Those within its range will have their speed reduced by 70%, but the effect only lasts for 60 seconds, so we need to hurry." As they ran, Lin Mo couldn't help but praise, to reduce speed over such a large area like this. "You really are something." Xiaoban desperately chased after the 2 of them, struggling to say, "Stop talking, I'm about to break down, haven't we arrived yet?" While running along the road, Lin Mo suddenly spotted a large skyscraper standing still beside the main street, and immediately shouted, "This is the place." The 3 of them quickly ran through the large glass door of the skyscraper, and the dark shadow moved with their steps. Until they disappeared into the night, the shadow on the ground gradually retracted into the void and completely vanished. Xiaoban collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, while Ashu, adjusting his breathing, said, "For now, there are no demons chasing us, but as demon masters, both of you need to improve your stamina." After catching his breath, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with a yellowish tint, and his expression showed clear excitement with no attempt to hide it. The money bank. However, from the shadowed corner behind a large wall, Lusa slowly appeared, causing both of them to exchange surprised and somewhat startled glances. Lusa pointed at him, his face showing discomfort,
frowning as he shouted, Lin Mo, why is it you? Lin Mo felt a slight pang of awkwardness. Lu Su. He looked at them with a probing gaze. With so many demon tides in the city outside, how did two underachievers like you two end up here? Could it be that you two have signed contracts with flying demons? Lin Mo sighed inwardly, thinking, seems like trouble follows me wherever I go. Don't tell me this guy's stolen my romantic interest too. Xiaoban, quick-witted as always, immediately responded, we don't have any flying demons, but we. But Lin Mo stretched out his hand to stop him from speaking further. Forget about that nonsense, you probably haven't touched the money here yet, have you? A group of Demon Master Level 2 members stepped forward, sneering, and one of them interrupted arrogantly, whether I touched it or not is none of your business. Lin Mo clicked his tongue, so, your Demon Master Level 1 guy is living off the three of you Demon Master Level 2s, huh? Don't tell me this is all because of your shameless, thick-skinned flattery. Lu Su immediately rolled up his sleeves. Who says I'm leeching off of anyone? I'm someone with real strength, real talent, unlike the trash like you. The mechanical system's voice rang out, congratulations, host, you have earned 40 points for breaking the room. But Lin Mo said nothing, calmly revealing his arm covered in multicolored seals, making Lu Su stare in shock, his eyes almost popping out. 6 of them. Lu Su was astonished, no way, you must have either pasted some images or got tattoos, right? There's no way you could have contracted 6 demons. Lin Mo calmly replied, the number of demons I have is none of your concern. Today, the bank's fortune belongs to them, not even a saint could stop us. A Demon Master Level 2 stepped forward, blocking his way, his eyebrows furrowing. He spoke in a threatening tone, kid, don't get cocky. His face darkened, and his eyes locked onto Lin Mo. Even if you have 6 demons, the 3 of us each have 3, and together, we can still defeat you. Lin Mo glanced at him and smirked, why are you guys leaving Lu Su out of the count? Is he not considered part of your team? The system's voice echoed, congratulations, host, you have earned 40 points for breaking the room. Lu Su was furious, don't get cocky, no matter what, you guys still can't beat us. Lin Mo pulled up his sleeve, the corner of his mouth curling into a smug smile as he ordered his 2 teammates, oh really? Then let's see how it goes. Ashu, he Xiaoban, get ready. Suddenly, a demon with the appearance of a giant eyeball, bearing sharp teeth, appeared out of nowhere. It lowered its voice and reminded him, don't fight. It looked toward the large glass door of the bank, as if seeing something dangerous approaching from afar. I see in its eyes the presence of many demon tamers with fierce appearances, leading them. There are also smoke demons, more than a dozen high-level evil spirits, and 1 high-level evil spirit making their way toward the bank at great speed. Run! It exclaimed, clearly frightened and anxious. A high-level evil spirit is already terrifying, and now there are more than a dozen high-level evil spirits, this is going to be even harder to deal with. We need to run quickly. Lin Mo immediately changed his attitude, grinning broadly as he put his arm around the shoulders of Ashu and Xiaoban. I was just kidding with you guys, all the money in the bank is yours, don't go anywhere, okay? Lu Su thought he'd found an easy target and grinned smugly, showing a proud smile. The Rabbit King, now you know that the people of Shuefeng are not so easy to provoke, right? As he led his 2 teammates toward the door, he responded with a professional smile, right, no matter what, you guys don't leave the bank, okay? Xiaoban looked at Lin Mo, confused. Mr. Mo, why are you suddenly going outside? But what answered him was Lin Mo's hurried figure. There's no time to explain. Hey, Xiaoban, quickly summon your trash demon. Xiaoban obeyed immediately, raising his hand, and in no time at all, summoned the trash demon as per Lin Mo's instructions. Summoning the trash demon. As he crawled into the trash demon, he glanced at Xiaoban and Ashu with a hurried look. He even urged them with his voice. Hurry! Those evil spirits are slowly approaching the bank from the outside, while the 3 of us hide inside the trash demon, pretending to be roadside decorations. As soon as Xiaoban saw that, he stammered. High-level evil spirits. Lin Mo was sweating all over his head. He sighed in relief, glad he had hidden in time before they arrived. At this moment, Lu Su cursed loudly.
That damn Lin Mo, you didn't tell me there were demons coming. The demon master of the second rank reminded him.
Stop shouting, just fight with them. Whoever survives, survives. The smoke demon slowly took the cigarette but from his lips, exhaling a thin puff of smoke.
His hoarse voice, full of menace, echoed. You little brats, you think you can survive? If you can last through a stick of incense, I'll let you go.
One of the second-ranked demon masters turned pale, hurriedly touching his arm with his fingers.
Summon.
The demon Tamer shouted loudly.
Summon the contract demon, fight with them. Sounds of fighting echoed from within the bank.
After a loud explosion, a crashing sound followed, as if something had shattered, reverberating throughout the space. Xiaoban, with a worried expression, asked Lin Mo.
Mr. Mo, can you see clearly? Who has the upper hand right now?
Lin Mo seriously evaluated the situation. Those three Shuefeng guys have some decent combat strength, but they're definitely no match for the demons.
However, they can still cause some damage to their vitality.
He furrowed his brows as he looked at Lin Mo, thinking about the reason the three of them had come here, and couldn't help but wonder.
So, are we not taking the money anymore? Ashu and Lin Mo spoke in unison. Why not? Lin Mo spoke up first. If the demons are heavily wounded, we'll take the opportunity to strike them down. At that point, we'll have both money and the demon pearl. Ashu continued. If they aren't badly hurt, we'll just wait until they leave, then take the money, advance to attack, retreat to defend.
Ashu and Lin Mo exchanged a glance, then slapped their hands together, shouting in unison.
That's how it is.
Xiaoban felt a bit awkward.
Oh my, you two are so clever. Compared to you, I feel like such a fool.
He shot a glance at Xiaoban, his voice laced with a bit of playful teasing, purposely trying to rile him up, as if mocking him.
Lin Mo, peering out of the demon trash heap, observed the battle.
The corner of his mouth curled slightly, and he spoke softly, offering his praise.
Those two Shuefeng guys aren't bad, huh? Their offense and defense coordination is quite solid.
After a while of fierce fighting, the Shuefeng University group, along with Lu Su, were panting heavily as they looked at the demons surrounding them.
They couldn't help but feel a sense of hopelessness.
One of them, while holding his injured arm, tried to regulate his breathing and looked at the smoke demon, saying,
You've lost, it's been over a stick of incense already, let us go.
The smoke demon bared his teeth, the smoky mist swirling around his face, making the smile on his lips even more sinister, and spoke in a voice that seemed to mock them.
Has your brain been eaten by a dog or what?
He summoned several crucifixes, shining bright enough to bind them.
None of you are leaving here today.
You forced me to use my ultimate move, and at this point, even if you die, there's no turning back. They screamed loudly, each of them bruised all over, with purple marks even on their faces. Their cries for help echoed through the air.
Help! Lin Mo, witnessing this scene from outside, couldn't help but feel terrified.
His spine went cold, and at the same time, a feeling of helpless anger surged within him as he instantly killed 4 people. Lin Mo's eyes widened, his brows furrowing, his voice carrying an uncontainable surprise. They're all dead, and it hasn't even been half a minute. Ashu, standing beside him, softly explained.
That's the smoke demon's ultimate move, the Eye of the Demon Judgment.
The dense smoke weakens the spirits of both people and demons, forcing them to continuously relive their worst deeds. Each time, they are interrogated about one of their wrongdoings until they are tortured to death by the smoke demon.
He paused for a moment, then added.
Look at that thug over there, he has the most wounds, which means he committed the most crimes when he was alive.
Lin Mo immediately complimented. Truly a master of theoretical knowledge.
But then he suddenly became serious. Although Shuefeng's people have already drained quite a bit of the smoke demon's power, they managed to drag along 5 or 6 blood-sucking demons with them. But the demon smoke's ultimate move was too powerful, and there was no way to break it.
Maybe it's better to just give up. Dying for a bit of money isn't worth it.
Ashu grabbed the weapon behind his back and, with a confident tone, reassured him, looking extremely trustworthy, "I think we can win." He drew his sword, the sharp blade reflecting the fiery look of determination in his eyes. Although the Demon Smoke's ultimate move was very strong, it had a fatal flaw: its cooldown time was a whole hour.
Upon hearing this, Lin Mo clapped his hands together with a snap and spoke joyfully, "No ultimate move? That's even better. Let's take advantage of his weakness and end him now."
Lin Mo leaped out of the demon trash can and reminded them, "Speed is key.
If any other demons get drawn here, we'll be in trouble." Ashu followed him, nodding in agreement, "Got it."
Shaoban peeked his head out from inside the demon trash can, pointing a finger at himself, his eyes blank as he looked at their backs and asked softly, "What about me?" Lin Mo glanced at him, a smirk appearing on his face. "You stay there, we'll need your trash can to collect the money later." The Demon Smoke, hearing the noise behind him, slowly turned around to see who dared approach his territory. From the large door, Lin Mo and Ashu advanced, weapons in hand, step by step, approaching the demon taming group. Their presence met with the Demon Smoke's disdainful gaze. He grinned, his face filled with joy at seeing someone come to offer their life.
The Demon Smoke clicked his tongue, admiring, "More meat for the slaughter, huh?"
He turned to his minions, then immediately gave a low command, "All of you, get them. Take care of them for me." A flash of light, and the demons were obliterated. Lin Mo shouted, and saw several summoned demons in battle stances.
"Where are the demons?"
The demon martial disciple rushed forward, swinging his sword to strike at the blood-sucking demons.
"Take this."
Lin Mo charged towards the blood-sucking demons, using the one-sword soul strike to disperse them.
However, they didn't even flinch. Lin Mo thought, "So tough, huh?"
The blood-sucking demons kept charging, scratching at him like rabid dogs, and he wondered if they had gone mad.
Ashu, seeing this, shouted, "Lin Mo, be careful."
The blood-sucking demon's passive ability is the smell of blood. Once they get injured and start bleeding, their attack power and frenzy will increase drastically.
At that point, things will get troublesome.
The high-level weeping demon quickly used the power of the Brahmic chant to try to take Lin Mo's life, also shouting, "In that case, there's no need to conserve spirit power anymore." The sawtooth gears suddenly spun quickly, with the Devil's Extreme wielding a chainsaw and using the finger technique. In no time, they had sent the surrounding blood-sucking demons flying. The smoke demon, witnessing the scene, was stunned. These two were even stronger than the four from earlier. Lin Mo and Ashu continued to fight side by side, surrounded by blood-sucking demons hovering in the air.
The smoke demon suddenly gave an order to them. "All blood-sucking demons, use the tearing vortex, obey orders."
The middle-level evil spirit blood-sucking demons spun rapidly, forming a vortex.
The large vortex flew high into the air, followed by more vortices. All of them targeted Lin Mo and Ashu. Lin Mo and Ashu, panicked, both thought at the same time, "Damn it, we can't dodge."
Suddenly, they saw He Xiaopan running toward them with a trash can. He hurled the trash can at them and commanded, "Enhanced Trash Demon." The trash can demon charged towards them, blocking in front of Lin Mo and Ashu to face the whirlwind. He Xiaopan and the others quickly ran into the spot where the trash can demon had fallen. As soon as it hit the ground, they were already inside. The blood-sucking demons created a furious whirlwind, charging towards the trash can demon, but they couldn't destroy it. Inside, Lin Mo happily complimented He Xiaopan.
"Well done, Xiaoban, Xiaoban deserves a like."
Let's see who dares to say that He Xiaopan only knows how to live off others anymore. Lin Mo then asked.
"But can your weeping demon level trash can demon withstand the attacks of these blood-sucking demons at the evil demon level?"
Xiaoban smiled at him and replied. "Of course. Don't worry, the first 5 seconds of hardening are immune to damage, that's how it works." But Ashu, with a serious face, asked,
"What happens after the 5 seconds?
Suddenly, a blood-sucking demon broke through the trash can and reached out towards them, causing them to panic. "This is what happens when He Xiaopan yells," Lin Mo said. A Shu killed the blood-sucking demon with his sword and said to Xiaoban, "Then you better recall it quickly, or the trash-can demon will die soon." Xiaoban called the trash-can demon back into his hands. As it disappeared, they found themselves surrounded by blood-sucking demons. They were panting heavily, exhausted. Lin Mo said to Xiaoban, "But the fact that you were able to block the blow for us was already great. Now, where are you going to hide? The rest, leave it to a Shu and me." He Xiaopan ran off to hide, and the two of them continued to charge into the horde of demons, fighting fast and decisively. Lin Mo's sword flickered with constant flashes of light. A Shu and he worked in perfect harmony, continuously slaying the demons. Less than a moment later, the blood-sucking demons were scattered, leaving only the smoke demon and the two of them. He angrily glared at them. "How can these two brats be so strong? I was too careless. Even a crowd of blood-sucking demons couldn't handle them." He thought to himself, his rage causing smoke to billow from his body. In the end, it seemed I would have to deal with them myself. His eyes turned a fiery red, and smoke poured from his nostrils. A moment later, the area around them was enveloped in bone-chilling smoke, swirling around the two of them. Lin Mo and Shu were constantly on guard, covering their mouths and coughing. In the mist, the smoke demon appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "I admit, you're strong, but it's a shame you had to face me. In this smoke, no one can see me. I am invincible." Suddenly, he appeared behind Lin Mo, lunging toward him with his smoke pipe. "Go meet the king of hell," he snarled. Lin Mo quickly turned his head, and the demon was surprised to see that he had been noticed. Without hesitation, Lin Mo swung his sword, its gleam flashing as it stabbed straight toward him. A smirk appeared on his face. "Who said they couldn't see me?" The smoke demon howled in pain, furious. "It's impossible for you to see me." A notification from the system popped up, congratulating the host for earning 80 break the room points. Lin Mo's eyes glowed red. "I can see you very clearly," he said with a smug grin. The smoke demon was startled when he saw Lin Mo's eyes. He shouted in disbelief. "Blood-Eye Demon, how many demons do you have?" The Blood-Eye Demon was his nemesis, and the smoke that helped him hide had little effect against it. As Lin Mo swung his sword, the demon vanished, hiding behind the curtain of smoke. "If I can't kill you." At this moment, both the Shu and Lin Mo were on high alert, keeping a watch on all sides. Suddenly, the smoke demon leaped out from the mist and lunged toward Shu's back. "Then I will kill him," it said, holding a smoking pipe, ready to strike Shu on the head. Unexpectedly, Shu dodged. The demon was taken aback as it missed its strike. Shu swiftly swung his sword, cutting straight into the demon's neck. The smoke demon let out a scream as blood poured from its neck in torrents. It clutched its throat in pain and raged. The smoke demon turned around and suddenly asked Shu, "How is it that you can see me too?" Shu answered slowly, "Even within the smoke, you still cast a shadow, and with a shadow, I can sense your presence." Upon hearing this, the demon fumed with anger. "So you really are new students, huh? Why is it that every single one of you seems to counter me so effectively? I must be cursed with the worst luck." The smoke demon, trembling, pointed at them. "However, no matter how you see it, I'm still a high-level evil spirit, and you are just weak demon masters." The smoke underneath it spiraled into a circle, and with the crushing pressure of its higher rank, it didn't seem possible for them to win. The smoke under its feet suddenly began to rise as it floated in the air and spoke down to them. "Although you may have an advantage over me, once my ultimate move is ready, you will still die." Lin Mo sneered. "So, you plan to just stay up there until your big move recharges, huh?" The smoke demon puffed on its pipe, huffing. "Exactly. You're not attacking from a distance, only trying to avoid me. You won't even be able to touch me." He spoke with great confidence. "I will follow you until your ultimate move is recharged, and then I will deal with you. Which means your life expectancy is now less than 50 minutes.
Lin Mo smiled, placing one hand on his ghost blood eye. Is that so? Then what about this move, can you dodge it?
Lin Mo's eyes widened, and suddenly, a ghostly mist appeared in the air, his hand forming a strange seal.
What's going on? Have you activated the third skill of your ghost blood eye? This. Even the most talented masters must reach demon taming, 5th stage to do this?
Before he could finish his sentence, his hand exploded, causing him to scream in pain. One of his arms was severed, and a system notification popped up. Congratulations, host, you have received 150 penalty points.
He quickly retreated and fled. A Shu looked after him, then turned to Lin Mo. Should we chase him?
Lin Mo calmly replied, let him go. After all, he's a high-level evil spirit.
Even if he's injured, we won't catch him easily. Lin Mo continued, let's go clean out the bank, we'll talk later.
At the bank, the Devil's Extreme was using a saw to cut through the safe. The iron door collapsed after being sawed through, revealing piles of money inside.
Their eyes lit up.
He Xiaopan and Ashu both exclaimed, money, I've never seen so much money in my life. This is enough for me to shave my head for 8 generations. Lin Mo and Ashu began to loot the money, summoning the trash can ghost to store the cash. Take all the money, leave them not a single bill. Xiaoban touched the money, and the trash can ghost appeared in an incredibly bizarre way, taking the money thrown into it.
Lin Mo was thrilled, this was definitely the right move.
At the Zijin building, where an eerie and chilling atmosphere enveloped everything, Smoke Demon hurriedly stumbled forward.
Boss! He crashed to the ground, stammering in a panic. I was attacked by humans. Black Red Demon sneered sarcastically. Smoke Demon, don't tell me someone like you, an evil spirit, was beaten by a bunch of first-year kids who still have snot on their faces?
Smoke Demon retorted angrily, it was those two, they had skills to counter me. Upon hearing this, Demon Prodigy, the boss on the other side, took a sip of wine, his face contorting in disbelief.
Was he really beaten by those little brats? Damn, and there were only 2 of them? If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought it was 2,000 of them.
That's ridiculous. Seeing the incompetence of his subordinate, Black Red Demon shook the dice in his hand, and Feng Tai confidently took a few more steps forward.
Boss, why don't I go instead?
Demon Prodigy, sitting confidently in his chair with 2 women by his side, nodded in agreement.
Fine, but remember, don't kill the ones who beat Smoke Demon. How dare they bully my subordinate? Let's see how I should torment them. Black Red Demon clasped his hands respectfully.
Yes, boss. The scene then shifted back to Lin Mo, Ashu, and Xiaoban.
What should we do next? Beneath the Zijin building, there was also a bank. Lin Mo waved his hand in refusal. Never mind. Don't you think Smoke Demon is different from the other demons?
His actions seem more organized.
It's better we retreat to the suburbs, it'll be safer. But it seemed the current situation was not suitable.
The 3 of them, Xiaoban included, nervously pointed toward the glass window, but it appeared they couldn't escape anymore. Outside the Zijin building, demons were gathering in extremely large numbers, the 8 demons of the Night March, and all 3 of them were frozen in place.
Ashu furrowed his brow. Damn it, my Black Abyss skill only lasts for 60 seconds. If it could last 2 minutes, we'd have enough time to break through. Lin Mo turned his eyes toward Xiaoban and asked him, Xiaoban, can your demon shadow move? Xiaoban eagerly responded, when I activate my hardening skill, it does activate the movement attribute, but...
He rubbed his head awkwardly.
It's just that the speed is a bit slow. In 1 minute, it can only move half a meter.
Lin Mo's face turned pale.
Half a meter in a minute? Are we talking about a snail?
Meanwhile, Xiaoban just stood there, smiling foolishly. But this was their last resort. Lin Mo sighed and placed a hand on Xiaoban's shoulder, though there was nothing else he could do.
For now, let's hide in the garbage can and get out of here. I'm worried that the Smoke Demon will bring reinforcements.
Hearing him, Xiaoban nodded.
Alright, I'll summon it right away. Boom! The giant garbage can of Mr. Beast. Lin Mo jumped in first. We'll hide from the demons for now. Once we find an area with fewer demons, we can get out and run. A while later, the garbage can slid across the ground. Just as Xiao Ban had said, it could move at least 150 meters. Along the way, they encountered two demons. One of them started biting a thigh, complaining as it did. "What's with this fat person?" one demon remarked. "It's all just fat." The other demon shot him a glare. "Quit being picky, don't you dare complain. My skull doesn't even have a single piece of meat on it." And by chance, the trash bin waiting for the three brothers to take revenge collided with the two demons. The one with the skull grinned and kicked it hard. Where did this trash bin come from? He wondered. "Which demon are you?" "I've never seen you before," Xiao Ban, in the form of the trash bin, hesitated. "Oh." Lin Mo sensed that the situation wasn't going well, so he suggested to Xiao Ban, "Say you're a demon from the outskirts, come to the city to visit your family." He then responded accordingly, "I'm a demon from a village on the outskirts, came to the city to visit my brother." The demon laughed with delight, "So, you're a country bumpkin come to the city?" At this moment, the demon gnawing on the leg nearby went berserk, throwing the leg down. "Damn it, too fatty, I can't eat anymore." The demon holding the skull, more aware, quickly lectured, "Hey, could you be a little more civil? You can't even throw the trash into the bin properly like I do?" But when the lid opened halfway, a faint fragrance wafted gently past his nose. The demon holding the skull froze. Smells like a living person." The demon with the red eyes, raising his fangs, noticed the smell of a living person, and the trash bin panicked. "Ah, brother, please don't hit me." The demon immediately questioned, "Why does your stomach smell like a living person?" The trash bin scratched its side awkwardly and answered, I just ate two guys, so there's a bit of their scent left." But the demon had already realized, "You think I'm an idiot?" At the moment he was about to yell, a hand shot out and grabbed his neck. The demon was terrified, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He was grabbed into the bin before he could even scream. The lustful demon was quick. In the crate, Lin Mo used all his strength to clamp the demon's mouth shut, while a Shu raised the sword and struck down. The noise from the crate just now finally caught the attention of the lecherous demon. It turned around in confusion. Inside the crate, the demon gradually vanished after the fatal blow. Lin Mo commented, "This demon died an unjust death, just for throwing away a piece of trash, and it ended up losing its life." Outside, the lecherous demon approached the trash bin, seemingly hearing the ghost's voice calling it. "Hey, country bumpkin, where's the wandering ghost?" Xiao Ban awkwardly went over to the other side. The lecherous demon turned away. "This guy just likes to wander around aimlessly." The scene shifted, the cup was lifted, and the numbers on the dice slowly appeared. The red-black demon grinned widely. "Your number is smaller than mine now." The group trembled in fear. "No, I'll risk my life with you." The red-black demon waved its hand, and a ray of light shot straight forward. "Play fair and square, if you lose, your life will be mine." In the blink of an eye, the man's head was gone, his body fell, and the girl screamed. The red-black demon sneered as it looked at the man wearing the hat. "Now it's your turn." After witnessing that, who would be foolish enough to place a bet? The man quickly waved his hand. I'm not betting with you." But refusing wasn't that easy. The red-black demon laughed wickedly. "Not betting means accepting defeat. You die right now." A headless body fell, leaving only the young girl. She cried and begged. Please spare me." The red-black demon grinned maliciously. "Play one round with me. Who knows, you might win. If you win, I'll let you go." A few minutes later, she lifted the cup, and all the dice showed sixes. "Draw, you didn't win against me."
The girl screamed joyfully, but only got halfway through. Survived, survived. It turned out that the red-black demon was cunning, and gambling was never fair. He smiled wickedly.
Who said I didn't win? It's still 18 points, but since I'm the dealer, of course I win.
3 corpses were stacked on top of each other, and the red-black demon turned and walked away nonchalantly.
That was fun, but now it's time to get down to business.
The red-black demon walked by. Where were those bullies who had been tormenting the smoke demons? The trash can was eerily silent, and a few pairs of eyes carefully observed. He's dead, that demon is looking for us. A shoe's face turned pale. Red-black demon, a high-level demon. We're more likely to die than survive. With his power, if he kills us directly, we won't even have a chance to retaliate. Lin Mo looked at Ashu in shock. Does he have any weaknesses? Ashu replied. If he gambles with you, you'll have a chance at survival. The red-black demon's skill is dice-based killing, betting on the high or low of the dice. If the red-black demon wins, his attack power increases tenfold. If he loses, he can't attack. Lin Mo realized. So if I bet and win, I'll survive, right? Ashu disagreed, and at the same time, the sound of footsteps from outside grew louder. It's not that simple. The red-black demon's second skill is dice control, meaning he can manipulate most of the dice's outcome, which gives him a 90% chance of beating you. In the blink of an eye, the trash bin lid opened, and the red-black demon grinned maliciously. Found you, so you were hiding here, huh? Upon being discovered, all 3 of them crawled out. Lin Mo even grinned excitedly and asked. Hey, red-black demon, what's up? What are you looking for us for? The red-black demon seemed puzzled. If it were an ordinary person who saw a demon, they'd have peed their pants by now. But this kid, on the other hand, is smiling as if nothing's wrong. But let's not focus on that. The red-black demon reached behind and proudly pulled out a few dice. I want to play a few rounds with you. The rules of the game were simple, each person had 3 dice, and the one with the higher total would win. Lin Mo casually shoved his hands in his pockets and walked closer, asking, So what are the conditions for the bet? Here, the red-black demon answered enthusiastically, It's simple, if you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you die. Lin Mo squinted one eye and made a dissatisfied face. That's not fair. It's not even, really. If I win, you should die. Now, that would be fair. The red-black demon, getting angry, retorted. You don't have the right to bargain with me. If you keep talking back, you die right now. Lin Mo smirked. Then can I add another condition to the bet? With a wicked grin, he pointed behind him. I'll add the lives of those 2 guys over there. If I win, you have to let all 3 of us go. If I lose, our lives are yours. It'd be convenient for those 2 to join me in the underworld. The red-black demon, excited, clapped his hands. You're playing risky. I like it. I agree. The sound rang out, and the game began. Both players rolled their dice, shaking them in their hands, ready for the competition. The black-red devil flipped the cup over first. I opened it earlier. It was the same old game. He opened the cup, his face was grim. The biggest 18 points, I'll take your lives, okay? Ashu and Xiaoban were terrified. Lin Mo, irritated, spoke up. Wait a second, I haven't shaken it yet. How do you know I'm not the one winning? The black-red devil grinned savagely. Don't waste your energy, even if you shake and get 18 points, I'm still the dealer. You win, I still win. Hearing the response, Lin Mo frowned at him, his hand still shaking the cup. Do you even understand the rules of this game? As long as I haven't opened the cup and haven't seen the dice, it doesn't count as losing. System notification. Congratulations, the host has earned 80 break the room points. The black-red devil was furious, shouting. Then go ahead and shake it, no matter what, you're not escaping death. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo still hadn't revealed his dice, casually whistling and shaking the cup. Luck was on his side. The black red devil, fuming, pointed at him. Are you opening it or not? If not, I'll stab you right here. System notification. Congratulations, the host has earned 100 break the room points. Lin Mo, calm as ever. So, you just want me to open it, right? The numbers were gradually revealed. Xiao Ban watched closely. 1 6, 2 6s, 3 6s, and 1 1, in total, 19 points. The black red devil was boiling with rage, grabbing Lin Mo by the shirt. Where did that extra one come from? Ha, you lying bastard. Lin Mo answered calmly. I just shook one die in there and split it into 2 halves. Got it now? System, congratulations to the host for receiving 500 points in Break the Room. The black-red demon held his head in his hands and crouched down. No, I won't accept it. Lin Mo smirked. This round, I've won. Taking advantage of the black-red demon's distraction, Lin Mo nudged his teammates. Let's go quickly. A Shu walked alongside, curious. How did you do that? Lin Mo explained. Let the demon blood I sit watch, keep shaking, and eventually, a 6 will come out. Then, if we split the dice into 2 halves, just one swipe of the demon sword will do the job. Xiao Ban admired him. Mr. Mo is the best. A Shu agreed, giving a thumbs up. Awesome, truly amazing. Lin Mo smiled shyly, already having moved a short distance. Xiao Ban was puzzled. Mr. Mo, where are we going next? The trash can gets to be in action with us again? Lin Mo answered. Wait a moment, let me check the map. At the same time, several sounds echoed. Bro, hurry up and chase after me. If you catch me, you can have me. Lin Mo was curious. What's that? Before he could focus on the sound, everyone froze. 2 massive bull demons were approaching. Bro, come here. Come here, little bull. Boom. The bull's head rammed in. The massive collision caused a push, making the trash can roll evenly, unable to rub against the ground, spinning around instead. Lin Mo screamed. What the hell is going on here? Xiao Ban replied. Looks like it got knocked over and rolled down. Inside the can, 3 guys were piled on top of each other, taking turns feeling nauseous. Lin Mo shouted loudly. Open the lid. Let me out. Xiao Ban, dizzy, couldn't open it. Seems like the demon trash can is panicking, it can't control the lid anymore. As for a Shu, well, he was temporarily out of commission. Looking at the trash bin clattering down, the ox demon awkwardly said, I didn't mean to do that. The scene shifted to the basement, where the doll demon was holding its neck and laughing loudly. The 2 demons begged in fear, please, please stop. But their pleading was in vain, they were suffocating as their necks twisted, their eyes rolling wildly, drooling from their mouths, and then they collapsed onto the ground. The doll demon fumbled to adjust its joints before turning its head back around. Gao Tt raised her hand to return the gesture. The doll demon and the others joyfully ran out. Your doll demon is so strong, just one move and those 2 evil spirit demons were completely destroyed. Truly, the daughter of the section chief, as expected, so powerful. Gao Tt frowned, stop talking about useless things for now. The demons in the central area are too strong. We need to quickly team up with the other students to get out of here as soon as possible, or else we'll all die. The black-haired man clenched his fist and raised it. Alright, let's charge straight out. The group chimed in unison, we'll follow you, Gao. A noise was heard, and Gao Tt became alert, there are still evil spirits. She quickly gave the alert order. The trash demon charged down and slammed into the wall. Lin Mo, Shu and Xiao Ban were also freed. Mr. Mo asked, are we still alive? Gao Tt was surprised, it's them. The two people beside her were equally discussing it. That guy still had time to rob a bank. Incredible, even after getting this deep into the center, they don't have a single scratch on them. Third brother frowned. Huh? Isn't that the guy who fought with Sun Miao at the market? The guy with black hair continued. That's the damn bastard. Last time, he even used pepper spray to sneak attack me. Lin Mo was distracted by the noise and looked up. Lin Mo pointed. It's those guys from before, the ones with the cow horns. The group responded angrily. You're the one with the cow horns. Third brother wanted to charge forward, speaking rudely. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. But he was stopped by Gao Tt. Enough, now's not the time for infighting. Lin Mo smirked, knowing she was right. Here you are, busy with your verbal sparring. Lin Mo inadvertently tilted his head. That's when he noticed the pile of demon pearls from the demons that Gao Tti's group had just killed. Annoyed, he urged his teammates to quickly gather the demon pearls. Come on, guys, pick them up quickly, we've hit the jackpot. Third brother was startled. Damn it, we clearly killed them, why are we letting them scavenge like that? What a bunch of ungrateful bastards. System. Congratulations, the host has received 50 break the room points for the invitation. Gao Tt was also uncomfortable and stepped in to advise. Lin Mo, this isn't the time to be greedy for demon pearls, it's a matter of life and death. Lin Mo coldly replied. Greedy for demon pearls? What kind of demons are greedy for them? Where are their demon pearls? Gao Tt felt a tickle in her throat and stammered. Why do we want to join forces with other students to escape the city of Shanglan? I'm asking you to join us. Lin Mo, still inspecting the demon pearls, continued. Join you? I'm afraid you'll stab me in the back, who knows what you'll do. Gao Tt turned pale, you don't believe me? You think I will stab you in the back? What exactly have I done wrong to you that you have to say such things about me? Lin Mo glared at Gao Tt, if you don't even know how to stab someone in the back, the dirty things you do are even more despicable than that. His answer left her speechless. Sun Mei Lei and another female friend walked up to Gao Tt to comfort her. Tt, he's just a scoundrel, don't mind him. Even if Bai Yang's useless people save him, they won't contribute anything to society. Just let him die, forget about them. What we need to do is escape, not do charity by helping these good-for-nothing people. Lin Mo responded, oh, right, I am the good-for-nothing. He turned his head, squinting one eye with a look of indifference. So, could you all please stay away from a useless person like me, so you won't get dragged into this mess later? Gao Tt turned her back, but her gaze was fixed on Lin Mo. Good for nothing, take care of yourself. Lin Mo provocatively stuck out his middle finger and stuck out his tongue. A moment later, outside the parking garage, Gao T and her group were blocked by a strange smoke. She covered her nose, and Sun Miao's group behind her froze. Thousands of demons fell from the sky, with the leader being a level demon. Gao Tt anxiously said, everyone, run quickly. She jumped out, followed by third brother. But escaping wasn't that easy. The path ahead was blocked as well. You damn bastards, after killing our demon, you think you can run? The demon who died is level evil. Third brother was stunned by the demonic figure, and there was even a group of malevolent spirits. They're dead. Sun Mei Lei panicked, Gao Tt, what should we do now? Gao Tt frowned and replied, there's no choice. We can only concentrate all our firepower and charge forward. Miss Zhao summoned the doll spirit, and we have more people. If we unite, we might find a way out. The third brother and the others followed suit, summoning their own forces to fight. Go! The arrogant demon threw fireworks down, cackling. The group was blasted into the air. Another demon charged in, I'm coming too. The smoky mist made it difficult for Gao T and the others to see, with the shadowy figures moving stealthily.
The blonde-haired man, on high alert, said, "You want to sneak attack me? Demon, get eaten." But as the demon drew closer, third brother shook his head and waved his hands, pleading, don't hit, it's me." The blonde-haired man sighed in relief, "It's you? You scared me."
However, another figure, identical to third brother, collapsed beside him. The blonde-haired man was thrown into a panic.
Wait a minute, why are there two identical blonde-haired perverts?
If only the man had realized sooner, the demon's skin had already removed its mask and directly dug his hand into his chest. Being deceived, losing his heart was equivalent to losing his life. As he fell, the Lin Mo group emerged. All three were pale, and Lin Mo whispered, "All the zombies are dead, now it's our turn."
The black-haired man shouted, "Be careful. The demon's skin can disguise itself as one of our teammates." Everyone began to distrust each other. Are you a demon? I should be the one asking you that.
By accident, he ended up taking the upper hand of the demonic warrior. He noticed the two who were bickering, and as soon as they showed an opening, he threw a bomb with great force, killing them instantly.
A shoe glanced over, and it seemed like Gao Titi and the others were about to collapse. Xiao Ban turned to look at Lin Mo. "Mr. Mo, which direction should we run?" Mr. Mo glanced toward the other side.
"Of course, we go this way. There's only a frozen death demon, we have a chance to escape." The frozen death demon, drowsy, yawned loudly, the sound catching the attention of the demon.
"She's excited, didn't expect someone to charge into this death trap."
Lin Mo and the others rushed forward. A shoe provided cover. A shoe leaped up a level and summoned the dark shadow abyss, the frozen death demon taking in a deep breath.
"If that's the case, let's just finish everything." Frozen tomb seal.
Lin Mo managed to leap just in time, the large ice shard froze a shoes in Xiao Ban's legs. Xiao Ban struggled to pull her legs free, while a shoe panicked.
"We're done for."
Lin Mo landed safely, too close to danger he almost got frozen. He summoned his skill, his eyes turning red.
Ghost Blood Eye, backlash, it can reverse the enemy's control effects.
The skill earlier turned on its master, the frozen death demon gritted her teeth.
Damn it.
After freezing her movements, Lin Mo took out his sword and charged.
Soul-sealing slash.
The one sword strike banishing evil, but the sword instantly shattered upon hitting the hardened mass. Lin Mo marveled, indeed, a demon level, with armor and a strong resistance to magic. The frozen demon sneered, complimenting the Blood Eye demon's counterattack.
"You're strong, but unfortunately, you won't be able to break through my ice armor. When your skill wears off, that's when you'll die. If you want it, come at me." Lin Mo calmly used Blood Curse, "How about this move?"
A mark appeared, and the frozen demon became flustered.
"What?"
The ice rebounded, sending the frozen demon flying into the wall with a loud crash. She clutched her chest in pain.
So strong. Lin Mo remained calm, seizing the opportunity to rescue Xiao Ban and a shoe.
Summoning Demon Martial Disciple and Devil's Extreme for backup, one wielded a spear to attack, while the other sawed through the ice floor. A shoe and Xiao Ban managed to escape, with a shoe sighing, "I was too careless, I didn't expect the frozen demon to be so fast." Xiao Ban echoed, "So cold, so cold." Lin Mo urgently ordered, "All right, let's go, we need to move quickly."
Both answered in unison, "We're going."
Just as they were about to run, someone grabbed their leg. The girl whose legs had been dragged by two ruthless demons earlier, her face full of fear, begged, "Help me." Lin Mo sneered, "Sorry, I'm a useless piece of trash."
"I'm not worthy of saving you." She cried out in pain, "Please, don't."
But she was dragged away mercilessly. The system notified, "Congratulations, host, you have received 200 points.
Gao Tt grasped the situation with Lin Mo, broke through the encirclement, and urged, "Run quickly." However, not everyone could run.
She grabbed Sun Meilei's hand and ignored him as she continued.
"Let's go." She nodded. mm.
Lin Mo, a Shu, and Xiao Ban were running at full speed.
Suddenly, Lin Mo noticed something unusual.
Hey, Xiao Ban is running faster than both a Shu and me.
This isn't right.
He frowned in confusion. There was clearly a layer of demonic energy surrounding Xiao Ban, but even blood I couldn't see through it.
Let's investigate.
To confirm, Lin Mo stopped in his tracks.
Hey, Xiao Ban, I just remembered something.
Before we entered the demon realm, my phone was reset, so I couldn't give you those videos I mentioned earlier.
But Xiao Ban didn't care and kept running ahead.
What videos?
Escaping is more important.
Swoosh. A green sword strike cut through the air, forcing Xiao Ban to halt.
It was a blow from a Shu. The demon's skin is strange. How did you guys manage to detect it? Even a blood-eye demon at the evil spirit level shouldn't be able to see through my skin art.
Lin Mo replied, "You're right, blood-eye demons can't see through it entirely, but with Xiao Ban's personality, if he knew that the videos were all gone, he would definitely scold me to death.
He wouldn't stay calm like you."
The demon skin's secret art roared loudly.
Damn it, what the hell are these videos that are more important than life itself? System.
Congratulations, host, you've earned 50 points for breaking the room.
Lin Mo inquired, "Where have you taken He Xiao Ban?"
A Shu, standing behind, also raised his sword threateningly and said, "Move quickly, or I'll chop you down right now."
Demon Skin smiled, clasping his hands together. Just relying on the two of you? You really think you can kill me?
With a secret technique, Lin Mo was taken aback as he saw the instantaneous movement.
The demon appeared behind a Shu, intending to deal with him first. Lin Mo shouted, "A Shu, be careful." A Shu, focused, performed his movement technique. Demon Skin was stunned as his hand was firmly held by a Shu's shadow. What?
A Shu's expression grew serious, the scythe-like blade raised by the shadow.
Demon Skin tried to dodge but still received a blow.
He clutched his wound in shock.
Damn it, this guy's tough. If this keeps up, I might lose. He used the escape technique, retreating for now.
A Shu was drenched in sweat.
Where is He Xiao Ban? Lin Mo asked anxiously. We'll go back and look for him.
Alive, we see the person; dead, we see the body. The two of them turned and hurried off to search for Xiao Ban. On their way, they ran into Gao Tt and her group. She grabbed Lin Mo's hand and tried to dissuade him.
Lin Mo, you can't go back. There are at least 3 demons and countless malevolent spirits over there. He Xiao Ban is likely.
Lin Mo, in a rush, shook off Gao Tti's hand and ran forward without a second thought. The muscular man sighed, "What a man of loyalty, I truly admire him. If he survives, I would really like to befriend him." Gao Tt experimented with his face, "We should leave first, then try to contact the safety bureau as soon as possible. Maybe there's still a chance to save him." The ruins were chaotic, and as Shu and Lin Mo searched for Xiao Ban among the corpses of demons and humans. If Xiao Ban was still alive, he would shout out. Xiao Ban was hiding under a demon corpse.
He shouted, "Here, Mr. Mu.
I see the person, but we still have to stay cautious.
Be careful, it might be a demonic trap."
Xiao Ban was confused.
What are you two doing? Hurry up and save me. To test him, Lin Mo used the same old trick to probe his reaction. I suddenly remembered something. Before entering the demon realm, my phone had fallen into the water.
I could only restore the few videos I had promised you, but it's probably not possible to do so now. As expected, when you heard about the lost videos, you couldn't stop crying and complaining.
Xiao Ban, what are you hitting your hands for? All the videos are gone?
Lin Mo, my teacher's series. The system congratulated the host on receiving 300 break the room points. Xiao Ban was dying.
My teacher's series. My teacher's series. Lin Mo hurriedly said, "It's really him. Save him." killing intent surged from behind. The demons and fierce soldiers formed a formation. "Kid, you dare to come back? You really don't take our evil demon city, Shanlan, seriously." The frozen demon scowled. "This time, I absolutely won't let any of you survive. You won't get out of the demon realm, Shanlan." The black-red demon clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. "A renowned gambler like me actually lost to a kid who hasn't even reached adulthood. Where am I supposed to hide my face after this? I must kill him." The smoke demon agreed. "That's right, this blood-eyed demon is a direct counter to me, I must kill it." Lin Mo refused to back down, raising his middle finger and cursing at each of them. "You're not convinced, huh? Can't beat me, so you want to kill me to silence me? Pathetic losers. And you, when you can't even fight back, you go call for help. You're the type of person I despise the most." The red-black demon was furious. "What? I can't beat you? If you're so confident, let's have another round." System. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 40 break the rune points." The smoke demon frowned. "Now I can use my ultimate move. 1-on-1, you're definitely dead." System. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 40 break the rune points." Bam! Bam! The red-black demon and the smoke demon were both knocked on the head. Demon Prodigy appeared, fanning himself. "Truly useless, two sneaky demons, big brother." Demon Prodigy tilted his head, eyeing them. "Getting repeatedly beaten by a mere kid, and you still couldn't win a group fight. Now I, your big brother, have to step in. All the funds in Shanglan City have been lost thanks to your incompetence. You've completely lost face." Lin Mo's face turned dark. He was about to become the Demon King. He looked at the army in formation, his heart heavy. Beating the smoke demon and the red-black demon was all due to luck. Would he be able to escape? Fighting against the frozen demon and the demon skin, he could only barely escape. Lin Mo glanced at the demon prodigy in front of him. But the demon prodigy, standing there, might not even give him a chance to strike back. The pressure was immense, and one could tell that the strength of the two sides was worlds apart. Demon Prodigy grinned wickedly. "Today, I will show you what true power is." Lin Mo panicked. Could it be that I, Lin Mo, must die here? Demon Prodigy taunted, "That guy with the wooden toy sword, show me everything you've got." He smiled broadly. "Go ahead, strike me right in the face." Lin Mo froze, holding the toy sword. Once the information processed, Lin Mo, in a fit of anger, unleashed the Demon King's sovereign demon technique. He knew he couldn't win in a fight, but he couldn't let the demon look down on him. He pressed his hand to his eye and activated the blood curse. Watch this, the seal appeared vividly before Demon Prodigy's eyes. He waved his fan lightly, and the sealing energy dissipated. Seeing it, Demon Prodigy gave another casual flick, and the seal was swept away by a whirlwind. It exploded with a loud bang, causing Lin Mo to tremble in fear. It was a Shu who continued. "This is Demon Prodigy's skill, capable of dispelling all external negative effects." The minions around them jumped up, cheering. "Ah, this is awesome, so amazing." The demonic aura enveloped the buildings, and the remaining Gao TT were running for their lives. The stench of death was so overwhelming that Gao TT could sense Lin Mo was facing the Demon King's sovereign demon technique. It seemed like the three of them were doomed. Sun Mei Lei chuckled bitterly, "That guy is finally done for." The muscular man gasped for breath. "Lucky we ran, or we'd be done for the moment we saw the Demon King." Meanwhile, on Lin Mo's side, the demons were still cheering for their boss. "You're the best, boss." Lin Mo calculated, and it seemed that this demon prodigy really enjoyed being flattered. Perhaps if they made him happy, he might let them off the hook. Without hesitation, he decided to act on his thought. After all, boldness could sometimes be more useful than caution. Lin Mo clapped his hands.
That previous fan move was incredible, just like Princess Taishan's 3-tier fan technique. 1 fan could scare the gods, 2 could shake the heavens.
It was indeed effective. The demon prodigy was satisfied. Kid, you've got a sharp eye.
Lin Mo nudged Xiaoban. Flatter him at the right moment, Xiaoban, let's do this together. Although Xiaoban was a bit confused, he went along with it. The two of them took turns praising him.
Yes, that fan technique was amazing, absolutely amazing.
I thought it was an 8th level typhoon at first.
Lin Mo awkwardly smiled and said, so, great sir, could you show some mercy and let us go just this once? The demon prodigy laughed heartily before grimacing. Of course not.
He angrily waved his fan, sending tiny saw-like fragments flying.
Do you think I'm a fool? You think I'll spare you just because you flattered me?
No amount of praise can compare to the value of meat. Lin Mo tried to hold himself up, but he collapsed in agony.
Lin Mo is in pain, is this what it feels like?
Master of the devils, no, demon prodigy, please show mercy and spare us. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, clutching his wounds, while Xiaoban looked panicked.
Lin Mo, he's crying too. Xiaoban clasped his hands together in prayer.
Please, sir, give us a chance to survive. Then Xiaoban pulled Ashu's hand. Ashu, kneel with me, but Ashu stood firm.
He resolutely refused to kneel. Even if I die, I won't kneel before a demon.
Demon prodigy grinned maniacally, don't worry, after you're done eating, I'll make sure your bones stay together. He flicked his fan rapidly, and the red saw blades shot towards them. This time, Ashu must take the hit. He gritted his teeth and tried to endure. The situation is hanging by a thread, 3 against 1.
Demon prodigy approached Ashu, don't worry, even if you die, I won't leave you alone.
He spread his fan, revealing the serrated edges, and demon prodigy grinned with delight, die. Lin Mo screamed. A crow suddenly flew towards Ashu, its mouth cawing loudly, its feet carrying a letter.
Stop. Demon prodigy halted. He felt uneasy, sensing the messenger from the king of hell.
Demon prodigy carefully took the letter, then used his hand to peel open the seal. His hands trembled, his entire body shaking.
What was this about? Demon prodigy was stunned. Your name is Lin Mo?
Lin Mo, his mouth stained with blood, nodded.
Yes, what's the matter? Demon prodigy held up the letter, inquiring, what's your relationship with the king of hell, that he sent a letter telling me not to kill you like this? Lin Mo was confused, king of hell? I don't know him.
All I know is that if I go down there now, I'll meet the king of hell dead.
Demon prodigy's face turned serious, it's possible that you've met him without knowing his name.
He waved his fan, and an image appeared clearly.
Do you recognize this?
Lin Mo looked bewildered.
No, I don't recognize it. I've never met anyone like that from the moment I was born. Demon prodigy is hard to understand. That's really strange. He's never saved anyone before.
Lin Mo widened his eyes, and Xiaoban helped him up. Whether he knew him or not, it didn't matter after all, it was the king of hell who wanted to save him.
Then can we leave now? Demon prodigy sounded annoyed. Get lost. Get lost. Hurry up. Lin Mo smirked. Yes, then goodbye. I guess we won't be seeing you again. The demons parted, making way for Lin Mo and the others. Demon prodigy ordered his subordinates.
If this person is someone the king of hell wants to protect, then give the order to all the demons in the central area not to attack them.
The red-black demon acknowledged the order. Yes. The black demon sighed in relief. Luckily, we didn't kill him. Otherwise, I don't know how the king of hell would have dealt with all of us.
Lin Mo, along with his 2 classmates, He Xiaoban and Ashu, were running down a path surrounded by demons. They didn't attack, they just stood there and watched. Surprised, Lin Mo looked around and said,
They really aren't attacking us.
Right now, my thoughts are that we almost died just now, but one letter solved everything. Suddenly, with a serious expression, Lin Mo asked his classmate Ashu. Ashu, do you know who the king of hell is? Ashu answered Lin Mo's question seriously, saying that the king of hell was one of the 10 great demons and a wanted criminal. Recalling how the king of hell had once led his demon army to attack cities, Ashu continued. He once led his demon army to massacre 11 cities in Bagua. Then he remembered something strange and voiced his concern to Lin Mo. How do you know him? Hearing his friend doubting him, he was just as confused as his friend with the situation that was unfolding. Lin Mo said, I think I don't even know if he's real, I'm still trying to figure out why he saved me. He was deep in thought, wondering why the king of hell had saved him. Lin Mo thought, the situation with unlocking the grave of the demon sword still hadn't been clarified, and now there's another king of hell involved. What exactly is their relationship with me? He Xiao, who had been silent until now, suddenly ran over to hug his two friends, laughing and saying, who cares who the king of hell is? Anyway, the demons can't attack us anymore. Let's just head straight to the next bank and fill up the trash bin with some more immortals. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Lin Mo's parents. Lin Mo's mother, and Shuon, was washing clothes and telling his father, Lin Feng, didn't you know that sending a direct letter to the demon prodigy would have been enough? They definitely wouldn't dare lay a finger on Mo and I, so why did King of Hell have to write? He smiled gently and replied, I can't show myself. If Mo and I asks just a little, wouldn't that reveal everything about me? Suddenly, Lin Feng's face turned serious. He took a drag from his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and kept the same stern expression as he said to her, we can't let the boy find out so soon. The burden of the responsibility for restoring the country, for over 100,000 people, would crush him. From afar, a young girl carrying water could be seen walking towards the gate and shouting. Ah, so that girl is Lin Chang Luo, Lin Mo's younger sister. She's very frail and sick. She asked Dad, did you go to Xin High already? Surprised to see his daughter carrying such a heavy load, especially with Ching Luo's poor health, he exclaimed, Darling, your health isn't good, how can you carry such a heavy water bucket? Lin Feng immediately ran out to take the water bucket from her hands and bring it inside. She reassured her father, saying, Dad, my body is weak, but as long as I don't overdo it, it's fine. Still worried about his daughter, Lin Feng spoke more loudly, You say it's fine to exercise just a little, but you've carried the water all the way from behind the mountain. You don't need to help us with the work when you're sick. Hearing her father raise his voice, Ching Luo began to cry. Through her tears, she said, I understand, I won't do it anymore, okay? When he saw his beloved daughter crying, he softened and said, All right. You should exercise, you should stay active. With your mother, she also helps me a bit. She says exercise is really good, very good for you. Upon hearing this, Chung Luo asked her parents, Is that true? And Shuang replied, Of course. Hearing this, she stopped crying. Cheerfully, she asked her parents, Is my older brother doing well at university? Can I call him? Lin Feng kindly looked at Ching Luo and answered, Not right now, he's still in the demon realm. You can call him once he's out. Upon hearing her father mention such a dangerous sounding place, she grew worried for her brother and asked, The demon realm, is it dangerous? He avoided her gaze and replied, Don't worry, your brother is tough, he'll be fine. Looking at his daughter, who was smiling happily, he felt a sense of worry and thought to himself. On the other hand, he was concerned about his daughter's health, unsure whether she would be able to endure until the age of 6. In the demon realm Shanlan, at the temporary command center on a quiet late night, a person on duty at the center said, Deputy Director, the demons in the demon realm are truly frighteningly powerful. Even if the army were to arrive, they may not necessarily be able to handle it. Sundali shouted, It's too dangerous for the new students. I suggest we immediately stop the trial and rescue the students. He stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, while Gao Tt stood behind him. Dali said to those on duty at the center, As for the trial, it's normal for a few people to die. The students who died are considered sacrifices for the safety of the entire population. TT shouted at Dilly, but if all the students die, it will become a serious education incident.
Don't you fear being questioned from above?
He gritted his teeth and glared at her with a look as sharp as a bullet, then said, the purpose of questioning this trial is to draw out the remnant wind demon behind Lin Mo.
Can't this great achievement make up for a small education incident? Those who accomplish great things don't sweat the small details.
Hearing his words, her face turned pale from the cruelty in his tone.
TT angrily retorted, You. I never thought you would be so dismissive of human life.
Dilly simply smirked, glancing at her with a sneer, and said, TT, this is also your father's idea. TT shouted loudly at Dilly, but Lin Mo is about to die. A seller of demon suits has attacked him.
What meaning is there in what you're doing now?
Upon hearing this, he suddenly shouted, What? Then Dilly glared at her and yelled into her face, Why are you only telling me this now?
This means the person behind Lin Mo will take action.
We must save him from the hands of the demon suit seller.
TT asked again, So, are you still going to save the other students?
Before she could finish her sentence, he gave an order, Where are the others?
The remnant wind demon is about to appear.
Upon hearing the command, everyone began to gather, including those from Dongqing.
Chief, everything is ready.
Seeing that everyone had assembled, Dilly walked forward while saying, Let's go.
The others in the back replied in unison, Yes.
They left, leaving TT standing stunned at the sudden 180-degree shift in his attitude.
She thought,
It's obvious they were only here to probe for information.
They definitely don't care about the students' lives or deaths.
Suddenly, her expression grew serious as she thought about Lin Mo's words.
Could it be that what Lin Mo said is true? Is the Safety Bureau really that despicable?
The scene shifted to the Fusher Bank, where the three Lin Mo, He Xiaoban, and Ashu stood, looking at the few damaged spots where the security guards had been. Ashu lamented, It looks like some robbers came in here. It's just like when the demon tide broke out 2 years ago.
Ming angrily shouted, These bastards still.
He Xiaoban calmly advised, At least we still have one bank left.
It's not completely in vain.
Seeing that, the three of them also left the bank. Lin Mo said, Let's go, let's check out another place. Suddenly, a man was thrown towards them. The man lay on the ground, dying, and said, Director, save me. Seeing this, Lin Mo was extremely surprised and thought, Why is there an older guy in the new student training?
Hearing the man's words, Lin Mo doubted, Director, could it be the Safety Bureau?
Let's hide first.
He Xiaoban wondered, Why can't I see the contract demon on that uncle?
Miss Shuitong-Gue nudged him on the shoulder and said, Look up there. Lin Mo shouted loudly when he saw Dilly and the people from the Safety Bureau here were invisible demons.
They intended to use the invisible demon's stealth ability to infiltrate the demon realm. The people in his group said to him, Director, what now? The sneak-in plan has failed. Miss Shuitong-Gue continued, Idiots, do they really think the demons in the demon realm Shanlan are all trash?
Seeing those people there, Lin Mo angrily thought, sneaking into the demon realm, it's probably because of me. Meanwhile, Dilly and 2 others were being pulled up by the white demon soul, a mid-level malevolent spirit. The people below saw this and said, Director, don't abandon us. He told those below, Sorry, brothers, my white demon soul can only split into a maximum of 3. I really can't save everyone. The people below, being torn apart by the demons, still managed to ask Dilly, Why are you abandoning us? As he was dragged away to another place, he responded, I'm sorry. Lin Mo saw everything and, in a fit of anger, said, Son Dilly, you finally arrived. Meanwhile, your 2 friends are just standing there, looking at you with confusion. Lin Mo rushed off hurriedly, leaving his 2 friends puzzled.
He Xiaoban asked, Mr. Mu, what are you planning to do?
With a furious expression, he ran while turning his head back to say, I'm going to demand the antidote from Sun Dilly to save and Ran. Upon hearing this, Ashu also started running after him. Lin Mo asked him, Ashu, I'll need Shadow Demon and you to assist in counteracting the other 2 members from the Safety Bureau. Ashu, responding to Lin Mo's request, replied, "Don't worry, I'll definitely help you." He Xiaoban, who had fallen behind due to his slightly chubby build, struggled to catch up and said, "Wait for me." Somewhere else, Di Li and the two others who had escaped with him were talking. He said, "This is the street, looks like we've arrived too late." One of them asked, "Is Lin Mo really dead?" The other spoke up, "If the expert behind Lin Mo fights the Demon King's forces, this street will definitely be leveled." Dili, with a serious expression, said to the two subordinates he had saved, "It seems Lin Mo is dead. We shouldn't stay here any longer. We need to immediately head back and leave Shanglan." In the distance, the black-red ghost and the smoke ghost were slowly heading towards Dili and his subordinates. The black-red ghost said, "Come if you want, leave if you want." The smoke ghost laughed and said, "Ha, you really don't take us, the ghosts of Shanglan, seriously at all." When the Dili group saw two demons approaching, they were terrified and thought, "There are even two higher-level demons." The three triple-rank demon tamers had been asked to fight against just one evil spirit, but how could they deal with two demons? Then, Dili activated his white demon soul summoning skill. The white souls attacked the two demons with blood-sucking strikes. When they saw that their group intended to flee, the smoke demon shouted, "Trying to run? Don't even dream of it." Before it could finish its sentence, an explosion occurred in the sky. Although he was running, Dili had to stop and look up. Seeing what was happening in the air, he shouted, "What's going on? My white demon soul!" Dili's face turned astonished when he saw something moving at high speed toward him. The shadow in the distance was quickly getting closer. It was a technique called Dark Shadow Abyss. It turned out to be Lin Mo, who was running toward Dili with a sword. He shouted, "Son Dili, you won't get away this time." Ashu used a technique to support him. Dili was so shocked that he yelled loudly, "Lin Mo! He's still alive!" Lin Mo, full of killing intent, poured all his energy into his sword and charged forward. Dili and his team also summoned demon martial disciples and devils extreme to charge as well. Dili stood frozen in fear, unable to do anything. He shouted, "Summon! Invisible demon, drowned demon!" The drowned demon blocked the demon martial disciples' attack, while the invisible demon blocked the devil's extreme strike. The two subordinates behind them saw this and yelled, "Help the chief, quickly, summon!" Before they could finish their words, Ashu pressed a knife against one man's throat and said, "Don't move, or you'll die right now." Then a shadowy figure wrapped around the two men, causing them to scream. He had used Dark Shadow Abyss to bind the two subordinates like mummies of Nation A. They shouted, "Let us go!" Meanwhile, the black-red demon and the smoke demon stood from a distance watching. The smoke demon, bewildered, said, "Who am I? Where am I? Why are they fighting each other?" The black-red demon added, "That's right, isn't this the Safety Bureau protecting students?" The two demons stood there, commenting on the fight, noticing that every move of Lin Mo was a lethal blow. At this rate, he must want to kill the deputy director, right? He was definitely learning from the King of Hell. In that moment, Lin Mo kicked Dili in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. They commented further, though irritated by the trickery of this kid, they couldn't help but praise him. "I've seen the Phantom Demon technique before, but this other one. It's the first time for me." Dili staggered backward, clutching his stomach and coughing. Cough, cough. As he watched Lin Mo step forward with a sword, he turned pale and thought, "Does he really want to kill me?" Son Dili shouted loudly, commanding the two demons he had summoned. "Invisible demon, drowning demon, what are you doing? Hurry up and come save me." The two demons turned in surprise and replied, "Yes." Lin Mo jumped into the air, preparing to strike down with his sword, and told him, "Invisible demon, you're too late." Dili, helpless, stood frozen in place, watching him charge forward, unable to do anything. Lin Mo charged forward, channeling all his energy into the sword, causing it to glow and generate bolts of lightning. He then executed a technique called One Sword to eliminate evil. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his hair stood on end.
A crescent-shaped surge of energy shot rapidly toward Dilly.
Upon impact, his clothes were torn, and Dilly could do nothing but stand there, screaming. At that moment, Lin Mo was standing right in front of him, pointing the sword toward the spot where Dilly was writhing, and declared, "I have one." Then he stomped his left foot onto his abdomen, causing Dilly to cough up blood.
Lin Mo, his face filled with murderous intent, looked at him and threatened, "Where is the antidote? Hand it over now, or you will die."
Hearing this, Dilly smirked.
He sneered, "If you want to save that woman, then you definitely won't dare to kill me. You'd better kneel down and beg me."
Hearing Dilly's smug words, Lin Mo didn't waste any more words and used his sword to sever his left ear.
Dilly lay there, groaning in pain after losing one ear. Lin Mo then asked him again, "Why wouldn't I dare to kill you?"
Although he had just lost an ear and was in excruciating pain, Dilly remained self-satisfied as he answered, "Because if I die, you won't be able to get the antidote. That woman will surely die, so you must keep me alive."
After finishing his words, Dilly laughed out loud, "Ha ha."
Hearing his mocking laughter, Lin Mo was enraged, grinding his teeth and threatening, "If you don't hand over the antidote, then I will kill you first, and then I will kill your entire family." His face, though filled with fear, still wore a smug expression as he spoke and laughed, "I bet you won't dare to kill me for a long time." "Ha ha," he replied thoughtfully to Dilly's words.
"You are truly despicable. I can't wager in Rant's life."
But before he could finish, hearing Lin Mo's intention to give up, the man gleefully said, "Then quickly release me, and while you're at it, protect me out of the demon realm, and then head to the safety bureau to surrender." Suddenly, the disappointed look on Lin Mo's face vanished and was replaced by a sinister expression. He smiled and said, "But I am even more despicable." Lin Mo then turned to one side and called, "Smoke Demon, come here." Hearing his name, the demon pointed at himself and responded with a simple sentence, "You called me." Lin Mo lifted Dilly's head and shoved him towards the smoke demon. At that moment, not only was the smoke demon approaching, but the red-black demon was also walking toward him.
While pushing Dilly, Lin Mo asked, "Your signature move to clear a person's soul, does it work on humans?
Now use it on this bastard and force him to vomit up the antidote." Hearing this, the smoke demon questioned him, "But why should I listen to you?
Have you forgotten how you treated me in the bribery room?"
Upon hearing the smoke demon's words, Lin Mo apologized to him, "That was my fault, I'm sorry. But this time, I truly need your help.
Consider it as me owing you a favor."
The smoke demon responded to the apology with, "Your debt is worth only a few coins."
Seeing that he still wouldn't agree, Lin Mo approached and whispered, "Have you forgotten?
I have a very close relationship with the King of Hell, and if I owe you this favor, then it's the King of Hell who owes you as well." Seeing that what he said made sense, the smoke demon replied, "Oh, that sounds pretty good." He then moved in front of Dilly and answered, "Okay, I accept."
"But does that mean he has to lie on the ground and moan?" The smoke demon looked at Dilly, confused, and asked, "If we use the point to accuse him wrongly, he'll die, you know?"
Upon hearing this, Dilly quickly said it was not allowed. Hearing that Dilly might die, Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he cheerfully replied, "If that's the case, even better.
Go ahead and do it now."
His words made the two demons, Smoke Demon and Black-Red Demon, puzzled and made them think, this guy is really evil.
Even though Dilly was terrified, with tears and snot running down his face, he still threatened Lin Mo, "Lin Mo, you scum, have you really colluded with demons? You bastard, I will never forgive you."
Suddenly, a notification appeared beside him, congratulating the host for receiving 500 break the room points.
Lin Mo looked at Dilly, sneered, and said to him, "Weren't you just bragging a minute ago? Weren't you so strong? How come you're now pissing yourself?"
Interrupting the chaotic scene, the smoke demon spoke to Lin Mo, "Step aside, or you'll get hurt too." Dilly, still kneeling on the ground, reached out in desperation and begged, "Save me, please, don't do this." Then, the smoke demon grabbed Dilly's hair, making him scream in pain, "Eh."
The demon exhaled smoke from both his nose and mouth.
It was not ordinary smoke, but a technique called pointing the seal of injustice, revenge for the wronged. After inhaling, the smoke was exhaled from the mouth and nose of the smoke demon, causing Dilly to foam at the mouth and fall to the ground. He only screamed once before his head hit the ground. When his body lay still on the ground, Dilly's soul suddenly detached from his body. Then his soul was suddenly chained by ropes around the holy cross. The smoke demon looked at Dilly's soul, bound to the cross, and said, "Lin Mo, you can begin asking now." He approached Dilly's soul, still chained, and threatened him again, saying, "What crimes have you committed? What injustices have you caused?" Dilly, terrified and trembling, began recounting the things he had done, even those he was most ashamed of. "In the winter when I was 4 years old, I urinated on a stray cat, causing it to freeze to death." Dilly recalled the scene where he had tortured the cat. Hearing him mention his first crime, the smoke demon lashed out at Dilly's soul, striking him while saying, "Torturing animals, deserving punishment." After being struck with such a painful lash, Dilly shuddered but continued, "At the age of 17, in order to become the best, I had the prison demon kill the other 7 contestants, so that only I could pass the hellish evaluation." Then Dilly remembered the scene where he cowardly avoided responsibility, causing others to lose their lives. Lin Mo, with a thoughtful expression, said, "Killing 7 people at once, deserving punishment." Upon hearing his command, the smoke demon struck Dilly again. He Xiaoban and Ashu stood outside, both horrified by the brutality of the man. He Xiaoban, trembling, said, "This old man is terrifying, killing so many people at just 17. Ashu replied, "He really deserves to die." Lin Mo was furious with Dilly's confession. He kicked and punched the man's body lying on the ground, shouting, "A person like this could become the deputy director of the provincial safety department? That just shows how rotten this safety department must be." But it wasn't over yet. Dilly continued his confession. At 20, 23, 25, 26, and 36 years old. Although I don't know the details of his crimes after 17, just from the confessions before, I can already imagine how horrific those crimes were. Each subsequent confession felt like another lash on his body. Lin Mo had completely lost his patience. He walked up to Dilly's soul, still hanging on the cross, and shouted in his face, "With so many crimes, when will you finish confessing, huh?" Then, with his right hand, he grabbed the man's soul by the neck and threatened, "What's the antidote?" Dilly, now battered and bruised, finally gave in and spoke, "The antidote is: take the demon pearl of the white demon soul as the base. Add 12 grams of honeysuckle, 8 grams of kingbine, and 1 blossom of white toadflax. Boil on high heat for 3 hours after consumption to detoxify." Upon hearing what he wanted, Lin Mo released his grip from Dilly's neck and turned to leave. Before walking away, he turned back and instructed the smoke demon, "Deal with him." Hearing Lin Mo's instructions, Smoke Demon laughed and responded, "Okay." He rushed forward and struck a blow, turning Dilly's soul into donuts, and said to him, "Does someone with crimes piled up like this deserve to live?" Once the soul is destroyed, Dilly's body is nothing but a soulless corpse. It trembled slightly on the ground before coming to a stop. His life is officially over. Lin Mo walked slowly toward White Demon's soul with his sword in hand and shouted at it, "White Demon soul!" As it turned its head, he thrust the sword into it, cursing it. Upon being struck, White Demon soul turned into a gem. Holding the gem in his hand, Lin Mo said, "I've got the demon pearl." Raising the gem, his eyes sparkled like stars in the sky, and as he marveled at the gem, Lin Mo said, "Finally, I can save and ran." Having completed the task, he turned to leave but not before smiling and saying goodbye to Smoke Demon. "Thanks a lot, Smoke Demon." He smiled back at Lin Mo and courteously replied, "Just a small token of gratitude." Then he pointed toward the 2 subordinates of Dilly behind him and asked, "What should we do with these 2? Lin Mo, uninterested, casually answered, "Give them to you." Smoke Demon and Black Red Demon happily carried Dilly's 2 subordinates and his corpse away. Smoke Demon said to Lin Mo, "Nice, I can't wait anymore. We're off now, may we meet again by fate." He Xiaoban, puzzled, asked, "Why does the safety device keep targeting you like that?"
And what is a remnant wind demon? Lin Mo was just as surprised as he was. He replied, I'd love to know too, but all I can do is head back and investigate slowly. Ashu pondered for a moment and voiced his doubts to the two listeners. Remnant wind demon refers to the remaining people of the kingdom of demon ceiling, he began. He then recalled the image of his father and continued, when my father was young, he often went to the kingdom of demon ceiling to shave his head. The people there were honest and simple. Unfortunately, Ashu then remembered the fact that everyone had been forced into hard labor at the construction site, and he voiced his own speculation. However, from what I know, they were all dragged by the province nation to the most dangerous places for forced labor. The Safety Bureau and the military are still rounding up refugees even now. So what does that have to do with you? After hearing Ashu's story, Lin Mo hesitated. Could it be that his family was also made up of refugees from the kingdom of demon ceiling? But why would the Safety Bureau react so strongly to a refugee like that? Too tired to think any further, he shouted loudly. Forget it, I can't think anymore. Lin Mo placed his hand on Ashu's shoulder and asked him. Ashu, today I saw you go after the people from the Safety Bureau without holding back. Don't tell me you really hate those Safety Bureau guys that much? Ashu answered. It's not exactly that. But after hearing about all the things Sundali has done, I suddenly feel that killing him was the right thing to do. Then he said with a firm tone. Some people are worse than demons. Lin Mo patted Ashu on the shoulder and said. Exactly. You're right. One of the subordinates was reporting the situation to Gao Longchen. Director, the male team from the search unit has returned, but there is still no trace of Deputy Director's son. That's it. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for his subordinates to leave, while saying, Understood. Sitting angrily in his chair, the Deep Dragon thought to himself. He had originally intended to investigate the remnant wind demon behind Lin Mo through the trial, but in the end, he had failed. Sundali was killed, and a large number of students were casualties. This would certainly draw questions from the higher-ups. Thinking about Lin Mo's smug expression made him even angrier, and he shouted loudly, This is a total disaster. Lin Mo, Ashu, and He Xiaoban walked out of the gate, surrounded by injured people lying on the ground. The group from Shuifeng University was very proud of themselves since none of them had suffered any casualties. A bald man with a smug grin on his face spoke up. Hee hee, you guys are really pathetic. Some teams got wiped out completely, and others lost members. The bald man shouted loudly to announce his team's accomplishment. Our team is the only one that didn't lose anyone. On top of that, we're heading back victorious. It's no surprise, though. How could any of those second-rate university leaders compare to us at Shuifeng? Lin Mo, who was behind, was already fed up with the arrogance of the bald man, so he retorted. Impressive, huh? Not a single casualty. How did you guys survive in the Central Zone? The bald man proudly answered. Who would be stupid enough to go into the Central Zone and die? We only stayed on the outskirts, hunting down a few lone demons, and we succeeded every time. The bald man was self-satisfied, while his two underlings were flattering him. One of them said, The captain is so incredibly wise. The other added, Our team is also leading in demon pearls. Then the bald man looked at Lin Mo with a contemptuous gaze and mocked. You bunch of useless students from that trash academy of yours, I bet you couldn't even get 1 or 2 demon pearls, could you? The minister stepped forward and announced through the loudspeaker. Please bring up the demon pearls you have collected so our inspectors can evaluate and grade them. He also added that after the inspection, the demon pearls will be returned to you, and no fraudulent behavior can pass unnoticed by our inspectors. Then, the minister stepped back and said, Let the evaluation begin. 2 people from opposite sides walked up and stood next to the inspection area. Both, covered in wounds, presented a single pearl, trembling as they spoke. This is ours. The examiner simply looked at the pearl without touching it and declared.
The demon pearl was born more than 5 days ago, it cannot be a demon pearl from the Shanlan fraud zone.
Disqualified.
Next, the following 2 contestants, also covered in injuries, presented their lone pearl.
The examiner took it and said, "This is a demon pearl of the contract demon, not valid."
Then, the bald man stepped forward, pushing the previous contestant aside. Before he could step to the side, he shouted,
"Everyone, move out of the way." He smirked slyly and yelled, "Watch me."
The bald man poured out a large number of pearls from his backpack onto the examiner's table. The 2 examiners picked up the pearls and inspected them, saying,
13 weeping demon pearls, 4 malevolent spirit demon pearls, 1 evil spirit demon pearl.
The crowd below began to murmur, with one person commenting, "It looks like this year's trial will be won by Schwefong." Teacher Amen sighed in regret. It's a shame that Gao Tti's group dropped out midway, if not, she would have surely taken first place. The bald-headed man, full of confidence, thought to himself, "This time, I'm definitely the champion."
Suddenly, a hand was raised, signaling,
"Teacher, it turns out that Lin Mo is raising his hand to express his opinion."
The plate for the teachers is a bit small.
The words startled everyone, causing them to turn around and look at him.
The minister calmly asked, "What do you mean? Is this plate not enough to hold your demon pearl?" Lin Mo replied calmly, "Of course not. Hey Xiaoban, call the trash bin out."
Hey Xiaoban, upon receiving the order, summoned the trash bin demon and said,
"Done right away."
The trash bin demon was summoned. Soon, the trash bin demon appeared and poured out countless jewels, leaving everyone with wide eyes and gaping mouths.
Notifications kept popping up. "Congratulations, the host has received 100 points. Break the room." Some people below exclaimed, "OMG." While others couldn't believe their eyes, saying, "Is this for real?" The notifications didn't stop. "Congratulations, the host has received 100 points. Break the room." The judges couldn't believe their eyes and said, "So many? Is this real?"
The notifications kept coming.
Lin Mo smiled and said, "With a few more plates, it would be acceptable, teacher." Teacher Amen, watching the scene below, thought to herself,
"I thought Lin Mo would wither away, but I didn't expect him to grow so quickly, even becoming unbelievably strong. If it weren't for the safety unit, Lin Mo would have been my most favored student by now."
The minister announced,
"I declare that the champion of this trial is by Yang Academy, Team Lin Mo."
Then, he pointed to Lin Mo, Ashu, and He Xiaoban and added,
"At the same time, they have broken the record and become the team with the highest score in the Demon Realm trial." After receiving the reward, it was already morning. The 3 of them, Lin Mo, Ashu, and He Xiaoban, were on their way to visit Ran. Eager to see her, Lin Mo handed some money to the driver and said, "Driver, I'm in a hurry. Please step on the gas and get us there as fast as you can." Seeing the money, the driver happily responded, "Sure thing." Then he stepped on the accelerator hard, speeding at full throttle, and told everyone in the car, "Hold on tight, kids." After a while, the 3 arrived at Baiyang Academy. Lin Mo excitedly stepped out and said to the other 2, "I'm going to find Ran. You 2 head back to the dorm first." Ashu and He Xiaoban weren't used to the high speed and were left behind, feeling nauseous. Lin Mo quickly ran to the infirmary to visit Ran. He opened the door and cheerfully said, "Ran, I'm back." Seeing no one in the room, he ran out and someone spoke up. "She's not here. She said she got bored lying down and went to the library." It was Mu Yuan Cheng. She continued, "I told her to wait until she felt better, but she didn't listen." Recognizing her, Lin Mo smiled and asked her for a favor. "Senior, here's the antidote and the demon pearl from the white demon soul. Could you please cook it for me?" Yuan Cheng gladly accepted.
Of course, if a junior asks, how could I say no? Lin Mo then headed to the library to find Ran, but not before turning back to say goodbye to Yuan Xing. Thanks so much. I'm off to find Ran now.
Seeing Lin Mo's affection for Ran, Yuan Xing thought to herself that he was so kind to the girl. She wondered when she would ever meet someone who treated her like that. In the library, Ran was sitting and reading when Lin Mo opened the door, waved at her, and cheerfully called out.
Ran, seeing that he had come back alive, greeted him happily, though with a teasing tone. So you've survived and come back? He looked worried and asked, why aren't you in bed? Let me take you back.
Ran waved her hand dismissively and said, it's fine, come over here and look at this. He sat down next to her, and Ran began talking about what she had discovered. After checking over 100 books, I've uncovered a huge secret about the kingdom of demon sealing. Then, she pointed to a page and said, the crown princess consort of the kingdom of demon sealing must have taken Emperor Taizong, who was only 3 years old at the time, and her newborn daughter to commit suicide. Lin Mo's expression grew serious, while Ran continued, if Emperor Taizong hadn't died back then, he would be 18 years old now, and his little sister would be 15.
Hearing Ran's words, Lin Mo was stunned and asked, are you saying that I am Emperor Taizong, and my sister is the princess?
He added, maybe it's just a coincidence, there are many siblings in the world, after all. And she's just sharing her reasoning.
So why is the safety department targeting you? What are they always muttering about? And what's this about the remnant wind demon?
Ran rolled up his sleeve and explained further, the fact that the grave of the demon sword can be opened is definitely not a coincidence.
I'm not quite sure, Lin Mo asked again.
Ran replied, the crown princess consort already took her child and self-immolated.
If everyone died, then how could I be Emperor Taizong?
As she flipped through the pages, she said, look here. Ran pulled out a page, pointed to it, and said, in a side hall at East Qiang, the demon sealing crown prince was burned by a large fire, with 3 charred bodies.
Lin Mo still looked confused and said, but isn't it true? Didn't both children die in the fire?
Still firm in her hypothesis, Ran said, I thought so too, until I read this secret history of the kingdom of demon sealing. She picked up a book, flipped to a page, pointed at it, and said, look here. Before the kingdom of demon sealing fell, there was a woman, a supreme herald, who had an affair with a palace guard and secretly gave birth to a son. When the kingdom fell, the child was only 3 years old. Then, she flipped to another page and continued, and there's this page. The last monarch of the kingdom of demon sealing, although over 70 years old, still had a consort who was about to give birth, almost at the same time as the crown princess consort. Firm in her deduction, Ran looked at Lin Mo and said, and most importantly, after the province nation army attacked the demon sealing palace, when they reviewed the records of those killed and captured, the 2 children were never mentioned.
Now Lin Mo understood, and said, you mean they swapped the crown prince? Lin Mo rubbed Ran's head and laughed, saying, what, does that sound so ridiculous?
You should write novels, it's a shame you're not contributing to the country's literary scene. What kind of mind comes up with such brilliant ideas? She said with slight irritation, trust me, my instincts and guesses have always been spot on.
He laughed and replied, but I have parents.
She looked at Lin Mo seriously, and at the same time, she took his hand and said, your father's name is Lin Jiang, and the character song can also be written as Shan Feng. Then she used her finger to write on Lin Mo's hand, speaking as she wrote, the younger brother of the crown prince of demon sealing, who renounced the world at the age of 50, with the Dharma name Shan Feng, serving as the national teacher of the kingdom of demon sealing. It seemed that he had understood something, and he exclaimed, so everything makes sense now. The scene shifted to that moment, where the crown princess consort instructed Lin Feng, a Feng, these 2 children are in your care.
They are also the last bloodline of the kingdom of demon sealing.
He accepted the order but added, your highness, perhaps you should come with us.
I've already attained the demon master rank, and I can protect everyone.
The crown princess consort, struggling with tears, said, no, only when the people from the provincial safety bureau witness me self-immolating will you be safe.
I cannot go.
The child tightly grasped his mother's hand and said, don't cry, mother, don't cry. Hearing her child's voice, she cried even harder. While crying, she wiped her tears and instructed the boy, "Wu be good, and take good care of your sister." Then Lin Feng left with the child, and he swore to himself that Shan Feng would never disappoint her and would raise the two children to adulthood. Recalling the news he had read someday, Lin Mo said, "No wonder the moment Zhuang Han was mentioned as being imprisoned by the Provincial Safety Bureau, the bureau was massacred that very day. It was probably because of what you did." Seeing that he was still uncertain, and Ran added, "It seems like all of this is just a coincidence, but if there are too many coincidences, isn't that the truth itself?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo thought that he should press the old man for answers before he kept going around in circles. He asked in Ran, "You must be exhausted after going through so many documents, right?" She smiled brightly and replied, "As long as you have a desire for the truth in your heart, you won't feel tired." Hearing this, Lin Mo ruffled in Ran's hair and said, "I think you have quite the gossiping heart. Go back to your room and take your medicine quickly, the antidote's already here." At that moment, she held her head, groaning in pain. And Ran pouted and said, "I helped relieve your physical pain, and you can't even say thank you?" Lin Mo chuckled lightly, knowing he hadn't thanked her but also wanting to tease a bit, so he responded, "Of course, I should thank you. How about I repay you with my body?" And Ran didn't find the joke very amusing and said, "Repay with your body again? Why do I feel like I'm losing out here?" His face turned red at her words. Then the two of them left and accidentally ran into Sun Mei Lei. As he passed by, she turned around and asked, "Lin Mo, did you meet Deputy Director Sun Dili from the Demon Realm?" Lin Mo turned back, feeling irritated, and answered, "Sun Dili, who? I don't know." And Ran asked him quietly, "You really didn't meet him?" Lin Mo replied, "I did meet him." Hearing this, she asked again, "So where is he now?" Lin Mo simply answered, "I took care of him." The answer made Ran so happy that she rushed to hug Lin Mo and said, "Hey, that's great." She joyfully pinched his cheek and wrapped her arm around his waist, causing him to beg her, "Ah, please don't squeeze my waist. If you break it, you won't have anything left to use." Her words made her shyly ask, "Use what?" Lin Mo chuckled lightly and replied, "Nothing, nothing." Mei Lei stood from a distance, watching the two of them being affectionate, thinking to herself. Every time she saw Ran, the doll spirit would stir up for no reason. What exactly was going on? The two of them had moved to the medical room. Lin Mo was sitting, blowing on medicine for Ran. After he finished, he handed her the bowl of medicine and said, "It might be a little thick. Try to bear with it." At Lin Mo's house, he treated her like a child. She scoffed and replied, "It's nothing, really." While MC Yuan Chang was indeed eating dog food, and Ran quickly drank the entire bowl in one gulp. During this time, Lin Mo turned to thank Yuan Chang. "Thank you very much, senior." She also politely said, "We're all brothers and sisters here, no need for such formality. The principal said he has accepted you as his disciple, so now you are my younger brother." Yuan Chang stood up and laughed, saying, "By the way, tonight, the master wants to meet with you for a talk, younger brother. Be sure to go." Hearing that, Lin Mo just replied, "Yes." As soon as the door closed, Ran switched to a serious mode and told him, "It's very likely that Di Feng is the general of Tianjun, who attacked the kingdom of Demon Sealing and killed your people, the 8 demon kings." She then warned him, "Tonight, you must be very careful." Hearing Ran say that, Lin Mo was utterly shocked. He thought to himself, if I really am Emperor Taizong of the kingdom of Demon Sealing, then why would Di Feng still want to take me as his disciple and protect me? Or does he have some other intention? After leaving the infirmary, Lin Mo answered a call, and before he could say anything, his father started speaking endlessly. "Did my son survive and come back from the demon realm? Are you missing any limbs?
How did you do? Your mother and I are waiting here. Finally, Lin Mo got a chance to speak. He said, Are you kidding, Dad? Am I calling you from the underworld or something?
As for my results, I just broke the provincial record. Upon hearing that, Lin Feng and Shuan laughed with their eyes squinted, while his younger sister, Lin Chengluo, looked at him with admiration in her bright eyes.
He's complimenting you. Well done, exactly the same.
Suddenly, Lin Mo said.
Of course, I'm the only student in the Lin family, right, Shan Feng?
That statement made his parents freeze for a moment, and they thought Mo and I had figured it out. However, they didn't stay flustered for long and regained control of the situation. Lin Feng then said to him,
What's this about Shan Feng?
We live in the mountains, so there's obviously going to be strong winds.
His mother, and Shuang, added, THC wants to talk to you, you two should have a chat.
Realizing that his dad was trying to cover up something, Lin Mo thought to himself that this old man was deflecting, and he'd try again later.
Your parents called Cheng Luo back.
She praised you. You really are something, managing to break the demon realm trial record for the whole province. Lin Mo smiled and said to his younger sister, Xiao Luo, it's not that I'm too strong, it's just that the guys in the same industry are too weak. Hearing this, Xing Luo replied, You're still boasting like this.
It would be great if I could be as strong as you.
Lin Mo said to his sister, As long as you stay healthy, I'll take you to Jiang City to study. With your intelligence, I'm sure you'll defeat all the other top students.
Cheng Luo smiled and said, You're teasing me again.
Lin Mo added, With you being so beautiful, when the time comes, if any guy wants to win your heart, he'll have to pay me a 10,000 yuan handling fee. At that moment, their parents walked out to discuss the ongoing situation.
And Shuang said to Lin Feng, It's highly likely that Mo and I has already learned about his background. Do we still need to hide it from him?
Lin Feng replied, We must hide it from him.
Our alliance of religions is still not strong enough, it's not yet the right time.
He said seriously, If he rushes to take revenge on the country now, it will ruin the entire plan. What the boy needs to focus on now is strengthening himself and growing up as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a demonic crow flew across the sky. Lin Feng took the letter and thought, It's an urgent message from the little king of hell.
And Shuang anxiously asked him, What does the letter say?
Lin Feng responded to Shuang's question, The little king of hell says that Beiguo and the kingdom are about to reach a ceasefire agreement. He also mentioned that it seems the army of Province Nation will soon return to defend. The demon realms of Shanglan, Bianchang, and Nanshan are about to face a disaster.
Everything at home is up to you. I have to go in there again.
After speaking, he left, and Shuang told Lin Feng, Go early, come back early. Lin Mo continued to cheerfully inquire about Lin Chengluo. Xiao Luo, you should also go to bed early. I still have a little work here. Once he had finished asking, he turned off his phone and moved to Baiyang Academy's training field to meet someone.
Lin Mo greeted the person happily, Master, you were looking for me?
The person turned around, and it turned out to be Zhu Feng. He said to Lin Mo, I heard you came first in the trial.
How do you feel? Are you stronger now?
Lin Mo smiled, scratched his head, and said, Of course. Seeing that Lin Mo appeared proud, Zhu Feng said seriously, Humph, do you really think you're strong just because you defeated those useless safety bureau people? Noticing that Zhu Feng seemed to be looking down on him, Lin Mo thought, could it be that Di Feng has noticed I've learned about his true identity? Why has he suddenly changed into someone else like this? But he said aloud, I'm not bad either.
Zhu Feng angrily responded, Not bad? I think you're nothing.
You're still far from it.
Then he summoned his subordinates to attack Lin Mo.
The summoned demons, the Ghost King and Demon Judge, two enormous demons in front of him, made Lin Mo feel terrified.
Oh my, does Di Feng really want to kill me to silence me?
Zhu Feng continued, the people from the Safety Bureau are just scum eliminated by the military.
Even if you defeat Sun Dali, it means nothing.
However, his tone softened as he said to Lin Mo, if you want to improve, you need to challenge stronger opponents. At this moment, Lin Mo was still terrified, but he had understood Zhu Feng's intention. It seemed that Di Feng didn't want to kill him. Zhu Feng ordered him, use all your strength to attack me. Lin Mo, frightened, replied, fighting with the master, isn't that the same as going to my death? Trembling, he added, your demon contracts are all at the level of evil demons, and you are also a 6th-rank demon master. Understanding the situation, Zhu Feng waved his hand and said, in that case, I will suppress the strength of my demon contracts. His demons immediately shrank. After doing so, Zhu Feng spoke to Lin Mo, now, they are only at the malevolent spirit level, no stronger than your demons. I have also suppressed my spiritual aura and become a 2nd-rank demon master. Now, you can't say I'm bullying you, right? He smiled faintly and said, you only have 2 malevolent spirit level demons. Doesn't this mean it's actually you bullying me now? Zhu Feng looked at him seriously and said, well then, try it. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo stepped back and summoned his demons. The weeping demon with the large chest and the chainsaw demon appeared. He then ordered, chainsaw demon, attack. At the same time, the weeping demon behind him used the soul-draining chant. Zhu Feng and his 2 demons simply stepped back to avoid Lin Mo's attack, causing him to panic and shout. He adjusted the distance just right and successfully evaded the lethal Brahmic chant. But he persisted in chasing and ordered his 2 demons to keep following. While chasing, he thought, as long as Di Feng falls within the range of the Brahmic chant, he will be controlled. I don't know how long it has been, but Lin Mo kept attacking while Zhu Feng kept dodging. Neither had managed to harm the other with any technique. Seeing no progress, he said, this is interesting. If this doesn't work, then he pressed his wrist, causing it to glow as he spoke, come out. Demon Martial Disciple. Demon Diva. Demon Diva. Demon Martial Disciple. Once summoned, the demon martial disciple immediately took a stance, ready to challenge the demons before him. Lin Mo urgently commanded, all 4 of you, attack together. Cut them, slash them. Zhu Feng, his face darkened, remarked, humph, is this your way of fighting? He watched thoughtfully as the demon martial disciple attacked and the skilled demon maid blocked the blows. The extreme demon charged in with a chainsaw-like strike aimed directly at Zhu Feng, but was immediately intercepted by the demon maid, who sent him flying. From behind, Lin Mo noticed an opening, a perfect opportunity. Thinking quickly, he shouted, demon martial disciple, use your skill. Upon hearing the command, the demon martial disciple's eyes widened, glowing brightly. He unleashed the triple slash technique, rapidly swinging his sword forward. Seeing the situation, Devil's Extreme immediately leapt in with his chainsaw. Demon Judge sensed the danger and reacted swiftly, jumping aside to defend. He rushed in, but the sudden change in position caught both Demon Martial Disciple and Devil's Extreme off guard. When they realized the issue, it was too late, and they collided painfully. Master Lin Mo saw this and immediately scolded, I haven't even used my technique yet, and you're already struggling like this? He frowned, his voice cold and firm as he announced, this is just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon maid charged straight towards Lin Mo, causing him to instinctively step back. He panicked, unprepared mentally, and instinctively shouted, summoning his sword from the palm of his hand, which rang loudly. Sword! Lin Mo slashed, releasing a surge of vitality around him, but she had already skillfully dodged by that time. Demon Judge seized the opportunity and rushed to stand behind the demon maid, taking a combat stance, realizing their plan. Lin Mo, in a state of panic, thought to himself, I see now. The demon maid is a decoy, while Demon Judge is the real attacker in this ambush. Demon Judge then threw a knife, stabbing straight at Lin Mo. He didn't have time to react and thought, this isn't good, I won't be able to dodge in time. Lin Mo activated the power of his eyes, calling forth the illusory abyss technique. In an instant, both demons managed to evade the attack. He was surprised and muttered, I didn't expect them to close their eyes the moment I launched the illusory abyss technique. Suddenly, a knife pierced his chest, causing him excruciating pain as he screamed out. Lin Mo was knocked away by the force of the strike, staggering but trying to get back on his feet, gritting his teeth in agony. Looking at his master, he thought to himself, Feng is clearly holding back against me, I didn't break any ribs. Zhu Feng approached to lecture him, your current self, I'm afraid, wouldn't be able to defeat even a second-rate soldier in the army easily. Lin Mo gasped for breath, puzzled, I can't even defeat a second-rate soldier? He gritted his teeth, thinking, if Province Nation investigates me as Emperor Taizong of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing, then it wouldn't be a safe place anymore, but an army. With that thought, Lin Mo became determined to train, continuing to fight while thinking relentlessly. If I don't have the strength to fight back against the army, then I'm just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He swung his sword straight at the demon judge with a one sword to eliminate evil strike, but the latter swiftly dodged. He then raised his brush high, waving it and painting in the air. The brush pierced straight into Lin Mo's sword arm, causing him to cry out in pain, but the judge was unaware that behind him, the demon martial disciple and Devil's Extreme were flying toward him. The two demons immediately landed, slashing at the judge's position, forcing him to instinctively retreat. At that moment, all four demons surrounded Lin Mo, with one common goal, to protect him. Lin Mo immediately ordered, let's go together. His soldiers, now fierce, shouted loudly and growled in unison, crying out kill. 1 minute later, the soldiers in his team were completely exhausted, lying sprawled on the ground. Lin Mo sighed. Ha, this is tough. Although I'm controlling 4 demons at once, the way of attacking is still too simple. I could arrange their positions continuously as a strategy, or I could let 2 of them unleash their skills while the other 2 attack first. Or should I just have all 4 go all in at once? Seeing the plan wasn't practical, he shook his head and discarded it. This kind of fighting might work with the safety squad and the wild demons, but against someone who has both rich experience and the ability to control demons as skillfully as Feng, there's no way it'll work. Zhu Feng sternly spoke. Now, do you see what your problem is? He approached, analyzing. Your contract limits are high, and your talent is decent, but do you really think just upgrading the level of your demon contracts is enough? Zhu Feng grabbed Lin Mo by the collar, teaching him. Coordination is the most important thing. It's not just about the coordination between the demons, but also between the demon master and the demon contracts. He snapped, position, timing, and the ability to use skills flexibly are the most important things, and you don't have any of those. Lin Mo quickly moved his hands, gripping the Tan Bo Kiem tightly, rushing towards the demon judge and the demon maid, shouting, here goes. The demon judge was swift and decisive, kicking Lin Mo in the stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. 10 minutes of training had passed. The demon maid, who had been dealing with Devil's Extreme, suddenly turned her gaze toward Lin Mo with a subtle expression. Immediately, the demon maid used her scythe to pull out a chainsaw and swung it directly at Lin Mo, forcing him to quickly dodge. After half an hour of training, Lin Mo was covered in injuries, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. After an hour of training, he spoke in a firm voice, continue. On the other side, Ran and Mu Yuanqing sat leisurely, watching the match. Mu Yuanqing propped her chin up, her eyes gleaming with excitement and amusement, and said, watching the first beast training of the younger brother is really quite interesting. Hearing this, Ran furrowed her brow, her eyes full of worry, and muttered, I think this beast training is even worse than the monkeys and lions in a circus. If he keeps falling like that, Lin Mo will collapse. Mu Yuanqing squinted, forcing a smile, and replied, well, it's already stronger than some of the senior sisters back in the day. We were treated like balls, thrown around, flying back and forth like flags. And Ran widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, really? It was that brutal? The demon judge maintained a serious expression, dealing with each person one by one, and softly muttered, there's coordination, but not enough yet. Jump off. Suddenly, Lin Mo's face hardened, and he swung the treasured sword straight at the demon judge. What about this then? Demon judge quickly straightened his leg and kicked Lin Mo with great force. The kick sent Lin Mo flying, his face turning pale. Suddenly, Lin Mo's expression darkened as he silently smirked with satisfaction. Immediately, Demon Martial Disciple and Demon Diva, who had surrounded Demon Judge on both sides, began their coordinated attack.
Demon Diva immediately raised her voice, performing the deadly demon opera technique to control her target.
Demon Martial Disciple quickly joined in, directing a dagger to charge straight at Demon Judge.
Don't move!
Demon Judge's face darkened, but he remained unfazed, a slight approving smile on his lips.
Well done, seems like you've made some progress.
Swiftly, Demon Judge turned to face Demon Diva, his voice firm and loud, saying,
Unfortunately, still too immature.
Lin Mo, sweating heavily, his face filled with struggle, gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath.
Damn it, still not enough.
Mu Yuanqing, observing intently, wore an expression of anticipation and spoke with praise. You're learning fast, younger brother, you're quite sharp.
Back in the day, it took me half a month just to get the hang of the demon contract, barely coordinating better with it.
And Ran, uneasy and anxious, couldn't sit still, exclaiming.
Sharp? What sharpness? He's been seriously injured.
Suddenly, Principal Zhu Feng noticed something unusual and glanced behind, observing carefully. A group of wild demons, led by a female demon in red, were rushing towards them.
How dare you throw my beloved husband around like that? Who the hell did that? Someone deal with them now for me.
Mu Yuanqing, momentarily stirred, yelled out in worry.
Oh no, a group of wild demons is attacking. And Ran, calm and composed, quickly responded. Look closely, they're not attacking Lin Mo, they seem to be going after the principal. Mu Yuanqing immediately relaxed his facial muscles, sighed in relief, and continued, hit the master?
Well, that's fine then, the master can handle it, as long as the younger brother isn't attacked.
The red-dressed female ghost charged straight towards Principal Zhu Feng, her eyes blazing with fury.
That old bastard dared to lay a hand on my dear. The wild ghost beside her also shouted aggressively.
Don't worry, bro, I'm here to save you. Zhu Feng remained unruffled, calmly dodging the attack and indifferently asked, what's going on? Do we have a grudge?
Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression turned serious, quickly stepping in to stop the red-dressed female ghost.
Hey, stop it, he's my teacher.
Unintentionally, he pulled too hard, causing the red-dressed female ghost's clothes to fall down. The female ghost immediately changed her attitude, blushing in embarrassment, then turned to Lin Mo with a pouty expression, leaving him frozen and speechless.
Hey, darling, there are so many ghosts here, and you still want to ask me?
And Ran, on the other side, furrowed her brow, her eyes burning with rage, her fist clenched as she cursed. This Lin Mo guy was messing around with that female ghost. The more upset Ran became, the more curses flew from her mouth, until suddenly a notification from the system appeared.
Congratulations, the host has received 60 points for breaking the room.
Lin Mo was confused and surprised when he saw this, mumbling to himself, where did these break the room points come from? The red-dressed female ghost immediately blushed, looked at Lin Mo, and in a sweet tone said, wait until I finish teaching that old man a lesson, and then we can have some fun, darling. Lin Mo's face turned pale, hurriedly raising his voice to stop her. No need for that, please tell them to stop. Hearing this, the red-dressed female ghost pouted in confusion, but immediately complied.
All right, I'll listen to you.
Finishing her words, the female red demon immediately opened her mouth wide and commanded.
Stop everything.
Upon hearing this, the wild demons froze in place, confused. Principal Zhu Feng's face darkened, his expression filled with anger, veins bulging as he growled.
Lin Mo, what is going on here? You better explain this to me right now.
The female red demon immediately became aggressive, raising her voice in response. You old man, try being aggressive with my dear husband. Lin Mo struggled to hold the red demon back, quickly explaining.
It's a misunderstanding. They're friends I met at the abandoned slaughterhouse. They thought you were bullying me, so they came to help.
The female red demon suddenly softened her attitude, getting closer to Lin Mo with a gentle voice.
It's been so long since I last saw you.
Lin Mo tried to back away, his expression flustered, his words stammering. I still have things to do, please go now. The female red demon and the wild demons quickly turned and left, her voice lingering.
My dear husband has big things to do, so I won't bother you anymore. If you need help in the abandoned graveyard, we will certainly do our best to assist.
Principal Zhu Feng appeared suddenly from behind, his face grim as he sternly reminded.
What are you standing there for? Continue the training.
Without waiting long, Principal Zhu Feng's face hardened as he summoned the shield demon, coldly speaking.
This time, there are 3 of them.
Lin Mo grimaced, quickly dodging the shield demon's strike, bending down, feeling both frustrated and cursing loudly.
Damn it, it's even harder this time.
The shield demon wasted no time, raising its hand to deliver a crushing punch to Lin Mo, sending him flying several miles. Lin Mo's body was battered, gritting his teeth as he struggled to hold on. This old man is using official business to settle personal grudges. In the stillness of the deep night, all that could be heard were Lin Mo's heavy, labored breaths. It was already midnight, the training had ended at 12 o'clock. Zhu Feng, the principal, stood with his hands clasped behind his back and gently offered a word of praise.
Your performance today was quite good. Continue tomorrow.
And Ran immediately rushed over, carefully wiping the dirt from Lin Mo's face while muttering. You're all dirty, hurry up and wipe the mud off your face. Lin Mo suppressed his exhaustion and proudly asked.
How was it? I was amazing today, right?
Mu Yuanqing squinted and eagerly chimed in with praise.
I have to give you some credit. You're the brightest person I've ever seen, second only to Master. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo just smiled modestly in return. Big brother must be really strong too, right?
Mu Yuanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed.
Of course. Right now, he's a wanted criminal in 6 countries, no, 7. Lin Mo's expression turned to one of disbelief, speechless in shock. A criminal wanted in 7 countries? Stammering, Lin Mo tried to ask more. So, what about the other brothers and sisters?
Lin Mo gestured for Mu Yuanqing to stop, utterly speechless with his mouth agape.
Stop, I get it now, no one is decent at all.
Mu Yuanqing squinted and smiled brightly, gently continuing.
Although they're against Master, they're still quite kind to us.
Lin Mo looked helpless, forcing a smile as he replied.
I'm not sure if kind is the right word for it.
Mu Yuanqing, still with a warm smile, patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and entrusted. That's why, there are only the 2 of us beside Master. We have to behave, listen carefully, and try to be good disciples. Lin Mo was momentarily at a loss for what kind of expression to make, and quickly agreed.
It must be like that. Suddenly, and Ran, with a displeased look, pouted and questioned, Hey, shouldn't you explain a bit about what that female ghost was all about? Scratching his head, Lin Mo awkwardly smiled, hesitating as he stammered his explanation. You mean the female ghost?
Caught in a bind, Lin Mo dared not look directly at Ran and mumbled softly, That night, I don't know why, but I fainted at the old house in the abandoned graveyard. When I woke up, the female ghost was next to me. After that, she kept following me around. I'm not lying, I really don't remember anything after I passed out. And Ran's expression turned serious, her sharp gaze focused as she asked again, Is that all?
Lin Mo tried to look trustworthy, folding his 4 fingers, and answered firmly, That's all.
Mu Yuanqing grinned mischievously, suddenly interrupting, eager to ask, Oh, so what happened when you woke up? It seemed like Lin Mo had been hit right in the soft spot, and for a moment, he was speechless, inwardly terrified. If I say it, I'm really doomed. And Ran crossed her arms, her eyes full of expectation, determined to get an answer from Lin Mo. Come on, tell me. Lin Mo suddenly became quick-witted, rambling on in a long-winded explanation. Well, the thing is, when I woke up.
It's not that I'm not saying, but I didn't say anything. Nothing happened. We're sure about that. This situation. It's not something we're talking about. Things depend on the person, we could do something, think of a way.
I didn't notice this before, but when I did notice, I had already noticed.
This is probably how it is. I'm telling you both about this. Yeah, this is. Right?
After listening to Lin Mo brag for a while, and Ran and Mu Yuan Chang both felt dizzy and confused, their heads spinning as if in a daze. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo quickly said his goodbyes. In short, to sum it up, that's how things are. And Ran, sleep well, senior, sleep well. At this moment, and Ran was still in a daze. Turning to Mu Yuan Chang, she asked, "Don't tell me it's about 7 big guys and 1 fragile girl?" Mu Yuan Chang helplessly smiled and brushed it off. We were caught off guard by him, forced to listen to a bunch of useless things. Now realizing, and Ran immediately grew annoyed and shouted loudly, "Lin Mo, you're telling me again." Lin Mo squinted his eyes, smiling brightly, and hurriedly ran off, turning his head to say, "And Ran is still recovering, so remember to take care of your stomach tomorrow. Don't skip breakfast. If you don't fill your stomach, it won't count as breakfast."
Mu Yuan Chang, with a look of helplessness, softly muttered, "Younger brother is truly a talented person.
He's bound to shine in the future." Hearing this, and Ran pouted, expressing her disagreement.
"The only talent I see is a fool."
The scene shifted to Lin Mo's dorm, where everyone had quietly fallen asleep. Lin Mo gently opened his bedroom door and saw He Xiaoban unexpectedly poking his head out, excitedly speaking, "Finally, you're back." Mr. Mu looked at He Xiaoban with a wide grin, while Lin Mo frowned in confusion and softly asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?
What are you doing up in the middle of the night?"
He Xiaoban, with an eager look in his eyes and a smile stretching from ear to ear, whispered, "Mr. Mu, about that video you promised me. The teacher series still has 13 episodes left, the secret story of the 7 tall guys and a fragile girl." Lin Mo was helpless, stiff as a board, at a loss for words, and in that moment, he just sent it over quickly. He Xiaoban's expression was one of delight, eagerly awaiting, a constant smile on his face.
"Hey girls, I'm here. All done."
Lin Mo turned around and walked off without a second glance.
"I'm going to take a shower."
"You can enjoy yourself at your own pace." He Xiaoban's phone screen filled with various study materials from different teachers. He Xiaoban froze, his body stiffened, his face filled with utter disappointment.
He Xiaoban, in frustration, shouted angrily, "What the hell is all this?"
The system immediately displayed a notification congratulating the user for receiving 500 points for breaking the room. Inside Lin Mo, he grinned smugly, letting out loud bursts of laughter. "There's nothing wrong.
This really is a collection of teachers."
He Xiaoban's face darkened, clearly irritated as he stared at the phone screen.
"Don't tell me these 7 boys I called and that 1 weak girl?"
The phone screen suddenly played cartoon movie music, and the 7 Hollow brothers appeared. He Xiaoban angrily threw the phone to the ground, shouting curses, "Damn it, Lin Mo." The system once again displayed a notification congratulating the user for receiving 500 points for breaking the room. A Shu, who had been sleeping, jolted awake at the noise.
"What's going on? Is there a ghost attacking?"
He Xiaoban, unwilling to accept the situation, knelt on the floor, frustrated and accusing, "That bastard Lin Mo, you lied to me, you demon, let my grandpa go." A Shu, seeing this, could only helplessly sigh and mutter, "It's just a video, do you really need to overreact like this?" Inside Lin Mo, hearing the whole situation, he couldn't help but laugh loudly in satisfaction. The plan succeeded. On the rooftop of Baiyang Academy's dormitory, Lin Mo was slowly upgrading Devil's Extreme step by step. Lin Mo's face became serious as he focused all his energy into transferring power to Devil's Extreme. Once he felt the surge of strength flooding his body, Devil's Extreme let out a satisfied growl. A male student from the lower floor suddenly poked his head out, looking up at Lin Mo and angrily shouting, "Damn it, what the hell are you doing in the middle of the day?" Lin Mo's expression softened with regret, and he quickly apologized. "Sorry, I couldn't control it earlier." Upon seeing the fierce appearance of Devil's Extreme, the male student turned pale and immediately disappeared, not daring to utter another word.
It's fine.
You can continue, there's nothing to worry about." Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Gently patting Devil's Extreme on the shoulder, he said,
Let's continue, then. Let's activate the skill. Damn you.
Lin Mo concentrated and used all his energy to enhance Devil's Extreme's power, successfully upgrading the Saw Demon's skill. Devil's Extreme stood motionless, feeling each subtle change within his body. The loyalty of the Saw Demon increased by 9%, reaching 99%. Its loyalty would not decrease, thus becoming the demon pact for eternity. Lin Mo stroked his chin, his face thoughtful and cautious. Finally, he had figured out how to handle demons with both armor and high magic resistance, no longer helpless like before. Now, he could compensate for the weaknesses when attacking. Once everything was set, Lin Mo quickly gave the order. Retract, Saw Demon, return. Then, in a firm tone, Lin Mo continued summoning a sword. Next came the demon sword. Lin Mo gripped the demon sword tightly, focusing all his strength to upgrade it. The demon sword leveled up, reaching the intermediate rank of Malevolent Spirit. The demon sword leveled up, reaching the advanced rank of Malevolent Spirit. The demon sword leveled up, reaching the advanced rank of Malevolent Spirit. His gaze fixated on his arm, now bulging with veins. Lin Mo smiled with pleasure, knowing that the higher the rank of the demon sword, the more terrifying his arm would become. He wondered how much longer it would take before both his arms turned into pure bone. Without waiting long, Lin Mo's expression grew excited, his smile widening as he continued to pour more power into the Tan Bo sword, successfully activating the third skill transformation of the demon sword, and gaining the skill the Sword of One's Path. Lin Mo focused intently on the system panel, his mouth involuntarily curling into a smile. This skill was perfect for sneak attacks and assassination, the Sword of One's Path level 1. When the sword wielder strikes, a shadow demon is left behind at the starting point, while the wielder and the sword fly together, gaining double movement speed and reducing damage taken by 95% during this period. After the skill ends, the wielder returns to the location of the demon shadow. The distance between the demon shadow and the wielder cannot exceed 50 meters, consuming 300 spiritual aura, with a cooldown time of 600 seconds. Holding the Tan Bo sword in his hand, Lin Mo's eyes sharpened in thought, though he noted the high spiritual aura cost. The cooldown time was also long, so it could only be used once per fight. It seemed the skill would become one of his trump cards. Once done, Lin Mo turned on his heel and left silently, still thinking to himself that the remaining demon pearls weren't enough. He would level up again when he became richer, and it wouldn't be too late. The scene shifted to the training ground, where Principal Zhu Feng stood with his arms crossed, waiting for Lin Mo. Zhu Feng furrowed his brows, his cold eyes pointing at Lin Mo, his voice a warning. "Apprentice, it's likely that you're about to die." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo froze, his face turning pale, his mouth gaping open but unable to utter a word. Slowly, he lit a cigarette. Zhu Feng, the principal, spoke in a calm tone. "According to the latest news from the north, a ceasefire agreement has been reached, and soon the Safety Bureau will be taken over by the military." Zhu Feng, the principal, with a serious expression, slowly reminded. "Their investigation will certainly be thorough, and your identity will soon be fully investigated." Lin Mo immediately darkened, his eyes lowered as he thought that his situation would certainly be reported to the higher-ups by Cao Long Chen, making things even more dangerous. Once the cigarette was finished, Zhu Feng, the principal, gently extinguished it. Zhu Feng, the principal, looked at Lin Mo with a deep gaze, softly advising. "Regardless of whether you have enemies within the military or not, at the very least, you must have the ability to protect yourself." Lin Mo immediately changed his expression, his eyes filled with fierce determination. In a serious tone, he suggested, "Master, let's start training. Please release the 4 demons, and don't worry about suppressing their strength. Let them fight at the evil spirit level." Seeing Lin Mo's resolve, Zhu Feng, the principal, showed a slight smile of approval, replying, "4 is fine." Zhu Feng, the principal, summoned his demons, and they immediately appeared before him. With a pleased tone, they spoke. "The training begins." Lin Mo took his stance, ready. His face showed a flicker of hesitation, his lips tightly pressed, but his gaze remained resolute, eager to test his limits.
At Zhu Feng's command, both sides immediately entered into combat. Go!
The red demon, holding a pen, quickly unleashed its electric demon technique, blocking both attacks and creating a burst of sparks. Nearby, the skeletal demon rushed forward with a scythe, while the demon playing the zither rapidly broke the strings, sending out waves of purple energy to strike. At the same time, Demon Diva and Demon Martial Disciple attempted to intervene, but were blocked by the shield demon, sending Demon Diva flying. The battle raged on in chaos, with the combatants charging at each other dramatically, while only Zhu Feng stood off to the side, hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing. He stroked his beard as he pondered. Advancing and retreating with order, switching between offense and defense more naturally. Not bad. However, compared to the coordination of an army, it's still lacking. Meanwhile, at Lin Mo's position, holding two swords, he was surrounded by the red demon and the shield demon, which caused him to feel somewhat confused. Suddenly, he noticed something, and immediately dashed toward the shield demon, shouting loudly, "There's no escape, so let's charge forward." Seeing this, Zhu Feng gave orders to his demons, and the arrows of chaos were fired. He silently judged that Lin Mo had moved out of position, falling within the range of the demon soul arrows. Well then, don't blame me for showing no mercy. An arrow of power shot straight at him, but he didn't dodge. As the arrow neared, he summoned his clone, a shadowy figure enveloped in green energy appeared. Then, he swiftly ran in another direction, leaving the clone behind to deal with the arrow. He jumped up and used his sword to slice the arrow in half. When he landed, Zhu Feng stood still, watching the scene before him. He was horrified, stunned by such power. The kid has activated all three skills of the demon sword in less than half a month. His natural talent for activating these skills. It's probably already surpassed even his big brother. Lin Mo looked at his teacher, calculating the best time to strike. There was still time, he needed to eliminate the enemy's general quickly. Suddenly, one of his eyes turned red. He shouted loudly, "Blood curse!" Lin Mo rushed towards his master like a gust of wind. Zhu Feng didn't stand idly by and take the hit. He raised his hand to summon a soul, the Blood Knight demon. A demon with its body wrapped in a band around its chest, surrounded by waves of demon aura. Blood Knight demon, flash! The demon tightly embraced him in a defensive stance. Lin Mo approached, slashing his sword horizontally, but Zhu Feng had already ordered the demon behind him to act. Then he smugly said, "Watch out, leader. You made a mistake." Lin Mo smirked, thinking to himself. Indeed, the 8 demon kings are no easy opponents. But forcing Di Feng to summon another demon. That's a small victory in itself. A demon shield appeared from nowhere, using a shield to attack Lin Mo from afar. One man guards Yang Pass. Lin Mo angrily and coldly shouted, "One sword, one fall, move to another position, the shield strike won't hit anyone." After a moment, he felt something was off. He quickly glanced around and saw 3 arrows flying towards him. At that very moment, Gue Quo Dian had used the saw to block the arrows, causing them to break apart. Lin Mo fell back and shouted, "Gue Quo Dian, block." He anxiously scanned his surroundings, silently reminding himself not to let his guard down. The training was not over yet, he had to keep going. Blood Knight Demon, observing the situation, spoke up. Just now, he intentionally exposed a weakness to let Demon Shield counter it. By using one sword, one fall, he could easily break through the encirclement. Leader, you've been outwitted. Who would have thought that within a single night, he would activate 3 demon sword skills, and be quite skilled at coordinating offense and defense? After a few moves from Lin Mo, Blood Knight Demon concluded, in terms of contract limits, he's not inferior to you. In terms of talent for activating skills, he's no worse than your great disciple, and in terms of ruthless, dark tactics, he's also not inferior to your 8th disciple. Blood Knight Demon watched Lin Mo evade attacks on the field and continued, in terms of crafty moon, he is even no less than your 2nd disciple. Blood Knight Demon patted Zhu Feng's shoulder, offering a subtle compliment, "Leader, you've gained another good disciple." Zhu Feng responded, "A good disciple, but don't stir up trouble too much." He then pointed towards Lin Mo and said sternly, "But he's still too green and needs to train more." Upon hearing this, Blood Knight Demon understood the meaning behind his words and said nothing more. Blood Knight Demon eagerly charged forward, causing Lin Mo to look over in alarm. "Then I'll go over there and play with you." Demon Shield and Knight Demon closed in on Lin Mo, forcing him to constantly dodge their attacks. Seeing this, Knight Demon frowned and issued a challenge. "Hey, kid, do you want to ramp up the intensity so I can join in too?" Lin Mo heard this and turned to look with a dark expression on his face. "This level is basically nothing. Come on, hurry up." As soon as the words left his mouth, Blood Knight Demon flew in to attack, sending Lin Mo flying. Knight Demon shouted loudly, "You're talking a big game, huh?" Blood Knight Demon looked up, eyes following Lin Mo. Around him, a blood-red aura spread out, forming a vortex. Inside the vortex, sharp blades pointed toward the sky, heading straight for Lin Mo, who was suspended in mid-air. At that moment, Lin Mo had no point of support and could only grit his teeth as the blades pierced through his flesh. He thought to himself, "This is strong, just some superficial injuries. Looks like Di Feng is still holding back. If not, this move would have definitely exposed my bones." As he fell from the air, Demon of Tears suddenly appeared, rushing forward to catch him in her arms. She gently helped him to his feet, letting out a worried sigh, while Lin Mo was slowly running out of strength. He silently told himself that he hadn't yet mastered full control and needed to close the gap quickly. He called out loudly, "Keep practicing until nightfall." The moon had risen high. Lin Mo lay exhausted on the ground, breathing heavily. Beside him was Zhu Feng, sitting and smoking a cigarette. Zhu Feng held the cigarette, making a move to taunt the demon. "Today was a good day?" Lin Mo cheerfully asked. "Master, can I defeat the second soldier now?" Zhu Feng turned his head to look at him, smirking, and said, "It's fine, 3 years of second soldier or whatever, it's nothing for you." He felt embarrassed, his worried gaze reminding him, "Master, you're getting older, please smoke less." Zhu Feng's face showed clear concern, and he whispered, "Ha, getting old, this is the only solace I have." He, sitting beside him, began to ponder deeply. During these days of training, Di Feng had genuinely been teaching him, treating him like a disciple. But wasn't he the one who had led the army into the kingdom of demon stealing, killing, and plundering? Filled with doubt, he asked, "I heard that you were one of the 8 demon kings, Duan Kankoan, and back then you were the leader of Tianjun." Zhu Feng, holding the cigarette, was startled, panicked, and stammered, "Ah." He fell silent, lost in thought, and suddenly seemed dazed. He bit his tongue in pain and cried out. The cigarette fell to the ground as a result. He stubbed it out, and then began recounting. "In that battle, I was still the deputy commander. After the battle, I was promoted to commander." Lin Mo skeptically asked, "Conflicts between countries have existed for a long time, but did you really massacre and plunder?" Zhu Feng was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. "Yes, the one who gave the orders was the commander of the Allied forces at that time, my brother, who is also your master's senior uncle." Lin Mo was so moved that he suddenly stood up. It was him. Zhu Feng calmly looked at him and said, "Don't get emotional. The two of you will meet sooner or later. But not now. Right now, you must quickly strengthen your own power. Otherwise, when you meet him, you will die." He gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with both surprise and a hint of resentment. His brows furrowed, and he muttered a few words with difficulty through clenched teeth. "I know." Zhu Feng closed his eyes, suppressing a sigh deep within. His voice slowly rose, explaining, "Actually, after the battle, I regretted it. I would rather not have participated in this war." Old memories suddenly surged in his mind. The kingdom of demon sealing advocated for peace. The province nation, in its desire to conquer and invade, had fabricated a monumental lie. The province nation claimed that the kingdom of demon sealing was about to open the shield in the southwest, allowing thousands of demons from outside the continent to invade the countries. His voice grew even more sorrowful. When this rumor spread, many nations and people began to condemn it loudly. As a result, Nation H mobilized its army and allied with other nations to invade the kingdom of demon sealing. At that time, I too believed the rumor and joined the crusade. At this point, Zhu Feng gritted his teeth again. But after everything ended, the truth was revealed. Not only had the kingdom of demon sealing not opened the shield, but it had actually strengthened its defenses. But who would have thought that a major nation would lie to the entire world? Lin Mo, upon hearing this, slowly concluded with an angry tone. So, the province nation took advantage of this and seized the kingdom of demon sealing, slaughtered the people, and destroyed your home. Zhu Feng clenched his fist, his eyes darkening. The province nation deceived everyone. Not only did they massacre a large number of civilians during the war, but even after the war, Nation H didn't spare the remaining tens of thousands of people. His voice grew even more furious. Province Nation had arranged for the remaining people of the kingdom of demon sealing to be relocated to the outskirts of the cities, forcing them to live under the most deplorable conditions. If a demon tide were to strike, they would be the first to be attacked and become the flesh shield for the people of Nation H. Upon hearing the principal's words, Lin Mo could no longer contain his anger. He slammed his fist into the ground with all his might, accompanied by a deafening crash. A red glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. The ground cracked beneath his punch, and a loud scream escaped his lips. This is a monstrous blood feud that cannot be settled with anything, he roared. Zhu Feng took a deep breath, his demeanor calm. Slowly, he spoke to Lin Mo. You would have found out about this sooner or later. Since you wish to ask today, I will tell you. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on him, his eyes unwavering. You do not wish to conspire with them to do evil. You despise staying in the military, which is why you founded Yang Academy. Taking me in as your disciple is also to atone for your past wrongs. Zhu Feng turned his head slightly, avoiding the issue, or perhaps it could be said that way. A flicker of resignation crossed the old principal's face. He sighed deeply. If you seek revenge on me, I will not blame you. Lin Mo's gaze remained firmly on him, not once wavering. With a serious tone, he responded. No, this is not entirely your fault. If anyone is to be blamed, it is Province Nation. He rose from his seat at the lectern, jumped lightly to the ground, and spoke. I want Province Nation to pay for its bloodshed with blood. Lin Mo took a step forward, his hand resting on his shoulder as he cracked his joints. His back was straight and resolute. Master, let's continue training tomorrow. In the depths of his heart, Zhu Feng slowly felt a warm sensation. He was a good child. He murmured softly, it seems the people of demon sealing have been saved. The next day, the new tanks lined up and entered the city. The entire army of Province Nation returned to defense. The military also stationed troops in various provinces, and the Jiang Provincial Safety Bureau was fully taken over by the army. The demon taming and demon prodigy groups had to relocate because of this. The army had begun dealing with the demon realms in the province and sweeping away areas inhabited by wild demons. Zhu Feng slapped his hand on the blackboard, which displayed the large task of clearing wild demons. The task of clearing the wild demons was assigned to the schools. Students who participated in the support could even receive substantial rewards. However, in stark contrast to his enthusiastic tone was the silence of the students in the classroom. Some were even dozing off, their heads resting on their desks. Suddenly, a student raised their hand to speak. Teacher. Zhu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. This student, do you want to take on the task? But the student made a face of disgust and complained. It's not that I'm hungry. If you finish teaching, please don't waste any more time. Yet, Zhu Feng continued to encourage the students in the class.
If you kill demons, you'll be praised by the media, appear on TV, and be on the radio. Everyone, come and sign up.
Lin Mo glanced at Ashu, his eyes almost forming an entire question.
Shall we do it?
Ashu, indeed worthy of being his teammate, understood with just a glance.
Of course. With a demon pearl, why not earn some?
Lin Mo raised his hand high from the back of the class. Teacher, we want to take on a mission. Zhu Feng seemed to see a savior, quickly calling out, all right, after a fierce competition, Lin Mo and Ashu have been assigned this mission. The bell signaling the end of class slowly rang throughout the large school, marking the end of the school day, the conclusion of a long day of learning. Lin Mo took a mission sheet, 2 mid-level weeping demon ghosts from the haunted house, managed by Baiyang Academy.
3 mid-level evil spirit ghosts from the swimming pool, managed by Lin Feng Academy. 6 low-level evil spirits from the basement, 4 high-level evil spirits,
managed by Shui Feng Academy.
He voiced his concern, Principal, why are the missions we're responsible for so weak? Why do other schools get assigned more ghosts than ours?
Zhu Feng merely smiled and said, we're a college, how can we compare to those top-tier schools? This mission was something I had to fight for, you know.
He turned and walked towards the door, his attitude very relaxed, and one could faintly detect a hint of amusement in his tone. It meant that having something was better than nothing, right?
Suddenly, Zhu Feng stopped, turned back to look at Lin Mo and Ashu, and chuckled softly. A crafty glint appeared in his eyes, as if saying that rules were meant to be broken. Lin Mo quickly understood the hidden meaning in Zhu Feng's words.
Master, are you suggesting we steal the mission from them, but you're pretending not to understand?
I didn't say that, Zhu Feng replied. Lin Mo glanced over at Ashu, standing beside him, and raised his hand to give him a high five.
Whether it's a mission or not, we're going to rob it anyway.
Ashu nodded in agreement. Exactly, worst case, we don't get paid, but as long as we kill the demon and get the demon pearl, that's all that matters.
Who cares about the payment?
Inside the vast library filled with towering shelves of books, Lin Mo leisurely walked along the main corridor, his demeanor calm and unfazed, as if nothing could disturb him at that moment. Suddenly, Lin Mo's steps came to a halt in front of a tall bookshelf. He glanced between the gaps in the shelves, seemingly having found the person he was looking for. He slowly spoke as he saw An Ran sitting on the floor, reading to a child, her back leaning against the bookshelf behind her. Indeed, she was here.
An Ran responded nonchalantly.
This place doesn't charge for reading books, but once it's time to leave, you won't be able to read anymore.
He raised an eyebrow. Leave? But your wanted notice hasn't been lifted yet by the Safety Bureau. It's still dangerous for you to go outside right now.
And Ran rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with bright eyes.
But I'm not a student of Baiyang. How could I stay hidden here forever?
She stretched slightly, glanced at him, and spoke softly.
Don't worry, I've been running from the Safety Bureau for years. I know exactly how they operate.
She paused for a moment, then slowly moved closer to Lin Mo, her voice taking on a tone as if she were sharing a secret with him.
I've got a big lead now.
And Ran hated to be so close to his ear, blowing warm breaths that were burning hot.
Wu Kuan said, recently, the Safety Bureau will be escorting a batch of supplies to Xian High City. I'm planning to rob it.
Lin Mo stood frozen for a while after hearing this, his tail flicking up in surprise at her announcement.
He remained silent, not responding. And Ran's attitude was incredibly resolute.
The Safety Bureau owes me all this.
Lin Mo glanced at her, thinking to himself, robbing things directly from the Safety Bureau, does that still count as law? And Ran really is something else.
She turned toward Lin Mo and stuck out her tongue. When I'm rich, I'll share some with you. Lin Mo sighed lightly, about to suggest they rob a ghost-catching mission from another school, but it seemed that wouldn't work.
He looked at An Ran and asked, is it just the 3 of you going?
She shook her head, showing a helpless expression. Wu Kuan's useless, and the driver's ghost is too weak to be a threat.
Upon hearing that, Lin Mo immediately suggested, just you, or should I come too?
But before he could finish, Ran placed a finger to his lips to stop him. She turned her head, hiding her sadness. What if, during the robbery, you get caught and the safety bureau uses it as an excuse to take you away? I can't let you get dragged into this. And Ran lifted the book in her hands, revealing the title in front of Lin Mo. Besides, I don't have. If you're thinking what I think you are, look at this. He was left stunned. Formation. A formation was something created by the demon master through channeling their own spiritual aura. Different formations varied in size and function. The formation of the supreme level can seal the demon realm, create a shield, and block countless demons, but it is very difficult for an ordinary person to learn. At most, one could only subdue demons, which is why very few people study it. Lin Mo looked at her in surprise, his voice unconsciously rising higher than usual. Something so obscure and difficult to understand, and you've already learned it in such a short time? And Ran revealed a proud expression, her cheeks slightly flushed. She glanced at him, smiling. Others might not understand it, but I'm not so sure about myself. However, as soon as she turned her head, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for her own poor fate. It's just a book worth tens of thousands, I can't afford to buy it. Just as Ran placed the book back on the shelf, Lin Mo reached out and took it down. You haven't finished reading it yet? Let me borrow it for you then. Her attitude immediately brightened. Really? Thank you. Lin Mo shrugged in response, no problem. I'm still waiting for you to go and steal that safety chip and share some good stuff with me. And Ran nodded in affirmation, for sure, for sure. The two of them, Lin Mo and Ishu, stood in the middle of the vast open space, raindrops pouring down in torrents. Lin Mo looked at Ishu and said softly, it's raining heavily, looks like we won't make it to the mission location tonight. He sighed inwardly, if only He Xiaopan were here, we could just hide in the demon trash can and everything would be fine. At that time, Xiao Ban had firmly opposed. No, I absolutely won't go. I haven't forgotten how you tricked me. This time, I won't fall for it again. Ishu quickly raised his hand to shield his head and asked Lin Mo, didn't you also invite Qi Mu Yuan Cheng? Where is she? He forced a smile. The principal assigned her a small task, and she said she would join us later. Suddenly, a tall and imposing castle appeared in front of them through the heavy downpour. Lin Mo pointed ahead and exclaimed, it looks like there's a house up ahead. Ishu silently evaluated it for a moment. It looks like the gathering hall I came across when I was wandering the Jianghu with my father to shave his head. Lin Mo asked in confusion, what's a gathering hall for? Ishu lowered his voice slightly in the heavy rain, his tone chilling and threatening to the listener, it's a cemetery, a place for the dead. However, Lin Mo seemed completely unfazed by this. Whatever, as long as the rain stops. If any demons or ghosts appear, just think of it as them bringing the demon pearl to us. The two of them walked side by side through the large gate of the gathering hall. The heavy rain kept pouring down, showing no sign of stopping and even seemed to be intensifying. The heavy raindrops clattered against the roof tiles of the gathering hall in the quiet, lonely night, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the surroundings. Ishu glanced at the large door of the gathering hall, pondered for a moment, then spoke decisively. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, the rain is too heavy. How about we go inside to take shelter? Both of them reached out simultaneously to push open the large wooden door. In the empty space, the door creaked open with a chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. They stepped into a large morgue, with corpses lined up on both sides, cold and lifeless. Across from them, there was a small altar, its flickering red candles casting a dim light over the eerie room. Suddenly, an old woman with a weathered face appeared from behind Lin Mo and his companion. The moment she spoke, both of them jumped in surprise. You two are disturbing my guests. Lin Mo gave a wry smile, glanced at her, and softly asked. Guests? Who are you talking about? We're only staying for one night, and we'll leave as soon as the sun rises. But the old woman responded. The people lying here are my guests. She waved her staff and frowned at Lin Mo.
The gathering hall is for the dead, not the living. Leave immediately.
Lin Mo nodded, quickly grabbed Ashu's hand with one hand, and turned to head towards the door.
He didn't forget to glance back and say to the old woman, "Yes, yes, we're leaving right away."
Suddenly, the old woman noticed the weapon on Ashu's back and hurriedly called him back. "Wait, you're the heir of the great head shaver." Ashu turned around to look at her, nodded slightly, and responded politely, though there was a flash of confusion in his eyes.
"Yes, what about it?"
On the old woman's face, now half a lifetime old, a delighted smile appeared, and she immediately made a suggestion.
"As long as you agree to shave the head of my guest, I will allow you to stay for the night."
When Ashu heard this, his face turned pale, sweat pouring down his face.
"You want me to shave the head of a dead person?"
Lin Mo chuckled lightly.
"Well, it's better than staying out in the rain, right?"
After a moment of hesitation, thinking it over for a long time, Ashu finally nodded reluctantly to the old woman.
"All right then."
He held his sword in his hand while curiously asking the old woman,
"These people are all dead, so why do they still need their heads shaved?" She didn't explain, simply urged, "Say less, just shave it off quickly."
Ashu's face darkened, grabbing the lock of hair from GT and bringing the sword of the Pure Alliance close to her scalp, shaving little by little.
If it weren't for the heavy rain, who would be doing this?
The blade of his sword went deep into GTI's scalp, accidentally shaving off a large patch, making Ashu's heart skip a beat, his forehead now covered with a fresh layer of sweat, as some oil was shaved off as well. Helpless, he turned his head to look at his teammates sitting behind him, softly calling for help.
"Hey Lin Mo, help!" Seeing Lin Mo, who was happily engrossed in something on his phone, Ashu couldn't bring himself to call out, silently turning back. He couldn't remember what to do, so he just did it himself.
It seemed Lin Mo had just sent a picture of the two of them in the room to someone. "Senior, this is the first time we've stayed at this hotel."
The other person quickly replied, "These kids, I'm eating my late-night snack." Suddenly, the system's voice echoed,
"Congratulations, host, you've received 100 break the room points." Lin Mo's eyes lit up, muttering,
"Didn't expect a surprise harvest."
Meanwhile, Ashu, over by another body, pointed at it and turned to ask old lady,
"Since you're shaving the head today, I suppose we don't need to shave this one, right?"
The old woman blocked Ashu's path with her hand and barked,
"It needs to be shaved."
"When I told you to shave their heads, I meant for you to clean off the hair on the tops of their heads."
"Shave off every single hair on their heads."
Ashu sighed, complying.
"All right, fine." She wickedly reminded him,
"Be careful, don't leave a single one behind." The old woman's back slowly faded away as she shuffled toward the door.
Lin Mo advised, "She's gone now, Ashu. You don't have to be so honest about it. Just shave a few spots for her, and that'll be enough." Ashu calculated, "Shave a couple more, consider it as the rent fee."
The three coffins in front of them suddenly stirred, making a loud noise that startled Lin Mo.
"What's happening?" Lin Mo asked.
Ashu, standing next to him, speculated, "I don't know, but it seems like the corpses I just shaved are moving." Suddenly, the lids of the coffins flew open at the same time, and three skeletons stood up, emitting the eerie Ching Luo clatter of bones striking the coffins. Both young men froze in fear as the dead bodies rose. The addition of two more revived beings made Ashu scream in surprise. Lin Mo glanced at them, and just then, Blood Eye leaped onto his shoulder and said, "They seem to be zombies from the demon corpse raising." Lin Mo, confused, asked, "What's the point of demon corpse raising?" Blood Eye then explained in detail, demon corpse raising stores and nurtures a strand of demon aura within the corpse. On the head of these corpses, 49 strands of corpse hair will grow. Once they are fully activated or shaved off by something with male yang energy, the corpse will fall under the control of a demon. Lin Mo, intrigued, thought to himself, "If I could form a pact with a demon corpse raising, wouldn't I have an army of zombies under my control? That would be perfect for withstanding damage." After considering it, he immediately made up his mind, "All right then, I'll form a pact with one more."
He looked at Blood Eye with curiosity. Blood Eye, do you think the old woman from earlier was a demon corpse raising? Blood Eye shook its head.
The old woman wasn't human, she was likely forced into action by demon corpse raising.
It seemed this demon was very cautious.
Lin Mo used the power of his eyes to issue a command, "Father, use the Blood Eye to investigate, don't miss any corner." He glanced around, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary except for the dense demon aura everywhere. Lin Mo turned his gaze toward the backyard and saw the old woman flying with a demon. He shouted, in the backyard, "Tell a Shu to head toward the demon's position." With a cold expression, Lin Mo decisively kicked open the gate and rushed outside.
The old woman angrily shouted, "Who told you to come to the backyard? Do you still want to stay here?"
Lin Mo ignored her. "You, demon in the back, come out here."
His face was stern, power surging from his hands as he shouted with spiritual force, "Still not showing yourself? Summon!"
The devil's extreme and demon martial disciple were immediately summoned, alternating to destroy the nearby bones of Lin Mo, threatening, "Then I'll destroy your corpses." The old woman was concerned, "If you destroy its corpse, it will definitely cause you trouble." At that moment, the system notified, "Congratulations, host, you've received 100 points for breaking the room."
Lin Mo snorted, "I want it to show itself." Countless seals and a large surge of blood energy began to manifest, spreading throughout the yard.
Beneath the earth, a pair of pale, lifeless hands reached out. Then, a series of corpses began rising from the ground, emitting eerie, strange screams. The old woman exclaimed in panic, we're doomed, demon corpse raising is angry now." At that moment, Blood Eye on her shoulder reminded her, demon corpse raising is summoning the zombies. Every time a corpse is successfully raised, it is stored in a container, and whenever needed, it is summoned again. In front of them was the sight of aggressive zombies growling and charging at Lin Mo. He calmly assessed, the combat strength of these zombies is only about that of a primary weeping demon, so even though there are many of them, they shouldn't pose a real threat to us. Blood Eye urgently reminded him, "Be careful, the blood contains corpse poison."
Lin Mo was startled, "Corpse poison?"
Seeing the corpse poison dripping on the ground, Blood Eye confirmed, the zombies indeed have low combat power, but their claws, teeth, and blood all contain corpse poison.
"You must not touch them." Around the two young men, the air was filled with the growls of the undead.
Lin Mo worried, with so many Tang's corpses, it's impossible not to touch them. If we keep going like this, we're all going to die sooner or later.
He kicked away a zombie that suddenly attacked him and shouted, "Is there any way to find the real body of demon corpse raising and destroy it?"
Hearing this, a Shu quickly leapt onto the roof, urgently saying, "Let me climb the wall and take a look."
"That demon is very cunning, maybe it's hiding somewhere far away."
Looking out the gate, all they could hear was the creaking of zombies mixed with Lin Mo's shouts.
A Shu frowned in fear.
On the outside, Lin Mo was surrounded by zombies, with no gaps to escape. On the other side, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, "If we can't find its location, then we'll have to force it to show itself."
He then turned to threaten the old woman, "Where is demon corpse raising hiding?"
The old woman sweated in fear, "I don't know, I really don't know. He kidnapped my grandson and threatened me, asking me to keep the corpses at the entire sect."
Meanwhile, Lin Mo focused on listening to her explanation. She continued. "Every time after the corpse cultivation, he would leave. I don't know where he goes." In a fit of anger, he threw her hard to the ground, cursing. "Damn it!"
The undead surged toward him in a coordinated rush. He involuntarily muttered, "Speaking of which, it feels strange." Protected by the demon martial disciple, Lin Mo pondered deeply. Destroying the successfully cultivated corpses wouldn't affect demon corpse raising, but eliminating those near success would, as it would break its defense. Immediately, he turned his head and glared at the old woman, guessing. Could this be the key to dealing with demon corpse raising? With a fierce tone, he said, "Where else is he keeping those corpses that aren't fully turned into zombies yet?" The old woman looked troubled, pleading as she spoke. "My grandson is still in his hands. If I tell you, he'll die. Please, spare me."
Lin Mo remained firm, replying, "Hurry up. Who knows, maybe we can still help you save your grandson." The sword, close to her throat, made the old woman tear up and tremble. "I'll tell you." She backed away, stammering as she explained. "There are still a few hundred corpses in the cellar down there." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo immediately dashed past the zombies. He thought, "There really are too many zombies blocking the way behind." A shoe called out, "Lin Mo, let me clear the path for you." With that, he exerted his strength. Summoning the shadow demon, a dark figure appeared instantly, clearing the way. On this side, Lin Mo gratefully said, "Thanks a lot, my brother. I'll make sure to end this quickly." A shoe quickly reminded, "Yeah, be careful." Lin Mo slowly entered the dimly lit room filled with the uncomfortable stench of corpses. He frowned. "Blood, I see. This incomplete corpse here, there's no poison in it, right?" "Blood," I confirmed. "No, feel free to cut away." Without hesitation, he frowned and declared, "All right then, let's see if you show up this time." Lin Mo continued to chop at the corpses before him, the system notification sounding. He grinned triumphantly. "Finally, you've been broken. This stubborn bastard still won't come out." After fighting, killing, and leaving corpses scattered across the floor, Lin Mo, holding his sword, placed a hand on his forehead and bent his knee, saying, "2 more levels to go." On the second level of the underground dungeon, Lin Mo charged forward, slashing a few times to send several zombies flying. The system notification popped up. "Congratulations, the host has earned 400 break the room points." The break the room level of demon corpse raising was measured at 69%, with only 30% left to reach the direct contract. On the third level of the underground dungeon, seeing the system's status, he still wasn't satisfied. "Not enough, keep pushing." "Congratulations, the host has earned 200 break the room points." Lin Mo slashed and laughed maniacally. The break the room level of demon corpse raising was now at 80%, with only 19% left to reach the direct contract. Meanwhile, a mage sat in a cave, frustrated, muttering, "Why did the demon aura from the corpses completely disappear?" He clenched his hand into a fist, his fingers curling up as he scowled and yelled, "Who the hell did this? Who's ruining my corpse raising ritual?" Her innkeeper's grandson stood behind the sorcerer, his face pale with fear, his hands clenched into fists before his chest. The sorcerer turned around, using one hand to grip the boy's neck. "Damned old woman, this is what you get for betraying me." The boy struggled to breathe, his voice weak. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The sorcerer smiled cunningly. "You have your grandmother to blame for not keeping her secret." As he tightened his grip on the boy's neck, the system suddenly appeared. Ping! The Demon Corpse Keeper. Congratulations, you have triggered the Lucky Question event. Answer correctly, and you will have the chance to become Lin Mo's demon contract. Please listen to the question. Furious, the sorcerer shouted. To hell with you. Congratulations, you have successfully answered the question. The question is, Dad is not home, so what will we eat tonight? The correct answer is, follow your mother's advice to sign a 10% 20% contract. And then, he was lifted into a cloud of smoke. The boy was released and collapsed onto the ground. What the hell is this? The sorcerer's figure gradually faded, his face showing clear astonishment. One could even see through him, catching glimpses of the earth and stone behind him. His body was forced towards the entire sect, deforming as it flew. The sorcerer was sucked into the raised arm of Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the seal on his arm, smiling with satisfaction. Contract successfully signed. A demon eye with a glowing green light was charging toward a shoe. Suddenly, they all stopped. At this moment, Shu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Mo had succeeded. On the other side, Lin Mo looked at his arm, which was covered in marks, and said with a smile, "There's another one added, huh? Next time, make it more even on the arm." Then he extended his arm forward, trying to summon the necromancer.
The old man flew out from his arm, summoning the demon corpse raising. As soon as he appeared, he swung his hand and cursed, "You damn bastard, who do you think you are to destroy so many of my corpses?
Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to gather those bodies? Why are you causing such a ruckus?" Lin Mo opened the system panel and clicked on the corpse storage section.
Information about the demon necromancer appeared: primary malevolent spirit rank, demon aura value 570, needing 430 more for the next level, loyalty at 1%, skill not activated, and 1112 zombie corpses in storage. Note, the necromancer has thousands of corpses, always so impressive. The necromancer tightly gripped the huge bag, his eyes bloodshot, his voice full of anger.
Lin Mo could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. "If you hadn't destroyed mine, I would have had more."
In the room where the two were standing, the evil corpses were arranged in 2 neat rows. Lin Mo gestured for the necromancer to take a look. "Don't be angry, I only destroyed 2 layers of yours."
"Didn't I leave 1 layer for you? What difference does that make? A single strand of zombie hair takes at least half a year to fall off. I'll have to wait another 20 years.
Lin Mo turned around and smiled as he spoke to the sorcerer. "I have a way to handle this. My razor can quickly shave off the corpse hair, which will save you a lot of time."
Hearing this, the sorcerer happily asked, "Really?"
Lin Mo raised his hand and called out, "Ashu, lend me your blade for a moment."
"Okay."
Ashu, dressed in yellow, ran down the stairs. He raised both hands holding the sword and handed it to Lin Mo.
"Is this the blade?" Lin Mo did not take it immediately and said, "You're good with blades.
Help me shave off some of the corpse hair from the top of these bodies."
"I don't know how to shave heads." Lin Mo chuckled and said, "It doesn't need to be perfect. Just shave it along with the scalp. That will make it easier."
Ashu quickly approached the corpses and hacked at their heads a few times, shaving them clean. When the system notification appeared, the sorcerer twitched his lips.
"Well, that's not bad."
The loyalty of the demon corpse raising increased by 9%, total 10%. But the sorcerer was still angry. He turned around and said with a sulk, "But the source of the corpses is extremely scarce.
You've ruined so many of mine, and I still can't forgive you. Getting the source of the corpses is not the issue.
There are more than 10,000 abandoned graves around Young Academy, with so many corpses you can't even count them." Upon hearing this, the sorcerer remembered the time when he went to catch a ghost, only to be chased by a group, forcing him to run for his life.
He immediately became fearful.
The corpses in those abandoned graves are not so easy to steal.
The ghosts around there are vicious. Last time I stole just 1 corpse and ended up running for half a mile."
Lin Mo patted the sorcerer's shoulder with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other, winking. "Don't worry, the wild season is now under the control of the red-clad ghost, and she has a very good relationship with me.
Giving you a few corpses is no problem." Hearing this, the man happily asked, "Really? That's great then."
The demon corpse raising's loyalty increases by 5%, total of 15%. At that moment, Ashu turned to report, "Everything's done, you can collect them now."
"Okay."
He opened the giant bag he always carried with him and sucked all the corpses into it. The bag expanded even more and thudded as it hit the ground. Once the task was completed, the notification panel displayed some information. Lin Mo clicked on the skill upgrade section and successfully upgraded the first skill of demon corpse raising. The new skill was Corpse Control, Level 1. Demon corpse raising could summon any number of zombies and control them flexibly within a maximum range of 500 meters.
It consumed 1 spiritual aura per zombie, with no cooldown.
The system panel switched to a new page, showing that the second skill of demon corpse raising had been successfully upgraded. The new skill was Zombie Self-Destruction.
Zombie Self-Destruction Level 1 allowed the control of any zombie to self-detonate.
The detonation caused an area of effect damage explosion. Enemies hit would take magic damage and be poisoned by the corpse's toxins, suffering continuous health loss, while consuming spiritual aura. The skill had no cooldown. Lin Mo stared at the system panel for a while, then rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he thought, controlling a zombie costs 1 spiritual aura. With my current spiritual aura as a demon master at the 2nd level, it just so happens that I can control up to 1,000 zombies at once. After finishing the task, Lin Mo and Ashu walked outside when a figure rushed towards them. It was the innkeeper, her voice trembling as she asked, "Sir, is my grandson still all right?" Lin Mo pointed inside and smiled, saying, "Your grandson is on the peak of the opposite mountain, still alive and well." Hearing this, the old woman was so overjoyed that tears welled up in her eyes. "Really? Thank you, young hero. Thank you so much." The dark night, with only a faint glimmer of moonlight, created a quiet atmosphere where only their voices could be heard. Everything was over, and it was finally time to sleep peacefully. "Quick, go get some rest. Tomorrow we need to go to the pool to complete the mission for the Safety Bureau." The next day, Lin Mo went to the Safety Bureau's mission location to eliminate evil spirits at the swimming pool. He and Ashu leaned against the railing by the pool, enjoying the breeze. Suddenly, they overheard some people talking behind them. "Have you heard? Someone died again at the Shui Feng pool. This is the 12th person this month." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo thought, "Isn't the Shui Feng pool where we're supposed to carry out our mission?" An older woman replied, "Of course, I heard that 1 or 2 of them died horribly, their faces completely blackened as if they had been poisoned. I also heard that some police officers and agents from the Safety Bureau who came to investigate died too. This must be the work of an evil spirit." Evil spirits. Suddenly, Lin Mo appeared out of nowhere, patted one of them on the shoulder, and smiled, saying, "Is everything really as scary as you said? I was just about to head there for a swim." He turned around, looking pale and rather frightened, and said, "Don't go, please don't go. Even if you have to swim in the river, don't go to that place. My aunt, I work as a lifeguard there, and she saw 3 men drown right before her eyes." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo paused, then asked himself, "Drowned, huh? Could it be that they drowned because of a ghost?" The man became visibly terrified, clutching his neck with both hands, trembling all over, and imagining the image of a woman with red eyes and long hair wrapped around him. He thought to himself, "It wasn't because of long hair choking them, was it?" Lin Mo heard this and then began to speculate. Choked by hair? Could it be a hair ghost? The man shook his head, laughing scornfully, clearly showing that Lin Mo had no real knowledge of these matters. "Hair ghost? What are you talking about? I'm a 2nd-tier demon master, I know a thing or two about ghosts." He raised 2 fingers to his chin, his eyes gleaming with self-importance. "In my opinion, this is a type of female ghost with a very deep grudge." Lin Mo immediately countered, making the man feel as if a rock had hit him on the head. "Are you doing half-baked research? Just because someone dies from long hair wrapping around them, you think it's a female ghost? Well, men in ancient times also had long braided hair, so it could just as easily have been an ancient male ghost." The person immediately pulled a book out of his jacket pocket. "Don't you dare not believe me, I've already read the news about the 12 deaths at the swimming pool." He opened the book and held it up in front of Lin Mo. After comparing the names, he realized that all the victims were men. Even the police investigating the case, only male officers had died. Have you ever encountered a type of ghost that only kills men? It must be a female ghost with a strong grudge. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arm, which made the person stare in shock. Only killing men? That's truly strange. Doesn't that mean this is very dangerous? Ah, no way. He stammered. 7 Ghosts of Contract. You really are tough as nails. Lin Mo looked at his arm, then calmly said, with a hint of dissatisfaction, "This is nothing.
It's just a single-digit number. Congratulations, the host has received 50 points for breaking the room. The second-ranked demon master looked at him with admiration, his cheeks slightly flushed. Since the arrival of demon masters, there were only a few demon masters who had a double-digit number of contracted demons, counted on one hand. This one must be a master, definitely a master. He smiled with squinted eyes, raising his hand in greeting. I'm La Chang, from Jai Xing Academy. You're my one and only boss. Lin Mo raised his hand to shake his. Lin Mo, by Yang Academy. Hearing the name, La Chang jumped up in surprise. You're the one who broke the record for the demon trial. Lin Mo crossed his arms, closed his eyes proudly, yet humbly. After a moment, the boat arrived at the shore. We've arrived, let's go. Lin Mo and Ashu stepped off the boat, turned around, and waved goodbye to La Chang. I still have things to do. We'll talk another time. Your task is at the crematorium. If the boss doesn't need anything, stop by there for a bit and maybe give us some guidance. Ashu turned to Lin Mo and asked. The crematorium seems to be for high-level evil spirits. Should we take this mission? Of course, but let's deal with the situation by the pool first, Lin Mo said wearily, his voice clearly frustrated. La Chang just mentioned that the ghosts at the pool only target men. This could be a bit tricky, he said seriously. After all, we got lucky before when we beat a smoke ghost, which was a low-level evil spirit. But against an evil spirit we know nothing about, we can't guarantee a full win. We need to think of something. Less than a minute later, Lin Mo clenched his fist, smiling happily. I've got it. The sky was clear, and the trees along the corridor blocked much of the sunlight. In the pool, several girls whispered to each other. Is this really going to work? Just trust me, it'll definitely work. The owner of the Shui Feng pool walked over, and the two girls immediately shouted angrily. What are you two doing here? We're temporarily closed, leave now. One of the girls flicked her disheveled blonde hair. These two girls were actually disguised as women by Ashu and Lin Mo in dresses. We are from the Lin Feng Academy, here to deal with the ghost at the pool. Hearing that, the boss softened, smiled, and clasped his hands, saying, Finally, you two have arrived. I am the owner of this swimming pool. Due to the consecutive murders, I didn't pay attention, but I beg you to deal with this demon quickly. I would be very grateful to you both. Lin Mo placed her hands on her hips, rubbed a lock of her hair, and pouted, What's the use of your gratitude? Give us something more practical. The boss smiled broadly, raising both hands to form a 10, this is easy. As long as you can deal with the demon, I'll give each of you 100,000. Lin Mo winked at Ashu, okay, let's get to the point. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Mo grabbed the boss's hand, intending to drag him along. Alright, we'll start right now. By the way, boss, lead the way for us. He became frightened and adamantly refused, no. There's a demon inside that specifically kills men. I'm too scared to go in. You two go ahead, I'll go get the money for you. Lin Mo stared at him, feeling that something wasn't quite right about this boss. He was probably just terrified. So, the two of them walked side by side toward the swimming pool, no longer able to wait. If they waited any longer, people from Lin Feng Academy would show up. Time to go in. Inside the swimming pool, it was pitch dark. A girl in a swimsuit was holding a phone in front of her. Hey guys, I've arrived at the Blue Star swimming pool. She not only showed no fear but also smiled and winked at the camera. Drop some hearts in the livestream so I can show you the crime scene. There are many comments below. The live host is really brave. Isn't this place the site of over 12 murders already? Truly the #1 shark of the outer world. It's a dangerous thrill. There's still blood on the ground. I'm starting to get scared. Maybe we should go. Live host, my DNXIN, don't take any more risks. Let me go steal a battery. Lin Mo's foot stepped in,
the tip of his shoe glowing with a small light. Lin Mo and a shoe entered, stunned, and asked, "Ha? There are people inside?" The female streamer turned around, her camera capturing the two of them in frame. "Someone's here. Why are these two girls' waists bigger than mine? These two must be men dressed as women. Otherwise, I'm not live streaming. I get it now. Seeing that ghosts only kill men, these two must be cross-dressing to trick it. These two guys are really something." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, lifting Lin Mo's skirt, revealing the Mr. Mo shorts underneath. Lin Mo appeared embarrassed, quickly covering the skirt with his hand. The live stream's comments section lit up. "I just saw something, I need to go wash my eyes. A guy lifting his skirt, my eyes are about to grow holes. Oh my god, it's so disgusting." Following this, Lin Mo's system notification popped up. Surprised, he muttered to himself, "Strange, where did this break the room point come from?" Not caring about the system anymore, he turned to the girl and asked, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" The girl eagerly introduced herself. "Hello, I'm DNXIN, live streaming a horror stream." Hearing that, both Lin Mo and his shoe blushed like tomatoes on a live stream. Doesn't this mean that our cross-dressing is being seen by thousands of netizens? Oh no, this is so embarrassing, I can't take it. Elsewhere, a scream echoed outside. Weren't Lin Mo and his shoe supposed to be hunting demons? Why are they doing a cross-dressing livestream like this? He Xiaopan raised his phone in front of him and laughed loudly. "Principal, look at this." Principal Zhu Feng glanced at the phone screen, his face darkened. He slammed the desk in anger and shouted, "There's only a demon in the north, and yet they have to cross-dress and ruin the reputation of my demon king." He frowned and gritted his teeth as he ordered Mu Yuan Chang. "Xiao Chang, stop with the paperwork, go help those two embarrassing fools right now." "Yes, master." She kept a light smile on her face, jumped onto the windowsill, then turned to He Xiaopan and said, "By the way, Xiaoban, make sure to send me the livestream link." He happily raised his hand in agreement. "Yes, senior." Yuan Qing sat on the back of a blonde vampire as it soared through the air. Meanwhile, from the swimming pool, a red aura began to emanate. Lin Mo and his shoe immediately tensed up and became alert. "It's here." Lin Mo widened his eyes and looked around carefully. It seemed that even cross-dressing wouldn't fool this demon. "Be careful, its demon aura is very strong. It's just a basic evil spirit." He glanced to the side and his eyes widened as if seeing something horrifying. Suddenly, several demons with red eyes and long hair charged toward them. Lin Mo screamed, "Be careful!" The demon opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to swallow the two people whole. Three long-haired demons crawled into the frame of DNXIN's phone. She was still cheerfully holding up her phone, filming and snapping pictures. "It's three demons. They don't seem to be attacking me after all." DNXIN turned the phone toward Lin Mo and his shoe. "Do you think these two cross-dressing bros can win? Let's start the voting." She stood behind the door, recording the two standing face-to-face with the long-haired demons. Below, people were commenting excitedly. "Dead. Those two guys are only at the second level of Demon Master, they'll definitely get destroyed." "I agree with the guy above. You can only come here at noon. You have to leave in the morning or evening." "Who knows, I think these two might be okay, at least they can run away." The voting ended. Once the poll ended, the results appeared on the screen. Can the cross-dressers win? 98% no, 2% yes. DNXIN's sweet voice rang out as the three demons charged toward Lin Mo and his shoe. "Let's wait and see the strength of these cross-dressing guys. Here they come." One of the demons lunged forward, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. Red energy beams shot directly at Lin Mo. A Shu raised his sword, and a green aura surrounded him. He slashed through the energy beams, causing an explosion.
Both Lin Mo and a Shu were sent flying back.
One of Lin Mo's eyes glowed red as he anxiously asked, "Why do I feel like they're way stronger than I thought?"
Miss Shuitong Gue appeared to answer him, "These are grievance demons, formed from lingering resentment and hatred."
In the realm of grievances, when facing people or demons related to their grudges, their combat power increases drastically. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, propped his chin in thought. It seemed that the swimming pool was currently the area of obsession for them. Men were something tied to obsession, but what exactly was it that caused them to fixate like this? A Shu, holding a sword, stood in front of him, facing the streams of energy, and shouted, "Don't mind that for now. Let's deal with them first." Okay. Lin Mo summoned all the monsters he had collected to attack the three obsession demons. They continued to scream loudly, their mouths wide open.
Men, damn men.
Lin Mo and a Shu created a protective barrier, preventing the streams of energy from affecting them.
They could no longer tolerate this chilling wind, they needed to end this quickly.
Blood curse, nothing happened. Lin Mo stood there, dazed and motionless. The three demons twisted for a moment but showed no signs of change. After a brief pause, they fixed their gaze on the two of them, their eyes bloodshot, and their grotesque smiles returned.
Even Miss Shuitong Gue was surprised.
She furrowed her brow and said, "Blood curse seems to have no effect on them. They have the ability to greatly reduce damage from beings and entities tied to obsession."
Lin Mo covered his mouth in shock.
What the hell?
Their power is skyrocketing, and they're reducing damage. What can we even fight them with now?
I should have just waited for Mu Yuanqing to arrive. Suddenly, Lin Mo's gaze wavered as he looked at the demons. Now, there were only two left, with one already decapitated. Suddenly, blood began dripping down from Lin Mo's head. One of the obsession demons was standing above him, its hand gripping his hair. Its red tentacles wrapped around Lin Mo's body.
Damn it, I can't move.
The tentacles of the other two also wrapped around his and a Shu's demons, immobilizing them. This was a prison technique born from the obsession of the demons, and all men and male demons were under control. Lin Mo turned his head to ask Miss Shuitong Gue,
"Do you have any way to break this?"
"I can only use my reverse bite when under control."
"It's too late now." Suddenly, he remembered that while the male demons couldn't help, didn't he still have two female demons?
Lin Mo shouted, calling the two demons.
"Big-chested demon, demon diva, handle this hair situation for me."
The demon grabbing his hair was furious when it heard that.
Shouting, "Women helping men? No way."
From the long locks of hair, the demon leapt up, stretching its hand as several strands of its long hair shot toward Lin Mo, aiming to kill the wicked man. The strands of hair flew toward Lin Mo, but he stood still, unmoving. He turned his head, his gaze flashing with a red thread of light, as his eyes released the blood realm technique, Phantom World. The demon immediately fell into an illusion and froze. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Mo quickly ordered the two female demons. "Cut this hair off for me, hurry." The two female demons moved sluggishly, cutting through the strands one by one.
"This won't do, it's too slow."
Lin Mo anxiously watched as the two demons struggled to cut through the hair and said, "The illusion is about to end, we can't waste time on this hair anymore. If we act quickly, we might still find a way to survive." Then he shouted, his eyes still glancing toward the demon crawling toward him.
"Ignore me, deal with the three demons first."
Hearing this, the two female demons followed orders and began attacking.
Demon Diva started chanting, while the busted demon took out her instrument and strummed it. Brahmic chant of death lingering sound disturbs the chill.
The obsession demon was also affected and twisted its body.
DNXIN remained unfazed, live streaming while chatting happily. "Wow, we underestimated that guy.
He just summoned 5 complete demons at once. And these 5 demons are quite rare. His talent is really impressive." Through the camera, the two female demons of Lin Mo were seen fighting the three obsession demons. The comments section erupted in a flurry of reactions. Unfortunately, if these were ordinary evil spirits, there would have been a proper battle, but they were facing obsession demons, who specialize in killing men. Really unlucky. The stunned demon slowly opened its eyes and looked around in confusion. Upon awakening, it flashed a sly smile. Seeing this, Lin Mo was startled and said, "The spell is over, the obsession demon is starting to counterattack." She quickly jumped up, raised her hand to command the strands of hair to attack. The strands lashed fiercely at the two female demons, sending them flying with painful screams. Then, they turned toward Lin Mo to strike. Men are all dying. He didn't turn around but merely glanced, his face darkening as he thought, just how much hatred does it have? Now, there was only one way left. The huge bag that the sorcerer always carried slowly opened, preparing to unleash a skill. All the corpses from the bag crawled out, and they all rushed toward the three vengeful spirits. Upon seeing them, one of the spirits swung its leg, hitting one of the corpses, then kicked it in the face after it died. Die! The spirit screamed furiously, kicking dozens of corpses away. Die, all of you! Suddenly, a corpse jumped up from behind, grabbing its neck, causing it to freeze in shock. Taking advantage of this, dozens of other corpses lunged at it. The three vengeful spirits were overwhelmed by the corpses. Lin Mo happily said, "The corpse see tactic, success." Lin Mo closed his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. Although the vengeful spirits had the power to imprison, they couldn't control so many Tang's corpses. It seems the pact with the spirit and the corpse-raising technique was the right call. These Tang's corpses could really serve as a meat shield at a critical moment. The vengeful spirit, buried under the pile of corpses, trembled in disgust. It was furious, releasing its power with a howl. "Stop it! This isn't over yet." Seeing this, Lin Mo anxiously called to the mage, "Summon more." The vengeful spirit, struggling with the surrounding Tang's corpses, had already exhausted a lot of its demon aura, and its hair was loosening. Once freed, it could still be defeated. The mage gritted his teeth, trembling, his heart aching, unable to bear it. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled and comforted him, "Don't worry, after we get out of here, I'll give you 1,000 more corpses." The mage, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly agreed, promising to keep his word. Dian, trembling in fear, still held onto his phone. So many Tang's corpses, it's terrifying. Everyone asked, "Do you think this guy in women's clothes can win?" Seeing the vengeful spirit screaming on the screen, more comments appeared. "Poor little girl, she must be terrified, right? Hurry and run into my arms." But this Tang's corpse is just a primary level weeping demon. It's only a matter of time before the vengeful spirit destroys them. The guy in the female outfit was clearly stalling for time, but in the end, it was hard for him to escape death. "Why are you only thinking about her dying? What bad luck." "I'm just speaking the truth. I'll bet 1,000. This time, it's a big one. I bet the top floor will definitely go bankrupt." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, causing Dian to startle. "Who's bullying my younger brother? Who is it?" The voice was captivating. Her slender calves stepped forward. Dian was taken aback, stunned, as she saw her wear black shoes as she walked in. It was Mu Yuan Chang. She coldly flicked her hair and walked in gracefully, making the comment section even more lively. With this beauty and her tall, slender figure, even models can't compare to her. She called that guy younger brother. "Can anyone tell me which school they go to? I want to apply there next year, I'll figure it out. I'll tell my dad." Seeing her come, Lin Mo and Ashu turned their heads and joyfully said, as if they had struck gold, "Sister, come quickly and save us." Yuan Cheng slowly waved her hand as she walked toward them. Come here, come here." She smirked, raised her arm, and summoned all the demons she had gathered. All the giant monsters crawled out, ready for battle. They charged forward and smashed the other demons, causing the ground to crack open. Seeing them beating the creature too much, Lin Mo quickly reminded.
Sister, Tang's corpse is one of ours, don't hurt it. Yuan Chang, walking over while laughing, said.
You've made a pact with another, the demon corpse keeper.
This talent is about to catch up with masters. I'm really impressed. Why don't I have so many pact limitations like that?
Seeing one of her monsters being entangled by the hair of the demon of obsession, Lin Mo anxiously said. Sister, be careful, the control from the demon of obsession is very strong. Yuan Chang placed one hand on her hip and with the other flicked her fingers and turned around. Just like that, her demon's eyes lit up a fiery red. It tensed up, and the strands of hair surrounding it immediately snapped and fell off. The few strands of hair that were about to attack it were also severed by its roar. Seeing this, Lin Mo was surprised and asked.
Why couldn't I break the control of the demon of obsession, but you could? Yuan Qing pointed upward, winking with a slight smile and said.
The headless demon has no head, and its skin is covered with scales, making it immune to all illusions. Furthermore, when releasing a big move, it can be immune to control while also gaining 20% lifesteal. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was even more amazed and mumbled to herself. Immunity to illusions, immunity to control. Sister's power is much stronger than I imagined. A few strands of hair wrapped around the wrist of Yuan Qing's demon. The three demons of obsession simultaneously ganged up on her creature. Lin Mo leaned forward slightly and said. Sister, quickly break the control for me so we can fight them together.
The headless demon is a support type demon, and it can only break control for itself and its teammates, while Sister can't.
She smiled lightly, waving her hand to summon the blood-sucking demon, but it was fine.
As long as she could defeat them, the control would naturally be released.
The blood-sucking demon lunged out, spinning in a circle, turning into a whirlwind that tore towards the three vengeful spirits. Another monster jumped up, wielding a mountain-crushing hammer and striking downward. The hair of the demon was cut off by the swirling vortex.
It screamed in warning, retracting its hair and retreating. A blue flame appeared on Sister Yuan Qing's hand as she smiled and said, It's not over yet.
She performed the skill of the Hell Gatekeeper. A massive cage appeared above the three vengeful demons. They hadn't realized they were falling into a trap. One demon, whose eyes shifted from red to green, grinned wickedly. One of the vengeful demons quickly ran forward before the cage could close over them.
The demon's eyes glowed bright red, and it tried to flee.
It raised its hand, deploying the soul-binding connection, attempting to tether the vengeful spirit. The green connection coiled around the demon's waist, pulling it back into the cage. It screamed, Damn it, damn it! The demons cursed, You're a woman, yet you're helping men. How foolish. After the three demons were trapped, Lin Mo was finally able to move again.
Impressive. The attack combo of the headless demon and the blood-sucking demon forced the vengeful spirits into the range of the Hell Gatekeeper's skill.
The net was cast perfectly, and the seamless combination of skills was exactly like it was described in the book. He took his sword and approached the cage.
Alright, now it's time to send you on your way. The vengeful demons immediately sealed the demon aura.
The three demons stopped struggling and cried out, We won't accept this.
We don't care.
We were clearly killed by men, so why are we being punished? Lin Mo stopped upon hearing that, remaining silent. The tip of his sword was still pressed tightly against their throats when one of the demons spoke up.
Wait.
It gripped the iron bars of the cage with both hands, tears welling up in its eyes, pleading.
Before you kill us, I want to ask you for a favor. Lin Mo countered, I'm human, you're a demon.
Why should I help you?
Can I offer a secret in exchange?
Another demon pulled its hand back and said, You should have helped her.
Men can't be trusted. That's true, in the end, we're all going to die.
She clenched the iron bars tightly and screamed, As long as I can take revenge, I'll do whatever it takes. Lin Mo looked at her, stunned, unsure of what to say.
After a moment, his resolve softened, and he asked, Tell me first, what do you want me to help with? The demon, consumed by its obsession, cried uncontrollably and struggled to speak. "You killed us!" Her voice rang out in agony, and it was the owner of the swimming pool. 3 months ago, the owner had harassed the pool's cleaning staff, targeting the single girls who came to swim. He would grab them by the neck, ignoring their desperate wriggling as their legs flailed helplessly in the air, unable to escape. After a while, their movements grew slower and eventually ceased altogether. In the end, the girl was trampled to death, and it was covered up as a drowning incident. She died unjustly, full of resentment. At this point, the two vengeful demons, tears streaming down their faces, hugged each other tightly and said, "That girl was me. I was the second victim of theirs." Another demon, standing closest to the bars, whispered, "I'm a reporter." Clutching the bars with both hands, it continued, "It wasn't easy to uncover the truth. Delivering the evidence to the security bureau, but the investigator they called from the bureau was the boss's younger brother." At that moment, his grip loosened slightly, trembling uncontrollably due to emotion, and added, "Finally, I can escape this calamity." The image of the security bureau investigator and the cleaning staff being blinded to death, along with the tone turning cold, obsession transforming into a ghost. "We killed all the men who humiliated us." Moreover, the face of the ghost of obsession suddenly darkened, one of his eyes turning blood red, and continued, "That bald guy, he's lucky. He wasn't there that day." The two corpses of the wrongdoers collapsed before him, and she continued to accuse him of wrongdoing. He flinched, then dared not step near the pool again. Then, the old man quickly fled. While two of the three ghosts of obsession were dazed, not paying attention to what was happening behind them. After hearing this, Lin Mo gently placed his finger on his chin, furrowing his brow, and softly murmured, "I understand now, you want me to bring the boss here, and then allow you to take your revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost of obsession, gripping the iron bars with both hands, shouted with certainty, "Exactly, why should we die so miserably? Meanwhile, the boss is living freely outside. We can't accept this." Meanwhile, a Shu and Muyuan Ching, standing on one side, appeared furious and spoke up. "The security bureau is nothing good. That damned boss is no better than an animal." Immediately, a few comments appeared on the live stream screen. "The security bureau treats lives like grass. It's a shame I ever trusted them. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it." Three girls, in the prime of their youth, beautiful and delicate like flowers in jade, yet they were brutally murdered like this. "It makes my heart ache with anger. I can understand other kinds of pain, but the pain in the kidneys must surely be because you've damaged your kidneys. It cannot be ignored. No matter what, I must report this boss." "Report the boss? Aren't you afraid the safety bureau will handle you as well?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo slowly made his conditions. "This isn't difficult, but first, you must let me hear your secret to see if it's worth it." The reply came in a cold, low voice, her face darkening. "Then let me tell you a secret. At 10 p.m. 3 days from now, Demon Realm Nanshan will break through the siege from all directions, intending to crush the military defenses of Province Nation and escape." This statement made all three of Lin Mo's team tense up more than ever. They stood still, not moving an inch. Then, the voice of the vengeful spirit echoed once again. "Demon Realm Nanshan's third demon will lead 10,000 demons through the northern slope of Ling Ling City." At this moment, her face was drenched in cold sweat as she slowly added, "There will be at least 20,000 local civilians and 5,000 surviving people from Demon Ceiling. They definitely won't have time to retreat. They will all die. The death of the surviving people from Demon Ceiling is nothing to Province Nation. But they certainly wouldn't want to witness the tragic deaths of the local civilians." On the other side, Lin Mo was still deep in his thoughts. The master spoke, "Province Nation uses the surviving civilians from Demon Ceiling as human shields outside the city. So when the demons arrive, won't they be the first to die?" Meanwhile, the vengeful demon tightly gripped the bar, furrowing his brow in anger as he shouted, "As long as you share this news with the safety department, you'll definitely earn great merit. What about this secret? Is it enough for you to help me?
Lin Mo, then, put on a very smug expression, appreciating the information she had provided. I agreed with her that I would lure the boss here. With my hands shaking, gripping the sword until veins popped out, I continued with this demon tide.
This time, I was certain I had to act.
I couldn't help but think back to the unfortunate lives I had seen before, whispering to myself, not for Province Nation, but for the people of the wind. A chicken-colored egg, 2 years of free time for the stew, holding a basketball in my hand and speaking. Because the two of them, Lin Mo, had defeated the vengeful demon, they would fulfill their promise by performing a little routine. With excitement, they tossed the item in their hands aside, turned their backs to the audience, and began reading, "The older sister slays demons just because she's so beautiful. Other demons still have to pose and preen, but the older sister kills demons without saying a word, turning back to dance to the music, simply because she's so beautiful. No demon is anything at all. In 1 second, she turns them into the demon king of the underworld, and they are filled with despair. The dream of infiltrating the human city is crushed, simply because she's so beautiful." The author then commented, "I bet you're reading this," before flashing a smile that was devoid of humanity. 2 short skirts were carelessly tossed down onto the ground, one meant for a maid and the other for a high school girl. Someone was slowly putting on a blue t-shirt, fitting it to their slender body. Then, Lin Mo threw on her oversized coat and announced, "Sister, you and Ashu go and bring the boss here." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuanqing's face contorted with anger, slightly frowning, and replied firmly, "Even if I don't take action, I still want to kill him." But Ashu still didn't seem ready to stand, his stance firmly rooted to the ground, holding him back, waiting.
Lin Mo, do you want to kill him yourself?
Immediately, Lin Mo gave a succinct reply in his serious tone, "There's a cause for every grievance."
He continued to look at the 3 vengeful spirits, still angrily sitting in their cage, then added, "The boss will naturally leave them to us."
He glanced briefly at Ashu and said, "This way, neither of us will be considered to have broken the law. The Safety Bureau won't be able to touch us." As soon as he finished speaking, his face lit up with excitement. He clenched his fist in approval, praising, "This idea isn't bad." He then exchanged serious words with Mu Yuanqing, "Of course, the 2 of us alone aren't enough, we still need sister's help." Upon hearing this, she didn't hesitate, giving a thumbs up with a satisfied smile, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. In a different scene, the owner of Shui Fengpool was sitting cross-legged, smoking a cigarette when a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out.
"These 3 demons are really difficult to deal with."
It turned out that Ashu and Lin Mo had come out together, chatting and laughing.
"Is that so? Didn't we still chop them into vengeful souls with our blades? Today's harvest is definitely not bad." The scene quickly caught the attention of the owner of Shui Fengpool, causing him to hurriedly throw his cigarette onto the ground, stand up joyfully, and with a wide grin, he exclaimed loudly, "Young sirs, have the demons been dealt with?" Instantly, Lin Mo raised the 3 demon pearls in his hand in response. Of course. These 3 evil spirit-grade demon pearls were just harvested, still fresh. Hearing this, the owner of Shui Fengpool was overjoyed, praising, "Excellent."
Immediately, Lin Mo quickly extended his hand and asked the other party,
"Boss, where is the money we agreed upon?"
But he deliberately turned away, half closing his eyes and drumming his fingers, saying, "What's the hurry? What if the ghost isn't dead yet? Isn't that just convenient for you guys?" As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Mo's face immediately darkened, turning pale, with not a drop of blood to be seen. While the boss of Shui Feng's swimming pool was walking, it seemed like he remembered something, turning around with a face covered in sweat, trembling, and asking, "Or maybe you 2 want to go in first and take a look?" But Ashu and Lin Mo showed some disdain, both mocking him, leaving him stunned. How could a big man like him have such a weak will, speaking so quietly like a girl? Then another voice echoed, "Don't insult women, he's even more cowardly than a mouse." This made the boss of Shui Feng's swimming pool's face turn even darker, and he fell silent. Lone thought to himself, "You guys just wait for me." After a while, Ashu and Lin Mo went ahead, leaving him alone behind, on alert, shrinking and carefully looking around in every direction. The scene ahead was pitch black and silent, with no one else but the three of them. At this moment, the boss of Shui Feng's swimming pool finally relaxed, feeling pleased, and sneered.
Finally, we killed the evil spirit.
Then, Lin Mo immediately reminded him.
100,000 per person, don't forget to pay us.
He furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth, still wanting the money.
Young people these days are so greedy, still wanting the money. Do you want me to report you two to the safety bureau at your school?
Hearing this, Lin Mo's face suddenly darkened, his smile becoming stiff.
He whispered. Fine, if you don't pay, then we won't kill the ghost.
Then he secretly smirked, thinking to himself, as expected, he was just a piece of trash. As soon as the words were spoken, the owner of the swimming pool, Shui Feng, turned his head and looked back, asking in confusion.
What? The ghost isn't dead anymore?
Hastily, he stood in front of the two people, questioning.
You lied to me, the ghost isn't dead.
At this point, Shu and Lin Mo slowly took a few steps back, calmly asking.
Didn't you lie to us? Despite his extreme panic, stammering. You.
Meanwhile, Lin Mo slightly furrowed his brow, his face full of murderous intent, and quietly ordered.
Enough. Then, 3 vengeful spirits appeared from the sky.
The swimming pool owner, Shui Feng, still unaware, trembled and asked.
What are you doing stepping back?
Suddenly, he heard a resentful voice, tinged with anger, from behind, which made him horrified, causing him to turn around and shout. You've harmed us so terribly, today you will pay with your life. Then, all 3 of them simultaneously moved forward, surrounding him, with massive strands of hair flying through the air, pressing against him. The hair slowly floated towards him, brushing against his face, making Shui Feng panic more and more, tears welling up in his eyes as he pleaded.
Save me, please save me.
But the hair wound tightly around his head and sealed his mouth, making it impossible for him to speak clearly. Then, his body was ruthlessly thrown toward the swimming pool, his arms and legs bound so tightly that he couldn't move. At this moment, he displayed an extremely confused expression, thinking to himself.
It's over.
Suddenly, another vengeful spirit appeared behind him, looking at him with a mocking tone and said.
Your death day has come.
The color drained from his face, and he was left pale, bloodless. He screamed in terror.
Save me, please save me. But Lin Mo, standing on the shore, calmly sighed and responded. I haven't gotten the money yet, so I'm afraid I can't comply.
Hearing this, the owner of the swimming pool, Shui Feng, desperately used all his strength to struggle, offering a deal.
I have money.
This golden watch could sell for 70 to 80,000.
If you save me, I'll give it to you.
As soon as the words finished, Lin Mo immediately grabbed the most valuable item the other person had just thrown to him. The system promptly sent a notification congratulating the host for receiving 100 excitement points.
He wiped the watch dry while wearing a wicked expression and added, Are you stupid? If you die, this watch won't belong to me anymore?
Upon hearing this, the swimming pool owner, Shui Feng, who was still persistently fixated on the water, coughed a few times, angrily swearing, Damn it! You're colluding with demons, this is a serious crime, you will be judged by the safety bureau. Another notification popped up, congratulations to the host for receiving 300 excitement points. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Shu began acting as if they had nothing to do with the situation.
Lin Mo said, The person who threw me into the pool isn't in cahoots with demons, right? It's not, is it? He went into the pool on his own and got attacked by a wild demon.
At the same time, the swimming pool owner, Shui Feng, who was drinking water noisily, tried to raise his head to argue, but when I went in, you intentionally released the demons to kill me, that's also a serious crime.
So, Lin Mo turned to ask Mu Yuanqing, you only released them intentionally, right?
Mu Yuanqing replied with self-blame, just now my spiritual energy was exhausted, which allowed those 3 vengeful spirits to escape by chance.
It was definitely not intentional.
After hearing this, Lin Mo ground his teeth in fury, trembling as he looked at the swimming pool owner, Shui Feng, and growled, Did you hear that?
The vengeful spirits escaped, it wasn't intentional.
I warn you not to speak nonsense, or I'll accuse you of slander. However, the other party remained enraged, continuing to curse, damn it.
You're colluding with demons.
At that moment, the system notification appeared again, congratulations to the host for receiving 500 excitement points. As soon as the words were finished, Lin Mo immediately put on a righteous expression, turned towards his teammates, and seriously demanded, "Who said we harmed him? A shoe, sister, let's go save him quickly." Then, he rushed forward, feigning determination, and shouted loudly, "Damn ghost, I'll fight you." But as they got closer, the three of them pretended to be weak and cried out, causing the ghost of obsession, who was holding the prey in place, to become confused and motionless. Then, they were struck by an invisible force and thrown backward, crying out in pain for show. Afterward, Lin Mo struggled to steady himself, exhausted as he got up and said, "The ghost of obsession became so strong when it saw him, we couldn't fight back."
A gloomy voice then echoed, along with the sight of Mu Yuanqing's group starting their dramatic performance, crying miserably.
A shoe lay motionless on the ground, some were wiping their tears, others were making gestures of worship. "I can't do it anymore. This ghost is too strong. A shoe, you died so tragically." Meanwhile, netizens watching the live stream from behind their screens kept sending hearts non-stop, with glowing comments appearing, "I'm dying of laughter.
Oscar is missing an important award for them.
So funny, guys. The safety regulation of the Demon Master says that if you see someone die and don't save them, you'll be punished. But this big brother wants to save him but can't, no problem at all."
Some even took screenshots. The bald boss didn't get killed by the ghost, he probably died from anger. Well done.
On the other side, countless long, twisting locks of hair were tightening around the throat of the swimming pool boss. Shui Feng made him struggle to say a few words. "No, I don't want to die." Just as he was about to continue with another no, sharp, sweetly cutting slashes suddenly appeared densely, cutting his body into several pieces of flesh that floated on the surface of the pool, witnessed by the three ghosts of obsession. A while later, the obsession vanished, the demonic bodies dissipated, and the three girls transformed into human forms, flying up into the sky, waving goodbye, their eyes filled with tears. One of them spoke up to thank everyone, then transformed into three small blue pearls before the eyes of Lin Mo and the others, unhesitatingly flying toward his open palm, ready to receive them. That miraculous scene was witnessed by the streamer, who felt a surge of excitement and shouted loudly while still holding her phone, "This is so satisfying. Punishing those bastards, they are the light of righteousness." Suddenly, a group of students from Lin Feng Academy appeared out of nowhere, angrily pointing forward and shouting, "Who are you? Daring to steal our mission?"
Lin Mo, who was standing right opposite them, was immediately drawn in. His gaze swept over quickly, and then he calmly raised his hand, sneering and asking, "Steal the mission?
How can a student's matter be called stealing?
We are all demon masters. You kill demons, I kill demons, isn't it all for the people?"
Upon hearing this, two other students from Lin Feng Academy couldn't hold back any longer and whispered to each other, their faces showing great displeasure. "Stealing our mission and still talking so smoothly. The demon pearls of these three evil spirits are worth quite a bit." At this moment, the leader of the students from Lin Feng Academy quickly fell silent, then spoke up, "Be sensible and hand over the demon pearls. Otherwise, you won't be leaving this pool alive." Immediately, Lin Mo refused to back down, putting on a resolute expression, gritting his teeth as he raised his hand, which was glowing with tattoos, and asked, "What's the matter? You want to fight?" But the opponents still showed no signs of fear. Instead, they sneered derisively, "5 talented demons, very good. But coincidentally, we have 10 people, 8 lower-level demon masters, and 3 third-level demon masters.
You certainly won't be leaving here."
Dun Mu Yuanqing, the demon master, stood in front of the 2 members of the team, suddenly speaking sternly.
"Are you sure you want to fight us?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, the student, felt a bit anxious, sweating. A 5th-level demon master could easily take on 5 or 6 of them, but he couldn't back down.
He loudly replied, "Who are you really?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yuanqing went silent, slowly squinting his eyes as he introduced himself.
"A worthless person, Sun Niao from Shui Feng."
She also knew how to play her part, pretending to cough and saying,
Sun Lili from Shuefeng.
This left the students from Linfeng Academy somewhat surprised. So, they were from the Sun family of Shuefeng.
No wonder they were so arrogant.
Sun Miao, they had heard of before, was one of the top 20 from Shuefeng. You may have the Sun family as your backing, but I also have my own backing. Today, since you're taking this mission, I, Shuefeng, will make sure you pay the price.
Lin Mo could only politely respond.
Sun Miao, always at your service. Then, he finally instructed the rest of his classmates to leave, leaving Shuan himself behind to think it over.
Shuefeng is from the Chu family of Pure Wind Pavilion.
Pure Wind Pavilion, the Qinglu? Immediately, Mu Yuan Cheng approached and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, happily replying. Pure Wind Pavilion is the second largest assassin organization in Jiang Province, ranked just below Cold Wind Pavilion, your elder brother's group. At this point, it seemed like he had realized something. Pointing at himself, he continued.
Isn't that simple?
If Pure Wind Pavilion dares to cause trouble for me, I'll just give them your elder brother's name and see if they still dare to touch me. Outside, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was golden. The conversation between Mu Yuan Cheng and Lin Mo still showed no signs of ending, so the situation remained uncertain.
Don't you believe that if junior brother is in trouble, he would care?
A moment later, all three were sitting on the back of the bloodsucker demon, who was gaining speed to take off.
She gently warned. Hold on tight.
Leaving behind the streamer who was calling and chasing after them, looking at the group flying far ahead, she stood on the ground, raised her phone, and asked helplessly.
Where is everyone going?
Then, she sighed and looked at the screen, pouting and muttering in a low voice. They just left, and half of the people in my room have already gone. Immediately, a blue-slippered foot pressed firmly on the pedal of Min's personal bicycle, with an extremely determined tone.
All right.
The streamer, her hair loose and wearing revealing clothes, pedaled her bike while speaking.
I absolutely must find these three people so my room isn't raided again.
Meanwhile, the three people, Lin Mo, were grabbing missions all around Ling Ling City. They had already completed 3 mission points and were heading toward another one.
Specifically, the gaming point task and the singing point task.
In an underground basement beneath Century City, 2 demons turned their heads toward the wall, intensely focusing on doing something with their hands. After a moment, they suddenly turned their heads and looked back. One of them had its mouth wide open, with fresh blood dripping from it, while the one beside it stuck out its long, disgusting tongue as if trying to scare someone. Immediately, Lin Mo and Shu each grabbed a sharp sword.
With a single swing, they severed their heads, blood splattering everywhere, before calmly turning and walking away.
Just as they had obtained 2 demon pearls from the corpse-eating demon, they had not yet left when a group of people blocked their way.
Enraged, one of them shouted, "Who are you? Are you trying to steal our demon mission? You want to die?"
This created a chaotic scene with people running and others chasing after them.
Shuefeng, I only took a few of your demon pearls, and that's me giving you face. If you have the guts, don't run, Shuefeng, right? Don't let me see you again.
Meanwhile, the system had already recorded the result, congratulating the host for earning 100 excitement points. At Huling Park, Lin Mo quickly obtained 2 demon pearls from the drowned ghosts, feeling a bit excited. I won't change my name, and I won't change my family name either, he muttered to himself. Shuefeng from Linfeng Academy, along with 2 others in the distance, was genuinely frustrated, holding their heads in irritation.
That was clearly our mission, they said, annoyed.
Even at the Baihua Mall, Haiyashu was using his sword to slice through the neck of a demon, blood gushing everywhere. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to introduce, that's Chu Feng's work.
If you're not satisfied, go to Linfeng Academy and deal with him. The people present were left speechless after hearing this.
On the trending search page today, a post received a few comments as follows: that kid Shuefeng, if you have the guts, don't close your eyes when you sleep tonight.
You actually snatched the mission in Huling City. Brothers, let's go and beat him up for me. What kind of trash student is the academy head training? Give me back the demon pearls. How should we assess Chu Feng's unethical behavior?
These words made Chu Feng sneeze repeatedly, muttering to himself, "It must be Sun Miao who's framing me." The scene of the crematorium and the stillness of the night, gradually emptying, appeared before them. Lin Mo led the way, walking slowly forward while constantly scanning left and right, observing. At this moment, as sweat beads dripped down his face, he asked, "The mission is over, why is it so quiet here?" Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the pitch-black room. Lin Mo frowned slightly and urgently urged, "Let's go, the mission at the crematorium might not be over yet." Inside, the two girls were horrified, watching as the man was surrounded by a blaze of golden fire. All three were terrified, screaming in panic. "You're lying on the ground, trying to crawl little by little with your hands, begging for help, asking someone to save you." The two girls could only shout their own names loudly before falling silent, lying flat on the ground, enduring in silence. They stood motionless, unable to move, stunned by the terrifying scene that had just unfolded. One of them cried for help, tears welling up in her eyes. One was filled with hatred, the other trying to remain calm, facing the damned demon. "I'll risk my life to fight you." Calmly, calculating based on Zhao Jian's strength, he was sure there was more than just a burning ghost. "If you keep going like this, you'll die." As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Mo stepped inside and continued. "Wait, what's going on here?" Upon hearing this, one of the girls quickly asked, "Who are you?" but did not receive any direct answer. Lin Mo simply added, "We're here to help. Quickly, tell us what's happening." Then, one girl, with braided hair, looking a bit shy, raised her hand and spoke with her head down, answering with the information she had. "There's a burning ghost in this crematorium. But when we tried to open the furnace to see, we don't know why, but we got sucked in." After that, she didn't finish her sentence, and the drawer door was suddenly pulled in by itself, without any external force acting on it. Seeing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brows, speculating. This is the burning ghost. Cremation is supposed to burn the dead, so how could a burning ghost appear here? A Shu, who was standing beside him, unexpectedly answered the question seriously. If the crematorium burns people alive, then there might be ghosts that die from the flames. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately could not comprehend how ruthless and cruel a person must be to do such a thing. Then, he recalled the cheerful tone and gestures of La Chang. "I went to the crematorium on a mission. If you're free, you can come by and give us some pointers." This made Lin Mo ask again, "By the way, do you have someone named La Chang?" Immediately, one of the two people who had requested help quickly pointed to the crematorium over there and replied, "He's in that crematorium." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo continued to inquire, his tone turning more serious. "Is he also dead?" As soon as he finished speaking, a hand and a terrified scream suddenly pierced through the dark, ominous night. Along with it was the figure of a young man surrounded by flames, running in pain and shouting in panic, "It's too hot, it's too hot." After a moment, the drawer slowly closed. Meanwhile, La Cheng kept waving his sleeves while shouting loudly. "If it weren't for me being cautious, I would have been burned to a crisp by now." One of the two who had requested help responded to La Cheng. "You're fine, that's a relief." Lin Mo immediately gave a thumbs up, praising. "Such skill, and you didn't get burned to death." This caused the other person to be somewhat startled and call out loudly, "Mr. Mu." Then both of them awkwardly greeted each other, as Mr. Mu waved his hand dismissively, distancing himself from La Chang. La Chang began to approach. "We meet again." Mr. Mu replied, "Stay away, you're all bones. Just looking at you is disgusting." Which was true. Suddenly, one of Lin Mo's eyeballs turned bright red, and with a serious expression, he ordered, "Activate Blood Eye." Immediately, a continuous stream of red light emanated, allowing him to see through any object without obstruction. At once, Lin Mo easily saw inside, a charred corpse of a demon sitting cross-legged in the center, arrogantly, and a greedy demon curled up in the corner. His brows slightly furrowed as his voice rang out, "Inside, there's not only a charred demon but also a greedy demon." Upon hearing this, La Cheng quickly confirmed, "That's right, the greedy demon manifests wealth and jewels. As long as you gaze at it for more than 2 seconds, you'll be sucked into it. I was just pulled in like that earlier." Then, an earth-shattering piece of news came from the 2 girls in La Cheng's group. Zhao Jian was dead. If these demons aren't killed, he won't be able to die in peace, causing him to exclaim in confusion, "What?" He then turned to Lin Mo, urgently pleading and offering conditions, "Mr. Mu, please help us. As long as you avenge us, I will give you all of our rewards, including the demon pearl on my body." But Lin Mo turned to Mu Yuan Cheng and called out to her, "There are demons here." Before he could finish, she yawned and walked away, cutting him off, "No evil spirits here. You two have done enough. I'm a bit sleepy now, I'm going to take a nap first." At that, the girl with braided hair became a little anxious and quickly stopped him. "No, these demons here are very dangerous. They're only at the 5th level demon master. Do you think a 2nd level demon master can kill them?" Meanwhile, La Cheng was still trying to calm everyone down, using his hand to block. "No, trust Mr. Mu." Lin Mo said little, only gently turning his head, his eyes lighting up as he looked behind, whispering, "Look closely." As he continuously slammed into the drawer's lid, he ordered seriously and confidently, "Come out." Before Lin Mo's eyes, countless gold, silver, and jewels appeared, shining and dazzling, beautiful to the point of disorienting his mind. It was as though he had been hypnotized by their power. His gaze and tone became dazed, with a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. So much money, he thought to himself, this gold and silver is so tempting. If it were real, that would be great. Meanwhile, the greedy demon immediately appeared, waiting and counting the seconds. Then, she clung to Lin Mo, her face full of glee, her mischievous smile counting 2 seconds. She was almost about to reach her goal. The greedy demon quickly embraced his face, continuing to chant slowly, "I." However, before the word could leave her lips, her eyes widened in shock, her face dripping with sweat. She saw Lin Mo flash a smile full of murderous intent, his mouth open to reveal sharp fangs, overwhelmed by the pain of being repelled. The greedy demon was thrown back uncontrollably by a force, and in her panic, she could only cry out, "What the hell is this?" Next, a Shu raised his sharp sword and swung it, beheading her in one swift motion. Blood gushed out in a stream. When they saw her head roll across the floor, La Cheng's group was extremely excited, cheering, "We've killed a ghost general, the revenge is so satisfying." On the other side, the fire ghost, unknowing of its own limits, charged forward in fury, spitting fire at Lin Mo and cursing, "Damn it, I'll risk everything to fight you." Having said that, he immediately shot a strong stream of fire out of the furnace. Fortunately, both the Shu and he were able to react in time, quickly dodging to the sides. After that, Lin Mo put on a stern face, grabbed his sword, and with green flames surrounding him, charged forward while saying, "I won't let you harm anyone in there." Lin Mo swung his sword down, unleashing the soul-sealing slash. Instantly, several powerful beams of golden light tore through the air, leaving the burning ghost stunned, his eyes wide open in shock, his mouth hanging in disbelief, before vanishing from his sight in the dense white smoke that enveloped Lin Mo. A moment later, as the smoke and dust began to dissipate, the figure of the burning ghost appeared once again, standing proudly and motionless. Then, he resumed using his signature technique, the corpse burning flames, to attack his opponent. The flames spiraled together, forming an incredibly powerful and unprecedented strike. The burning ghost continuously opened his wide mouth, showing his jagged, broken teeth, and unleashed the corpse burning fire in his assault. It seemed that he had summoned all his strength to spew a hot, fiery stream towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly dodged the scalding heat, stepping aside and commanding sharply, "A Shu, strike." The burning ghost was so stunned that his mouth hung open, his body frozen in place, unable to move. Before he could even regain his senses, a dark figure appeared, raising a scythe, preparing to strike. It turns out a Shu was standing on the ground, raising his hand, and loudly saying, "Summon demon shadow." Afterward, the burning ghost's head unexpectedly detached from his body, blood splattering everywhere in the air, before falling freely to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth hadn't even closed yet. Done. From where did the name Burned Death Demon with the level of evil spirit come from? It slowly crawled to the motionless body, loudly calling for the old man. Then it stood up, summoned a huge flame surrounding its body, and angrily shouted, "You dare!" Its mouth opened wide, revealing a set of pure white teeth, and its red eye screamed, "I want you to pay with your lives, die, all of you die for me." At that moment, Lin Mo hurriedly grabbed Ashu's t-shirt, pulling him while sternly saying, "This is bad, the Burn Death Demon skill is about to charge up, run." Fortunately, when he and the others from La Cheng jumped out of the high floor of the crematorium, that was the same moment when the flames burst out from the windows, so no one got hurt. After a while, they all looked at the scene before them. Suddenly, Ashu and one of the two girls unexpectedly spoke up asking for help. "The demon is gone. Just one more second and we would have been burned to ashes like Zhao Jian." Luckily Lin Mo reminded us. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Mo turned and teased when he saw her hair suddenly become curly, free perm, causing her to chuckle dryly and continue, "What time is it now, and you're still messing around?" Meanwhile, the other girl, who was also there, looked somewhat worried, sweat beading on her face. The teacher had said that the Burn Death Demon is a long-range sorcerer, and to deal with it, one should use a contracted demon with longer range attacks or break through its skill range and approach to attack. She wondered if they should try a long-range attack. After speaking, Lin Mo immediately touched these two fingers to the other hand and quickly summoned Ghost Arrow. At once, it followed its master's command, swiftly drawing the bow and shooting an arrow at the burning evil spirit hovering in the high window frame. But unfortunately, it missed the target, instead giving the enemy a chance to quickly jump and dodge with agility. Seeing this, one of the two girls spoke up, "Help me." Then she continued with a stern voice, "Summon the swamp demon, imprison it." As soon as her words ended, a wet green body appeared, opening its mouth wide and spewing a mass of slimy liquid towards the burning evil spirit. This time, the attack finally hit the target, without any effort or advanced skills required. While the enemy hovered in the air, its body quickly dropped and sat motionless on the ground. Lin Mo immediately seized the opportunity and pointed, commanding the ghost archer, "Shoot the arrow." 3 sharp arrows then cut through the air like lightning, too fast for anyone to see clearly. However, the burning evil spirit was able to react in time, using its second skill, the fire shield, to protect itself and avoid being hit. The burning evil spirit crouched behind the fire shield, frowned, and sneered, "What a joke. The fire shield reduces 90% of physical damage. You only managed to kill my old man because you ambushed him. If it's a direct confrontation, you're no match for me." But Lin Mo, standing across from him, revealed one red eye, calmly continuing to calculate, "If physical damage is reduced, then we'll use true damage." Upon hearing this, the burning demon felt a moment of surprise, his mouth hanging open as he uttered a blood curse. "You're a level 2 demon master and yet you've activated the third skill of the red-eyed demon." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers, excitedly replying, "That's nothing special." After a while, when the time came, Lin Mo and his group caused the person in front of them to explode. A thick cloud of white smoke appeared instantly, shrouding a corner of the sky. Then, the burning demon, lying motionless on the ground, had his eyes wide open and mouth agape, staring in a daze, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, La Chang and the girl wearing glasses expressed their gratitude, beaming with joy as they said, "That's great, well done," without noticing the figure in black rushing toward them from behind. It was the shadow demon, flying toward them at top speed, its eyes glaring and shouting loudly, "Where did this kid come from, daring to cause trouble in my territory?" The sound was so loud that everyone panicked, turning their heads to see the demon, but Ashu showed no fear, gripping the sword at his back and saying, "Lin Mo, leave this one to me." Suddenly, someone sitting on the ground spat out a huge flame while shouting loudly, "No!" Luckily, Lin Mo had warned him, so Ashu managed to dodge just in time, avoiding an undeserved strike. "Ashu, be careful." The blazing golden fire then sped toward the shadow demon. Before it could react, the fire hit, causing it to panic, eyes wide and mouth open in shock, quickly burning away. No matter how much it screamed in agony, its body was still consumed by the flames. In just a few seconds, not long after, its body turned completely black and lay sprawled on the ground, smoking, as everyone looked on. Seeing this, The two girls raised a somewhat perplexing request for help, each speaking in turn.
Weren't they cooperating and scheming together to do evil? Why did the burned-to-death demon kill its own people before dying? Lin Mo couldn't suppress Min's curiosity and added.
That fireball of yours just now was aimed at the greedy demon.
He then received a difficult response from the other side. That's right.
I'm about to die, and I don't want that rebellious brat to live either. Hearing this, he was still confused and asked again.
Aren't you all from the same family? What's going on? Tell me.
The burned-to-death demon immediately sighed and continued.
Those two greedy demons are my son and daughter-in-law.
When they were alive, they stole all the money I and my wife had saved. I remember the family photo of the four of us, placed on the table, shattered into pieces. Just thinking about the extremely unjust death of my wife and me, he said, to seize the last room left for us, they pushed us into the cremation furnace and burned us alive. Then, the burned-to-death demon slowly added. The resentment in my heart and my wife's is very hard to dissipate.
The ghostly aura in the cremation furnace was heavy, which turned us into burned-to-death demons.
That very night, we killed that rebellious son and his wife. At this moment, he was still lying on the ground, his voice weak. We never expected the greed of these two scoundrels to be so great, absorbing the ghostly aura from the cremation furnace, and turning into greedy demons. Fortunately, the greedy demon couldn't fight us. We gave them a good beating and forced them to lure people for us. Hearing this, Lin Mo subtly pointed the tip of his sword to the ground in mockery. Truly a family where the father is strict and the son is filial. He furrowed his brow and explained. I fully sympathize with what you have gone through, but killing others recklessly is simply wrong. Then, the long-haired girl standing next to him also spoke up. Even if someone lives a virtuous life, once they become a ghost, they will inevitably have thoughts of killing. This is the nature of a ghost, so either a contract must be made to suppress their lingering thoughts, or they must be killed.
However, Lin Mo quickly retorted.
While holding a demon pearl in his hand, he smiled slyly.
I don't think like you. I killed them simply because of the demon pearl, do you understand?
La Cheng then swiftly presented 2 hands full of colorful demon pearls, unhesitatingly agreeing.
Right, well said.
You killed the burning ghost to avenge my brothers, and all the demon pearls belong to you. Lin Mo happily cupped the mountain of demon pearls in his palms and grinned.
Well then, I won't be polite.
Mu Yuan Cheng appeared from nowhere, yawning as she said. Younger brother, everyone is making a huge fuss just over dealing with a low-level evil spirit. He turned around and, with a joyful expression, asked his sister.
Are you not asleep yet?
He received Mu Yuan Cheng's response and saw her reach into her pocket, searching for something, clearly disturbed by the noise.
Go find a hotel, I want to sleep. Hearing this, Lin Mo quickly asked his sister. Can we go to the northern suburbs of Lingling City first?
While seriously thinking about a few matters, he continued. If the intel about the ghost's obsession at the pool is correct, when the demon tide hits, over 5,000 people in the demon sealing waters will definitely die. I want to evacuate the civilians there. After speaking, he stood still in front of Mu Yuan Cheng, immediately clenching his fists, and she had no choice but to agree in the dark night.
Okay, I'll follow you then. In the northern outskirts of Lingling, the sight of countless small, dilapidated houses gradually emerged. Lin Mo looked around in all directions, observing and sighing, is this where the people of Demon Sealing live?
After walking for a while, he came across the sight of Liu, who was covered in dirt, running and playing happily, and accidentally bumping her head into Lin Mo's leg. She let out a cry, an unconscious action that made him a little worried, and he quickly reminded her, be careful. Afterward, Liu quickly asked in a childish tone. Who are you all? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo pointed at himself and replied. We're travelers. While Ashu remained silent, Liu furrowed her brow tightly, clenched her hands into fists, and shouted loudly. You're lying. Here, apart from the locals and the fierce soldiers, no one paid any attention, which surprised Lin Mo a bit. He quietly praised her. You're quite clever. Then, looking down at her pale, bare feet, he asked. But why aren't you wearing shoes? Immediately, Liu replied angrily, her eyes sharp as a knife. Isn't it because your people from the Zhou nation destroyed our homeland? The people of Demon Ceiling are taken as slaves here, we don't have shoes like you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo's face became sad, his beard lowering as he looked down. After a while, he gently touched Liu's face to comfort her. Not necessarily, one day, everyone will be able to wear clothes as well as I do. The little girl immediately asked in response, really? Suddenly, a different voice shouted loudly, Sister, don't believe him. It was Li Feng, wearing only a sleeveless top, standing in front of her sister, angrily shouting, the people of Zhou are very deceitful. What is your real intention in coming here? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo calmly raised his thumb to the sky, cheerfully praising and defending the girl. Very righteous indeed. But I still have to ask, where are your parents? Why aren't they here? While Li Feng did not change her attitude, she gritted her teeth and yelled, you know very well but still ask. They have been gathered to the city wall area. The boy added, free labor to build structures for the people of Zhou. Meanwhile, on the other side, a soldier holding a whip was beating the people of the kingdom of Demon Ceiling, who were toiling in forced labor, while another was guarding a group of others who were carrying heavy loads of earth and stones. Soon, one of them, unfortunately, was struck by a ruthless soldier who whipped him a few times, scolding him as he hurriedly tried to move faster, in great pain. On the other side, an old man, frail and trembling, still struggled to lift a large stone up high, feeling dizzy from exhaustion. Suddenly, the rope unexpectedly snapped, causing the man to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The huge stone also fell directly down, landing on his prone body. Meanwhile, frantic cries echoed, be careful, the stone is about to fall. One by one, Lin Mo kneeled on his broad chest. The sorcerer, demon diva, demon martial disciple, and devil's extreme hurriedly flew up high. Immediately, all 5 of his subordinates quickly braced the enormous stone, which was wrapped in ropes, to the astonishment of those standing on the ground below. After a brief moment, the object was safely lowered without causing any casualties. At this point, Lin Moingongh stood among his demons, slipping one hand into his pocket, and inquired, are you all right, sir? Upon seeing him, the other party stammered, exclaiming, You are. He pointed while showing a look of disbelief, slightly furrowing his brow, and continued, Ida, the crown prince. Upon hearing this, the people of the kingdom of Demon Ceiling became excited, quickly turning around and saying, it's really the crown prince. The crown prince, you didn't die. As expected, the crown prince has come to save the people of Demon Ceiling. Then, a soldier, witnessing the chaos, aimed his gun at them, shouting, what's all this shouting about? Didn't the crown prince Ida die? I think these commoners want to rebel. Shoot them. However, he was stopped by the commander, who ordered the soldiers from behind to intervene. Wait, I've heard that there's a prodigy student in Xin High City, much like the crown prince Ida. It might be him. Don't act hastily. This student has Duan Kinkoan behind him. If a riot truly breaks out. His eyes narrowed slightly, his tone cold, showing a sneer as he said, wouldn't it give us the perfect chance to open fire? On the other side, several pairs of legs immediately knelt onto the dry stone ground. They bowed their heads to Lin Mo, who was standing atop the massive stone, and loudly proclaimed, we pay our respects to Ida, the crown prince. You scared him into a state of panic, unconsciously pointing at his face, silently thinking, Ida, he is just like me, I didn't realize how much we resemble each other. I was still in the sights of a gun from another location. At this point, Lin Mo's face turned serious as he continued, if I let the people of Demon Ceiling kneel any longer, I'm afraid the safety department will take me away. He quickly jumped down in front of the eyes of the thousands of people from the kingdom of Demon Ceiling who were kneeling. Then, Lin Mo showed a look of distraction and frustration, pointing at himself and trying to explain, no, I'm not the crown prince. You've mistaken me. When your crown prince died, he was over 30 years old, and I'm only 18. Upon hearing this, they softly wiped away their tears, sobbing. Yes, the crown prince died more than 10 years ago. I was the one who was confused. The crown prince is gone, and no one can save us now. Seeing this, Lin Mo knelt down and softly said, Sir, at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow, a demon tide will pass through here.
While there's still time, we must evacuate everyone.
The other person, still dazed, looked at him with worry in his eyes.
Where can we evacuate to? If the demon tide really comes, they won't let us evacuate.
Lin Mo's face suddenly turned pale upon hearing the words, We are the human shield for the people of Zhou. Then, the elder gently took hold of his hands and continued, Thank you for your kind intentions. You resemble the last crown prince of our country, and your heart is as kind as his. Furrowing his brows tightly, he reminded, You should leave quickly, don't stay here just because of us. However, Lin Mo refused to leave, seriously opposing, No, I definitely won't let everyone here wait for death.
Suddenly, a soldier approached, cracking his whip while cursing, What's this? Why aren't you going to work for him?
But before he could react, a hand tightly grabbed his whip.
It was certainly Lin Mo, shielding the old man.
The people of the kingdom of demons ceiling shouted, Stop!
Immediately, the other side seemed slightly panicked and asked, What do you want? Are you obstructing the work? Do you want to rebel?
Lin Mo stood up forcefully, turned, and walked away, replying, No, I have something more important to announce. Standing among the crowd, Lin Mo didn't hesitate and shouted with all his might, The night after tomorrow, a demon tide will pass through here. All the people of the kingdom of demon ceiling must evacuate to the northern outskirts, or everyone will die.
From the ambush position, the captain shouted with a sharp tone, You say there's a demon tide?
Ridiculous. Our army hasn't received any such report.
Where did you get this information?
He frowned and slapped his hand loudly. If the construction work is delayed, who do you think is responsible for it?
The major demon realms are all under the army's control, so there won't be any demon tide.
If you continue to make threats, I'll have you executed for delaying the construction of the architecture.
Following the order, the soldiers raised their guns and aimed them at Lin Mo, surrounding him.
The shocking event caused rocks and debris to fall incessantly, making it difficult for them to stand.
They looked at each other, asking, What's going on?
Contrary to expectations, a Shu stood on the rampart and shouted with an announcement.
Lin Mo, the demon tide has arrived earlier than expected.
Soon, swarms and hordes of them surged in under the gloomy sky, to the astonishment of everyone. The captain then realized, eyes wide in disbelief. So there really is such a large demon tide, the structures can't hold it back. He panicked and began to flee, running as fast as he could. Brothers, retreat quickly, get to Ling Ling city area.
Meanwhile, Lin Mo was guiding the civilians to safety. Workers, stop what you're doing, the demon tide is here, hurry and run.
The captain rushed forward, cracking his whip repeatedly to clear the path.
He was charging ahead, cursing loudly. Commoners, don't just stand there, get moving.
You're only good for being a meat shield. The workers froze, still in shock, unsure of what was happening, when Lin Mo shouted at them.
Stop standing there.
Hurry back to the tents and bring the children here. He quickly moved, asking a Shu about the situation.
A Shu, how is it?
This structure can probably hold off the demon tide for only about 3 minutes. Lin Mo summoned the demons he had under his control, preparing for battle. If they could hold them off for a while, it would give them some time to survive. The demon tide, using their sharp claws, had already begun climbing the ramparts, chaotic and growling with their terrifying red eyes. Demon martial disciples and Dai Ji surged forward as soon as they received the order from Lin Mo, ensuring not a single demon was spared. As one batch of demons was slaughtered, another climbed up, their numbers overwhelming, relentlessly charging forward like an unyielding wave of cockroaches that never die.
A bloated ghoul let out a resounding growl.
It charged toward the wall of the fortress, with other demons eagerly watching its advance. A Shu tensed up at the onslaught. Lin Mo said, The structure is about to collapse completely.
We need to retreat.
An explosion rang out, and a large section of the fortress wall was breached. The soldiers, panicked, could only watch as the demon tide attacked, like hungry foxes trapped in a snare, their eyes wide, growling and charging forward. A stampede of terrified people surged, trampling each other as they fled, their screams echoing. The wall has been breached. Run! Lin Mo shouted, urging those behind him to hurry. Sir, please move faster. The demon tide is right behind us. Our legs can't keep up. We're too old to run anymore. You need to hurry, go. We're old and about to die. If we can help you, the young ones of the demon sealing nation, escape, we will consider it a blessing. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo made up his mind. He couldn't let the people of the demon sealing nation perish here. He firmly proposed, Ashu, you take the elderly to safety first, I'll catch up afterward. Ashu, reluctant to comply, replied, don't say that. If you want to leave, leave together. He shouted, trust me, go ahead. Ashu hesitated for a moment, then, with a swift movement, approached the demon tide with his sword drawn, saying, don't hesitate. Go now. Ashu, understanding the situation, agreed, fine, I'll take them and come back to help you. Lin Mo invoked a summoning spell, calling forth a necromancer demon. The demon opened its mouth bag, releasing hundreds of small demons with glowing green eyes that rushed out at lightning speed. They gradually grew larger and charged toward the demon tide with ferocity. The little demons intertwined, forming a shield to block the incoming assault. But the sheer numbers on both sides were overwhelming. One of the massive demon tide beings swung down with a gigantic hammer. The destructive force sent all the little demons flying. The kid from the necromancer clan spoke up with a threat. Don't get in my way. From afar, an enormous voice rang out, causing him to turn and listen attentively. Kill Lin Mo. Leaping into the air, he drew his sword and charged forward. With a swift soul-sealing slash, his blade severed the upper body of the necromancer demon without mercy. On the northern outskirts of the city walls of Lingling, an urgent voice was heard. Hurry, hurry! Close the city gates and activate the defensive formation. A female student, with a headband in her hair, grimaced and protested. We can't close the gates. There's a group of people coming from a distance. The man seemed to strongly disagree with this. Those people are just the lowly folk of demon sealing. If they die, so be it. They're not worth us taking any risks. Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't hold back and retorted plainly. But they're people too. Without hesitation, he dragged the group of students toward the gate, lecturing as he went. Hurry up. Even if we save these lowly folk now, they'll still be doomed to die later. The group of Ashu paused, waiting, but the city gate remained closed. Ashu, fidgeting, shouted over, open the gate. The man, firm in his stubborn refusal, responded, we can't open it. If the demon tide breaks through into the city, it will be a catastrophe. The group behind him murmured among themselves. If you don't let them in, wouldn't those people from demon sealing just die? It's obvious we could help. There are still many children down there. Ashu argued, just open one side and it will be enough. The city has formations and there are 100 or 200 soldiers, they should be able to stop the demon tide. The reply was cold and decisive, no, absolutely not. He frowned, provoked, or maybe you're dreaming, thinking Lin Mo can eliminate the demon tide, and that there is some powerful figure behind Lin Mo. This time, they'll intervene. When the army is deployed to encircle and capture them, not a single one will escape. Ashu could only swallow his anger in silence, hearing such shameless provocation. He turned his back to everyone, secretly cursing the selfish bastard to death. Lin Mo, highly focused, fought off the demon tide with relentless skill, hearing Ashu's encouragement, Lin Mo, you must hold on. On Lin Mo's side, there were countless issues as the enemy overwhelmed them with sheer numbers. The chainsaw demon had been wrapped tightly by the mud demon and couldn't be released. Meanwhile, Brahmik Chan played his instrument, performing continuous powerful moves, releasing threads that ensnared the mud demon, freezing it in place. Taking advantage of this, the chainsaw demon made a swift cut, splitting the creature in half. At that moment, the demon diva was grabbed by the collar by another demon tide, lifted into the air, and executed a deadly move. The tragic demon held his chest and gasped for breath, causing his older brother to grow anxious. The demon martial disciple shouted, "Junior sister." Unable to defend, a horde of deathly demons appeared behind him, rushing forward like starving beasts. They swarmed onto the demon martial arts disciple, gnawing and causing him to scream in pain. This scene was giving the demon tide the upper hand. The demoness sneered, watching with a cold smile. Then, she immediately rushed forward, delivering a kick and shouting a threat, "Go die." Before she could collect herself, Demon Diva, Shattered Heart, was struck by a single slash that sent her on a 1,000-year-long journey to retrieve the scriptures. It was Lin Mo's sword strike, the soul-sealing slash, sending the demon tide away for a while. "The demon is grateful, thank you," the demon said. "Wait until all the people of Demon Sealing have entered the city, then we will immediately retreat," Lin Mo ordered. After receiving the command, they all responded in unison, "Understood." At the fortified city wall, a girl raised her phone to record the scene. "Everyone, look over there, it's the boy who was disguised as a girl at the swimming pool. He risked his life to stop the demon tide and didn't show any intention of retreating to save the citizens of Demon Sealing." The viewer count reached 200,000, and she was quite pleased with herself. "My followers have surpassed 1 million now. I've made a lot of money this time." Comments from all over kept popping up. "Go for it, he stopped so many demons alone, he's the real demon here. But why hasn't the safety bureau opened the door? Kid, he's already daring to face the demon tide by himself, what do they have to fear?" Already said it, when encountering demons, the safety bureau runs faster than I do. Exactly, when dealing with demons, it should be up to the schools and the military. I hope this kid can withstand it and smack the safety bureau right in the face. Stop dreaming, with the demon tide this thick, there's no way it'll last 10 minutes. From afar, Lin Mo's gaze was sharp. She silently assessed him. A petty, shameless person, yet now he was bravely risking his life for the people. A Shu, holding a sword, weaved through the corpses and quickly ran toward Lin Mo. "Sir, Lin Mo, the deep dragon hasn't opened the city gates, what should we do now?" He frowned, asking again as if in disbelief, "What? Using swords as supports?" He exhaled deeply, adopting a defensive posture, his voice tinged with resignation. "There's no more path to take now. We can only hold our ground and die here." Lin Mo gave a hasty order. Tang's corpse responded, forming a protective circle around the demon sealing person, as the wailing and screaming of ghosts filled the air. At this point, he clenched his teeth in anger. "As for the debt you owe, I'll make you repay it 100-fold the next day." He stood atop the city wall, smug in his own calculations. His life was spared, and there were still those who continued to protect him. Yang's breath came out in a sigh. Lin Mo charged forward. Wherever he went, the demon tide fell before him along with their companions. The civilians, sheltered behind the demon sealing shields, were fiercely protected by him. "Everyone, look at the figure of the kid who's killing demons to protect us. He looks just like the prince when he was alive." An old man, his eyes dimming, said, "Yes, when I first saw him, I thought the prince had truly come back to life. A stranger, yet able to do this for the people of Demon Sealing, how touching it is." A child beside him tugged at his sleeve, wide-eyed and speaking up, "Grandpa, let's sing the national anthem of Demon Sealing to cheer him on." "All right, that's a great idea." They held hands in unity and began to sing the first words. "Wake up, people of Demon Sealing. From the deep slumber that felt like death, from the brutal, savage suppression. Rise and build a new life." Now, the singing voice echoed far and wide, catching Lin Mo's attention. The song stirred passion and enthusiasm in the heart. The voice keeps echoing farther and farther. In this life, even the most brutal enemies will eventually be subdued. Right now, let us prove to the world that the blood of Demon Sealing still runs through our veins. Standing on this side, he gritted his teeth and thought, if the demon contract of this demon sealing person isn't invalidated, it will definitely pose a huge threat to the Zhou kingdom. The sound of singing reverberated, causing the demon-tide army to rapidly surge forward in greater numbers. A shu kui ti. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his face hardening, astonished. Not good, the main force of the demon tide has arrived. They bared their teeth and attacked with bloodshot eyes. The next wave of demon tide had more than 1,000 evil spirits. Lin Mo just realized the situation, hurriedly pulling out his phone to call for reinforcements. Looks like I have to call someone for help. His message was sent, sister, hurry and come save me. I'm about to die. Just finishing dinner, hurry up and eat fast, swallow quickly. If you're any slower, you'll be coming to collect my body. After sending the last line, 3 demon-tide creatures appeared before him, glaring at him. Yuan Cheng was eating while watching the livestream of her younger brother's battle. Where could one find training conditions like this? Lin Mo leaped up as the desert demon spewed countless grains of sand. He retreated, shouting loudly, Electric Saw Demon, come here. The Electric Saw Demon, wielding a massive scythe, charged in wildly. He flew up and swung the blade, aiming to strike the desert demon. With a brutal display of violence, the blade chopped through the desert demon's head, blood splattering everywhere. It screamed in agony, and its body dissolved into mush, turning into a sticky, slimy mass, leaving the nearby desert demon stunned. From a distance, a demon named Chmeng threw several fireworks towards him. Suddenly, he noticed and swiftly dodged the firecrackers flying toward the remaining demon, causing it to flinch. The firecrackers were activated and exploded into a massive blast, causing the demon to lose its life. Behind him, a shoe was thrown far away, groaning in pain. Lin Mo rushed to support him, whispering, Lin Mo can't hold on anymore. I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. The demon tide was growing increasingly numerous, standing in front of them with terrifying eyes. He was now cornered, his thoughts racing, my spiritual aura is almost depleted. Could it be that we will die here today? The girl, in a panic, raised her hand as if to summon something. No, I can't just stand by and watch Lin Mo die. He quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. She was taken aback by his action and called out, Father. He looked at her with a cruel expression, gritting his teeth as he warned, What are you doing? If Lin Mo is trying to save the common people of demon sealing, that means he is a remnant of demon sealing. She clenched her fists, trying to explain, but he is saving people too. His face darkened as he glared at her, grinding out each word, those are the people of demon sealing, not the people of Zhou. Now you go and save them. What if these common people rise up tomorrow and start killing our people? You would be a traitor to the state of Zhou. Her whole body trembled as she hesitantly responded with a few words. Suddenly, a decisive voice rang out, hesitating to save people, how ridiculous. As he spoke, a young man grabbed a knife and jumped down, mocking the safety bureau, You don't want to save them, but I will. They immediately shouted, Oh my God, this guy is crazy, he'll die if he jumps down. Isn't he just a barber? How can he be so bold? Landing safely in a combat stance, the demons kept their eyes on him, and without hesitation, one of them swung a knife horizontally, creating a path through their ranks. With incredible speed, he left a deep cut in the middle of the surrounding demons and quickly leaped out. His movements were so skillful, he soon appeared in front of Lin Mo and a shoe to protect them. He gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength to drive the long knife deep into the ground, unleashing his ultimate move, the Heavenly Demon Slash. Numerous strikes appeared around him, breaking the encirclement of the vicious demons. He stood proudly before his victory, causing Lin Mo and his shoe to be in awe. He turned and teased, Xiao Shu, your martial skills are slipping. Lin Mo asked, A Shu, who is this person? This is my third uncle, A Shu replied. He's famous for his lightning-fast knife skills in the barber industry. He can shave a head in just 10 seconds. A 5th-level demon master barber like him can wield his skills freely, continuously landing strikes on evil spirits. At his peak, he could finish shaving in 7 seconds. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. Uncle Ali, thank you.
Don't mention it, just standing up for what's right, Ali answered.
Ali grabbed his knife and charged towards the demons. The evil spirits are here, let me handle the small ones, you two take care of the rest. He acknowledged once more, Ashu, your third uncle is really strong. Of course, his head shaving skills are extraordinary, Ashu replied.
Hearing this, Lin Mo was struck with mixed emotions, surprise and awe. He hadn't realized something was about to attack him from behind.
A top-tier barber, skilled, virtuous, and rare in this society. Fortunately, with his keen senses and agile body, he quickly turned to block the attack of that creature with his sword. But the creature was slightly smarter than him. It quickly wrapped its body around the sword, making it impossible for Lin Mo to either attack or withdraw his sword.
In this deadlock, the creature managed to use its remaining tentacles to tightly bind Lin Mo. The spiritual aura of the silk fabric was depleted, and the demonic sword's basic power could no longer be unleashed. The hanging demons, using their tongues to attack, were making Lin Mo quite amused.
They seemed to be mocking him, as if daring him to escape. Their tongues tightened around Lin Mo's neck more and more, making it difficult for him to breathe. His face turned a deep shade of purple. In this life or death moment, someone shot arrows at the demons, causing them to sever their tongues and fall to the ground, unable to do anything further to him.
He was finally freed and able to breathe again.
With a pale face, Lin Mo pulled the demon's tongue off his neck, coughing harshly as he looked around to see who had come to his aid. Someone had helped him. It turned out that everyone had joined forces, forming a united front to support him. Big brother, we're here to help you. The person awkwardly scratched their head, smiling apologetically, hoping Lin Mo would understand. I'm really sorry, my abilities are limited. I could only shoot from a distance to assist you. Of course, Lin Mo paid no mind to such minor details. He immediately turned to clasp his hands together in thanks to La Chang, then reassured them. I am already very grateful that you all could help. La Chang immediately turned to speak loudly to everyone, Demon Masters, listen up. If you're men, then support from a distance with me. The favor will be counted on my head, La Chang. Naturally, the others, after hearing this, agreed to lend a hand. Those who had skills used them, those with weapons used them, and those who could summon also did so. It wasn't long before the situation on the battlefield below began to change. Many areas where demons had been gathering were suddenly blown to pieces, scattered everywhere. Lin Mo below couldn't hold out much longer. He had to use his sword to block against the Y, not letting it strike him. Meanwhile, many demons suddenly appeared around him, waiting to launch an attack. Even with the help of Ashu's uncle and the others from La Chang, the number of demons was still overwhelming. Fortunately, at that moment, Mu Yuanqing timely appeared and began to help Lin Mo deal with the demons around him. Sorry, younger brother, I've arrived late. Lin Mo was overjoyed when he saw Yuanqing appear. He couldn't help but cheer, finally, sister has come. With 2 level 5 demon masters, this battle against the demon tide will be no problem. The demons under Yuanqing's command quickly obeyed, jumping down from above and attacking the other demons. Seeing that the situation on her side was stable, with just a bit more self-control, she turned and smiled at Lin Mo, instructing him. You and Ashu should rest for a bit. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was naturally thrilled and couldn't contain his joy. He waved goodbye as he walked away. Thank you, sister. We'll be back after a while. He turned to look at his companion and sighed with him. The two of them, while supporting each other to walk, spoke. Fortunately this time, we have you and your third uncle. Good brothers, just seeing the injustice was enough. As they walked, Li Yu immediately cheered joyfully for a moment before coming over to give them both something. Everyone, look, the two brothers are back. The little girl hugged a number of water bottles to her chest and ran, ignoring her brother's attempts to stop her. I'm going to give them water. Little sister. Li Yu happily ran over to Lin Mo and Ashu, and gave all the water bottles she had to the two of them. Thank you, brothers.
Without you, the people of Demon Ceiling wouldn't have anyone left to survive. Please, drink some water.
Seeing this, Lin Mo sat down and patted Liu's head to thank her. Meanwhile, a shoe just gulped down the water.
Thank you, little one. What's your name? Liu happily introduced herself and her brother to Lin Mo. My name is Ling Gu Liu.
This is my older brother, Ling Gu Li Feng. A shoe, sitting nearby, was drinking water while listening to their conversation. After hearing it, he seemed a bit puzzled.
The Linggu clan from Nanluan Demon Ceiling is skilled in controlling water demons. I didn't expect them to have fallen to this point.
Li Feng frowned when he heard this, clenched his fists, and resolutely stated his goal.
It's okay, I will definitely restore the village. Li Feng, feeling a little hesitant, then asked Lin Mo. Fortunately, you're an optimistic person and know how to comfort others. Kid, do you think I can become as strong as you one day? Of course, you might even become stronger than I am.
Before the overthinking of the kid, Lin Monhthn immediately blamed himself.
I'm sorry for thinking this morning that you were a spy from the province nation. It's fine.
At that moment, a loud and strange sound came from over there, drawing Shu and Lin Mo's attention. As soon as they looked, they saw countless ghosts rising like a tidal wave toward them, and even those with the same aura from behind.
That's it, more powerful evil spirits are coming.
Lin Mo and Shu immediately assumed battle stances.
He even hurriedly gave instructions to the children on what to do.
Get inside the circle of corpses.
Leave the water for now, I'll drink it later. Be careful, you two.
As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, the two children immediately ran to close the door to protect themselves. Lin Mo and Shu continued rushing toward the ghosts to continue the fight, slaying them one by one.
That's enough for a break, let's continue.
Before long, they rushed straight toward the bloody and eye-catching whirlwind below. They seemed fearless, as if they didn't know what fear was. But as they got closer, they realized that at the center of this vortex was an incredibly tall figure. When Shu and Lin Mo arrived and stopped, the storm gradually dissipated, revealing the demon inside, causing both of them to freeze for about 5 seconds. Neither of them expected that the one in the center of the vortex was a demon with dark purple skin, as if someone had messed up a color palette. Its face looked like a flag, and its waist had a belt resembling the neck of a satanic version of a poor man. Shu and Yuan Xing, upon seeing the demon clearly, were so shocked that they blurted out.
The third one from the demon realm Nanshan, selling the Demon King's hellish set.
Everyone knows what the appearance of this demon means. If the half-demon king leads the demon tide to launch a full-scale attack on Ling Ling City, even with the array and the defending forces, it might still not be enough to stop them. We must quickly report to the army for reinforcements, otherwise, tens of thousands of civilians will be doomed. Of course, among them, there are some who are not scared but instead find it rather interesting. The half-demon king is out, and the one behind the remnant wind demon probably won't stay idle any longer. Once the elite troops and the hired demon master arrive, we can capture them all in one fell swoop. As soon as the words were spoken, countless footsteps rang out. The closer they got, the louder and clearer it became. Wherever they went, demons nearby would be struck down, their bellies full, and they would be forced to fly upwards, feeling a sharp, immediate pang.
No demon could block their path. Naturally, seeing our army so impressive, who wouldn't feel joy and pride?
The person smiled smugly, eager to watch the upcoming battle. They have appeared. Right next to the fierce demon, Lai Ti, there were countless people in black cloaks rushing toward it, seemingly trying to encircle it. The demon carefully stared at the group. Although they all had the same appearance, figure, and attire, it could still tell that among them were the demon masters of 5th, 6th, and 7th importance. Lai Ti's eyes widened in fury, naturally unwilling to let our forces focus on wiping out its subordinates. It immediately threw its head back and let out a loud roar, then unleashed its defensive technique, sending them charging toward the humans with the skill 1,000 faces, 10,000 generals. While it launched a sudden attack like that, the demon masters immediately noticed. Of course, They wouldn't stand idly by and allow the lethal corpse to be captured. They immediately summoned the demons they had at their disposal to fight the lethal corpse, such as the white bone demon, the 100-legged demon, and the misfortune demon. The demons that were summoned all rushed toward the lethal corpse without any coordination, using their strength to form shields, blocking the massive creatures outside. The white bone demon even used its own evasive technique to release a mist of white bones. The 100-legged demon then gave a sinister smile, before also using its signature technique, 100-legged assault, causing its legs to grow long and lash out at the lethal corpse. The legs of the 100-legged demon turned into ropes, binding the lethal corpse's arms, legs, and neck, the 100-legged demon said, regardless of the lethal corpse's frantic cries. What? Under the 100-legged demon's feet, the lethal corpse was like a doll, as if it had to be smashed several times before it would stop. The misfortune demon naturally played its part as well. It leapt into the air and charged toward the lethal corpse, attempting to unleash its attack before it regained consciousness. Final strike! The misfortune demon shouted. After the misfortune demon called out the name of its final move, break, the demon froze in fear, its pupils shrinking. Despite being a demon, it still sweated, a clear sign of fear. Then, boom! It slammed the Chinese character for break onto the lethal corpse's body, pinning it to the ground, unable to rise or dodge. The misfortune demon then exploded, its body torn apart. The scene was so bloody that it was inappropriate for children to watch, so let's just say it ended with some pools of blood, leaving the rest to the imagination. Lin Mo watched in shock as the group of demon masters handled the high-level demon in just a few exchanges. Even the demon king was killed by these people in just a few moves. Who exactly were they? NHTHN carefully examined the direction the other group was heading and felt a wave of shock. This was not good, their target was the civilians of Foam. Lin Mo immediately jumped down and dashed toward the group of black-clad individuals. He shouted loudly to get their attention, "What do you think you're doing?" Lin Mo quickly maneuvered to the front of the black-clad group, blocking their path so they couldn't move forward. They had no choice but to stand still and stare at him. The leader of the black-clad group didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly, his expression stern as he looked at Lin Mo, clearly annoyed. "Hand over these demon-sealing civilians to us." Of course, Lin Mo refused. He stood his ground, not budging an inch, and even looked more serious than they did. Not happening. Seeing this, the leader thought Lin Mo was just being stubborn. You can't handle these refugees. By tomorrow, they'll still be nothing but lower-class beings. Hand them over to us. Not only can they live like humans, but they'll also gain freedom. The more Lin Mo heard, the angrier he became. He retorted loudly, "Who comes barging into someone else's territory, demanding people like this? Why should I trust you?" At that moment, someone from the group of black-clad individuals suddenly stepped forward, startling Lin Mo, who couldn't recognize the person. As the person walked up to him, they pulled down the cloth covering their mouth to reveal their face. The person frowned and immediately spoke to him, "Lin Mo, it's me." After seeing the person clearly, Lin Mo was still in disbelief. Wasn't this Xuan Han and Rant's subordinate? Hadn't he been rescued by the old woman from the safety zone before? Last time, he hadn't even reached the second level of Demon Master, so how did it feel like he was already at the fourth level of Demon Master now? Xuan Han appeared to be in a great hurry and had no time to influence or explain things to Lin Mo. "There's no time for many words, just trust us, we're not wrong." Lin Mo remained silent, thinking carefully. He was willing to negotiate and didn't feel any malice from them. Furthermore, these people in black were likely connected to Lin Mo's father. If they truly intended to save the people of Demon Sealing, it was worth considering the pros and cons. After all, if they were really willing to help, that would be great. He couldn't worry about everyone all the time. "Please, make sure you take good care of them." Unexpectedly, at that moment, the group from the Deep Dragon appeared from above. It seemed they had been watching the entire process and laughed loudly. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, the Deep Dragon sneered ominously, looking even more terrifying than a ghost. Vile dragon spirit, serpents pale in comparison, you remnant wind demons, this time you won't escape. The leader of the group in black robes, upon hearing this, asked with confusion. Have you all thought this through? Facing the alliance of religions means you'll be hunted to the ends of the earth. The deep dragon arrogantly yelled, while the subordinates around him quickly scurried away. Alliance of religions? We're this many, and we should be afraid of this one person? Charge! After noticing that his underlings had all run off, the deep dragon turned around and scolded. Where do you think you're going? What are you scared of? The people from the alliance of religions are ours, I'm not doing this anymore. The deep dragon could only glare in frustration as he watched them flee, unable to do anything. You dare to run? Then make sure you pay up for the contract, don't even think about getting away without paying. We'll pay the compensation, but it's better than dying. Damn it! The deep dragon immediately turned to look at the remaining subordinates. Everyone heard clearly, we can no longer rely on the mercenaries. Right now, it's only you guys left. Earn your merit by killing the remnant wind demon. This is a military order. Understood. The group immediately leaped into the air and rushed toward the demon sealing people, who were also where the alliance of religions stood, killing them all as they charged forward. Seeing the enemy approaching, the alliance of religions immediately took up an offensive stance. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was caught in the middle of the three sides of the summoning. Seeing this, Lin Mo suddenly flashed a triumphant smile. At that moment, his expression was quite dangerous. Now it was his turn to hunt. Lin Mo immediately raised his sword high and charged toward the demons on the opposite side. Alliance of religions, charge forward, soldiers of the province nation, I'm here to help. Then, without hesitation, he thrust his sword into a demon that was blocking the path of a man, without a single unnecessary motion. The demon felt deeply humiliated, but could not utter a word. This is my contracted demon, sorry, my eyes are a bit blurry, so I mistook it. Congratulations to the host for receiving 40 points for Break the Room. The blue-faced demon is a traitor, right? Of course, Lin Mo didn't admit to it. He immediately began to play dumb, trying to explain himself. How could that be? Clearly, it was a chaotic battle, and that's why I couldn't tell who was who. The deep dragon above immediately pointed down, shouting loudly. Lin Mo, you are indeed a remnant of demon sealing. You are guilty of treason. That's such an injustice. It's just that I was too careless and couldn't control the demon's soul, which caused this confusion. Lin Mo immediately pointed towards the electric saw demon and the demon martial disciple. If you don't believe me, let me make up for it from earlier. Electric saw demon, demon martial disciple, quickly go and support the soldiers of the province nation. Upon hearing the command, the two demons immediately shouted loudly and prepared themselves for battle. They swiftly charged toward the battlefield. However, the demon martial disciple accidentally blocked the way, causing the electric saw demon to trip and lose balance. At that moment, the electric saw demon was holding its chainsaw high. Instead of providing support, it ended up striking its own comrade. The enemy hasn't lost any troops, but we've lost them all. The other demon, enraged, pointed directly at Lin Mo's face, completely unaware that a demon behind him had its mouth wide open, ready to bite him. Damn it! The red demon immediately swallowed nearly half of the enemy's body. While the enemy was struggling, Lin Mo smiled in delight. Sorry, slipped my hand. When Lin Mo took control of a few more demons, the situation was the same. It wasn't clear whether the enemy had been wiped out, but on his side, everyone was dead. Oh dear, here we go again, controlling a skill like a bulldozer. The system kept notifying Lin Mo with points, while the others were fuming with anger. Congratulations, host, you have earned 100 points for Break the Room. It wasn't until 15 minutes later, when only a few members of the Alliance of Religions remained, along with the bodies of some of the Deep Dragon soldiers, that Lin Mo continued his performance. He looked at them and said, "Ah, you're dead now," and swung his fist at them. Anyone who touches my province nation soldiers, I'll fight you to the death. The leader of the Alliance of Religions also raised their hand, preparing to receive Lin Mo's thunderous punch, even though there was no real damage, just a display of bravado, not knowing their own limits. In the end, when the two finally faced each other, one pretended to make a fake move, while the other acted as if they had just been hit. It was a powerful exchange, with one delivering the blow and the other pretending to take it. The demons standing behind, seeing that Lin Mo did nothing but suddenly fall to the ground as if it were the natural outcome, were filled with confusion. "I'm done for." While the demons were still bewildered, and Hu Chu Nhing had no idea what was happening, Lin Mo, lying on the ground, suddenly winked at them, causing them to immediately realize what was going on. Each demon began to feign weakness, exhaustion, and paralysis in various forms, essentially putting on a show as if they were about to die any moment. "We're finished." As Lin Mo lay on the ground, observing the performance of his demons, he felt immensely satisfied and gave a thumbs up in approval. The plan succeeded. Now the people from the Alliance of Religions can finally speak to the demon sealing people. "We came here to save you all from the province nation. Right now, there is a demon tide protecting us, making it a good time to retreat. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. Please, trust us. Who else can you trust?" Upon hearing this, the other party, anticipating that no one would believe them, immediately took something out of their coat pocket to show everyone. "This, surely, will make you trust us." Unexpectedly, when they pulled out the black cloth, what they revealed to the demon sealing people was the authentic seal. Many of the people from the kingdom of demon sealing immediately recognized it, and as soon as they saw it, their eyes widened in shock. It was the seal of the kingdom of demon sealing. While the two sides were talking to each other, Lin Mo continued to pretend to be severely injured and lay on the ground. "Can the demon sealing witch retrieve your zombies?" "Yes." After receiving the order, the demon sealing witch immediately retracted all her zombies in the blink of an eye. It was quick and precise, and the people from the kingdom of demon sealing only compromised after seeing the seal. Staying in the province nation would lead to certain death, so it was better to trust them. The benefactor had withdrawn the zombie protection circle to show his attitude, and they were willing to follow them. Once they had successfully convinced them, the leader of the Alliance of Religions immediately issued an order to the others in the sect. "Clear the path." The Deep Dragon, seeing the situation getting more and more out of control, was furious but could only stand high above and shout to everyone, "Those refugees want to escape over here." After Yuan Qing received the message from Lin Mo, she immediately relayed it to a Shu, not paying attention to what was behind her. "Sister, ask the others to help the demon sealing people escape," a Shu told Lin Mo. The demon suddenly swiped its claws, attacking unexpectedly from behind, leaving Yuan Qing stunned and completely unable to dodge or defend in time. Just when it seemed like she was on the brink of danger, Alai immediately rushed forward, severing the demon's arm and successfully protecting Yuan Qing. "Be careful." In the critical moment, Alai reached out and supported Yuan Qing's waist to prevent her from falling. His movements were swift and precise. He managed to knock the demon back 2 meters, giving Yuan Qing the chance to stand firm. Alai then checked on her, "Are you alright?" The pregnant demon, some high-ranking figure from the demon realm Nanshan, was knocked back far, and seeing that the situation was getting worse, he immediately ordered a retreat. "Brothers, the losses are severe, we can't continue the assault." Watching the demons, who were once eager to charge forward, now retreating like turtles pulling their heads back into their shells, calling for a faster retreat than herding chickens, Alai couldn't help but mock them. "They've retreated. I guess it's fine." Alai was so focused on watching their retreat that he forgot he was still supporting Yuan Qing, and was now standing so close to her. She, feeling embarrassed, spoke first. Thank you for saving me." Realizing he had been so close to her since the rescue, Alai only noticed after hearing her speak. He awkwardly stood up, his face flushed with embarrassment. It's nothing. Just a small thing." At that moment, a Shu, whispering from the side, teased Alai, making him feel even more embarrassed. "If I'm not mistaken, isn't Uncle Third still single?" "What are you talking about, kid? Are you concerned about my marriage?"
Not at all. Ali gave his head a light tap, and Ashu finally quieted down. You've traveled from north to south. Haven't you met a woman you like yet? About that. No rush, no rush. As long as everyone's happy. But not the deep dragon. The deep dragon was so furious it scratched the floor, trembling and unable to stand up straight, its anger simmering with no way to vent. It gritted its teeth, watching the situation become increasingly disastrous for it, with no more soldiers to send to their deaths in its place. If the demon tide had retreated, then the army could also march out. Fortunately, there are still a few of my subordinates who survived. The deep dragon immediately ordered his men to capture Lin Mo. Lin Mo is colluding with the Alliance of Religions, capture him for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo, who had been pretending to be seriously injured, was so furious that he had to sit up. In contrast, the deep dragon cursed from top to bottom. Alliance of Religions? Just earlier, I was attacked by a man in a black cloak while I was eating the meal my mother made. Of course, the deep dragon didn't listen to a word he said, only focusing on using Lin Mo as a target to vent his anger. I don't care. Take him back and interrogate him. How unjust, how unjust. Lin Mo was caught, but still maintained a cheeky expression, and didn't forget to loudly shout to Yuan Chang. Sister, go call the master, tell him that the younger brother was captured by a monster, and don't forget to pick up the demon pearl scattered all over the ground. Shut up. Without hesitation, they escorted Lin Mo onto the vehicle, and even prevented Ashu and Yuan Qing from getting close. While being captured, Lin Mo remained calm and said, I haven't done anything to betray the province nation. The incident where I injured the soldiers was just an accident. As long as I keep my mouth shut and don't speak, the safety department can't do anything to me. Naturally, the others weren't going to let this go. They chased after them, loudly protesting the deep dragon's decision. What crime has Lin Mo committed? You can't just capture people like this, let him go. The more they spoke, the angrier they became, almost wanting to charge at the deep dragon on the spot. Students who save people get arrested, while soldiers who do nothing get promoted. This is unfair. Of course, the deep dragon is not afraid of them at all. He even drove closer to their position, almost as if daring them, if you're tough, come at me. Right now, the deep dragon is furious because his plan has fallen apart. He turns to curse them out to vent his anger. Let's see who dares to stop the safety department's execution. Shuefeng stepped forward and grabbed La Chang's hand, urging him to calm down. Brother Chang, stay calm. Confronting them head-on won't benefit us. But what should we do, just ignore this? Indeed, they had no choice but to watch as the safety department's car took Lin Mo to the execution site. It was clear things were going badly. Everyone started brainstorming ways to help Lin Mo. They called on people to reach out to the media and expose them, to create public pressure on the safety department. It seemed that the safety department wasn't exactly idle either. They were rushing around looking for materials to carry out their plan and update the status of their operation. Everyone was busy, running around and shouting updates to each other. The western defense line at Nanshan had also been breached. The demon tide had already reached Mingjiang. At just that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. By the looks of it, it was likely that the Deep Dragon's people had brought Lin Mo here. Sure enough, a few of the Deep Dragon's soldiers escorted Lin Mo right up to the door. Wow, this safety department sure is lively. Am I attending a banquet? As soon as everyone saw Lin Mo, they stopped eating. Everyone froze and stared at him with eyes like bullets. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 points for breaking the room. The Deep Dragon wouldn't let him tease anymore and shoved Lin Mo into another room, telling him to shut his mouth. In a moment, you'll learn the smell of it. Lin Mo looked at the interrogation room before him and smiled smugly. He wasn't at all afraid of what he was about to go through. Oh, really? Once inside and locked in the interrogation room, he was repeatedly asked by the Safety Bureau officers basic information, name, gender,
where he lived, who his family members were. His hands were cuffed, and he had to place both hands on the table. The officers kept asking one question after another, not giving him time to answer. Confess honestly, quickly. Lin Mo glanced down at the cuffs on his wrists, then boredly told Lam. Male, Kankoan Province, Sashan Village. When it came to the question about his family, Lin Mo's expression darkened, but his smug and self-satisfied smile remained on his face. My family consists of a father, a mother, and a younger sister, all poor peasants for generations. Upon hearing this, the deep dragon slammed his hand on the table and stood up. It was clear that he didn't believe anything Lin Mo had just stated. The deep dragon ground his teeth and furrowed his brows, looking at him as if he were a professional liar. Poor peasants lying to people? How's the Safety Bureau's investigation? The subordinate beside him sincerely repeated the report. Exactly the same as our previous investigation, sir. Father is Lin Jiang, born in 3067, from Kankoan Province, Sashan Village. Mother is In Shuon, born in 3063, from Kankoan, Maping Village. In 3081, they were introduced by matchmaker Wang and got married, and the following year they had a son, Lin Mo. The more the subordinate spoke, the more terrified he became, sweating profusely. He stared at the deep dragon, whose face was tightly furrowed. We also investigated matchmaker Wang, and she confirmed that she had known Lin Mo since he was a child. The deep dragon listened to the investigation report, verified Lin Mo's identity, and became extremely angry. Even though he found it hard to believe, the report stated so. How could this be? Damn it! Lin Mo stared at the deep dragon, who had trapped himself in a corner, and silently wondered. The evidence was flawless. How did that old woman manage to pull this off? However, no matter how unbelievable the evidence was, the deep dragon still firmly believed that Lin Mo was aiding the opposing faction. Lin Mo, what about your collusion with the Alliance of Religions? The deep dragon shouted. Lin Mo pouted and began to complain. What? They beat me up too. Clearly, I share enemies with the Security Bureau. I'm only focused on dealing with the Alliance of Religions. Of course, the deep dragon didn't believe it. He was so angry that he didn't know where to vent. He could only scowl at Lin Mo, unsure of what else to say. The deep dragon was still not fully convinced. Furious, he shouted directly in Lin Mo's face, slamming his hand on the table to create a loud noise, still pretending. This time, he didn't stay behind the desk to interrogate Lin Mo. He walked over, grabbed Lin Mo by the collar, and threatened him. The deep dragon, looking down from above, shouted, "You intentionally injured so many soldiers. Are you still playing dumb? You are clearly a remnant of demon sealing. Congratulations to the host for earning 50 points for breaking the room." Of course, Lin Mo wasn't stupid enough to admit anything, and in fact, he wasn't even afraid. He raised his voice, arguing fiercely with the man. Don't wrongfully accuse good people. Where's your evidence? Hearing him say that only made the deep dragon more furious and unsettled. The deep dragon immediately voiced his suspicions and the evidence he had. If you weren't colluding with demons, how could you possibly have connections with the wild beasts from the desolate tombs? How could you have escaped from the clutches of the Demon King's subordinates in the demon realm, Shanlan? The most important piece of evidence is that you went to Huaxi Hospital to visit Yen, one of the 12 shamans of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing. However, contrary to the deep dragon's expectation that Lin Mo would be scared, Lin Mo managed to hold back his laughter. After all, he already looked down on the deep dragon. He smirked, then lowered his gaze. I don't know whether Yen is a shaman or not, I just know she's your mistress. At this, the deep dragon was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Mo to know about this. Of course, if it was revealed, it would cost him his position. Lin Mo continued with a smirk, did I visit her to put a horn on you? Or do you want to accuse me of being the one putting a horn on you? The more Lin Mo spoke like this, the angrier the deep dragon became. Finally, unable to control his rage, he grabbed Lin Mo, ready to throw a punch. Damn it! Congratulations to the host for receiving 500 points for breaking the room. Seeing that the man was about to unleash a flurry of punches, Lin Mo decided to provoke the deep dragon even more.
Come on, are you planning to torture me now? Of course, the deep dragon couldn't do that. With cameras everywhere, if news spread that he was assaulting a student, his career would be over. So, instead, the deep dragon just shoved Lin Mo back into his seat. But the deep dragon still did not completely let Lin Mo go. He rolled up his sleeves and laughed deviously. You think you can talk your way out of this? Dream on. The deep dragon immediately touched the tattoo on his arm and summoned the demon bound to him. Summon the smoke demon. The smoke demon appeared instantly, enveloping Lin Mo in a cloud of smoke. As it looked at him and smiled, Lin Mo found himself unable to smile back. The smoke demon moved closer to Lin Mo and began exhaling smoke. Hey darling, how about trying a little of my signature move? I only spoke about your affair, there's no need to kill to silence me. The others behind him anxiously intervened. Director Gao, what you're doing is against the rules. The smoke demon's signature move will kill him. The things he said will keep them hidden from your wife. In his rage, the deep dragon turned and shouted at them. This has nothing to do with that. Are you just going to stand by and watch Remnant Wind Demon wreak havoc on Province Nation? At that moment, someone suddenly kicked the door open, causing everyone in the interrogation room to jump in surprise and turn toward the entrance. It was Zhu Feng, angrily storming in. How dare you capture the disciple of Commander Jin Tian? Release him at once. As soon as Lin Mo saw Zhu Feng, he was so happy that his face lit up with a bright smile. He was even more delighted than if a financial savior had arrived. Tan Ming, the deputy commander of the military restraint unit, turned pale behind them. He hurriedly spoke to Zhu Feng. Commander, storming into the safety bureau and demanding someone like this isn't really following protocol. As soon as Zhu Feng heard that, he snapped, the rules you follow, your commanders wouldn't dare speak to me like that, and yet you have the audacity to discuss rules with me? Yes, sir, Tan Ming, left with no argument, turned to ask the deep dragon, Director Gao, how is the interrogation going? Give me a little more time. Of course, Lin Mo won't let such a rare opportunity to escape slip away. La raised his voice, Master, save me. They want to use the mark of shame to falsely accuse me. Upon hearing this, Zhu Feng's anger boiled over, and his face flushed red. He pinched Tan Ming's ear and scolded, What? You're still playing along with this? I really need to teach you all a lesson on behalf of your leader. A misunderstanding? A misunderstanding, huh? No one dares to falsely accuse anyone using the mark of shame. Well, of course, how could Zhu Feng possibly believe the nonsense they're trying to peddle? Without warning, Zhu Feng reached out toward the smoke demon. As soon as his hand touched it, he squeezed the demon's neck so tightly that its face turned purple and it couldn't escape. And what's this? Cough, cough. Seeing this, the deep dragon was startled. He quickly abandoned his plan to have the smoke demon assist with the interrogation. The smoke demon retreated. Zhu Feng coldly watched as the demon turned into smoke and returned to the deep dragon. Not killing the demon was already showing him mercy. Only then did Zhu Feng turn to confront the deep dragon. You wanted to frame my disciple, and with no evidence, you intended to use the smoke demon to attack? I only meant to scare you a little. Of course, the explanation given by the deep dragon did nothing to convince Zhu Feng, on the contrary, it only made him more furious. Then let me scare you a little. Tan Ming saw that Zhu Feng was about to use his power, and panicked. He immediately rushed over to intervene. Please, don't be angry, Gao Longchen, hurry up and release him. With no other choice, the deep dragon reluctantly followed the command and unlocked the handcuffs to let Lin Mo go. If he didn't release him, this whole safety department would be buried together. As Lin Mo walked out, he started tattling to Zhu Feng. Master, not only did I not commit any crime, but I also risked my life to fight against the demon tied to save workers for the province nation.
Hearing this, the deep dragon grew even angrier. He began to say harsh words to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, don't push your luck. Congratulations, the host has earned 40 points for breaking the room. Before Zhu Feng could leave, the deep dragon had already started scolding his disciple. He truly had the audacity, and in the end, was mocked by the other party.
Not satisfied? I understand now.
Your disciple saved people. The safety department will issue a public commendation, and they will also reward him with 2 demon pearls as a prize.
Zhu Feng led Lin Mo away.
Before they completely left, Lin Mo stuck his tongue out and made a face at the deep dragon.
That's about right, disciple, let's go. The deep dragon felt utterly resentful. Just let it go like this? What else can we do?
If word gets out that you used points to frame someone, our careers will be ruined. As Tan Ming walked away, he didn't forget to criticize the deep dragon.
Next time you want to arrest Lin Mo, make sure you have solid evidence first. If not, don't even think about laying a finger on him.
Originally, there was nothing to ask, and the deep dragon was already very angry. Now, not only was he humiliated by Lin Mo revealing the affair, but he was also criticized by his superiors.
Damn it, I will definitely take revenge for today's humiliation.
The deep dragon's hatred for Lin Mo made his eyes turn red. He immediately thought of the 2 people who were familiar with Lin Mo. The one who knew Lin Mo's identity was her, somewhere, perhaps at a restaurant. After leaving the safety bureau, the 2 of them went out to eat and drink to their heart's content. They both raised their glasses and clinked them together. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude to Zhu Feng. Thank you for saving my life, master.
Let me treat you.
After clinking glasses, Lin Mo immediately drank the entire glass in one go. Who knows if it was filled with water or something else? The wine was right in front of Zhu Feng. Seeing Lin Mo so carefree, Zhu Feng sighed, although I saved you today, the fact that you saved the people of Demon Ceiling is true, and the military will definitely continue to target you.
Once they strike, it will be game over for you.
Lin Mo appeared still very calm, completely unafraid.
Even if the higher-ups are targeting me, don't I still have you to protect me?
Zhu Feng pointed out an obvious truth. I can't protect you every time, and besides, I have to head to the north tomorrow.
Why are you going to the north? Lin Mo asked.
Zhu Feng then explained the situation in the north to Lin Mo. The 4 northern countries have allied to eliminate your sister's evil sect. This time, it's likely she will lose her head. Although she betrayed the sect, she is still my disciple. At least, I should try to save her life. Lin Mo's attitude remained quite normal, even somewhat careless. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately struck.
Master treats his disciple so well. It hurts.
Zhu Feng furrowed his brows and stared intently at Lin Mo. He leaned on his leg and then reminded him.
Stop wasting words.
Now you need to do 3 things. First, keep getting stronger, no rest.
Then, Zhu Feng raised 2 fingers, stating the second point, almost as if asking Lin Mo. Second, form a contract with a strong demon.
You should still have some contracts left, right?
Ah, yes.
After hearing this, Lin Mo asked Zhu Feng for advice.
Let's see what he wants me to form a contract with. Master, which demon do you want me to form a contract with?
Zhu Feng took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and named the demon he thought was powerful.
Demon Prodigy.
Zhu Feng began explaining why he wanted Lin Mo to form a contract with Demon Prodigy.
2 days ago, the demon realm Shanlan was destroyed. He was heavily injured and is now hiding in the ancient tomb near our school.
Lin Mo began to question, as he didn't quite understand.
Form a contract with Demon Prodigy? Isn't he a former half-demon king? Not anymore.
Recalling the abilities of Demon Prodigy, both of them were impressed.
Demon Prodigy is quite special.
His ultimate skill allows him to create 4 physical clones.
Then, Zhu Feng continued.
This is also why Demon Prodigy is no longer a half-demon king. But the clones died in battle, so his overall cultivation has been lowered. This time, Lin Mo understood, so he spoke with great enthusiasm, like a student volunteering to answer a question. This also meant that the Demon Prodigy had likely stopped being at the level of an evil spirit, or even lower. Zhu Feng added, to ensure Lin Mo understood the significance of this, the Demon Prodigy is extremely useful. If you can form a pact with it, your strength will increase significantly. So, Lin Mo had already learned about the two things he needed to do. As for the third one, he still didn't know, so he asked further, then what is the third thing I need to do? This one seems a bit complicated. Zhu Feng, holding a cigarette, leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and continued with the remaining matter. Keep an eye on your Jiao sister. Don't let her come up with any forbidden techniques after the master leaves. Lin Mo was shocked when he heard this, standing frozen for a few seconds. He widened his eyes and stared at Zhu Feng. Forbidden? I never expected Mu Yuanqing, who seems harmless, is not just a dim light after all. Could it be that she's also planning to betray and leave the sect? After some more conversation, Zhu Feng handed Lin Mo a ring. Take this. If you run into something you can't solve, go to the demon tomb and find your sea sister. By this time, Zhu Feng was already quite drunk. As he walked, scratching his stomach, he said, although she betrayed and left, compared to others, she's actually quite obedient. If you cry and go to find her, she'll probably help you about 3 parts of the way. Lin Mo stood up and followed Zhu Feng, scratching his head as he repeated, 3 parts would already be pretty good. Night fell, and the moon rose high. Tonight, the crescent moon was quite bright, though, of course, it couldn't illuminate anything beyond the scene below. Lin Mo gently opened the wooden door and pushed it inside. Then, he whispered, are they all asleep? Climbing up to his top bunk, Lin Mo noticed a red bag and a piece of paper placed neatly on it. What is this? It turned out that these were the items that a Shu had gathered and put in the bag for him to take whenever he returned. The paper contained a Shu's note. As soon as Lin Mo saw that his roommate had gathered these things for him, he couldn't help but smile. A Shu was indeed very sincere, and he didn't miss a single demon pearl. Lin Mo climbed onto the bed and decided to lie down on the pillow immediately. After struggling through an entire day, it was finally over. Time to sleep. Outside, everything was incredibly peaceful, or at least, it seemed that way in the scene. The moonlight still illuminated the surroundings, allowing everyone to sleep soundly. Lin Mo sat on the bed. By now, the lights in the room were on, and he had already had a good nap. He opened the bag full of demon pearls. Lin Mo immediately formed a seal with his hands. His entire body seemed to be enveloped in red flames, but in reality, it was the energy radiating from the countless demon pearls, absorbing them to level up his skills. Accompanied by this, the system's notifications rang out one after another. Level up, Demon Martial Disciple to Primary Demon Soul Stage. Successfully upgraded Skill 3 of Demon Martial Disciple, receiving the passive skill Rage. Rage Level 1, each time you take a blow from your opponent, it increases your rage by 5 points. For every 10 points of rage, the critical hit chance increases by 3%. The maximum rage can reach 100, granting a 60% critical hit chance. No spiritual aura cost, and the skill cooldown is 1 second. After finishing off this demon, another demon will also be promoted. Demon Diva has leveled up to the primary evil spirit rank, successfully upgrading her 3rd skill, and gained the TRM being Du Diying skill. TRM being Du Diying at level 1 hums a classic song, restoring 10% health to your general and increasing battle speed and attack for a short period of time. Spiritual Aura consumes 70 energy, with a skill cooldown of 120 seconds. Lin Mo raised his hand, displaying his tattoo, then drew everything inside it, representing the demon who had made a pact with him. Lin Mo looked at the result and smiled, a powerful skill. This time, the combat power, filled with the rage of the Demon Martial Disciple, was no less than the Chainsaw Demons. Coupled with the healing skill and the attack speed boost from the Demon Diva,
it was indeed an epic level enhancement.
Of course, Lin Mo had forgotten about a demon who had also contributed significantly to this effort.
That demon said, "What about me? In helping you, the number of Tang's corpses I have left is fewer than 100. These are the ones I have raised for hundreds of years." Before Lin Mo could speak, the chainsaw demon next to him warned the demon who was helping him, "What's so great about a pile of rotten corpses? If you keep bragging, I'll turn you into a pile of minced meat." The corpse-rearing demon wouldn't stand for it.
Having already lost Tang's corpses, now when he was asking for his basic rights, he was being scolded, and he wanted to fight back. Of course, the chainsaw demon wasn't scared of the corpse-rearing demon. It was furious, clenching its fists and cracking its knuckles. "Look at the meal your mom made for you.
Watch me make you lie flat on the ground."
The two began to charge at each other, with the support of other demons around them. The demon diva, however, was still busy curling up in the arms of the demon martial disciple. The demon diva said, "Fight, fight, fight, don't fight anymore, you two stop fighting." Lin Mo expressed his helplessness, raising his hand to rub his head at this situation. Having so many good packed demons is great, but it's too noisy. The two demons were fiercely fighting with each other, and when it was Lin Mo's turn to intervene, all he had to do was separate them with his bare hands. But no, Lin Mo stood right in the middle of the two demons. Then, he spoke out his next plan. "Once Shu returns, I'll borrow his sword and head to Desolate Tomb." After resolving the pointless scuffle between the demons, Lin Mo sighed and sat down on a chair. He began to scroll through his phone to take a break. Lin Mo casually glanced over at the two female demons he had a pact with, who were quietly reading their lessons. Still the good demon women, calm, lovely, and even doing homework for him. As he was scrolling through his phone, taking a moment to relax, Lin Mo suddenly saw something that shocked him, freezing him in place as he stared at the screen. The latest news flashed across his phone: military supplies from the Transport Security Bureau had been completely stolen. The loss of demon pearls was estimated to exceed 15 million. The stolen formation materials were not included in this loss. The criminals were still under investigation. After reading the latest news, Ran rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Ran really does what he says. But there are only 3 of them. How exactly did they manage to pull this off? The others were awake now. They entered the room and began talking to Lin Mo. "Mr. Mo, you're finally up. Is there still class this afternoon?" Lin Mo smiled smugly after hearing this, holding up a stack of homework that the demon girl had finished copying for him. "Make sure to turn in the homework for me." Xiaoban looked at this scene with envy, tears almost welling up in his eyes. "I must be stupid. Why doesn't my demon assistant have arms? That way, I won't need to struggle with copying notes anymore." "Congratulations, you've earned a 40-point boost." Lin Mo saw his friend feeling down, so he walked up and threw an arm around Xiaoban's shoulders, then chuckled. "Maybe you could train the trash demon to hold a pen and write. You're really quite the talent." After saying that, Lin Mo turned to Shu and thanked both him and Shu's relatives. He even handed over 2 demon pearls of the evil spirit level to him. "Shu, thanks to you and your third uncle this time. Good brothers, it's nothing." Of course, nothing comes without a reason or benefit. Lin Mo smiled with a mischievous look on his face and then made his request to Shu. "There's still one more thing." Lin Mo pointed to Shu's weapon and immediately asked to borrow it. "Let me borrow your head shaving knife for a bit." Later that evening, Lin Mo took Shu's shaving knife with him as he headed out behind the mountain. Not far from the Desolate Tomb, where the demon prodigy was hiding, Lin Mo found everything around him too peaceful, with no signs or clues to aid in his search. So, he summoned the corpse-rearing demon to help him find a lead. The moment corpse-rearing demon appeared near the Desolate Tomb, it laughed as if it had struck gold. "Oh my god, you aren't lying to me after all. There's a corpse everywhere here." While Lin Mo was paying attention to the surroundings, the corpse-rearing demon gleefully gathered up one corpse after another, its heart swelling with joy as if it were searching for the love of its life. Before long, Lin Mo spotted a demon hiding behind a large mound of earth, and coincidentally, the demon who had been hiding also spotted him. In the brief moment when their eyes met, Lin Mo shouted loudly and quickly ran toward that spot, but the demon had already run away. Stop, but how could it possibly escape from Lin Mo's sharp eyes, clever mind, and long, graceful legs? Lin Mo appeared right behind it, sending chills down its spine. Then, Lin Mo grabbed the demon's clothes and lifted it up as if it were a chicken, making it break out in a cold sweat. Bring all your companions here, dig up all the corpses from this section of the desolate tomb for me. Okay. The demon was unusually obedient. After receiving Lin Mo's order, it pulled out a few other demons from the area, each of them digging up a grave. The corpse-rearing demon watched this scene with wide eyes, both stunned and thrilled. On the corpse-rearing demon's face was a mixture of bewilderment and immense joy. It had completely forgotten about the earlier incident and no longer blamed Lin Mo for being unfair to it. A person who could summon and control demons like this was truly worthy of being the boss of the desolate tomb. Amazing. Just a small thing. After several corpses were dug out of the ground, the demon, Tang's corpse, arranged them in a long line and began to smile while infusing demonic energy into the corpses. The demon martial disciple was also summoned by Lin Mo and then helped the corpse-rearing demon, allowing it to control the corpses faster. At that point, the demonic energy released by the corpse-rearing demon spread like a large net, covering all the bodies. Now, it was just waiting for the order. Then, the corpse-rearing demon looked at the scene before it and couldn't stop smiling. At that moment, the system also announced, "Great, the loyalty of the corpse-rearing demon has increased by 30%, now at 45%. Lin Mo, who was watching the scene from behind, propped his chin up and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this guy is nothing less than a chainsaw demon. At that moment, for some reason, a beautiful female demon suddenly approached Lin Mo, stretching her arms out to embrace him. It turned out that the demon was the red-dressed female demon. Her sudden appearance caught Lin Mo off guard, leaving him no time to react. The red-dressed female demon smiled and said, "Husband, you came and didn't even say a word to me." Without waiting for Lin Mo to respond, she ran her hand up and pinched his chin, turning his face to face hers. The red-dressed female demon whispered gently, "You can't leave tonight, you must stay with me." Of course, Lin Mo refused. After all, regardless of other matters, he still had to sign a pact with the demon prodigy. He quickly declined, No, I still have some urgent business." The red-dressed female demon wouldn't let go, pressing even closer and pinning him to the tree. She teased, "What could be more important than me?" Lin Mo replied, "I heard that the demon prodigy has arrived at the desolate tomb." Upon hearing this, the red-dressed female demon immediately understood the real reason Lin Mo had come. She blew into his ear and teased, "Yes, he's causing trouble at the desolate tomb." But what she said next was a shocking piece of news that left Lin Mo stunned. The red-dressed female demon chuckled softly, "I've personally defeated him. He's now locked up in Guja." Lin Mo's expression suddenly changed. No longer trying to hide his feelings, he unexpectedly grabbed her hand, making the red-dressed female demon blush. Lin Mo's face was filled with joy, and he immediately made his request, "Then you must take me to see him." The red-dressed female demon replied, "I will obey my husband." The red-clad female demon followed Lin Mo's instructions and quickly led him to the dungeon inside Guja. The surroundings were pitch dark, with only faint light and strange sounds filling the air. The demon prodigy, locked inside, was still angrily cursing the red-clad female demon as if he would never tire of it. "Stinking woman, once my army arrives, I'll definitely burn this place of yours to the ground." While cursing with such intensity, the demon prodigy suddenly noticed Lin Mo being brought in by the red-clad female demon. He even greeted him with a cheerful tone. "Demon prodigy, are you still okay?" As soon as the demon prodigy saw Lin Mo, his face immediately turned serious, clearly not pleased to see him. Lin Mo, however, paid no attention and stepped closer. "I heard that the demon realm Shanlan has been wiped out by the Jiang province army. So where are your demon subordinates now? Either dead or wounded?" Most of them were killed on the spot, but the Jiang province army isn't all that great either. I've already killed 4 of their 5th-tier demon masters. While the demon prodigy was explaining the battle that had taken place over there to Lin Mo, he suddenly froze, as if realizing something. He frowned and became alert immediately. His voice took on a sharp, tense tone. "You're not from the provincial army here to capture me, are you?" Lin Mo spoke calmly to reassure the demon prodigy. "Of course not. You spared my life back in Shanlan City, so I thought I'd return the favor and try to save you this time." The demon prodigy sneered in contempt. "You, a mere 2nd-tier demon master, think you can save me? Are you some kind of gatekeeper for the demon world?" As soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his throat. The woman in the red dress flew into a rage because the demon prodigy dared to insult Lin Mo. The woman snarled, "Show some respect. If you dare to look down on my husband again, I'll kill you." Her words frightened him. The husband beside Lin Mo intervened. "Stop, I haven't finished speaking yet." The demon prodigy was stunned by Lin Mo's identity. Who exactly was this Lin Mo? The king of hell himself had written a letter to protect him, and such a beautiful female demon was his wife. After thinking for a moment, he slumped down and asked, "So how do you plan to save me?" Lin Mo spread his arms, touched his shoulder, and patted it a few times comfortingly. "You should be happy. By becoming my contracted demon, the army will have no reason to capture you anymore. What do you think of this deal?" The demon prodigy, still full of disdain, rejected outright. "Humph, I thought you had some brilliant plan. I am a demon king in my own right, how could I become a contracted demon for a kid like you? I'd rather die than do that." Lin Mo raised his hands in helplessness and then mocked him. "Hana, what kind of demon king are you? The demon realm is so vast, yet you can't even protect it." The demon prodigy, insulted, flew into a rage. "What did you say?" Lin Mo, encouraged by the situation, continued to berate him. "You're truly useless." Upon hearing this, the demon prodigy's face turned dark with anger. He shouted, "What did you say? You think I'm useless?" The system immediately notified, "Congratulations, the host has gained 40 points of provocation." Furious to the point of shaking, the demon prodigy slowly stood up. "On what basis are you calling me useless?" He roared, "The scrolls I've read are at least 100,000 times more than what you've read." Lin Mo calmly replied, "If you're not a bookworm, then I challenge you with a riddle. If you can solve it, then I'll consider you intelligent." The demon prodigy, feeling confident, laughed loudly. "Since I was 5 years old, I've started making couplets. Just go ahead and start." Lin Mo stroked his chin and said, "The first couplet, a stroll by West Lake, a poem on its shore, a melody in the air all about the lake, then off we go. West Lake too had an old tin, it fell in, what a pity for that rusty thing." With a heart full of gratitude, he thought, "This is the masterpiece of old man Susure, let me borrow it for a moment, little disciple." At this moment, demon prodigy was at a loss for words, his entire body trembling, hesitating, both furious and humiliated. He shouted directly at Lin Mo. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've read thousands, tens of thousands of books, yet I can't even match a single couplet, tell me the answer." The system then appeared, "Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 points of excitement." The notification continued to display. It was detected that the excitement of demon prodigy reached 30%, and with 69% remaining, the contract will be directly signed. Lin Mo secretly rejoiced, "It's working." With added disdain, he responded, "Let me tell you, the second part of the couplet is, Dr. Chin suffers from nearsightedness. In the world of nearsightedness, there are doctors, and the Chin family is nearsighted. Looking for doctors, you meet the shallow-minded. In the shallow-minded circle, all the doctors are truly short-sighted. What do you think, is that good?" Demon prodigy immediately challenged. "Then I'll set up a couplet, and you can match it too." Lin Mo confidently accepted. He began with the first line. "On the highest level, the top and bottom are not necessarily class oppression, and in a harmonious society, one above and one below does not mean class oppression. Together, we build a harmonious society.
Lin Mo quickly responded.
In the future, progress and emergence are not barbaric invasions, but the creation of a new generation. It's not about savage intrusion, but about nurturing the new generation. The red-clad female ghost, full of admiration, wrapped her arm around Lin Mo's.
How annoying, husband, you're so wicked. Demon prodigy, even more furious, retorted.
The second part of that couplet is truly an insult to literature. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host, you have received 100 excitement points."
Lin Mo arrogantly said, "Who cares about you? Just say if I can beat you or not."
The system panel appeared, showing that the excitement points of the demon prodigy had reached 70%, with 29% remaining before the contract would be directly signed. Neither side was willing to lose, and they began exchanging riddles, exploiting the squared solution effect, just for the root approximation online across the central point of the direct diameter. Continue the riddle of pearls, with the Rice Kingdom gathering the double atomic core of the sun's head shape. One side was calm, while the other was enraged. The demon prodigy refused to give in. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp eat the water flowing over the rocks. Lin Mo easily countered, the hawk catches the chick makes a sound, digging the earth causes the earth, the water makes the mountain collapse. The demon prodigy seized the opportunity to argue, that's wrong, mine is shrimp eats water, all three of mine are eating, while all three of yours are about catching.
He was overjoyed, laughing triumphantly, finally, you've lost.
Lin Mo remained calm, simple, I thought of another one. Master suppresses master's wife suppresses the bed suppresses the earth shakes the mountains.
How about that? The demon prodigy was speechless, enraged to the point of spitting blood.
The system then chimed, "Congratulations, host, you have received 200 excitement points."
He trembled, stammering, You're a monster with a human face and a beast's heart.
Meanwhile, the system calculated, confirming that the demon prodigy's excitement had reached 99%, and he could choose to be forcibly contracted. Lin Mo walked over, patted his shoulder, and forced, "Thanks for signing the contract."
The demon prodigy yelled in anger, "Who wants to be your contract demon, huh?"
The system chimed again, "Demon prodigy master, congratulations, you have received the lucky response activity.
If you answer correctly, you will have the fortune to become Lin Mo's contract demon. Will you answer?"
He hurriedly retorted, "I give up, I choose to give up." Unexpectedly, the system suddenly defaulted. Congratulations on answering the question correctly. A 2-meter-high cargo truck wants to pass through a tunnel that is 1.9 meters high. What should be done? The answer is to release air in Chinese, give up, and release air with the same pronunciation.
Demon prodigy couldn't believe his eyes. What? The contract is being carried out over here? Signing a contract for 10%, 20%.
A stream of crimson killing intent flew straight towards Lin Mo.
The system notification said, Demon prodigy has successfully signed the contract.
A stream of murderous energy with the demon mark, a black fan, appeared in his hand. The red-clad female ghost beside him constantly praised him. "Husband, you really subdued him so easily.
You're amazing."
Lin Mo was pleased with himself.
"It's nothing." He turned and said, "Demon prodigy, have you surrendered now?"
The other person didn't even glance at him, irritated, and responded, "I admit you have some skills, but for me to work for you, you're still not qualified." Lin Mo opened the system to check the information. Demon prodigy, primary evil spirit rank, 2,000 demonic energy points, 1,000 years left, will level up with more care.
Loyalty 8%, skills not yet activated.
Looking at the screen, Lin Mo concluded, the demon realm Shanglon has been attacked and destroyed. Your subordinates are either dead or have fled.
If I can save your subordinates, what will you say? Demon prodigy became agitated. Aren't you human? You really would save demons?
He recalled, the only reason I managed to escape was because my subordinates sacrificed themselves to save me. Then he remembered, my subordinate said at Demon Realm Shanglon, boss, hurry and run, we'll hold them off for you. Suddenly, both of them were squeezed to the limit, their necks aching and contorting in pain. Demon Prodigy quickly turned and fled, with the terrifying demons behind him shouting loudly, do you want to die? He thought with great distress in his heart, my subordinates have all been taken by the safety department now, and they want to offer them up as sacrifices to the noble sons of the upper echelon under contract. Demon Prodigy firmly extended his hand in agreement, as long as you can save them, I, Demon Prodigy, will definitely follow you with all my heart. My loyalty increases by 7%, now at 15%. Without hesitation, Lin Mo immediately slapped his hand in agreement with his statement. He confidently patted his chest and said, it's settled then. Lin Mo tapped into the system to restore and enhance Demon Prodigy's power. The system activated all three of Demon Prodigy's skills at once. Immediately, a large amount of power surged around his body. The system announced, successfully upgraded the first skill of Demon Prodigy. Received the skill learning level 1, mobilize the chopping fan, which removes all negative effects on the user and puts them in a hidden state. Grants 30% movement speed. This skill also applies to one's army, who will be freed from negative effects but will not enter the hidden state. Additionally, 30 spiritual aura is consumed, with a 200-second cooldown. The system continued, successfully upgraded the second skill of Demon Prodigy. Received the skill Backstab. Level 1 quickly transports the user behind the enemy in 20 minutes, increasing backstab damage by 50%. Consumes 50 spiritual aura, with a 200-second cooldown. Successfully upgraded the third skill of Demon Prodigy and received the Demon Shadow level 1 skill. It creates 2 demon shadows that attack the enemy in the direction of the user's true form. The damage of the demon shadow can trigger a backstab. The spiritual aura consumes 60, and the skill cooldown is 300 seconds. Lin Mo was excited. What a powerful assassin. He thought to himself, he wasn't lying to me. Demon Prodigy really is incredibly strong. Then, he could bypass the Demon Pact and attack the Demon Master from behind. The female demon spoke. Husband, have you finished your main task? Lin Mo instinctively turned around. Ha! The female demon reached out and tightly grasped his hand, suddenly moving his arm up toward her chest. Is it Lan Nen who's doing this to you? Lin Mo panicked. Wait a minute, this is awkward. He pulled his hand back. No. There's something more important. Lin Mo replied seriously. I've received news that the army from Province Nation plans to act against Desolate Tomb. Everyone will definitely be unable to resist. What I mean is, we need to leave. The female demon was puzzled. It's best to retreat quickly before they surround us. Lin Mo answered. Where should we retreat to now? The Demon Prodigy behind added. Go to sell demonic abyss fiend over there. It makes perfect sense for demons and humans to coexist there. The female demon in red acted coquettishly. Husband, you will visit me, won't you? Lin Mo smiled brightly, reassuring her. Don't worry, I will definitely need your help in the future. The female demon was delighted. Alright, you can call on me anytime you need. That night, the female demon in a red dress led the demons from Desolate Tomb to scatter and head towards the demonic abyss fiend. Arriving at the place, Lin Mo gasped, feeling the desolation, he didn't know when he would be able to return. The apartment building echoed with strange sounds. Inside the pitch-black hallway, there was an eerie atmosphere. Lin Mo cautiously took slow steps toward the corridor, moving silently. At midnight, a chilling scream rang out from the balcony, neither human nor ghost. Lin Mo turned and asked, What is the blood-eye ghost in that room? It pondered for a moment before answering, There's a restriction that restrains the red-eyed ghost. It is completely unclear. Lin Mo frowned, thinking to himself that the only way to know for sure was to investigate in person. He used the one-sword spirit drawing technique to send his soul to investigate, and his spirit approached the door, peering inside. Lin Mo was stunned, his eyes wide in shock and fear. There's a young man inside, his face gaunt and covered in talismans. To his surprise, the one giggling in doing this was Mu Yuan Chang. The man on the floor pleaded in a whisper, "Let me die, let me die." She excitedly replied, "I won't let you die. I will grant you eternal life." Outside the door, Lin Mo kept a close watch when suddenly, Mu Yuan Chang turned and screamed. Realizing he had been detected, Lin Mo immediately snapped back to his senses, completely recalling his soul. His soul returned to his body, but the fear lingered on his face. He thought, that was too close. Did I get discovered? Unbeknownst to him, hidden in the shadows, there were glowing red eyes of some unseen creature. Mu Yuan Chang approached with a murderous aura. "Disciple, did you see that?" Lin Mo was startled and fell to the ground. "Sister." Mu Yuan Chang, with a deadly intent, said, "Then I'll make sure you live forever." Lin Mo panicked, "Sister, don't." Mu Yuan Chang stuck out her long tongue and moved towards Lin Mo. Immediately, her tongue wrapped tightly around Lin Mo's neck, making him scream in pain. Mu Yuan Chang pulled Lin Mo up from the floor, excited, "Another person for eternal life." Lin Mo quickly grasped the doorframe, freezing in place, his face drained of color, slowly losing consciousness. The demon prodigy, sensing the danger, awakened him. "Wake up, Lin Mo, this is eternal life." Seeing that Lin Mo couldn't break free, he struck him hard on the forehead with his staff, causing a sharp pain. Lin Mo, dazed, snapped to his senses and screamed. Lin Mo leaned heavily against the wall, panting as if he had come back to life, terrified. "Damn it, when did I get hit by eternal life?" The red-eyed demon asked, "Why aren't you reacting?" The blood-eyed demon shrugged, "I'm just like you, connected to your vision. I don't know when we were hit by eternal life either." Nearby, the demon prodigy sighed. "This eternal life even affects the demon pact. If I hadn't used my skill to dispel it, it would have been way too powerful." Lin Mo awkwardly speculated, "Maybe everything I saw was fake, and it's just my sister's transformation, warning me not to go near her forbidden techniques again." Lin Mo quickly fled, thinking, "Sorry, master. I can't help your disciple, my strength isn't enough to handle this." On this side, Mu Yuan Chang smiled slyly as she looked at the trembling corpse in front of her, exclaiming, "So cute." Next to the body, where tears were still pooling, lay a mobile phone. On the screen, it displayed the message, "Shu Phone, the son of the owner of the 13th floor Azure Wind Pavilion, has gone missing. A reward of 5 million will be given for any information leading to the discovery of this person." Early in the morning at Baiyang Academy, someone spoke up, "Hey, have you read the hot news online?" Kai Ming recounted the news to Lin Mo. He heard that many influential people had mysteriously disappeared, and the Safety Bureau and the military had even formed a special team to handle these cases. Lin Mo immediately thought of the scene from last night with Mu Yuan Chang. Could it be? Suddenly, a hand gently tapped Lin Mo on the shoulder from behind, startling him. Mu Yuan Chang pretended to smile and asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Mo froze for a moment, turned around, and stammered, "S sister, she. I've been calling you for a while, but you didn't answer. What's everyone talking about?" Lin Mo avoided the question, saying, "It's nothing, just some fake news on the internet." Suddenly, his phone rang with a call from Anran. Lin Mo quickly found an excuse to leave, saying, "You two continue talking. Anran is looking for me, I'll go ahead." On the other end of the line, Anran informed him, "The information you asked me to look into regarding the ghosts in Zhanglan has been found. How about we meet and discuss?" Lin Mo replied eagerly, "Already? That was quick. Wait for me, I'll treat you to something." At the restaurant, Lin Mo hurried over but still arrived late. "Sorry, I'm late." At the restaurant, sitting with Wu Kuan, and Ran kept tapping her watch, showing her annoyance at Lin Mo. "You said the meeting was at 6:40, and you're already an hour late." Wu Kuan seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "What the boss doesn't know is that on the way from Baiyang to here, there was a very famous lingerie model.
And Ran was frustrated. So you're late because you were watching a lingerie model?
At the same time, a system notification sounded.
Congratulations, the host has received 40 points of excitement. Lin Mo was flustered.
Actually, I wanted to open a lingerie store and was just researching the market. And Ran snorted coldly in displeasure, reaching into her bag to pull out the demon pearls, placing them on the table, and sighed.
Such a waste.
I even brought you so many demon pearls, but I didn't expect your mind to be on anything but cultivation.
Lin Mo was surprised. These demon pearls. Did you steal them from the safety bureau? Impressive.
And Ran replied indifferently. Of course, my Black Fiend gang has expanded to 15 members now, and the intelligence you need was gathered by them. Finishing her sentence, she got straight to the point. 1 week ago, the Safety Bureau organized the Demon Realm Shanglan auction. Recalling the auction, she continued. Among the items, the 13th floor of Azure Wind Pavilion bought 11 evil spirit-level demons, along with gambling demons and frozen death demons.
And Ran whispered.
I heard that anyone who joins them can receive a rare demon contract. Lin Mo recognized the name as quite familiar. Azure Wind Pavilion sounded very familiar. And Ran, who was beside him, explained, it's the second-ranked assassin organization in the 13th tier of Province Nation, mainly responsible for assassinations. She handed Lin Mo several photos and pointed to one person. This is the chief manager, Chu Lian. After his son, Chu Feng, went missing, he was also assassinated.
Lin Mo immediately recognized the face. Chu Feng.
He remembered that night the good deed the sister had done.
It absolutely could not be discovered.
And Ran, looking pleased with herself, said, now, Azure Wind Pavilion is like a headless snake, with only 2 factions left fighting for power. She handed over 2 more photos, one showing Lu Juluan, the second leader, the other showing Cheng Tianda, the third leader.
And Ran said, to put it briefly, these demons haven't been contracted yet.
Lu Juluan is even using his personal name to buy smoke demons, planning to give them as a birthday gift to his son, Lu Chengchang. She then slid 2 more photos across the table, but kept them covered.
Also, we managed to take these.
Lin Mo looked at the 2 photos, comparing them while listening to Ran's explanation. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Cheng Tianda and Lu Juluan's wife were having an affair.
What's going on here? Is that what their relationship is like?
And Ran continued to mock, these kids are most likely Cheng Tianda's.
Just look, they resemble each other, don't they?
Lin Mo slammed the photos on the table and speculated, Lu Juluan must have spent so much money to buy smoke demons because he still doesn't know the truth, right?
He was amused. The family head must have sent this anonymous photo to Lu Juluan.
Once he learns the truth, he definitely won't be giving those smoke demons to his son anymore. Then, we used the high price to buy it back, easily retrieving the cursed weapon.
Both people in front agreed and praised the idea. Brilliant, truly brilliant, you say it and you do it, Wu Kuan immediately complied.
Now, I will give Lu Juluan a big gift, Lin Mo said.
That evening, Lin Mo and Ran were observing the De Huang Hotel from the rooftop of the building across. Receiving a call from Wu Kuan, she reported.
Wu Kuan said that when Lu Juluan received the message, he hurriedly rushed off to catch the adulterer.
Looking at Lin Mo, and Ran added, I thought he might go to the wrong place, even the room number was sent to him.
Lin Mo next to her grinned maliciously, just wait for the show. Looking down at the street, Lu Juluan had reached the hotel entrance.
He muttered, I'm here. Nightfall descended, enveloping the building.
Juluan stood still in front of the main gate, observing. He quickly regained his balance, leapt onto the tall wall, then hopped to the 2nd floor, then the 5th. He paused at the edge of the balcony, peering inside, where the couple was intimately entwined.
He stared intensely with a murderous look, suddenly noticing something.
Juluan furrowed his brows, his face darkened with anger. It was known that he was the 2nd leader of the 13th floor of Azure Wind Pavilion, a B-level demon master.
Lin Mo and Ran were watching from afar. Why is he not reacting? And Ran wondered. His wife is with someone else, shouldn't he just skin Chung Tiandi alive? He stroked his chin thoughtfully, maybe he's planning something. And Ran was surprised, he's been watching for about 3 minutes, could it be that Zhu Luan has some weird fetish? In a defensive posture, he jumped down to the ground, then silently walked away. Step aside and take out the mask. At this point, Lin Mo hadn't finished speaking. Was he just going to leave like this? Was he still even a man? Only after observing Zhu Luan's gestures did he realize the purpose behind the attempt to confirm again. It wasn't right, he was hiding his identity behind the mask with dark, hollow eye sockets. Zhu Luan had put on a mask to disguise his assassination intent. Mo Ran spoke up and asked, "Are you planning to kill that adulterous couple?" I didn't expect Zhu Luan to have a compulsive obsession, needing to wear a mask before he can kill. His figure gradually blurred into motion, speeding off into the night. Mo Ran was just as restless. If he wasn't going to kill those two, who was he going to kill? Lin Mo, the Zhao family, the shadow demon pressing down with a determined line from her, "Let's go, let's follow and see." The shadow demon carried both of them on his back, silently keeping a close eye on every move Zhu Luan made. He never took his eyes off the target, making his assessment, as expected of an assassin master, his movements are so agile. And so, a ghostly figure and 2 humans trailed the assassin without rest. He landed lightly on the 2nd floor, with no obstacles. They stopped, continuing their commentary. Could it be that Tianda's wife is here? He wants to exchange 1 for 1. I'll ask Wu Koan to investigate and find out who owns this villa. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, pulling out his phone just in case. Whoever it is, I'll record this. Maybe later we can use it for blackmail. Zhu Luan raised his phone, prepared to make a selection. In every moment, he threatened a man in a suit with a gun. A single shot, no mercy, we shot directly into the victim's throat, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Mo Ran was searching for information on this side, quickly reporting back, having investigated and found it. This is Jiang Ping's villa, another deputy director of the Safety Bureau. That statement made him pause. What does his betrayal have to do with the Safety Bureau? And Ran enthusiastically explained, the relationship between Azure Wind Pavilion and the government has always been very good. Zhu Luan's assassination of Jiang Ping is likely not mission-related, it's because he personally wanted to kill him. The pleased assassin left the scene. Lin Mo whispered, "It looks like he's not planning to stop tonight. Let's follow and see what he's up to." The unfortunate victims fell one by one under Zhu Luan's hands, a senior officer of the Safety Bureau, the captain of the Demon Taming Squad, and a lecturer at Shuefeng University. After achieving his goal, Zhu Luan gently tossed his assassin mask into a trash bin on the roadside. He walked confidently, hands in his pockets, into Zhu Luan's villa as if nothing had happened. Relentlessly abandoning his target, and Ran spoke, in one night, he killed 7 people but didn't touch Tiandi or his wife. It's really hard to understand. Even if it's about venting anger, he didn't need to kill so many high-ranking people, especially when there's no benefit for him. He quickly denied his own words. Never mind, his killings don't concern us. Let's just go straight to him and by the smoke ghost. The night was still at the Zhu Luan estate. And Ran didn't hesitate and directly reached out to press the doorbell. The sweet voice and alluring figure of Zimi, Zhu Luan's wife, echoed. "Who are you two looking for?" Both of them forced a friendly smile. Lin Mo spoke up. "Hello, we're here to see Mr. Liu." Upon hearing this, Zhu Luan's wife did not hesitate and politely said, "Then please come in." Such affection, no wonder she couldn't stand loneliness. He turned to the side and exchanged a few quiet words. His breath was calm, and his expression remained composed, showing no signs of a recent argument. Could it be that Zhu Luan was still pretending not to notice? As he leisurely descended the stairs, Zini announced, "Hubby, there are people here to see you." The couple was incredibly affectionate. She kissed her husband on the cheek to comfort him. You must be tired after your mission. Make sure to rest soon after finishing your talk. Yeah, I know. Zimi went inside, innocently humming a tune, blissfully unaware of his expression at that moment. Disappointed, Juluan wiped away the fake kiss on his cheek with his hand. Lin Mo, red-faced, gave a round of applause, which made Juluan feel somewhat uneasy. Without hesitation, he complimented. Mr. Liu, you're truly impressive. To be cuckolded by your wife and still act as though nothing happened. The muscles in his face tightened. Juluan, angry to the point of rage, shouted. Who are you? What do you know? Lin Mo didn't hold back his explanation. Your family matters are none of our concern. We're here to buy smoke demons from you. Lin Mo set a condition, of course, the price was not an issue. I'm sorry, the ghost smoke is the 18th birthday gift I plan to give to my son. It's not something that can be bought just with money. He kept pressing with his questions, making Juluan's face turn pale and his expression dark. Your son, are you sure he's your son? He furrowed his brow, his hand clenched into a fist as a threat. What do you mean? Congratulations to the host for earning 100 points of excitement. Lin Mo waved his hands and explained. Your wife is cheating, so your son is not mine to mock or ridicule. I just want to tell you to stop now. If your son isn't your biological child, then giving him the ghost smoke won't do any good. You might as well sell it back to us. His face darkened further, and he emphasized each word. Even if I don't give him the ghost smoke, I still won't sell it to you. The anger he had been holding back finally erupted, and he shouted at them to leave. Get out of my house, immediately. Congratulations to the host for earning 50 points of excitement. Juluan, furious, swung his fist at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, quick to react, dodged the attack. Lin Mo grabbed his arm and tried to calm him down. Don't be angry, you've already killed 7 big fish, haven't you cooled down by now? How do you know? He challenged. Threatening me is useless. I killed those 7 people, and I fabricated the crime scene evidence. Once the safety department investigates, Tiande is done. Mo Ran spoke up and asked. You killed them to frame Tiande? Why not just kill him directly? Don't worry about it. Let me tell you one thing, threatening me is useless. Now, get out immediately. Having already figured it out, Lin Mo grinned smugly. Saying it is easy, but it won't have any effect. He took out his phone to record the evidence, which left Juluan in disbelief. How about this? It was an image of the man holding a gun, threatening from the high floors, once again replaying the highly realistic scene. Juluan stepped forward and firmly grabbed Lin Mo's shoulder. He's as quick to change sides as flipping a pancake. If you already have the video, then you don't need money. I'll even gift you the smoke demon. Wouldn't it have been better if Mr. Liu had acted like this from the beginning? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense as his face hardened, and he demanded. Besides the smoke demon, I also want you to hand over the red-black demon, the frozen death demon, and the other 11 demons that Azure Wind Pavilion has purchased. His expression darkened as he sternly responded. You want to threaten me? Even if I hand them over to the safety department, it won't prove I'm the culprit. At best, it will help Tiandi escape punishment and ruin my plan, but that's not enough for me to risk handing over the demons for auction to you. Lin Mo found himself in an unfavorable position and slowed down to think. Helping Tiandi avoid punishment and sabotaging Juluan's plan was the only immediate use of the video, but it really wasn't enough. In a flash of insight, he changed his terms. Alright then, here's the deal, we'll delete the video, and you'll give us the smoke demon. Following Lin Mo's suggestion, the man agreed immediately. Fine, but if you truly want the demons that Azure Wind Pavilion has bought, then help me with something. The sudden shift in the situation took both him and Ran by surprise, and they asked in unison. What is it?
Zhu Luan furrowed his brow, making his demand. Help me find the demon ward spell that manages the 13th floor of Chu Lian at the gathering hall of the demon corpse keeper.
Lin Mo reassured him. The smoke demon will stay here to recuperate. If the demon pearl isn't enough, just come find me. I sincerely thank you, Lin Mo. Demon Prodigy respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude.
Lin bro, thank you so much. A notification appeared. Demon Prodigy's loyalty had reached 50%. On the surface, he was polite, but in his heart, he had his own plans. Alright, in a few days, once I find the demon ward spell of Azure Wind Pavilion, the other demons can return as well. As long as I can subdue Demon Prodigy, the rest of the demons will follow my orders. It'll be a no-loss deal. And Ran, who was behind, quietly asked for more information. I didn't expect you to agree with Zhu Luan.
But do you know where the demon ward spell is?
He rubbed his chin and shared a clue.
Chu Lian's son is in Baiyang, he might have some leads on him. Such a coincidence? Well, that saves us a lot of effort.
Lin Mo gathered his strength to call back Demon Prodigy, his voice a bit urgent.
Let's go to Baiyang right now, Demon Prodigy, come back.
A chill ran down his spine as he thought about the terrifying scene ahead, breaking into Yuan Qing's room, which was filled with coffins.
Just thinking about it made him shudder.
In the dark corridor, the wind blew through the curtains, swaying them and leading to the dimly lit room at the end of the hallway. And Ran trembled, holding tightly onto Lin Mo, unwilling to let go.
Why does this place feel even creepier than the gathering hall?
One of his eyes glowed red from the spell, urging her even more. While sister is at school and not in this cursed place, we need to hurry. With a swing of his sword, he struck down and split the old lock in two. Quickly, they opened the door and entered the room, bathed in eerie green light. The horrifying sight of motionless, soulless corpses of zombies sprawled across the glass cabinets was everywhere. They moved closer and identified the zombie inside.
It was Chu Feng.
The veins on his frail body were visibly swollen. They looked at each other and murmured, no breath, but the pulse is still clearly beating. Lin Mo reached out to open the bag, but a voice stopped him.
Wait. And Ran, cautious, advised, what if opening the coffin causes him to explode?
We should prepare just in case. Lin Mo found her reasoning sound and summoned the cloth-bound spirit in case things went south. If this half-dead man explodes, I can immediately use the cloth spirit to control him. You were thoughtful, he said. He pulled Chu Feng out of the glass cabinet with force. As soon as his head emerged, the zombie immediately shifted into its full form, its veins bulging across its face, eyes wide and ferocious. The situation startled them.
The zombie snarled like a rabid dog, saliva dripping. Lin Mo shouted, "Oh my God!" and stepped back.
The corpse suddenly sat up, green slime pouring from its mouth, veins spreading across its body. And Ran saw the situation was deteriorating. It seemed like he was about to vomit something.
Cloth spirit, now!
She urged. Chu Feng began to tear at his own neck, his mouth swelling, groaning loudly. The cloth spirit quickly wrapped around him, constraining his movements.
She kept urging Lin Mo, check quickly before he vomits anything. If there's nothing, seal it up.
He shouted in response.
Found it. Holding a shard of broken stone in her hand, she asked again, why does the tablet only have half of it?
After sealing the corpse into the coffin, he ordered, the ice demon must close the coffin. A line of runes was activated and ran along the sealed corpse's body, immediately freezing it in place. Looking at the red writing that appeared surrounding the glass cabinet, and Ran was still in awe.
What exactly were the runes and secret scripts on this coffin?
It must be some forbidden technique of sisters. Disturbing the air, the sound that came from the glass cabinet finally startled them and caused them to shift their attention. From inside, a corpse suddenly burst out, sitting up, and they were taken aback. She hid behind Lin Mo, wide-eyed, sweating, and stammering without making a sound.
This is Yuan Qing from inside the gloomy coffin.
She spoke in a threatening tone.
Little disciple, good morning. She stepped lightly out of the old coffin. The blue and red veins slowly faded, and Yuan Qing softly continued, next time you take something, you should tell sister. Fully restored to her human form, she cheerfully added, there's no need to break my lock. Lin Mo felt guilty, thinking to himself, she must have seen everything I just did. With that attitude, she probably won't kill us both. He scratched his head and pretended to ask, sister, why were you sleeping in the coffin? I was just adjusting the runes a bit, so I wanted to lie inside and feel it for myself. Her strange answer sent a chill down their spines. Is this something a person can do? Lin Mo handed her the shard, trying to make an excuse, sister, you've already gotten the tablet, and we still have a few things to do, so can we leave first? She grasped his arm and pleaded. Please, and Ran hardly ever has a chance to come, why not have a meal together? She quickly declined tactfully. Sis, Lin Mo and I are in a hurry to use the tokens to exchange for some items. We can't have a meal this time, but we'll definitely do it next time. Yuan Qing easily accepted and let it go. Alright then, I'll invite you next time. Hearing this, Lin Mo grabbed Ran's hand and pulled her away without hesitation. They hurriedly fled, only leaving a casual farewell behind. The two stopped after a short distance to catch their breath. What's up with your sister practicing forbidden magic? Why does she look so scary? I have no idea, I'm just worried she might get upset and throw us into a frozen coffin to experiment on us. Sweat dripping, and Ran panted and asked about the plan. So, what now? Should we go find Zhu Luan right away? Lin Mo reached up to brush away a few strands of Ran's hair that had become damp with sweat, causing her to blush in surprise. He smiled, patted her head, and said something comforting that made her feel a bit awkward. We've been busy all evening, aren't you hungry? Let's eat first. Suddenly, a few jealous mutters were heard. Damn it, those with girlfriends, go straight to hell. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 break the room points. With just a small action that wasn't even intended, he managed to rack up points. He secretly smiled, realizing he had earned quite a few break the room points. Feeling a little too bold, he carelessly wrapped his arm around Ran's waist, pulling them closer together. Eye to eye, he stared at her intensely, causing Ran to feel flustered and shy as she called out his name, Ran. She glanced around, her words a little hesitant. Why are you being so sudden? Lin Mo smirked, pointing mockingly at the group of guys behind them who didn't have girlfriends, making them seethe with anger, only able to curse under their breath. He puffed his chest, laughing loudly as he declared, I have a girlfriend, but you guys don't. Deal with it if you can, if not, come fight me. The cursing continued, accompanied by system notifications. Dog bastard, congratulations to the host for receiving 40 points for breaking the room. You're even worse than a dog, congratulations to the host for receiving 50 points for breaking the room. Congratulations to the host for receiving 55 points for breaking the room. How can someone like him have a girlfriend? Ran was furious. With a swift punch to his chest, she sent him staggering, blood seeping from his mouth as he let out a cry. Lin Mo clutched his stomach, rolling on the ground, listening to her reprimand him. You fool, Lin Mo. You idiot straight guy. At the dining hall, with few people around, they focused on observing and then reported the situation via text message. On the home page, texting Zhu Luan. Can this half piece be exchanged for the number of ghosts you guys have bought? No, both pieces are required for it to work. Hurry up and find the other piece. Do you know where the other piece is? I don't. Lin Mo, feeling frustrated, threw the piece of expression aside. I give up. If even the people from Azure Wind Pavilion don't know, how am I supposed to know where the other half is? He sighed in exasperation at Ran's innocent look, with no clues in sight. By the way, what do you think Zhu Luan's plan really is? He raised his eyes, his tone firm. What else could it be but a power struggle? He took a piece of steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, continuing to ramble. Julian is dead,
So the next big player will either be Juluan or Tianda. If they kill Tianda, it will raise suspicion, but if they frame him, they could easily eliminate the rival and successfully rise to power. The sound of a phone vibrating interrupted in Rant's epiphany. So that's how it is. Lin Imo raised the phone to his ear and answered. Hello, who's this? A sweet, seductive voice came through from a woman on the other end of the line, calling him by name. She looked into the mirror, her face full of mischief, finishing the last bit of lipstick she had applied, then spoke. The demon ward spell fragment in your possession, I want it.